Chapter 1. The Sleeping Beauty Xiao Wu. In the realm of Douluo Continent, within the confines of a pink chamber at Shrek Academy in Soto City, a sultry voice echoed, "Third brother, be gentle, I can't take it anymore." Having just plummeted off a cliff, Gu Chen abruptly awoke from his stupor, his eyes fluttering open. He mused inwardly. And what does that sound? It seems somewhat familiar, and the tone is quite enchanting, isn't it? Could this be the underworld? Was that voice the lament of a female ghost? Are the specters of the netherworld now reveling so exuberantly? Are they not afraid of the emissaries of death conducting inspections? His mind brimming with queries, Gu Chen endeavored to recollect more. Surely I must be dead. I was poisoned by both the half-mad laughter and the oneida death elixirs, and I fell from a precipice of unimaginable height. No one could survive such a fate. This must be the realm of the dead. The surroundings are rather pleasant, though. Wait a moment. Zombiance? No, something is amiss. Does the underworld boast pink veils and an intoxicating fragrance? Are their legs as white as jade and a waist as slender as a willow? Clearly not. So where am I? Gu Chen, having just regained consciousness, felt a lingering haze in his mind and a dull ache at the back of his head, as if it had been struck by a blunt object. He shut his eyes once more, pinching the bridge of his nose. He struggled to dredge up his memories, but after a while, he could only recall fragments from his previous life. In his former existence, he was the foremost of the 4 talents of the Tang dynasty. With the ability to compose poetry in 7 steps and to shoot with precision from 100 paces, he could lift a cauldron with a single arm and create artwork that fetched handsome sums. The girls who admired him could form a line from Chang'an to the northern deserts. His only 2 flaws were that he was exceedingly handsome. Due to his extraordinary talents and flamboyant personality, he incited envy and resentment from his cousin, the charming Mu Wenkai. After one drunken escapade, he was subjected to 2 potent poisons and subsequently pushed off a cliff. Mu Wenkai's motive for such treachery was to secure an everlasting bond with the enchanting flower. Alas, as Gu Chen lamented the cruelty of fate and cursed Mu Wenkai for his treachery, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, instinctively retracting his hand. What is this? Round, soft, and rather elastic. Could it be that I've inadvertently touched something inappropriate? Startled, Gu Chen swiftly withdrew his hand, his eyes widening in astonishment, a spark of clarity igniting within him. Years spent skirting the edges of life and death taught him to refrain from uttering a sound immediately. With trepidation, he surveyed his surroundings, and after a moment, he realized he was in an unfamiliar woman's chamber. Looking down his arm, he found his left hand resting upon a treasure concealed by the woman. Beside him lay a maiden of ethereal beauty. Upon closer inspection, Gu Chen noted her fair complexion and exquisite features. Though youthful, she possessed a devastating allure. Hiss! Who is this enchanting lady? She appears quite lovely. Is she a saintess from some sect? I don't recall having shared a bed with anyone previously. Sigh. So many beauties, it's hard to keep track. Could it be that I am not dead? Was I saved by her? Did she witness the gunplay I honed over the years, longing for my physique to have her way with me? Indeed, it must be so. Those talented ladies of your would employ any means necessary to win my favor. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chen's imagination conjured numerous scenarios, ultimately affirming his thoughts. Well, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. I shall assess this maiden's worth before devising a plan for my return. With newfound clarity, Gu Chen scrutinized the enchanting girl before him. He discerned that she appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. Her skin rivaled the purity of snow, her brows delicate and elongated, while her lashes cast shadows upon her serene visage. I might begrudgingly award her a 9 out of 10. The 1 point deducted can be compensated for once she matures. She seemed to be lost in a delightful dream, her lips moving gently. Could it be that she did not eat enough yesterday? Is she now dreaming of food? Her soft, supple arms inadvertently rested upon Gu Chen's most sensitive area, her little hands searching for something on the bed. Moments later, Gu Chen's expression froze, his base under siege. I caught you, big carrot. The beautiful girl once again murmured in her slumber, her head shifting slightly, as if she were sniffing the air. Her head gradually edged closer. Gu Chen's expression morphed into one of astonishment, anxiety coursing through him. Given the current circumstances, if I fail to act, I may soon find myself an empty-nested old man. As Gu Chen prepared to thwart the impending invasion of this behemoth, he suddenly noticed the alarm had been deactivated, and the girl's face bore a look of disdain as she mumbled in her sleep, "EW, it smells bad, not tasty." Gu Chen's lips curled awkwardly, and he sighed with relief, thinking, that was close. I almost lost my weapon. Could this girl in her past life have been a rabbit, given her fondness for carrots? She doesn't even spare my own. Having narrowly escaped danger, Gu Chen felt the urgent need to find a pair of trousers to prevent the little rabbit from raiding his home. Yet, just as he was about to search for his pants, the girl suddenly rolled over, her right arm descending like a meteor, landing squarely on his waist. Ouch! That hurts! Gu Chen's face contorted in agony, biting his lip as he gasped. Not due to the severity of the pain, but because he was utterly bare. The girl's arm was exposed, her smooth and soft skin brushing against him, provoking an unseemly reaction. He awkwardly grasped her delicate wrist, attempting to extricate her tempting arm from his vicinity. At that moment, the girl's petite, upturned nose twitched twice, as if inhaling something. Murmuring in her sleep, she said, "So big, so thick, all my carrots." Gu Chen was rendered speechless. He pondered, is she still not satiated? More? As he glanced down at the girl's cheeks, he noticed her plump, rosy lips twitching slightly. It seemed she had already indulged. Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly. So this girl is quite the foodie, is she? Shaking his head, he dismissed the distracting thoughts and resolved to find his clothes first. His gaze swept the room, and he quickly spotted several garments strewn across the floor, appearing to be of decent quality. Surely, they could fetch a good price, enough for a lavish outing. Finding himself in an unfamiliar woman's chamber, entirely unclothed, even Gu Chen's thick skin felt the sting of embarrassment. Most importantly, the little rabbit persistently sought to pluck his carrots, which was too much to bear. Gu Chen decided to get out of bed, don the clothes scattered on the floor, and then, as he prepared to take action, however, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by a male voice calling, "Xiao Wu, are you awake?" Startled by the sudden noise, Gu Chen was taken aback, glancing at the beautiful girl beside him, on the verge of waking. Though his imagination insisted that she had been the one to initiate their encounter, he knew deep down that was improbable. Otherwise, why was her attire still intact, and her hair only slightly disheveled? Could it be that she was atop him yesterday? Yet, that didn't seem plausible either. Where had her unique petals gone? This could spell disaster. Unable to fathom the situation any further, Gu Chen ceased pondering. The early morning knock could only belong to a senior brother or junior brother if he were to be caught. Would he be forced to take responsibility for the senior or junior sister? In the past, having sought the guidance of a reclusive master, Gu Chen acquired knowledge of talismans and mystical arts. He had not refrained from causing trouble for those secluded sect saintesses. What if this was some hidden sect, and he was apprehended by the girl's sect members? To punish him, they might resort to severing his precious. How would he continue to entice other sect saintesses then? He might as well become a eunuch in the palace. Time to make an exit. In a moment of urgency, Gu Chen's mind raced. He quickly scanned the room. Spotting a window not too far away, there was time to escape. He resolved to leap through the window. Without hesitation, he pulled the blanket over Xiao Wu's head. In the instant she lifted the blanket and let out a startled cry, he snatched the clothes from the floor, slipping them on with remarkable speed, a clear indication of his experience. Regardless of how fashionable they were, he ensured that all necessary areas were covered. "Farewell, my beloved saintess." Gu Chen saluted with 2 fingers pressed to his forehead, turning sharply to leap out of the window. However, what Gu Chen did not anticipate was that as he jumped from the 2nd floor of the girl's residence, the ground below had been rigged with a plethora of farming tools, all pointed skyward. Though merely the 2nd floor, Gu Chen understood that unless fortune favored him, he would likely meet his demise. This was clearly a calculated attempt on his life. The abundance of tools was arranged with meticulous care, effectively sealing off his escape route. If he fell, even if he miraculously survived, traversing through such an array would surely bring him immense pain. Gu Chen, engulfed in despair, closed his eyes, bracing himself to accept his fate with stoic resignation. Ah! A piercing scream from a woman echoed from the upper floor. Xiao Wu, an anxious voice called out. A man of unremarkable appearance pushed the door open, and in an instant, he grasped the entirety of the scene before him. He surmised what had transpired. Ghostly shadow. In a flash, the man darted to the window, spotting a figure perilously close to the ground, and instinctively unleashed a volley of hidden darts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The urgent sound of projectiles slicing through the air resonated. The dart struck Gu Chen's back a mere second after his descent. Had it not been for inertia, these projectiles would have pierced Gu Chen's skull. The ruthless intent of the assailant was unmistakable. Arg! A wave of excruciating pain surged through him. Ah! Gu Chen furrowed his brow, emitting a low groan. Sensing the agonizing torment emanating from both his feet and back, his visage contorted in anguish. His hands reflexively pressed downward. In his heart, he lamented, "Is this how I meet my end?" Yet, just as his palms were about to grasp the vicious prongs of the rake, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through his body. A radiant green aura enveloped him. This luminous energy encased his form and limbs, and astonishingly, his hands bent the tines of the rake with ease. Moreover, the explosive force sent surrounding tools flying. Feeling the torrent of strength within him, Gu Chen instinctively opened his eyes. I'm not dead. Hope ignited within him. I must flee. I must escape this place. Otherwise, death will still claim me. Suppressing the agony within, Gu Chen swiftly selected a direction and bolted toward a nearby forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Once more, a flurry of projectiles sliced through the air. During Gu Chen's flight, countless silver needles rained down upon him. The poisons from the darts embedded in his back began to take effect. Gu Chen felt an icy chill enveloping him, his limbs growing numb and his movements slowing. Almost there. Just a little further into the forest, and he'll grasp a sliver of hope for survival. My sister said to endure, for as long as I live, there remains hope. My life was bartered for by my sister, and I cannot perish before avenging her and my master. With only a step separating him from the forest, Gu Chen heard the ominous whistling of projectiles behind him. His legs had become so numb that he could barely move. He realized that escape was slipping away. Suddenly, he halted, pivoting sharply. If death awaits, I must confront who it is that claims my life, so I may seek vengeance in my next life. As Gu Chen braced himself for death, a melodious female voice resonated in his mind. You have awakened the chameleon martial spirit. Quite commendable. You are worthy of being my disciple. However, I have just awakened and lack sufficient soul power. I can only intervene once. Your survival now hinges on your own fortune. Spirit weapon, celestial umbrella, arise. A paper umbrella, adorned with the serene imagery of Jiangnan's misty rain and drifting boats, materialized in Gu Chen's hand. He instinctively raised the umbrella to shield himself from the impending projectiles. Before Gu Chen could act, he caught sight of his Asalanta boy of 15 or 16, with flat brows, a slightly sunken nose, and an ordinary visage. Inwardly cursing, he thought, how close I was to dying at the hands of this ugly wretch. Had that been the case, upon reaching the underworld, how could I face those prodigies who had succumbed to despair, leaping into lakes, seas, rivers, or off cliffs? Seeing Gu Chen's expression of disdain, the flat-nosed boy glared at him with unrestrained fury. With a fierce roar, he bellowed, "Perverted scoundrel, meet your end." His hands moved swiftly, unleashing a barrage of steel needles. Simultaneously, those drawn by the commotion rushed to the scene. It's now or never. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, tossing the celestial umbrella into the air, turning to sprint towards the forest. Once airborne, the umbrella rapidly expanded, creating a magnetic field spanning 10 miles, absorbing all incoming silver needles. Even the darts lodged in Gu Chen's back were drawn away, affording him the chance to enter the forest successfully. The short-haired boy attempted to pursue, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier, crashing back. He shattered a nearby tool, but fortunately, due to his body having been enhanced by soul power, he sustained no injuries, merely a tear in his shirt that exposed a small portion of his back. Witnessing the short-haired boy being flung away, Xiao Wu, the Academy's most formidable defensive soul master, cast a glance at him before unleashing a powerful punch imbued with the might of his golden bear martial spirit against the invisible barrier. To his astonishment, the punch, containing more than half of Xiao Wu's strength, failed to breach the barrier, instead sending him staggering backward. Undeterred, Xiao Wu summoned even greater strength, yet still could not shatter the barrier. Ultimately, he exerted all his might, but the barrier remained unyielding. He cast an apologetic glance at the short-haired boy. Alas, Xiao San, this barrier is too resilient. I have done my utmost. Helplessly watching as Gu Chen, on the brink of death, escaped from his grasp. Though the short-haired boy seethed with frustration and felt like cursing, his expression gradually settled into calmness. Addressing Ning Rongrong, who was still casting supportive spells for Xiao Wu, he said, "Rongrong, cease your efforts. Zhao Laosher, you've worked hard. I shall check on Xiao Wu." Donning a robe retrieved from the moonlit night by the 24 bridges, the short-haired boy utilized his sky claw technique to ascend the wall, leaping into Xiao Wu's room through the window. Xiao Wu, in a state of panic, rushed towards him, yearning for solace in his embrace. But the short-haired boy blocked her with his hand. "Xiao Wu, do not despair just yet. First, ascertain if he did anything to you." The short-haired boy endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu suddenly became aware of something, hurriedly checking her attire, only to find all her clothing intact. As if recalling something, Xiao Wu shyly urged the short-haired boy, "Brother, please turn around." Furrowing his brows, the short-haired boy complied, turning away. Xiao Wu bit her lip, nervously reaching into a particular area, her expression gradually relaxing. She quickly withdrew her hand and reassured the short-haired boy, "Brother, I checked, and he did not harm me. I'm still intact." Hearing this, the short-haired boy's brow relaxed somewhat, yet discomfort lingered in his heart. With his back turned to Xiao Wu, he remarked, "As long as you are unharmed, that is all that matters. Should anything have happened, I would not let that scoundrel go. Please tidy up the room. I shall seek out the teacher." Having spoken, he turned without allowing Xiao Wu a chance to respond, striding towards the door. Watching the retreating figure of her brother, tears brimmed in Xiao Wu's eyes. Disappointment seeped into her voice as she murmured, "Brother, do you truly care so much about others' opinions?" And the boy who elicited such disappointment in Xiao Wu was none other than Tang San, the most extraordinary member of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Also known as Tang Xiaosan. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to every reader who has clicked in. If you enjoy this book, please remember to add it to your collection. Thank you. Chapter 2. Allow your sister to serve you. Tang San exited Xiao Wu's room and descended to the 2nd floor, where his master stood a short distance away. His back turned. Upon hearing Tang San's footsteps, the master refrained from turning around, unwilling to witness the dejection of his disciple. In a low voice, he uttered a command, "Follow me." He strode forward, and Tang San silently trailed behind. Before long, they arrived at the master's office. The master approached his desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a small yellow cloth pouch from which he extracted 10 golden soul coins. Turning to face Tang San, he said, "I cannot discern the origins of these coins. Take them, and do not overthink. First, go to Soto City and relax. Everything will be taken care of by me." "Master, enough. I understand what you wish to convey. Matters of the heart are beyond my assistance. All I know is that if a bun falls on the ground, you may wipe it off and consume it if you do not deem it dirty. If you find it unclean, simply avoid touching it. Now, you may leave." With that, the master turned his back, dismissing Tang San. "Master, I shall take my leave." Tang San bowed respectfully to his master's back and exited. As the door shut with a resounding thud, the master's stern expression transformed into a look of delight. "Ah, San, I have long asserted that Xiao Wu is not suitable for you. Rongrong is your true match. It appears that everything is predestined." In Soto City, within the chambers of the 2 renowned courtesans, Lillian and Vivian, Tang San forcefully pressed the stunningly beautiful and statuesque Lillian against a square table, vigorously asserting himself. One hand gripped her shoulder while the other struck her backside, as he shouted in fury, "Wretched woman! Wretched woman! I have spent so much money, and you shall scream louder. It hurts." Initially, Lillian thought Tang San sought to engage in playful antics and complied with various pleasurable moans. However, she soon realized something was amiss. Tang San's grip was not playful. This shameless rogue was employing his Xian jade hand against her. Crying out for mercy, Lillian pleaded, "Third young master, please be gentler. If you strike me further, I shall be left with nothing. Woe is me." Tang San, unfazed, mocked, "Wretched woman, now you perceive my strength? Let this be a lesson in self-respect. I shall strike you down." The sound of slapping echoed relentlessly within the room. Nearby, Vivian, who previously thought Tang San was merely flirting, widened her beautiful eyes, bit her lip, and clasped her legs together, breathing softly. For an hour, she dared not utter a word. Even passers-by outside their door, upon hearing the harrowing cries within, could not help but feel moved. Their faces adorned with knowing smiles. This fellow is exceptionally fierce. He has brought the courtesan to tears. Impressive, a model for our kind. At this rate, it shall not conclude in less than 2 hours. I cannot endure this any longer. Xiao Chui, Xiao Hong, give me 2 more of those pills. I too wish to conquer the battlefield. In an instant, Tang San inadvertently boosted the business of the Mingwei courtyard. His notorious reputation spread throughout Soto City overnight. While Tang San indulged his primal instincts, he remained oblivious to the disappointment of a scruffy middle-aged man lurking in the shadows, his hair disheveled and beard unkempt. "Ah, San, you have brought great disappointment to your father. While you have inherited my How to Insect's mighty hammer, must you not exercise a modicum of discretion? Over 30 members of the Spirit Hall have come here in one night. Do you fear they might overlook your presence? If only we had been more cautious back then. We could have avoided so much trouble." As Tang San wallowed in his discontent over Xiao Wu and recklessly unleashed his baser desires several hours earlier, the divine weapon umbrella had successfully withstood Xiao Wuji's relentless assaults before vanishing from sight. Enduring the pain, Gu Chen entered the forest, swiftly concealing his presence. He surged deeper into the woods, though his pace was not as frantic as it might suggest. Perhaps it was the protective mode of the heavenly umbrella that shielded him. Gu Chen felt that he had not escaped very far. However, he no longer heard the sounds of pursuit behind him. His consciousness began to blur, and the surroundings grew increasingly ethereal. Just before he succumbed to unconsciousness, he faintly perceived a graceful figure approaching him. Overcome with fatigue and drowsiness, he could not discern the person's features before slipping into oblivion. When he awoke once more, he found himself lying upon a soft, expansive bed. As he opened his eyes and gazed through the delicate pink curtains, he beheld a starry ceiling adorned in the style of medieval Europe. Gu Chen pondered that he must have been rescued by a certain lady. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "You are awake." A woman clad in a flowing green gown, her figure graceful and mature, entered the room holding a platter adorned with an array of fruits. Upon seeing Gu Chen awaken, she beamed sweetly and greeted him with a warm smile. "Were you the one who saved me?" Gu Chen instinctively believed that the beautiful woman before him was his savior. "No, it is our young lady," replied the woman in the green dress, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her slightly alluring visage revealing 2 delicate dimples. She resembled a vessel brimming with exquisite wine, evoking a sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze. "So, it was your young lady who saved me. Your sister is so lovely. I initially thought it was you who rescued me." He chuckled. Gu Chen broke into a hearty smile. Yet his gaze inadvertently strayed towards a certain magnificent aspect of the woman before him. It was not out of desire, but rather an involuntary reaction to the sheer grandeur of it, that he could not restrain his eyes. "Ah, your wounds have yet to fully heal. Yet your words are so sweet. If you were completely recovered, wouldn't all the beautiful girls in this vicinity be utterly charmed by you?" The woman seemed oblivious to his gaze, radiating a brilliant smile. Her low-cut V-neck accentuated the profound contours of her figure, swaying gracefully as if clouds drifting over a sunlit forest, evoking an ethereal beauty. "Indeed, my sister is naturally endowed with exceptional beauty, a rare gem of grace and charm. I could not help but offer a few compliments. If it were another beautiful lady, I would merely extend a single praise, heh." Gu Chen's smile remained endearingly simple, evoking a sense of warmth. "Oh, how you do love to jest. I must warn you. Do not harbor any improper thoughts towards your elder sister. You shall not win her heart." Although the woman in green spoke thus, her face betrayed an uncontrollable amusement. "Well, that may not be the case. If only my sister would grant me a chance, for I am still single and would indeed like to give it a try." "Try what? Pray tell?" The woman in green smiled gently. To win my sister's affection and bring her home to warm my bed. He. You enjoy teasing your sister far too much. Should you truly win her over, who knows if you might not cherish her kindness. Haraha. I, Gu Chen, am not that sort of person. Engaging in conversation with the woman in green brought Gu Chen immense joy. She had a knack for humor, making her delightful company. Perhaps they had been chatting a tad too long. Gu Chen felt a twinge of thirst. His gaze lingered on the fruit platter that the woman in green had just set down, particularly drawn to the two ripe white peaches, their allure irresistible. He could not help but lick his lips and swallow hard. They appeared so large, so white, and so tender. The woman in green, with eyes as clear as mirrors, immediately sensed Gu Chen's longing. With a flirtatious smile, she inquired, "Are you feeling thirsty, young sir? These peaches are freshly washed. Allow me to offer you one to taste." Observing the youthful innocence of the boy before her, the woman felt an inexplicable warmth and affection as she handed him a juicy peach. "Thank you, dear sister," he replied. Gu Chen yearned to reach for the peach, only to find himself utterly devoid of strength, a twinge of internal injury causing him to cough involuntarily. "Little sir, please refrain from moving. Your injuries have yet to heal. Allow your sister to attend to you first. Isn't that rather inappropriate? What of it? Our role as servants is fundamentally to assist others. Besides, did you not call me sister? Is it not natural for a sister to care for her brother?" As the term sister escaped the lips of the woman in green, Gu Chen's heart quivered violently, and his eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears. "Why are you crying?" the woman inquired with genuine concern. "I am not. A mere speck of dust flew into my eye just now," Gu Chen hastily concealed. "Is it serious? Would you like your sister to blow on it for you?" "No need, it is already fine." "That is a relief. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to inform your sister. You are injured and find movement difficult. There is no need to feel shy." "Yes, thank you, sister. You are truly wonderful. If only I could marry a girl as beautiful as you in the future." "He, you do know how to make your sister smile." "I am but a maid. What right have I to marry a gentleman like you?" "Sister, do not underestimate yourself. With your beauty and virtue, how many daughters of wealthy families could possibly compare? You truly have a way with words. Now, open your mouth, sister will feed you." Without continuing that line of conversation, the woman in green bent down and presented a large, succulent peach before Gu Chen. Gu Chen couldn't help but steal a glance, his heart racing wildly. The depth was unfathomable. However, he was not a novice unacquainted with the world. He quickly composed himself, opening his mouth to take a bite of the peach, chewing thoughtfully. Was it delicious? The woman in green smiled sweetly, her gentle gaze fixed on Gu Chen's cheek, eagerly awaiting his response. "Indeed, it is both sweet and crisp, with a delightful fragrance. I knew you would like it. This is a specialty of our Longxi Valley, the water immortal peach. Not only is it delicious, but it also significantly aids in the recovery of soul power." "Sister, is this Longxi Valley?" Gu Chen exclaimed, his face paling in shock. "Yes. Didn't you know this is Longxi Valley?" The woman in green, noticing the sudden change in Gu Chen's expression, inquired curiously. "It truly is Longxi Valley." Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Before I lost consciousness, I inadvertently wandered into the territory of the flying winged mice and was struck by their venomous stings, leaving me disoriented and unaware of where I had collapsed, thinking I was still in the original forest, when the woman in green mentioned that they were in Longxi Valley." Gu Chen sensed the gravity of the situation. Just before she entered, he had merged with the memories of his predecessor. After this fusion, he realized he had traversed to a place called Douluo Continent. His predecessor was the young master of a branch family of the Gu family in Notting City, affiliated with the Spirit Hall Intelligence Bureau. The cause of his predecessor's demise was likely due to a lethal poison. As for why he found himself in Xiao Wu's room, Gu Chen speculated that it might relate to his betrothed, Nuo Lanjia. It was widely known that Nuo Lanjia was the most beautiful woman in Notting City. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her innate talent was also unparalleled in Notting City, with full innate soul power. Her awakened martial soul was the rare Ice Phoenix martial soul, ranking second among beast martial souls only to the Golden Dragon. Many suitors could circle Notting City 30 times in their admiration for her. Rumor had it that 5 years ago, she caught the attention of Elder Zhu Zhuqing from the Spirit Hall, who took her as a personal disciple. The reason she remained in Notting City was to fulfill the engagement arranged between her father and Gu Chen's father. As the young master of the Intelligence Bureau in Notting City, Gu Chen was quite familiar with Tang San. Tang San was born in Holy Soul Village. His father was a blacksmith, and his mother died during childbirth, awakening his blue-silver grass martial soul at the age of 6. he was sent to the junior academy in Notting City by the village chief. There, he met Xiao Wu and became a disciple of Master Yu Xiaojing, progressing smoothly in his cultivation under his guidance. Later, he attended Shrek Academy, where he met the other members of the Shrek 7 monsters, forming a team to learn, train, and compete in various Soul Master contests. During this time, their soul power grew rapidly, and the Shrek 7 monsters gained renown. However, these details were not the crux of the matter. The key point was that they were in Longxi Valley, the territory of the legendary dragon and snake couple, Tang San. Along with them and their granddaughter Ming Rongrong were on familiar terms. Gu Chen's thorough understanding of Tang San stemmed from the fact that they shared the same birthday, and his clan often compared him to Tang San. Moreover, Tang San had once humiliated him, labeling him as a little brother destined never to become a strong and powerful man like himself. Chapter 3. The affection from two sisters. The mere thought of Tang San's past humiliation and the near peril he had caused today caused Gu Chen's expression to darken, silently noting these grievances in his heart. One day, he would surely repay Tang San in kind. How Gu Chen perceived the situation remained a mystery to the woman in green. Observing Gu Chen's handsome visage and the fleeting glint of lethal intent in his gaze, she did not dwell on it further. In her instinctive assumption, she believed that Gu Chen harbored murderous thoughts towards the flying mice, fearing that once he had healed, he might impulsively seek vengeance against them. Thus, she offered her words of consolation. Young man, those flying mice capable of releasing venomous needles are no ordinary creatures. Typically, they are century-old soul beasts, known for their versatile attack methods and adeptness at camouflage and ambush. Their usual tactic involves disguising themselves or launching a surprise attack before unleashing their poisonous needles to incapacitate their foes. It is truly miraculous that you survived without a trace of soul power. Throughout her speech, the woman in green scrutinized Gu Chen's expression, hoping to glean some insight into his true nature. She could not fathom how an ordinary person could emerge unscathed from creatures comparable to high-ranking human soul masters. There must be some hidden secret within him, though she could not yet discern it. However, her expectations were dashed, as Gu Chen expertly managed his expressions. His countenance revealed a mix of astonishment and trepidation upon learning that the flying mice were century-old soul beasts, coupled with the remnants of fear from his narrow escape. If he were to pursue an acting career, with his looks and talent, he would undoubtedly achieve stardom beyond Earth. Perhaps it relates to my constitution, he mused. I have possessed a certain immunity to toxins since childhood. Nonetheless, I owe my survival to your young lady's timely intervention. Had I not evaded the flying mice's assault, I would likely have fallen prey to other soul beasts. Not wishing to delve further into this topic, Gu Chen swiftly shifted the conversation, expressing heartfelt gratitude when he mentioned Ming Rongrong. The genuine appreciation reflected in his demeanor even moved the woman in green. If this were mere acting, the Academy Awards would surely owe him a trophy. Just as Gu Chen and the woman in green were engrossed in their lively discussion, a series of crisp knocks echoed through the air. What are you two chatting about so merrily? A sweet-faced girl entered, her slender figure adorned in a black leather jacket and snug black pants, her short hair framing her delicate features. Miss, you have arrived. The woman in green quickly rose and bowed to the girl. Ah, no need for such formality. I merely came to check on his condition. The leather-clad girl replied with a smile, her voice as melodious as spring bamboo, swaying in the breeze. Upon noticing Gu Chen's grateful gaze, Ming Rongrong beamed back at him. It seems your injuries are healing well. Her smile radiated sweetness, reminiscent of blooming spring flowers, charming and enchanting. The aura of the young woman enveloped the room, irresistible and captivating. Gu Chen felt as though his heart had been pierced by a sharp arrow, and a faint blush blossomed on his typically stoic cheeks. Cough, 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 cough. I am feeling much better now. Thank you ever so much, miss, for your life-saving grace. Gu Chen was overwhelmed with emotion upon encountering his benefactor, and without any warning, he suddenly broke into a violent fit of coughing. Ming Rongrong was taken aback and instinctively crouched down to examine his injuries. In her haste to crouch, she stumbled slightly due to her considerable stature. Gu Chen could only sense something before him, dazzling his 24K titanium alloy eyes. Instantly, his face flushed crimson, and blood trickled from his nose. It was not that he was weak. Rather, he had encountered sights that should not be seen, sights that could ensnare one's very soul. Such misfortune. Meanwhile, Ming Rongrong remained completely oblivious, instinctively believing that Gu Chen's injuries had not yet healed. His frail state, coupled with the overwhelming excitement of seeing her, made him quite the amusing little brother. She generously concocted a reason for him. Little brother, are you all right? Meng Iran and the woman in green spoke in unison. Meng Iran, ever considerate, produced her handkerchief and gently wiped away Gu Chen's blood. "I'm fine," Gu Chen weakly replied, closing his eyes, unwilling to gaze further. He feared that if he looked again, the tent would rise too high, leading Meng Iran to discover him and perhaps deliver a swift reprimand. "That's good to hear. Your injuries have only just begun to mend. You must avoid excessive excitement. You need to rest peacefully. Yin Qi, please assist him in lying down." "Yes." After tending to Gu Chen's nosebleed, Meng Iran realized that her position was rather inappropriate, so she rose and asked the woman in green to help Gu Chen recline. Once Gu Chen lay down, he opened his eyes and gratefully glanced at Meng Iran, thanking both her and the woman in green. "Thank you, Sister Yin Qi and Miss Ming. Why thank me? If you wish to express gratitude, direct it toward our young lady, for she is the kindest and most helpful person I have ever encountered." "Indeed." Gu Chen nodded in agreement. "There is no need for formality. My name is Meng Iran. I am a few years older than you, so you may call me Sister Ming or simply Iran. Just refrain from calling me Miss. That is considered impolite in our Longxi Valley." As she gazed upon Gu Chen's handsome visage, Meng Iran felt an indescribable fondness, akin to that of an elder sister for her little brother. "Very well, Meng Iran, fairy. Ha. You are quite amusing. Am I truly that beautiful?" Meng Iran chuckled, covering her mouth. "Indeed. Sister Ming is far more beautiful than any fairy I have ever seen. Hiki. I hadn't anticipated that you, looking rather simple-minded, would possess such charm in cheering up a girl." Gu Chen offered a sheepish smile, choosing not to pursue the topic further. He appeared somewhat dazed, yet in the past, many young ladies from various sects had been easily captivated by his demeanor. One must never allow a beautiful woman to perceive you as overly astute from the outset, otherwise, every approach you make will be viewed as having ulterior motives. Of course, this does not apply if your strength is so formidable that it commands her admiration. "By the way, what is your name? Where do you hail from? How did you come to faint at the entrance of our Dragon and Serpent Valley?" Meng Iran, a candid and forthright girl, inquired out of curiosity, bombarding him with 3 questions in quick succession. With a cheerful smile, she gazed at Gu Chen, inexplicably drawn to him. Finding him not only handsome but also remarkably humble and reasonable, her fondness for him growing with each passing moment, she yearned to engage him in further conversation. "I am Gu Chen, from the Gu family of Nodding City. I inadvertently wandered into the territory of the flying winged mouse while pursuing a 7-colored butterfly." Gu Chen recounted his earlier conversation with the girl in green in greater detail to Meng Iran. "The butterfly you seek should be known as the 7-illusion butterfly. It possesses significant medicinal properties. Is there perhaps someone in your family or among your friends who is unwell?" After listening to Gu Chen's explanation, Meng Iran inquired with a hint of confusion. "Indeed, Lady Iran, you are remarkably astute. There is someone in my family who is ill. My mother suffers from an exceedingly rare ailment, and I am here to seek the 7-illusion butterfly for her." "I see." Meng Iran furrowed her brow in contemplation, her expression turning grave. After a moment, she continued, "The 7-illusion butterfly is exceedingly rare. Your previous encounter was indeed a stroke of luck. However, it will be quite challenging to find it again in the future. What are your plans moving forward?" "I intend to return home to check on my mother once I have recovered. If her condition stabilizes even slightly, I will then search for the 7-illusion butterfly." "That is a commendable thought. You truly possess a filial spirit. However, you must not venture alone next time. You were fortunate this time. I happened to pass by. Had I been just a moment later, you would have been devoured by the azure scale serpent of our Dragon and Snake Valley." "Indeed. I will be more cautious in the future." Gu Chen nodded, revealing a look of lingering dread. "You are still injured, so I recommend that you refrain from overthinking for now. Rest here for a few days to recuperate. Once you have healed, Yin Qi and I will escort you out of this forest. Currently, you lack soul power, and there are many places you should not wander into. I trust you understand this." Meng Iran exhibited an extraordinary level of concern for Gu Chen, resembling a caring older sister. Regardless of the setting, it seems that handsome men and beautiful women can effortlessly discover points of mutual attraction. "Very well, I shall heed your advice, Lady Iran." Gu Chen was touched by Meng Iran's concern and contemplated how he might repay her kindness in the future. "Well then, I shall not disturb your rest any longer. Please take care of yourself. I will have Yin Qi stay here with you while I go practice." "All right, farewell, Lady Iran. Goodbye." Meng Iran turned, revealing a sweet smile before exiting the room. After Meng Iran departed, only the girl in green and Gu Chen remained in the room. Gu Chen stood in silence, contemplating. As he watched Meng Iran's retreating figure, the girl in green, noticing his pensive demeanor, teased, "So, young handsome, what are your thoughts? Have you taken a liking to our young lady? Cough, cough. No, sister, you jest. Gu Chen's gaze flickered slightly, hastily shifting the topic. By the way, sister, I heard Ming call you Yin Qi. Indeed, I am called Shu Yin Qi. The peach and plum do not speak, yet a path is naturally formed beneath them. Your name is truly beautiful, Gu Chen sincerely praised. The peach and plum do not speak, yet a path is naturally formed beneath them. Quite so. From whence does this exquisite phrase originate? A sparkle ignited in Shu Yin Qi's eyes as she curiously inquired, her smile sweet and inviting. I encountered it while reading the Book of Songs, Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, revealing the radiant grin of a sunlit boy. The Book of Songs? Such a beautiful line hails from there. Shu Yin Qi savored Gu Chen's words, her smile growing even more enchanting. With this splendid phrase in mind, her gaze towards Gu Chen transformed. Gu Chen, dear brother, you have not yet recovered from your injuries. I see you are straining to support yourself with your arm. Why not lie upon me while I feed you? Witnessing Gu Chen's weak form, propped up by his arms to converse with her, Shu Yin Qi felt a surge of emotion. This might not be appropriate, Gu Chen replied, somewhat bashfully, symbolically declining her offer. How could this be inappropriate? It seems your earlier declaration of wanting to pursue me was merely jest. Shu Yin Qi playfully shot a glance at Gu Chen, her captivating demeanor leaving him utterly spellbound. A temptress. And no, sister, if you grant me the chance, once I am healed, I shall surely reveal to you what true comfort and ultimate enjoyment entail. The essence of a duel lies in the interplay of strength and cunning, testing each other's limits until one capitulates. Then I shall await your return. Shu Yin Qi, unperturbed by Gu Chen's flirtation, found it amusing compared to the exhilarating speed of her private escapades with her lady. Gu Chen can merely linger on the periphery and is utterly unable to penetrate the inner circle. Gu Chen ceased to be pretentious, allowing Shu Yin Qi to embrace him, feeding him succulent peaches bite by bite. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. During this period, under the meticulous care of Shu Yin Qi, Gu Chen's health gradually improved, his physique becoming increasingly robust, particularly evident in the mornings. Each time Shu Yin Qi arrived in the morning, a hint of shyness enveloped her as she mentally measured. It must be around 30 centimeters, right? In the eyes of a lover, every virtue is magnified, and certain aspects are no exception. Consequently, each time she beheld Gu Chen standing as a standard, she would become overwhelmingly bashful. The sight of her endearingly shy demeanor would often tempt Gu Chen to stray from his resolve. It took him several silent invocations of Ummaba to quell his restless heart. Throughout these 3 days, Shu Yin Qi and Ning Rongrong were absent. Before Gu Chen embarks on his cultivation journey, he will practice the 5 animal frolics, a discipline imparted to him by his master. He pursues this not for any other reason than the fact that the 5 animal frolics promote well-being. He must expedite his recovery to leave this place. After all, it is far from secure here. Who knows when Tang San might unexpectedly arrive, and upon seeing him, instantly recognize his presence? If that were to happen, a few hidden weapons would surely follow, and his demise would be most unjust. Moreover, he has noticed that Shu Yin Qi seems to have developed a certain attachment to him. Over the past 3 days, she has frequently visited to bring him food. Occasionally, she shyly requests that he recite passages from the Book of Songs. After each recitation, he observes that her delicate face flushes as if touched by the spring tide, rendering her cheeks a lovely shade of red, akin to tipsy peach blossoms, igniting a surge of adrenaline within him. This has led him to daydream incessantly about sharing intimate moments with her. On one occasion, he was even caught by Shu Yin Qi, who inquired about the source of his lingering thoughts. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and, mustering his courage, explained, "This represents the billion-strong army that fell in battle ahead of us." Ning Rongrong, perceiving the sorrowful tone in Gu Chen's words, thought to herself that men often react this way when wounded, and offered him a comforting remark. "Please accept my condolences," she said, before taking his clothes to wash. On the 3rd day in Langxi Valley, Gu Chen was able to rise and walk, and he sought out Ning Rongrong to bid her farewell. She wished to keep him for another couple of days, hoping that his condition would improve further before he departed. However, Gu Chen declined, citing his mother's grave illness and the lack of care at home as his reason. Shu Yin Qi felt a deep reluctance to part ways. Ever since that day when Gu Chen recited, "The reeds grow lush, and the white dew turns to frost. The one I long for dwells across the water." Her heart had been ensnared. She mused that if Gu Chen were truly willing to pursue her, she would likely acquiesce. Each day, she prepared meals for him and washed his clothes, imagining that he would appreciate such gestures, especially during the cold winter nights when she would warm his bed. Regrettably, Gu Chen seemed to have forgotten his earlier promises. While he continued to speak playful words to amuse her, He never once made a genuine confession of his feelings. At most, he would inquire about her well-being. "Sister Yinchi, are you tired?" he would ask. I'm not tired at all," she replied. "How could you not be? You've been running through my heart all day. How can that not tire you?" She chuckled. "Oh, in that case, I suppose I am rather tired. I shall take a nap." Believing Gu Chen to be fatigued, she took her leave. After that moment, Gu Chen ceased to ask her if she was tired and became significantly more distant. Gu Chen expressed that it was not his lack of desire to flirt, rather, he was genuinely incapable of doing so. With his mother gravely ill, he could only engage in idle chatter to pass the time. The thought of taking action was quite unrealistic, for even if he wished to, his frail physique could hardly withstand it. Chapter 4. The charming young lady Ning Rongrong outside Suatua City. Meng Yiran and Chu Yinchi escorted Gu Chen to this point. "Sister Meng, Sister Chu, let us part ways here. I have truly troubled you these past few days." Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. "What nonsense, Gu Chen, with your handsome looks and eloquence. How could I be the only one enamored?" Meng Yiran teased. "You must stay for a few more days for some in-depth communication." "Hee, in-depth communication? Miss, your thoughts seem rather unhealthy." Chu Yinchi chimed in, playfully mocking Meng Yiran's phrasing. Realizing her slip, Meng Yiran lightly smacked Chu Yinchi's shoulder. "Oh, you wicked girl. What fills your mind all day? Dare to mock me? Just wait until I tear your mouth apart." Feigning anger, Meng Yiran scrunched her delicate nose and lunged at Chu Yinchi. "All right, miss, I was wrong. Please spare me," Chu Yinchi pleaded, nimbly evading her grasp. Watching the two young ladies dance about like butterflies, Gu Chen was suddenly struck by a wicked thought. How delightful it would be to toss these two fairies onto a grand bed and indulge in a playful scuffle. Startled by his own depraved notion, he wondered when he had become so wicked. Meng Yiran was 3 years older than Gu Chen, while Chu Yinchi was a year younger than Meng Yiran. Both were in the bloom of youth, possessing remarkable beauty. Their playful antics drew the attention of several onlookers, including Oscar. "Rongrong, is that not Meng Yiran?" he pointed out. "Indeed it is," Ning Rongrong replied, though her tone was somewhat frosty, hinting at her distaste for Meng Yiran. "Rongrong, you seem rather displeased. Would you like a happy sausage?" Oscar leered at Ning Rongrong. "Get lost," Ning Rongrong retorted sharply. With a swift motion, she unleashed a kick towards Oscar's groin, empowered by her two soul skills. Caught off guard, he doubled over in pain, clutching his injured area. It hurts so much. "Rongrong, your strikes are too fierce. Be careful, you might jeopardize your future happiness." Oscar hastily consumed a super recovery sausage, alleviating much of his discomfort. "Umph." Ning Rongrong coldly snorted before turning to leave. "Rongrong, wait for me." Oscar hurried after her. "Rongrong, you misunderstood. I was not pointing out Meng Yiran, but rather the young man beside her. He seems quite familiar." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong halted and turned to look at Gu Chen beside Meng Yiran. "He does seem familiar, quite handsome. Wait, Oscar, don't you think he resembles?" Ning Rongrong's eyes widened in realization. "The guy who was with Xiao Wu," Oscar exclaimed simultaneously with Ning Rongrong. "Let us hurry over. We must not let him escape," Ning Rongrong urged anxiously. Just then, a carriage passed by them. Once it had rolled away, Oscar and Ning Rongrong turned to where Meng Yiran stood, only to find Gu Chen had vanished. "Quickly, let us inquire where he has gone," Ning Rongrong urged, sprinting toward Meng Yiran, with Oscar closely following. As Meng Yiran was about to return home, she noticed a striking figure rushing towards her. Instinctively, she frowned with disdain, grasped Chu Yinchi's wrist, and turned to leave. "Wait, please," Ning Rongrong called out urgently. Reluctantly, Meng Yiran halted. "Do you have something to discuss?" she asked. "Miss Meng, where has that young man who was with you gone?" Ning Rongrong questioned, her tone laced with urgency. "I do not know. We have something very important to discuss with him. Please tell me where he went." "What is so important?" "This. It's not convenient to say, but rest assured, we mean him no harm. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. We genuinely do not know where he has gone. Miss Yiran, we truly have urgent business with him concerning Tang San." Oscar interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere. What has happened to Tang San?" Upon hearing his name, Meng Yiran became flustered, her expression fraught with concern. "He is fine. He is looking for that young man. You can ask him directly when you see him, but we must locate him first. Then I will tell you where he went." "Mississippi," Chu Yinchi quietly warned Meng Yiran, sensing that Oscar and Ning Rongrong were up to no good. Meng Yiran discreetly winked at Chu Yinchi, who immediately understood and ceased her objections. "He went that way." Meng Yiran gestured in an entirely opposite direction. Thank you. Ning Rongrong expressed her gratitude as she dashed after the direction indicated by Ming Yuran. Oscar followed suit, also thanking her. After running for a short distance, Ning Rongrong suddenly stopped. Rongrong, why did you halt? Oscar, did you not notice something odd about Ming Yuran just now? Oscar scratched his head. Not really. She actually smiled at me. Isn't that normal? You fool. When have you ever seen her smile at me? Oscar awkwardly chuckled, realizing it was indeed a rare occurrence. Oscar, Ming Yuran may have led us astray. Rongrong, I think it's unnecessary to be overly cautious. When Tang San entered, Xiao Wu's attire and hair were immaculate. Oscar, what do you mean by that? Do you know how significant a girl's reputation is? Do you think that after this incident, both Tang San and Xiao Wu will simply overlook it? Yes, Rongrong, you are right. If it were you, I would undoubtedly believe you without question. Do you wish to die? How dare you curse me? Oscar hastily dodged and pleaded, Rongrong, I was wrong. Please show mercy. Very well. I shall let you off this time, but do not make such jokes again. Now we shall split up. You head towards the forest, and I will proceed towards the town. Understood. But you, a girl, should not pursue him alone. Should he ambush you, there will be no one to protect you. Take these. Oscar handed Ning Rongrong several sausages. This is a recovery sausage, this one is an antidote sausage, and this is a speedy flight mushroom sausage. I made 2 of each for you to keep for protection. Ning Rongrong initially intended to refuse, but seeing Oscar's earnest concern, her heart softened. She accepted the sausages. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she murmured, Thank you. After Ning Rongrong tucked away the sausage, she set off in pursuit of a certain direction. Not long ago, she and Oscar had parted ways with Gu Chen and Ming Yuran. Gu Chen began to feel a sense of unease, a sensation honed by years spent teetering on the brink of life and death. With his awakened chameleon martial soul, his vision was exceptionally keen, and he possessed the remarkable ability to multitask. While conversing with Ming Yuran, he discreetly surveyed his surroundings and soon identified 2 suspicious figures. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Oscar and Ning Rongrong from the Shrek 7 monsters. Their lip movements revealed they had detected his presence and were preparing to bring him back. However, there was no possibility of returning with them. Such a fate was utterly unattainable for him. Seizing the moment as a carriage passed by, he swiftly blended into the crowd. Vanishing from sight, he did not rush to escape. Instead, he approached a beggar by the roadside and proposed a swap of garments. The attire he donned was fit for a wealthy young master, although it bore several punctures from Tang San's flying needles and had a few bloodstains. It had been meticulously cleaned and mended by Chu Yinshi, retaining considerable value, at least 100 times more expensive than the beggar's rags. Thus, upon hearing Gu Chen's offer to exchange clothes, the beggar inwardly cursed him as a fool, but readily agreed. After Gu Chen changed his clothes, he quickly altered his appearance. As the sole heir of a renowned healer, this was a fundamental skill and a long-standing habit of his. What Gu Chen never anticipated was that even beggars had their own rules, and certain places were off-limits. Just as he set foot at the entrance of a blacksmith shop, he was immediately surrounded by 7 or 8 beggars. Without any hesitation, they commenced a brutal assault on him. Just as Gu Chen contemplated unleashing his martial spirit to teach these beggars a lesson, he noticed a woman approaching from a distance. The woman had long, light golden hair cascading down to her waist, striking cerulean eyes, a petite, yet straight nose, and thin, supple lips. Dressed in a delicate blue short skirt, her seemingly fragile figure was, in fact, resilient and exquisitely shaped. Her long, elegantly curved legs were adorned with crystal blue sandals, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. The newcomer was none other than the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong, one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon seeing Gu Chen besieged and assaulted by the group of beggars, she immediately intervened, commanding, Stop. All of you, cease this at once. Recognizing the 9-layered pagoda hovering behind her, the beggars instantly recognized her as a soul master and halted their assault, standing obediently in place. I ask you, why did you attack him? She inquired sternly. The most composed among the beggars, albeit nervously, responded, He crossed the line. Beggars from the South City are not permitted in our North City. He has violated our rules. In this world, the status of soul masters far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, especially for those who relied on begging for survival. Thus, the beggar regarded Ning Rongrong with a mix of fear and evasion. Despite her beauty, her innate pride rendered her intimidating to behold. I care not for your rules. Leave this instant. She commanded. Yes, yes, miss, We shall leave immediately. The composed beggar led his companions away, casting a lingering glance at Gu Chen's visage, vowing to teach him a lesson when the opportunity arose. Chapter 5. Rongrong's tenderness. Once the beggars departed, Ning Rongrong approached Gu Chen, who lay weak and gasping on the ground. She squatted before him, and her action nearly caused Gu Chen, pretending to be gravely injured, to lose his composure. Within the 5 animal play, there exists a technique involving a bird that can regulate a person's breathing, allowing him to easily manipulate his breath to a near-death state. Since fate had brought them together, he felt compelled to showcase his resilience. With great effort, Gu Chen managed to open one eye, attempting to rise. But as soon as he exerted himself, he collapsed once more. "Do not move. These beggars have gone too far. They nearly beat you to death," she exclaimed. "Here. This is a restorative sausage. Eat it to heal your wounds." Thank you. Cough. Fairy, he managed to utter weakly. "Do not speak. Your injuries are severe. Just eat this," she urged gently, extending her delicate, slender hand with the sausage toward him. Gu Chen, trying to take it, found his strength waning, and his hand fell limply. "Stay still. I will feed you." Seeing the embarrassment and helplessness in Gu Chen's eyes, Ning Rongrong felt a fleeting pang of sympathy and concern, momentarily forgetting her initial intent to pursue him. She leaned down, cradling Gu Chen's body, resting his head against her thigh, and gently guided the sausage to his lips. Gu Chen leisurely savored the sausage, embracing the essence of spring and its smoothness. As his injuries gradually healed, his gaze shifted towards another sausage. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Rongrong brought the second sausage to his lips. Upon consuming the second restorative sausage, Gu Chen's recent wounds, as well as those that had yet to fully mend, were now completely healed. "I am profoundly grateful for the deity's life-saving grace." Gurgle, gurgle. Gu Chen's stomach suddenly growled, and he felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. "You must be hungry, right? Here, take this and buy something delicious." Ning Rongrong offered him some coins. Gu Chen shook his head in refusal. "No, this is too valuable. I cannot accept it." "Take it. Your injury has just healed, and you need to replenish your strength. Use this money to buy some nutritious food." "Thank you, Fairy. I shall not be ungrateful. I will repay your kindness tenfold in the future." At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly furrowed her brow as she spotted 2 familiar figures, Meng Yiran and Chu Yinqi. It turned out they had not returned as expected. After Oscar and Ning Rongrong had departed, Chu Yinqi let out a sigh of relief and said to Meng Yiran, "Phew. You scared me. I thought you would truly reveal Gu Xiaoya's position to them." "Yinqi, what do you take me for? Oscar wants to exploit my affection for Tang San to use me. Does he really think I am too foolish to see through his scheme? I know Tang San's character all too well. He appears humble and kind, yet harbors a profound cunning, akin to an ancient creature that has lived for decades. Gu Chen may seem innocent, but he is far from simple. However, he does not strike me as a villain. I can only offer him this much help. Miss, do you like Tang San or not? I am uncertain myself. Perhaps I possess feelings of both affection and resentment. Or perhaps it is simply that I have yet to encounter anyone superior to him." Meng Yiran sighed. She was the pride of her lineage, the granddaughter of the illustrious dragon and serpent couple, continuously nurtured by abundant resources, with a rare martial spirit, a serpent-headed staff. Yet, she had been defeated by Tang San on 2 occasions, leaving her with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Observing that her mistress had not succumbed to the intoxication of love, Chu Yinqi felt a sense of relief. Unlike others, Chu Yinqi was distinct. To be precise, she did not belong to this continent, having originated from a higher realm known as the Divine Continent. Her presence here was merely a fragment of her being. Her purpose for coming was to seek the 9 revolutions lotus seed, a divine herb capable of allowing a soul to undergo 9 rebirths. Due to the limitations of this realm, her powers were suppressed to the level of a soul sect, which was not particularly high here, as there existed soul kings, soul emperors, soul saints, soul Douluos, and titled Douluos above her. Thus, she had to conceal her true strength and temporarily rely on a local faction while searching in the shadows. Longxi Valley was a relatively discreet sect in this area, with lenient constraints on its subordinates, making it her chosen refuge. When Meng Yiran noticed a young man lying against Ning Rongrong's left thigh, partially concealed by the gentle sway of her skirt, a hint of delicate pink peeking through, she was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Hearing footsteps, Ning Rongrong turned her head and found Meng Yiran and her peculiar attendant gazing at her with strange expressions. Suddenly realizing something, her fair face flushed crimson as she helped Gu Chen to his feet. "You are fine now," I must take my leave. Thank you for saving my life, miss. Gu Chen hastily expressed his gratitude. As Ming Yiran and Chu Yinqi approached, Gu Chen dared not continue addressing Ning Rongrong as fairy. Fearing that if Ming Yiran and Chu Yinqi overheard, they might suspect his true identity, which would lead to complications. Ning Rongrong, what brings you here? After uttering this question, Ming Yiran regretted it. It was evident that Ning Rongrong did not believe her, having pursued them in the opposite direction. Their presence here only confirmed that she had been lying. Miss Ming, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong countered with a question of her own, laced with sarcasm. It seems I owe you no explanation for my presence. My being here is my own freedom. Miss Ming need not inquire further. The two exchanged disdainful glances. And the atmosphere grew tense. My mistress came here to procure some items for Longxi Valley. You aren't suggesting that you doubt the words we just spoke, are you? Chu Yinqi was equally displeased with Ning Rongrong's arrogance. If Gu Chen were indeed a villain, she would rather spend her days with this so-called villain than cast another glance at Ning Rongrong. Perhaps it was the influence of spending too much time with Ming Yiran. But she found Ning Rongrong utterly detestable, especially since she sought to pursue Gu Chen, which only heightened her annoyance. Ning Rongrong frowned but remained silent. Just as the atmosphere became awkwardly tense, Gu Chen suddenly spoke up. Are you all searching for someone? The three of them simultaneously turned their attention to Gu Chen in surprise. Please, do not look at me like that. Your hurried demeanor clearly indicates you are in pursuit of someone significant. Have you seen a young man, around 15 or 16 years of age, slender and tall, with delicate phoenix eyes? Ning Rongrong could not believe that Ming Yiran had come to procure anything. There were hardly any shops on the northern side of Soto City. What could there be to buy? It was evident that she was uneasy about that villain coming to check. Miss, I believe you may have made a fruitless trip. I have been begging here, and I have not seen a single handsome young man, let alone a good-looking middle-aged gentleman. Ning Rongrong felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing this. She inherently believed Gu Chen's words, convinced that he had no reason to deceive her. She thought no one could be so wicked as to betray their own savior. Ming Yiran and Chu Yinqi were momentarily stunned, having anticipated that this young beggar might reveal Gu Chen's whereabouts, which would leave them in an exceedingly awkward position. Did you see him clearly? Ning Rongrong asked, her determination not easily swayed. Having come this far, she was unafraid of asking one more question. Miss, you saved my life. I promised to repay you. How could I deceive you? If I utter a single falsehood, may the heavens strike me down with lightning. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with those who just bullied me. Gu Chen is inherently a cautious individual, and with the awakening of his chameleon martial soul, his powers of observation far surpass those of ordinary people. Even before his arrival here, he had meticulously assessed the surroundings. When he arrived, he was alone with the beggar who exchanged clothes with him. It is improbable that anyone witnessed him. As for the beggar, fearing Gu Chen might change his mind, he had already fled to a distance. It is likely that by now, he has sold the garment and is living freely. I believe in you. Here are some silver coins. You are still so young. Learn a trade and abandon the life of begging. In a fleeting moment, Gu Chen felt a surge of emotion, his eyes glistening as he gazed at Ning Rongrong. He solemnly accepted the silver coin and bowed deeply to her. May I inquire how to address you, miss? I shall surely repay your kindness in the future. I am Ning Rongrong. Do not concern yourself with repayment. Living well is the greatest gratitude you could offer me. Ming Yiran and Chu Yinqi observed Ning Rongrong's actions, their initial intent to mock her dissipating. They chose silence, quietly departing without further words to Ning Rongrong. After their exit, Ning Rongrong sensed that her judgment might have been flawed. She wished Gu Chen well before hastily pursuing the direction of Oscar. Once she left, Gu Chen swiftly retreated to a corner, transforming his appearance into that of a handsome young man. He planned to change his attire and rent a small shop in Soto City to engage in some modest business, until he discerned the identity of his would-be assailant. He could not afford to return home openly. Nolan Jia had awaited him in Notting City for years, bound by a promise of travel. It was certain that she was not his enemy. Furthermore, the individual capable of poisoning him and stealthily delivering his body to Xiao Wu's room undoubtedly possessed considerable power, likely a significant figure within the Gu family. In his recollections, the original Gu Chen had harbored affection for Xiao Wu, which she had rebuffed in favor of her studies. He had even faced humiliation at the hands of Tang San. A mere boy, yet he fancies himself in romance. Somehow, the tale of his youthful infatuation spread rapidly within the Gu family, turning Gu Chen into a target of ridicule. Accused of neglecting his studies and indulging in early love, the matter eventually reached the ears of the Gu family patriarch, who valued reputation above all. He ordered that the incident remain hushed and forbade any further association between Gu Chen and Xiao Wu. The lack of defense on Gu Chen's part stemmed primarily from the fear of Tang San's master, Yu Xiaojiang. Though part of a branch of the Spirit Hall's intelligence agency, they were privy to significant information. In all of Notting City, there were few who could afford to offend certain individuals if the Gu family claimed second place. No one would dare to claim the first. The intent to eliminate Gu Chen and place his body in Xiao Wu's room meant that even should he survive the poison, his luck would eventually run out. Given Tang San's fierce protectiveness towards his sister, he would surely exact a brutal vengeance. Moreover, to avoid incurring Tang San's wrath, those from Gu Chen's lineage would be sidelined. This was their true objective. The one who poisoned him was indeed malicious. Contemplating this, Gu Chen's expression darkened, his lips curling into a grimace, teeth clenched. He was determined to unearth the identity of the one responsible for the demise of his predecessor. Although this person had inadvertently aided in his resurrection, failing to identify them left him vulnerable to danger. With the integration of his predecessor's memories came additional ties. There were individuals he needed to protect. He could not afford to perish so easily. Chapter 6. Farewell, Xiao Wu. In his early years, Gu Chen's father vanished, leaving his mother to single-handedly raise him. When he awakened his martial soul at the tender age of 6, it turned out to be an inconspicuous silver needle, which drew ridicule from others, who mockingly referred to him as a thin dog. Yet, his mother never wavered in her support, continually encouraging him with the notion that possessing a silver needle might not be a disadvantage, and that he could one day become a renowned healer. While her words seemed well-intentioned, one must consider their context. This is the Douluo Continent, a realm inhabited by soul masters. Here, the physical prowess of a soul master is formidable, and illnesses are a rarity, even when ailments do arise. A healing soul master can resolve them with a mere soul skill, rendering the need for a conventional doctor almost obsolete. The profession of doctor is exceedingly rare, a fact that cannot be overstated. Even ordinary individuals, when unwell, tend to seek out low-ranking healing soul masters, who offer their services at affordable rates and with remarkable speed. Only when these practitioners are overwhelmed do people resort to consulting doctors. In his previous life, Gu Chen's mother passed away prematurely. In this life, she has been bedridden for 3 years due to an inexplicable illness that even the high-ranking healing soul masters of Notting City have been unable to diagnose or cure. Now, Gu Chen's objective is to visit his mother without revealing his true identity, to uncover the nature of her affliction as he senses something amiss. Just as he was engrossed in contemplating his future path, the very group of beggars who had recently assaulted him once again encircled him. Gu Chen's lips twitched in irritation. What? Has he become addicted to bullying? Oh, how curious. This young man's attire bears a striking resemblance to that of the ragged beggar he had just confronted. But never mind that. Since this unfamiliar beggar has dared to trespass into their territory, he has violated their rules, and thus he shall be punished. The group of beggars charged towards Gu Chen, but this time he was not inclined to show them mercy. Having awakened the chameleon martial soul, he possessed the remarkable ability of disguise. Furthermore, having mastered the 5 animal play, he could transform his martial soul into a familiar form. He chose to manifest his soul as the mighty diamond bear, intending to teach these ruffians a lesson. As the diamond bear emerged, the beggars recoiled in terror. Boss, he has awakened a martial soul, and a remarkably powerful beast soul at that. Fear not, everyone, remain calm. His soul power must be feeble, otherwise he wouldn't have fallen to such a plight as a beggar. Let us all attack together and deal with him. A series of thunderous impacts echoed as Gu Chen swiftly dispatched the group with a few well-placed strikes. They had gravely misjudged his strength. Although he had recently been reborn, he indeed lacked substantial soul power. However, with the fusion of his previous life's memories, he had acquired knowledge of several methods for cultivating soul power. The first method is absorption, the most commonly employed technique among soul masters, wherein one meditates to convert the energies of the universe into soul power for personal gain. While this method is solid, it is also slow in yielding progress. The second method is inheritance, which entails receiving gifts from formidable beings to enhance one's own abilities, essentially the absorption of soul bones and the offerings of soul beasts. The third method is plunder, which involves directly siphoning soul power from soul beasts or other soul masters for one's own use. However, this approach requires considerable time for digestion and is not conducive to long-term cultivation. Through meditation over the past few days, Gu Chen had restored some of his soul power, reaching the second tier of soul master, making it effortless for him to handle this unruly group. Suddenly, a rugged voice called out, and a burly middle-aged man emerged from the shadows. Though his smile appeared warm, he exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Gu Chen regarded the burly man with a hint of wariness. He recognized him as Xiao Wu, a teacher from Shrek Academy. What was he doing here? What were his intentions? Noticing Gu Chen's silence and his restless, darting eyes, as well as his protective grip on his purse, Xiao Wu sensed that the young man had misunderstood him. This only made the lad, who shared the same martial spirit, all the more intriguing to him. He burst into laughter, proclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Young man, do not misinterpret my presence. I assure you, I am not a villain. I just witnessed your impressive display of the powerful King Kong bear martial spirit. It exudes strength and dominance. However, your technique seems somewhat flawed, which suggests a lack of formal training. You have no master yet, do you? Would you consider joining Shrek Academy? My martial spirit is also the powerful King Kong bear, and I could mentor you. Who are you?" Gu Chen feigned ignorance, inquiring with a deliberate tone. "Haraha. How remiss of me not to introduce myself. I am Xiao Wu, a rank 77 soul sage." Ah, Gu Chen pretended to be utterly astonished, his mind racing with thoughts of how to escape quickly. Although he had awakened the chameleon martial spirit, Tang San possessed the purple extreme magic eye. If he were to attend Shrek Academy, an encounter was inevitable, and should he be discovered, his situation would become dire. Xiao Wu, amused by Gu Chen's expression of surprise, chuckled even more heartily. "So, young man, have you made your decision? Will you accompany me?" Xiao Wu asked with unwavering confidence, certain that Gu Chen would agree. However, the response he received nearly made him leap in astonishment. "Uncle, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I have no desire to cultivate. I simply wish to be a carefree soul. How delightful are the small creatures of the world. We ought to protect them, not harm them." Gu Chen spoke with heartfelt sincerity, his words resonating deeply, causing even the stoic Xiao Wu to feel a twinge of embarrassment, his cheeks flushing slightly. Meanwhile, several beggars lying nearby regarded him with disdain, their expressions suggesting that while they might lack talent, they would not resort to such pretentious excuses when it comes to shamelessness. They would bow in submission. Although Gu Chen's remarks were intended merely to find a pretext to decline Xiao Wu's overtures, they were overheard by a woman with exceptionally keen hearing. She leapt gracefully from the ground, executing several agile flips in midair before landing deftly in front of Gu Chen. Upon recognizing the girl before him, Gu Chen was taken aback, his heart racing wildly. What a coincidence it was. The newcomer was none other than the enchanting Xiao Wu, with whom he had recently shared a tender moment. Clad in a form-fitting pink dress adorned with fluffy rabbit ears, her delicate features complemented her long and voluptuous figure. Her petite Irish peach-colored shoes accentuated her charming presence. With a playful twinkle in her large, lovely eyes, she looked at Xiao Wu, clearly relishing his moment of discomfiture. A captivating smile graced her lips as she teasingly remarked, "Teacher Xiao, I never imagined you two could face rejection. He. This young man is right. As soul masters, we should not only focus on slaying, but also strive to protect the little creatures around us." Determined not to let go of such a spirited individual, Xiao Wu's persistence was not born from a mere interest in Gu Chen's talent. In the realm of Douluo Continent, a soul master's journey is significantly influenced by one's innate abilities and the depth of one's spirit. Though Gu Chen merely performed a few simple leg raises and hand strikes, seemingly chaotic, he manifested the essence, spirit, and intent of the great strength diamond bear martial soul with remarkable clarity. Once he grows stronger and ascends to the soul saint level, he will be able to express the form, spirit, and intent of the great strength diamond bear to its utmost pinnacle. Even if faced with 20 opponents of the same rank, they would stand no chance against him. "Young man, I shall ask you once more, are you coming with me or not?" Xiao Wu's expression turned serious, exuding a hint of pressure. Gu Chen immediately felt a constriction in his breath, cold sweat trickling down his back. However, he had never been one to succumb to adversity. He fixed his gaze upon Xiao Wu, gritting his teeth and gasping as he enunciated each word. "I have stated before that I detest cultivation. I simply loathe it. If you wish for me to submit, it shall only be under the condition that..." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu sensed an opportunity, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet, just as he revealed a glimpse of his pearly whites, Gu Chen weakly continued, "Unless you increase the remuneration." Xiao Wu's smile faltered, his lips twitching as he nearly lost his composure, the urge to strike him down nearly overwhelming. After Gu Chen finished speaking, he fainted. He truly lost consciousness. He had been desperately fleeing from Ning Rongrong and Oscar's pursuit, running tirelessly towards this place, both hungry and exhausted. Having just dealt with those beggars, he was now overwhelmed by the uncontrolled pressure exerted by Xiao Wu. He simply could no longer endure it. Chapter 7. May I embrace you? As Gu Chen collapsed, he was closest to Xiao Wu, who was momentarily entranced by his last two words. Suddenly, without warning, she felt a firm impact against her chest, prompting an instinctive response to execute a shoulder throw. In that fleeting moment, she caught sight of his tightly shut eyes and realized he had lost consciousness, causing her to halt her movements. Coincidentally, this scene was witnessed by Tang San, who arrived just in time. His expression darkened profoundly, and even from a distance of 10 miles, one could sense the seething rage emanating from him. At that moment, Xiao Wu happened to look up, her gaze locking with Tang San's. He subtly rolled his tongue against the inside of his lower lip, narrowing his eyes, his countenance radiating an indescribable menace. Recognizing this expression, Xiao Wu understood that Tang San was furious, undoubtedly misunderstanding her intentions. In haste, she entrusted Gu Chen to Xiao Wu. Teacher Xiao, please look after him for a moment. Xiao Wu nodded, accepting Gu Chen, feeling a pang of regret for not having applied more force earlier. Had he done so, the young man might have perished. In the Tiandou Empire, within an office of the Martial Soul Branch in Tiandou City, Yao Xian, clad in an alluring black lace business attire, was reclining against a slender man. She gazed at him with undeniable allure, playfully remarking, "Father, do you think Sachi Ma will be incensed upon seeing this? Let him be angered. It serves him right. With such a sensual enchantress like you, how could he not be satisfied? His continued existence is a disgrace to the Sa family." Yao Xian, hurrying, added, "We have but an hour left. I must head to the Tiandou Imperial Palace this afternoon to discuss the Senior Soul Master competition with the Emperor of Snowy Night." Shortly thereafter, the office echoed once more with intermittent gasps of pleasure. After Gu Chen Huan fainted, he felt as though he had collided with something. When he opened his eyes, he discovered himself in a wondrous realm. It was a world more beautiful than that of Avatar, where the crystal-clear lake, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, produced ripples that danced across its surface. A pair of starlit, glistening bare feet waded through the water. In the lake, fish of various hues swam joyfully, while an owl perched silently atop a tree, gazing into the distance as if recalling long-forgotten memories. "You have arrived," echoed a melodious feminine voice. A young girl, seemingly around 13 or 14, adorned in a striking red dress, stood before him. Her exquisitely sculpted face, resembling fine porcelain, burned no imperfections. In her large, luminous eyes lingered a hint of melancholy. Her slender fingers and delicate waist, complemented by lips of a vibrant crimson not typical for her age, captivated the gaze. "Little girl, where's this place?" he inquired. "Little girl?" She chuckled lightly. "Perhaps someone referred to me as such millions of years ago." Gu Chen was taken aback, gazing at the young girl with an air of disbelief. Her words carried an indescribable sense of weariness and sorrow. She danced gracefully in the wind, twirling upon the towering tree that spanned across the lake. The moonlight cascaded upon her exquisite dress, while the gentle reflections of the water's surface illuminated her face, rendering her utterly enchanting, a vision that made one forget oneself. As the dance concluded, Gu Chen remained entranced by the girl and the ethereal ambience of her movements. Unable to extricate himself from the spell, the girl had already leaped down from the branch, gliding over the lake's surface to stand beside him. "You must be quite curious about why I have come here," her ethereal voice echoed. Gu Chen awoke from his reverie, his gaze fixed intently upon the young woman before him. In this moment, so close at hand, he truly comprehended the extent of her beauty. It was a beauty that could render one oblivious to all desires, a beauty that took one's breath away. Each of her eyelashes seemed like exquisitely carved obsidian, while every strand of her hair appeared as delicate tendrils cascading from the tree of life. Her starry eyes sparkled with vivacity, her breaths were languorous, and as her red lips parted and closed, there emanated an aura of profound natural elegance. Gu Chen gazed at her for a full 7 or 8 seconds, while the young girl did not disturb him, allowing him to observe her in silence. "Have you had your fill of watching?" Gu Chen shook his head, only to reconsider and nod almost immediately, yet upon further contemplation, he found it inappropriate again and shook his head once more. Finally, he awkwardly smiled at the girl, who let out a peal of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells. "You little rascal, you are truly amusing. You are clearly eager to see. Yet you fret over this and that." The girl pointed to her heart with fingers as delicate as jade. Being called a little rascal by a girl who appeared younger than him, yet could very well be hundreds of thousands of times his superior, did not faze him in the least. After all, there is a saying, if you are not embarrassed, then it is others who should feel awkward. Gu Chen was indeed in such a state. He gazed at the girl not out of some base desire, for he was not inclined towards such sordid thoughts. Rather, it was a pure appreciation for beauty, a curiosity towards the ideal woman. "May I hug you?" Gu Chen asked abruptly. The girl displayed a look of surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, for she discerned a glimmer of mirth in Gu Chen's eyes. He intended to substantiate his earlier assertion that an attractive exterior is merely a facade, with what truly matters being the heart. Of course, Gu Chen embraced the girl. Feeling the warmth of her body, she was soft yet strikingly cold, as frigid as a lifeless being untouched by any vitality. "How is it? Do you still wish to hold me?" The girl seemed to discern Gu Chen's thoughts, her words laced with a hint of playful mockery. "Of course I want to hold you. It is precisely because you are cold that I wish to warm you. Regardless of age, in this moment, you are but a little sister in my eyes, and a little sister deserves a brother's protection and warmth." The girl's heart, previously calm, was stirred by the term brother, evoking memories of her own sibling, a paragon of heroism. In the presence of her brother, she had always felt like a cherished princess. Yet, that brother was no longer there, gone forever. 2 crystalline tears cascaded down her cheeks, sparkling like stars as they fell through the air. Gu Chen gently wiped away her tears. The young girl softly pushed Gu Chen away, saying, "Time is running short. You will soon depart from this realm. While there is still a moment, allow me to impart to you a set of cultivation techniques." "Why would you share your techniques with me?" she inquired. "Because you are far too weak. As my disciple, you cannot afford to be so feeble. But I never agreed to become your apprentice." Gu Chen gazed at the girl with a hint of confusion. She offered a faint smile, opting not to provide an explanation but instead posed a counter-question. "Having inherited my divine will, what purpose would there be in not becoming my disciple?" Gu Chen's bewilderment deepened. "There is no time for explanations. Do you truly desire power?" "I suppose," Gu Chen replied uncertainly. "If you wish for it, then come with me." Gu Chen followed the young girl into a quaint little wooden cabin, where the furnishings were remarkably simple. There stood a bamboo chair, a small square wooden table, and a petite wooden bed draped with white gauzy curtains. In addition, one side of the table opened up to a circular stone expanse, reminiscent of half a basketball court, upon which was intricately carved a large red heart, nearly occupying half the area. "Undress and step forward," the girl's calm and ethereal voice resonated once more. "Dear? Should I leave one piece on or remove them all?" "All." The girl's voice was frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Very well." Gu Chen stripped himself of all his garments, standing before the young girl. She cast a fleeting glance at him, her eyes briefly revealing a glimmer of disappointment. "Please proceed." She gestured towards the circular clearing ahead, indicating for Gu Chen to advance. Chapter 8. Tang San, the Eavesdropper. Gu Chen walked to the center of the circular clearing, positioning herself at the heart of the space. She sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and immersed her mind in the essence of the heart character, seeking to comprehend it with profound sensitivity. The girl's ethereal voice resonated, reminiscent of a crystalline stream flowing through a rocky cavern during the frigid winter. Imbued with an otherworldly clarity, Gu Chen settled down cross-legged, allowing the image of the character for heart that he had just encountered to unfurl in his mind. He immersed himself in this contemplation. He discerned that the heart seemed to pulsate, at once moving and yet seemingly still, appearing both near and distant. This paradoxical sensation of being on the verge of grasping something elusive rendered Gu Chen's spirit quite restless. The heart encompasses all things, yet is also disturbed by the myriad distractions of the world. One must first cultivate tranquility within oneself. Just as Gu Chen's thoughts became somewhat disordered, a refreshing voice resonated near his ear. He felt as if this voice was almost upon him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. Holding his breath and focusing his spirit, he sought to attune himself to the principles of nature. He attempted to disregard the voice, dismissing it as a manifestation of his inner demons. "It is truly perplexing how this young man has fallen prey to such malevolent influences," the girl murmured softly. Hearing the distant echo of that voice, Gu Chen realized that he had merely conjured it within his imagination. What was happening to him lately? Why did sinister thoughts continually arise in his mind? Gu Chen furrowed his brow, deeply contemplating the 6 words spoken by the girl, to perceive the heavenly principles everywhere. This implies that one must experience and practice the principles of the heart in diverse environments. But what are the heavenly principles within my own heart? Is it kindness? My sister was virtuous and benevolent, yet met a tragic end. My master, who dedicated himself to saving the world, embodied goodness in the great way, yet was forced to his demise. In this lifetime, my mother remains uncontentious, yet whom has she offended? She lies in bed, enduring the torment of illness day after day. Is it the fault of kindness? No, It is the malevolence that goes unpunished, the heavenly principles that condone evil, since heaven and earth are indifferent. Treating all beings as mere fodder, let me become the most wicked person in the world. I shall contend against heaven, against earth, against humanity, and against all injustices in this realm. I will grow stronger, solidifying my convictions, and Gu Chen's heart gradually began to calm. He gazed once more at the heart within his mind. It no longer wavered, the crimson character resembling a heart pulsed robustly. Thump, 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 each beat summoned a mysterious force that surged into his being. He could sense his essence merging with the surrounding environment. Even without opening his eyes, he could distinctly feel everything around him. He could discern the girl watching him, her smile radiant and beautiful, akin to a white peony blossoming under the scorching sun. Pure and innocent. Congratulations, you have passed the test of the Xuanqing skill. You are now qualified to learn it. You may open your eyes now, don your attire, and I will impart the first 3 volumes of the Xuanqing skill to you. Gu Chen opened his eyes as instructed, approaching the young girl to don his garments. The girl, with her delicate and fair fingers, gently tapped his forehead, transmitting a stream of information into his mind. The Xuanqing Gong is a remarkable tone that amalgamates the essence of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism. Confucianism speaks of the human heart and the Tao heart. Buddhism posits that the heart is the source of evil, yet also the heart is the Buddha, and it is the heart that creates the Buddha. Taoism asserts that a tranquil heart naturally evokes harmony in all things. Xuanqing Gong emphasizes the notions of non-attachment and selflessness, advocating for actions aligned with one's true nature, even in wrongdoing, to be executed with composure and devoid of guilt. The first realm, the Qi induction realm, utilizes the heart as a conduit to draw upon the myriad energies of the universe, thereby comprehending the great way. The second realm, the reflection realm, employs the heart as a mirror, revealing the essence of objects. Conversely, it uses objects as mirrors to reflect the core of the heart, refining the drawn energies into a heart mirror to perceive the truths of all existence. The third realm, the Sea of Concealment realm, recognizes that all schemes are mere trifles, and only through self-improvement does one receive divine assistance. Life's path is seldom straightforward, and those without aspirations naturally attain enlightenment. The heart conceals a vast ocean, unclouded by mundane perceptions, having witnessed the vicissitudes of life in their splendor, traversing clouds to gain knowledge of the 4 seas. It is time, you must return. The girl's voice resonated with a chilling clarity. Gu Chen gazed reluctantly at the young girl. Master, what is your name? How can I return here next time? Yi Jingzhu, she replied. When you have perfected your Xuanqing technique, you shall naturally arrive here. Now, return. With a gentle wave of her delicate, slender hand, Yi Jingzhu dismissed him. Gu Chen was suddenly enveloped by a fragrant breeze, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by 3 exquisitely beautiful women. Among them, he recognized 2, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. The third lady, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, possessed an alluring physique. Her beauty rivaled that of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, yet she exuded an icy elegance that set her apart. This characteristic particularly captivated Gu Chen. He understood such aloof women better than most. They are difficult for men to conquer. However, if one were to truly win her over, she would devote herself wholeheartedly, ushering in a life of bliss. You're awake, Xiao Wu said, her fluffy ears twitching as her charming eyes fixed on Gu Chen, breaking into a delightful smile. Where am I? How did I end up here? This is Shrek Academy. You fainted, and it was teacher Zhao who brought you back. He also changed your clothes. Oh. Gu Chen replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. This was the first time in his life he had been seen in such a vulnerable state by an older man. Don't worry. Teacher Zhao is very discreet and won't divulge your secret. Gu Chen observed their laughter, a mirth that was both unrestrained and malicious. Even the woman in black could not suppress her smile. This Xiao Wuji must have revealed the secrets he harbored. Ever since Gu Chen's previous incarnation confessed to Xiao Wu and faced humiliation at the hands of Tang San, he had often been subjected to ridicule. In an attempt to appear more formidable, he considered hiring a tattoo master to inscribe a dragon upon his body, seeking to embody a sense of power and dominance. However, to his utter dismay, the tattoo master he had paid 3 gold soul coins turned out to be a fraud. The dragon etched upon him resembled neither a dragon nor a snake, looking utterly grotesque. Since that incident, he had refrained from visiting public baths, fearing the mockery of others. Dear ladies, is there a matter for which you seek me? Surrounded by 3 such exquisite women, one would expect most to revel in the attention. Yet Gu Chen was not among them. Having surreptitiously studied some Taoist classics and possessing a modicum of medical knowledge, he could discern a person's fortune through their physical responses. At this moment, he perceived in Xiao Wu's bright eyes a reflection of his own state. His forehead darkened, his gaze vacant, and his lips parched. Upon glancing at the neckline of the approaching woman in black, he concluded that it was an ominous sign. "We seek you for a reason, of course. Gu Chen, tell us, which of us three do you deem the most beautiful?" Xiao Wu asked abruptly, blinking her eyes. Gu Chen's lips twitched, fully aware that a soul-searching inquiry was imminent. Had he not mastered the Su in X and Jiying, he would have struggled to respond. With narrowed eyes, he surveyed the three women before him and calmly declared, "Pardon my candor, but all present are but refuse." The three women were instantly petrified, utterly taken aback by Gu Chen's audacious proclamation. Just as they were about to erupt in anger, he continued, quoting the sage, "Only women and petty men are difficult to nurture. Draw near, and they become disrespectful. Keep your distance, and they harbor resentment. Women cherish their beauty, while petty men cling to their lives. To these two, I bestow the righteous spirit, for both are naught but refuse. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, teach him a lesson." Knowing that women and petty men are challenging to manage, he still dares to offend women. It seems he is itching for trouble. Enraged, Ning Rongrong was the first to raise her fist and charge at him, followed closely by Xiao Wu and the woman in black, both ready to strike. "Oh dear! Oh dear, how delightful!" The moment those words slipped from his lips, Tang San, who had been lurking at the door with a mocking smile, suddenly wore a somber expression. Just as Ning Rongrong's delicate little fist was about to land a blow on Gu Chen, he instinctively bit his finger, swiftly inscribing 4 characters in his palm, "There is someone outside." He displayed it to the three women. With their keen intellect, they immediately grasped why Gu Chen had uttered such self-destructive words. He was merely acting in self-preservation. The person standing at the door could only be Tang San. As Zhao Wujia was away training with Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun for the Spirit Hall competition, he had no reason to eavesdrop. It remained uncertain whether Tang San intended to apologize to Xiao Wu or if he was merely concerned about her potential romantic interest elsewhere. If it were the former, he could have approached her openly to express his regrets, which Xiao Wu might have found easier to accept. However, she was currently quite exasperated. Tang San had changed. He no longer trusted her as he once did. After their quarrel, his demeanor towards her had grown notably cold, advising her that girls should conduct themselves properly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu realized he was indirectly criticizing her, which infuriated her. They had a fierce argument, and since then, they had been avoiding each other. Today, Zhao Wujia had initially planned to include Tang San in their training session, allowing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to instruct Gu Chen. Xiao Wu excelled in agility and close combat, while Zhu Zhuqing was adept at stealth, and Ning Rongrong specialized in support and various enhancements. In truth, it would have sufficed to have only Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing training Gu Chen. Yet, for reasons unknown, Oscar had offended Ning Rongrong, prompting her to insist on remaining as Gu Chen's sparring partner. After waiting so long for a newcomer to train, she could not bear to miss such a splendid opportunity. Upon suspecting that Tang San was outside, Xiao Wu deliberately sought to provoke him. Transforming her fist into a claw, she playfully pressed it against Gu Chen's shoulder twice, causing him to involuntarily exclaim in delight. "What on earth are you doing?" A voice, tinged with irritation, emerged from the doorway. An ordinary-looking, even somewhat unattractive man stepped inside. Upon locking eyes with Xiao Wu, he quickly averted his gaze. "Teacher Zhao, you asked us to instruct the new student. What are you all doing? What kind of behavior is this? You must be Tang San, correct? The 3 senior sisters are indeed teaching me. Did you not notice? Senior sister Xiao Wu is helping me open my meridians, allowing me to absorb soul power at an accelerated rate. I am now a 3rd-tier soul master. Ning Rongrong and this beautiful senior sister are assisting me in refining my physique, and I feel my body becoming sturdier." Gu Chen unleashed his martial spirit, the mighty golden bear. His fur shimmered with an even more resplendent golden hue, and his physique became considerably more robust. The remarkable advancement of Gu Chen can be attributed to his recent activation of the Xuanqin technique, which allows him to channel the myriad energies of heaven and earth, thereby facilitating a profound connection with his own spirit. This heightened awareness enables him to absorb the soul force present in the world around him more effortlessly. Recently, he has intentionally provoked the 3 women, drawing them into a confrontation, with the aim of harnessing the anger they exude to refine his own being. Simultaneously, he emitted a rather disdainful sound, intending to irk Tang San further. Though Gu Chen considered himself no paragon of virtue, he could not abide eavesdroppers. This was his greatest aversion. In his own words, he scorned those who behaved like sneaky rodents, proclaiming that he, Gu Chen, would never stoop to associate with such individuals. Chapter 9. Driving away Tang San. Upon witnessing Gu Chen manifest his martial soul, albeit at the third rank of soul master, his demeanor and intent bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Wuji, leaving Xiao Wu and her companions in astonishment, while Tang San's face twisted with jealousy. At Shrek Academy, one prodigy was more than sufficient. He could not tolerate the emergence of another. Furthermore, this newcomer displayed a troubling lack of decorum, his eyes darting about since his arrival, as if he held little regard for Tang San's standing. This was intolerable. "What is your name?" Tang San inquired coldly. "Names are immutable, and I am from the Mu family, Gu Chen," he replied, deliberately adopting an air of arrogance. Upon the revelation of the name Gu Chen, Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily taken aback, for the name resonated with an oddly familiar tone. Yet, in that fleeting moment, they could not recall where they had encountered it before, and thus chose not to dwell further on the matter. Gu Chen's haughty demeanor stemmed from two reasons. Firstly, he could not tolerate Tang San's condescending attitude. Secondly, he sought to provoke Tang San. Having realized that the anger he elicited single-handedly surpassed that of Xiao Wu and the other girls combined by several folds, he sensed that if he continued to enrage Tang San, it would not be long before the latter would break through yet another realm. Tang San, infuriated by Gu Chen's blatant disregard, felt an overwhelming urge to strike him down. However, he resisted the impulse, knowing that such an action would shatter the persona he had cultivated for a decade. This was not the conduct befitting a member of the Tang sect. Taking a deep breath, Tang San suppressed his fury and endeavored to speak in a calm tone. "Since you possess such remarkable talent, I happen to have some soul skills to share. Today, since I have no pressing matters, why not count me in and let us practice together? You wish to fight me? Do you take me for a fool? With these three beautiful senior sisters guiding me, I have no need for a man like you to instruct me. Are you courting death?" Tang San's expression twisted in anger as he bit his lip, his hidden blade within his sleeve poised for action. "Tang San, what are you doing? He is a student personally chosen by Teacher Zhao. Do you wish to sever ties with him?" Xiao Wu glared at Tang San, her graceful figure stepping protectively in front of Gu Chen, igniting a surge of unwanted emotions within him. "Indeed, Tang San, do maintain your composure," the previously silent woman in black interjected, approaching to lower Tang San's raised arm. "Xiao Wu, are you truly willing to stand against me for him? You saw how he treated me with disdain. Third brother, you have changed. You were once so composed and level-headed. Look at who you are now. It is truly disappointing. Very well, you have spirit." Tang San shot a venomous glare at Gu Chen before departing in frustration. As Tang San's figure receded, disappointment clouded Xiao Wu's eyes. Once he left, she sat silently on a bench, her eyes reddened with unshed tears. "Xiao Wu, do not be angry with Tang San. He must care for you deeply, which is why his actions were somewhat extreme. Allow him a moment to regain his composure. I trust his wisdom will guide him swiftly," Ning Rongrong offered gently. "Yes, I am fine now, thank you, Rongrong. Why the formality? Aren't you two supposed to train the new junior brothers? Shall we begin?" Zhu Zhuqing said, her fists clenched in eager anticipation. Upon seeing Gu Chen's charmingly roguish demeanor, she was reminded of Dai Mubai. While she could not best him, she felt it would be enjoyable to tease the younger brother. Absolutely. Both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their excitement, recalling Gu Chen's earlier remark, which had deemed them, three exquisite maidens, as nothing but rubbish and unforgivable affront. The three girls closed in on Gu Chen once more, with Xiao Wu batting her enchanting eyes and sporting a devilish grin. "Hello, handsome. Let us introduce ourselves. I am Xiao Wu, 15 years old. A level 40 assault-type battle spirit master. Zhu Zhuqing, 14. A level 40 agility-type battle spirit master. Ning Rongrong, 15. A level 40 support-type weapon spirit master." Listening to the three girls boast about their formidable talents, Gu Chen was taken aback, despite being somewhat prepared for their prowess. Their innate abilities were indeed remarkable. Recognizing the mischievous smiles on their faces, Gu Chen braced himself for the impending storm, offering an awkward smile. "I am Gu Chen. A pleasure to meet such esteemed ladies. I owe my gratitude to you three for your timely assistance." "Ha ha ha, quite the charmer." Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with delight as she cast a sidelong glance at Gu Chen. The gentle breeze caressed the hillside, willow catkins danced in the air, and the golden sun finally ascended, heralding the dawn. Gu Chen had been at Shrek Academy for a month, during which he had yet to encounter Tang San. According to Oscar, Tang San had gone out to train. Throughout this month, Gu Chen had astonished everyone at Shrek with his meteoric rise in cultivation, skyrocketing to the rank of a soul master at level 3. With the assistance of Ning Rongrong and others, he acquired an 800-year-old Earth Golden Hair Bear soul rings, granting him his first skill, Savage Charge. The characteristics of this skill are as follows. When attacking, he utilizes his shoulder to ram into his foes, possessing a 10 to 20% chance of stunning them for 3 to 5 seconds. Once activated, both his speed and strength surge by 30%, and a layer of formidable yellow armor envelopes his arms. One would expect Gu Chen to revel in such an extraordinary skill, yet he found no joy in it. His daily routine consisted of rising at 6 for a run, having breakfast at 8, and then engaging in practical combat with Xiao Wu and others. Under the guidance of Xiao Wu, each day he trained for 10 hours in the daylight and 2 hours at night. Every 2 hours, Xiao Wu would send over sustenance, primarily consisting of meat from soul beasts like chickens, ducks, and cows, with minimal salt, as Xiao Wu often remarked that excessive salt is detrimental to the kidneys. Gu Chen's training regimen revolved around enduring punishment. Indeed, it was all about taking hits. He would repeatedly withstand the onslaught of Xiao Wu's agile grappling techniques, Zhu Zhuqing's phantom stab, and Dai Mubai's white tiger radiant wave within Xiao Wu's gravity domain. Having the closest bond with Tang San, Dai Mubai had been instructed to look after Gu Chen while Tang San was away. Today marked another round of combat between Dai Mubai and Gu Chen. Dai Mubai unleashed his white tiger martial spirit, and Gu Chen beckoned him with a finger. A chill flickered across Dai Mubai's handsome visage as he cracked his knuckles and twisted his neck, preparing to strike at Gu Chen. White tiger radiant wave. Dai Mubai, hold on, Xing is coming. Gu Chen interjected. Humph. Trying to trick me again. Dai Mubai scoffed disdainfully. She really has arrived. Yu Qing. You look stunning today, Gu Chen exclaimed. Humph. Keep pretending. Dai Mubai retorted, his eyes gleaming with cold light as he twisted his neck again, raising his right claw to launch an attack on Gu Chen. Gu Chen displayed a mischievous smile and called out loudly to Dai Mubai behind him. There is a beauty, with qualities as exquisite as orchids. After a day of absence, my longing for her is as fervent as madness. Witnessing Gu Chen's exaggeratedly playful expression, Dai Mubai couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, for this was not the first time Gu Chen had behaved in such a manner. A series of giggles echoed from behind Dai Mubai, prompting him to instinctively turn his head. However, at that very moment, Gu Chen made his move. A wild collision ensued. Iron Mountain leaned in. Gu Chen's arms glowed with a radiant yellow light as he suddenly propelled himself forward with great force, sending Dai Mubai soaring into the air before he could even register what had occurred. Chapter 10. Pranking Dai Mubai, with a surprise at the end. After being launched into the air, Dai Mubai's mind momentarily malfunctioned. The young man had progressed far too quickly. He had been sufficiently vigilant, maintaining a distance of at least 10 meters, yet in an instant, Gu Chen was right before him. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, the rigorous training of 10 hours during the day was orchestrated by Xiao Wu, while the 2 hours at night were under the guidance of Flander. A fortnight prior, during a training session with Xiao Wu, Gu Chen had been thrown into the air, and Flander, witnessing his aerial gliding, took him that very night to a secluded grove for specialized training. Thus, his speed, agility, and attack power had seen remarkable enhancement. During a subsequent few days of Flander's absence, the task of honing Gu Chen's agility was entrusted to Zhu Zhuqing, which is why he had grown so familiar with her. Following the impact that sent Dai Mubai flying, Gu Chen charged forward, executing a soaring strike that not only unleashed a powerful attack but also augmented his speed, granting him a semblance of flight. He then propelled Dai Mubai to the ground, performing a mid-air flip before landing gracefully before Zhu Zhuqing, mimicking Xiao Wu's movements. Yu Qing. I drank too much yesterday and found myself missing you terribly, he confessed. Is that so? Zhu Zhuqing responded, astonished. Indeed, but upon awakening this morning, I realized something else. What is it? She inquired, a hint of disappointment lacing her voice. Even after sobering up, I still found myself longing for you. You. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. This was not the first time Gu Chen had flirted with her, despite her cool demeanor. She recognized his playful nature and found it rather entertaining, unable to muster any anger. Then, please, dear senpai, feel free to have your way with me, he exclaimed, prompting a hearty laugh from her. The reason behind Gu Chen's playful teasing of Zhu Zhuqing was twofold. Firstly, he sought to provoke Dai Mubai, using the anger generated to refine his spirit, and secondly, having cultivated the Xuanqing technique, he discovered that garnering the affection of beautiful women could aid in his cultivation. Furthermore, the more stunning and powerful the woman, the greater the assistance she provided. It was akin to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong, all of whom possessed exceptional beauty, each scoring above a 9 in attractiveness. Earning their affection would grant Gu Chen approximately 1/5 of his current experience points. Notably, Xiao Wu ranked slightly higher than Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing in terms of level. Gu Chen's accumulation of experience points surpassed that obtained from the two women by a slight margin, exceeding 1/5. This led Gu Chen to ponder whether Yu Jingshu, who had imparted the Xuanxing technique to him, was perhaps once a master of romance. However, such contemplations seemed futile at the moment. His immediate concerns were to devise a plan to leave Shrek Academy as swiftly as possible to return and aid his ailing mother, while also navigating the impending crisis. As Dai Mubai rose from the ground, he witnessed his fiancée being flirted with by a newly arrived junior right before his eyes, igniting a fiery rage within him. He transformed into his white tiger form. Dai Mubai, have you lost your mind? Do you intend to kill him? Zhu Zhuqing interposed her delicate frame in front of Gu Chen. Zhu Qing, step aside. This brat ambushed me, and I need to teach him a lesson. Senior, move aside. With such a poor attitude, how can you aspire to lead? If you were to step onto the battlefield, you'd likely find yourself lifeless before long. Just how many times has it been already? You have shown no improvement whatsoever. Gu Chen spoke with unwavering conviction, yet exhibited no intention of advancing. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in fury, his white tiger martial spirit's fur bristling as he let out a mighty roar. Enough, Mubai, the training has concluded. A rugged voice echoed. No, Teacher Zhao, do not restrain me. Allow me to engage him in a fair battle. A fair battle, you say? With your soul sect cultivation against a mere newly ascended soul master? Gu Chen is right. Were this not a contest, and you fought at his level, you would already be dead. It is disappointing to see your mindset remain so poor after all this time. Zhao Wujing chastised sternly. Teacher Zhao. Dai Mubai protested, unwilling to concede. No more words. Return and reflect on your shortcomings, Zhao Wujing declared, his brow furrowed, his tone laced with authority and irritation. Yes. Dai Mubai replied begrudgingly as he departed. Ever since Zhao Wujing had found him and assigned him to train with Gu Chen, he had gained not a single advantage. Gu Chen always concocted various reasons to disturb his tranquility. For instance, he would exclaim, Boss Dai, your trousers have fallen. Such a juvenile trick was one that Dai Mubai would not fall for. However, moments later, he felt a sudden chill in his nether regions. Upon glancing down, he was mortified to discover that his trousers had indeed slipped to the ground. Hastily covering himself, he pulled up his trousers and dashed away. This embarrassing incident transpired because a few days prior, Gu Chen had deceived Oscar into gambling with him, resulting in substantial losses for Oscar. The technique of Xuanxing Gong could absorb myriad energies, including the fortune of an individual. Oscar, after an initial streak of luck, had not won since and had accrued numerous IOUs. Gu Chen, holding the debt notes, presented them to Oscar, revealing that he had once learned some gambling techniques from the god of gamblers. He proposed that if he could apply the colorless and odorless potion onto Dai Mubai's belt during their duel, their accounts would be settled once and for all, and he would subsequently share the gambling secrets he possessed. Gu Chen did not deceive him. In his previous life, during the years he sought vengeance for his master, he indeed learned the art of gambling from an exceptionally skilled old man, who later turned out to be the renowned gambling sage of the martial world, Hong Qiuxing. After much hesitation, Oscar consented. He was genuinely curious to witness Dai Mubai's blunders, especially since Ning Rongrong often remarked that he lacked the manliness of Dai Mubai. Since Gu Chen's arrival, Oscar had discerned that this young man harbored a multitude of mischievous schemes, yet he was not despised for them. Ning Rongrong, who inherently disliked flattery, found herself preferring Oscar's pure-hearted demeanor after Gu Chen had repeatedly taken advantage of her in conversation. The reason Gu Chen endeavored to evoke laughter and tears from them was to continuously stimulate the various energies within them, possessing a keen sense of impending danger. He felt a storm was about to descend upon him, compelling him to hasten his personal growth. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujia had promised that once he reached level 30, he would grant him a period of respite. Although Zhao Wujia had a history of breaking his promises, Gu Chen had no choice but to comply, for he had a gravely ill mother awaiting his rescue at home. Fearing that this promising talent might escape, Zhao Wujia not only placed a tracking mark on him, but also instructed Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and others to keep a close watch on him, ensuring he did not act independently. Should Gu Chen flee, their hopes for a peaceful future would be dashed. As for Zhao Wujia's unscrupulous nature, Gu Chen was profoundly aware of it. He had previously stated that upon completion of training, Gu Chen would be allowed a few days of leisure. Yet, upon finishing his training, Xiao Wu claimed that Gu Chen's rapid power increase rendered his foundation unstable, asserting that he must stabilize it before permitting any leave. Once Gu Chen's foundation was steady, Xiao Wu then declared that he must attain level 10 as a soul master and absorb a soul ring of over 100 years before he would consider granting leave. The outcome was predictable. He remained at the academy. When Gu Chen resisted training, Xiao Wu threatened to reveal his secrets and demonstrated his strength by breaking stones with one hand, muttering to himself about stubborn stones that, until shattered, would always seek to test his limits. This left Gu Chen perpetually under Xiao Wu's control. Fortunately, Xiao Wu was protective of him. Regardless of how excessive Gu Chen's actions were, Xiao Wu would turn a blind eye, occasionally stepping in to defend him. Just as earlier, Xiao Wu had been lurking in the shadows, observing until he sensed something amiss before intervening, all to elicit Gu Chen's gratitude. Xiao Wu, seemingly simple-minded, possessed a profoundly intricate inner world. Despite Gu Chen's diligent efforts in refining the Xuanqing technique and qi induction, he could not penetrate the depths of Xiao Wu's thoughts. After Dai Mubai departed, Zhu Zhuqing accompanied Gu Chen in training for several hours. As night fell, she led him through the forest in pursuit of a soul beast known as the Scarlet Flame Rat. The Scarlet Flame Rat was roughly the size of an ordinary mouse. Enveloped in crimson flames, adept at fire attacks, remarkably swift, and possessed a heightened sense of danger. Capturing a Scarlet Flame Rat required a soul master's keen eyesight, speed, and agility, in addition to the use of silk gloves to prevent burns. Gu Chen's objective for the night was to capture 50 Scarlet Flame Rats within 2 hours. Failing to do so would mean no food tomorrow and a doubling of training intensity. Easter egg. After Tang San ventured out for training, Xiao Wu, unable to sleep, sat alone on the rooftop, hugging her legs. The autumn night was cool, and feeling the chill, she tightened her arms around herself. Gu Chen was in his room, practicing the Xuanqing technique, entering a state of formlessness and selflessness, merging with the surrounding landscape within a 10-mile radius. It was then that he noticed a slender young girl, her eyes devoid of life as she gazed into the distance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Xiao Wu. What was she doing? She appeared to be lost in thought. Having inadvertently caused her to fall asleep upon his arrival, Gu Chen felt a twinge of guilt. Understanding that healing a wounded heart requires certain actions, he resolved to assist Xiao Wu. Gu Chen sat down in front of Xiao Wu. "Are you feeling unwell, Senior Xiao Wu?" he inquired. "Not at all. I simply wish to enjoy a moment of solitude." "What brings you here?" "I found myself lost in thoughts of someone. And before I knew it, I arrived here." "You, always so frivolous," she teased, a gentle laugh escaping her lips, alleviating some of her inner turmoil. "Hiki, when have you ever seen me in earnest? Have you ever heard of the Xiao? What is that?" "It is a musical instrument that, when played, can uplift one's spirits." "What does it look like?" "Please have a look, Senior." Gu Chen produced a 6-holed Xiao, with 5 holes at the front and 1 at the back, presenting it before Xiao Wu. The Xiao is a wind instrument, suitable for both solo and ensemble performances. It is classified into 2 types, the Dong Xiao and the Qin Xiao, both of which are single tube and played vertically. Typically crafted from bamboo, the blowing hole is located at the upper end. Depending on the number of sound holes, Xiao can be divided into 6-holed and 8-holed variants. The 6-holed Xiao has 5 holes in front and 1 at the back, while the 8-holed Xiao features 7 holes in front and 1 at the back. The instrument in my hand is indeed the 6-holed Xiao. Observing its pleasing appearance, I wondered if the junior would be willing to perform a piece for me. Naturally, I understood that this is an academy, and it is likely that everyone is asleep. "Sister, please follow me," he said. "All right," Xiao Wu nodded gently. Gu Chen led her to the edge of a modestly wooded grove beside a babbling brook, where they gazed up at the luminous moonlight beginning its enchanting serenade. The soft melody of the flute floated through the air, harmonizing with the silvery sheen dancing upon the water's surface, and before long, Xiao Wu found herself entranced. After a considerable time, as the final notes lingered in the air, she gazed at Gu Chen with a sense of longing for more. Gu Chen, with one hand behind his back, gazed at the starry sky, softly reciting, "What is love in this world, that it binds life and death together? Travelers flying from the south to the north, how many winters and summers have passed? The joy of companionship, the pain of parting, yet among them linger the lovesick young souls." Listening to Gu Chen's profoundly moving verses, Xiao Wu found herself ensnared in a poignant yet enchanting tale, her mind drifting back to the melancholic melodies he had just played on his Xiao. At that moment, Gu Chen appeared to radiate a hazy aura, evoking an ethereal presence, causing her heart to flutter uncontrollably. "Junior, what was the piece you just played? What is its name?" It felt so sorrowful. "Lonely Star's Lament. Is it beautiful?" "Indeed," Xiao Wu nodded earnestly. Would you like to learn it, senior? I would love to. Then I can teach you. That would be wonderful. You are truly amazing, junior. Xiao Wu quickly pecked Gu Chen on the cheek and shyly lowered her gaze. Consider this a reward. Gu Chen, with a smile, gently draped his arm over Xiao Wu's delicate shoulder and spontaneously recited a poem. There is a beauty, with enchanting eyes. Unforgettable upon sight, driving one to madness and longing. That night, Gu Chen taught Xiao Wu the art of playing the flute, and unbeknownst to her, the image of a certain individual began to occupy her heart. She found herself thinking that it might not be so bad if Tang San returned a little later. Chapter 11. The Crimson Flame Golden-Haired Mouse. The Crimson Flame Mouse resides in a forest not exceeding 100 miles in circumference, known as the Anew Forest. The soul beasts inhabiting this place have a maximum age of no more than 10,000 years, making it a suitable training ground for soul masters of lower ranks. Upon Gu Chen's arrival, Zhu Zhuqing returned to her usual aloof demeanor. Go on in. This time, I shall not assist you. Everything depends on your own abilities. Rest assured. Senior sister, I will ensure the completion of the task. If I finish ahead of schedule, will there be a reward? Gu Chen's eyebrows danced slightly. And Zhu Zhuqing stifled a laugh. Just as she was about to decline, she saw the eager look on Gu Chen's face. And the words that were about to escape her lips took an unexpected turn. If you have any requests, feel free to mention them. I shall see if I can accommodate. Kiki, I promise not to put my senior in a difficult position. I merely need her company to a certain place. What place? I shall reveal it once I complete my task. Please wait for me, senior. Gu Chen dashed into the forest with a smile. With keen perception and sharp eyesight, Gu Chen continuously leaped and turned, searching for the vermillion flame mouse in the forest. The night breeze whispered softly, and the full moon hung high, yet the forest appeared particularly dark, as if shrouded in a curse, evoking a sense of profound silence and solitude. Gu Chen paid no heed to such matters. He was determined to complete his task swiftly and invited his senior sister to a particular location. In the forest, after traversing 5 or 6 miles in a singular direction, he stumbled upon a large tree with a hollow emanating a crimson glow. Approaching quietly, he discerned a flame mouse gnawing at the bark within the tree hollow. Gu Chen stealthily approached, drawing within 10 meters of the crimson flame mouse. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he sank into the soft earth, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The crimson flame mouse sensed the impending danger and instinctively attempted to flee. Yet, it proved too slow, and Gu Chen's grasp ensnared its diminutive form, revealing a look of terror and pleading in its eyes. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. Once I complete my task, I will set you free. Gu Chen skillfully bound the limbs of the crimson flame rat with a particularly sturdy thread and tossed it into the bamboo basket slung over his back, a radiant smile illuminating his face. As he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze swiftly settled upon a golden-furred variant of the crimson flame rat. Oh, what a splendid breed of crimson flame rat this is, he exclaimed. That is the crimson golden-haired rat, an aged voice responded. Gu Chen turned around and beheld an aged figure, frail and bent, emerging from the shadows. Esteemed elder, who might you be? He inquired. Just a forgotten old man. The elder replied with a hint of self-mockery. What right do I have to possess it? I am merely a wretch scorned by life. Elder, please do not speak in such a manner. No one deserves to be belittled by this world, not even you. Gu Chen insisted. Take it and leave this place. Do not return here again. The elder's voice bore the weight of countless experiences as he spoke softly. What? We cannot come here? Gu Chen asked, bewildered. This is an accursed place. Go now, take it away, and treat it with kindness. Gu Chen intended to articulate further thoughts, but suddenly, darkness enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself outside the Anew Forest. In his arms lay an adorable crimson golden-haired mouse, presently gazing up at him with its round, twinkling eyes. Gu Chen gently caressed its fur, and it squinted its eyes as if smiling at him. What a spirited little creature. You shall accompany me from now on. The fiery golden-haired mouse rolled its round eyes and extended a paw, leaving Gu Chen perplexed about its intentions as he gazed at it in confusion. The fiery golden-haired mouse pointed towards Gu Chen's pocket. Curious, he reached into his pocket and extracted a golden soul coin, presenting it before the fiery golden-haired mouse. Do you desire this? The mouse let out a series of chirps. Gu Chen presented a gold coin before it, and to his astonishment, it promptly bit off a third of the golden soul coin, crunching away with a delightful crackle. Such remarkable dentition. After a few chews, the crimson-furred fire mouse swallowed, its fiery exterior glowing even more brilliantly, and its fur shimmered momentarily. It then fixated on the remaining gold coin in Gu Chen's hand, emitting a series of squeaks. Gu Chen comprehended its intent. It was still hungry. This creature's appetite for gold is simply beyond his means. Gu Chen, feeling a pang of regret. Handed over the remaining gold coins to the fiery golden-haired mouse. After consuming the offering, the creature contentedly let out a satisfied burp, raising its slender paw. It lazily gestured toward a certain direction. Are you indicating that I should head that way? The mouse squeaked in response. Very well, let us proceed to explore. Gu Chen followed the direction pointed out by the crimson-flame golden-furred mouse, and, after a short distance, stumbled upon a pitch-black cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson-flame golden-furred mouse emitted another sound. Gu Chen frowned. Do you wish for me to enter? The crimson golden-haired mouse emitted an excited and urgent chirp. Fortune favors the bold. I shall risk it all. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, summoned his martial spirit, and cautiously ventured inside. The entrance of the cave was modest in size, yet it opened into a spacious interior. After walking approximately 10 meters, Gu Chen heard a deep, resonant dragon's roar. He quickly came to a halt. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson-flame golden-furred mouse, noticing Gu Chen's pause, emitted an anxious, urging sound once more. With no choice but to muster his courage, Gu Chen pressed onward. After traversing a few more meters, the resounding dragon's roar intensified, and Gu Chen felt an oppressive force that rivaled that of a grand soul master bearing down upon him. Cold sweat instantly trickled down his back, and he felt an urge to retreat. The scarlet flame golden-haired mouse emitted an excited series of squeaks, seemingly anxious that Gu Chen might not comprehend its intent. As it vigorously gestured with its tiny paws before him, it seemed to convey that treasures lay ahead, and there were many. The scarlet flame golden-haired mouse nodded its small head emphatically and squeaked again, while inwardly chiding Gu Chen for being such a timid soul. Gu Chen, no longer hesitating, gritted his teeth and plunged forward. When he reached the bright end of the tunnel, he discovered an expansive circular clearing, akin to the size of a football field, nestled within the cave. Surrounding this open space were various precious spiritual herbs emanating an enchanting glow. However, the most captivating sight was not these medicinal plants, but rather a small pond at the center of the clearing. Upon a modest mound of earth rested a flower resembling a chrysanthemum, its stem entwined with a golden dragon-like creature, a marvel of nature. The red flame golden-haired mouse excitedly pointed at the peculiar blossom atop the mound, emitting a series of enthusiastic squeaks. As Gu Chen was about to soar above the small mound to pluck the flower, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent locking onto him. The crimson flame golden-haired mouse, baring its teeth, emitted a series of defiant squeaks from the shadows ahead. From the darkness emerged a sound akin to a wolf's howl, as a colossal unihorned wolf, exceeding 3 meters in size, stepped into view, its gaze radiating a chilling light. Fixated intensely on Gu Chen and the crimson flame golden-haired mouse. Upon recognizing the formidable soul beast that had materialized from the shadows, Gu Chen felt his body tremble uncontrollably, while the crimson flame golden-haired mouse instantly recoiled, retracting its aura and falling silent. This was an exceedingly rare millennium-grade soul beast, the obsidian night wolf. Its age discernible by the length of the horn upon its brow. The obsidian night wolf's horn grows an inch every 300 years, and the one before them boasted a horn measuring at least 7 inches. This indicated that the obsidian night wolf was at least over 2,000 years old, comparable in strength to a mid to late stage soul master among humans. Although Gu Chen possessed the chameleon martial soul, which allowed him to disguise himself as the powerful bear martial soul for combat, he felt no courage to confront the dark nether wolf, whose overwhelming strength left him paralyzed with fear. The mere swipe of its claw could send him to his demise. What to do? In this moment of panic, the only thoughts echoing in Gu Chen's mind were these 3 words: escape, escape, escape. In the throes of extreme tension, his training in the Xuanqin technique operated autonomously, rendering him surprisingly calm. This rare flower was undoubtedly of immense value. He could not afford to abandon it. With 2 rapid-flight mushroom sausages crafted as a debt settlement and a few recovery sausages in his possession, along with the stealth capability of his martial soul, he realized that escape was still within reach. With newfound determination, Gu Chen resolved to take a risk. Fortune favors the bold. He murmured softly, consumed a rapid-flight mushroom sausage, and, with a powerful push, darted towards the dragon-shaped flower. The dark nether wolf, sensing his movement, sprang into action, leaping into the air, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Its speed was hardly inferior to Gu Chen's, who had just ingested the mushroom sausage. As the formidable creature closed in, Gu Chen accelerated once more, executing several agile flips before plunging downward. Just as the dark nether wolf lunged at him, he grasped the flower's stem and made his escape. The dragon-shaped flower emitted a low, resonant roar, while the dark nether wolf unleashed an enraged howl, filled with a desire to rend the human before it to pieces. For over 3 centuries, it had safeguarded this wondrous bloom, and now, at long last, it had blossomed, only to be besieged by 2 unwelcome intruders. How could it endure this? Yet, this lowly human had somehow managed to outpace it, a transgression unforgivable. With a furious roar, the dark nether wolf entered a frenzied state. Its form expanding dramatically, growing from 4 to 5 meters, resembling a small hill. Its eyes glowed with a chilling red light as it opened its maw, unleashing 3 dark energy spheres into the air. As these spheres materialized, they rapidly expanded, plunging the once bright cavern into utter darkness. In that moment, Gu Chen heard several piercing sounds slicing through the air, hurtling towards him. The cavern's overwhelming darkness rendered him incapable of discerning the path ahead, forcing him to close his eyes and rely on his instincts to flee in a single direction. As he ran, he could feel the dark nether wolf's wrath, threatening to tear through the heavens, while its fury surged towards his heart. This left Gu Chen in a state of bemusement. However, as the Xuanxin technique operated automatically, it transformed this rage into the strength he desperately needed. In the span of a mere minute while flying, his cultivation level surged, breaking through 2 minor realms to reach the 5th rank of Soul Master. The benefits of this elevation were palpable, as he could sense his perception extending further than ever. He chose a relatively concealed thicket and sped towards it. However, his soul power was depleting rapidly during this frantic flight. The soul energy he had just regained from his breakthrough was quickly running low. He could no longer afford to fly blindly. He hastily consumed several super recovery sausages, replenishing some of his soul power. With the rapid effects of the rapid flight mushroom sausage nearing their end, he landed on a large tree. Instantly, he reverted to his original chameleon martial soul, rendering himself invisible. Just as Gu Chen concealed himself, the dark nether wolf arrived at his location. Upon landing, it scanned the area furiously but found nothing, howling in rage and frustration throughout the forest. The nearby lower-level soul beasts, terrified, fled in all directions, while its thunderous cries caught the attention of another, Zhu Zhuqing, who was waiting at the forest's edge for Gu Chen. Concerned for his safety, Zhu Zhuqing had stealthily followed him into the Andrew forest a quarter of an hour after he had entered, intending to protect him from the shadows. She had refrained from accompanying him initially, as she had previously entered the forest alongside him, without encountering any high-level soul beasts along the way. After capturing a dozen or 20 blazing mice, Gu Chen would inevitably begin to slack off, employing all manner of sweet talk to persuade her to assist him. Unable to bear the thought of Gu Chen facing punishment, Zhu Zhuqing would always relent. Today, however, she resolved to push Gu Chen to complete the task alone while she secretly safeguarded him. Given Gu Chen's extraordinary perceptive abilities, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from immediately following him, opting instead to wait a quarter of an hour before entering the forest. Upon her arrival, she found something amiss in the Andrew forest today. As she wandered, she inexplicably returned to her original position. Despite having the correct sense of direction, she could not advance deeper into the woods. This unnerved her, causing concern for Gu Chen's safety. Hearing the distant howl of wolves, her instinct told her that Gu Chen might be in that direction. With this thought in mind, she hastened toward the domain of the shadowy howling wolf. True to her prowess as an agile attack-type soul master, her speed far surpassed that of the shadowy howling wolf, and she arrived in less than a minute. Sensing a powerful presence approaching, the wolf realized it had overstepped its bounds and emitted a plaintive howl. This sudden turn of events nearly caused Gu Chen to tumble from the tree. Upon her arrival, Zhu Zhuqing beheld the devastated thicket ravaged by the wolf. After scanning the area and finding no trace of Gu Chen, she turned to leave, only to hear someone call her from behind. "Senior Zhuqing." Turning around, she spotted Gu Chen, weary yet comical, emerging from the foliage. Unable to suppress a laugh, she exclaimed, "Hee hee. Gu Chen, why were you hiding there?" "Senior, I just passed a cave and saw a remarkably beautiful flower. I wanted to pick it for you, but this beast chased me all the way here." "You managed to escape from a soul beast of soul respect level? You are quite impressive, Junior." "Of course. Just look at who trains with me every day." Gu Chen, perched high above, unabashedly observed the vast chasms below. Zhu Zhuqing, unperturbed, or perhaps accustomed to being scrutinized by someone, remained composed. The previously arrogant dark nether wolf now stood rigidly in place, eyeing Zhu Zhuqing with caution, hesitant to move. Gu Chen, my dear junior, how do you intend to deal with this old wolf? Release him. Having already taken his flower, there is no need to extinguish his life. Very well. Begone. The dark nether wolf, upon hearing these words, felt as if it had been granted a reprieve. Though reluctant, its instinct for survival prevailed, and it swiftly fled the scene. All right, Gu Chen, the creature has departed. You may descend now. Senior sister, my legs are weak. Could you lend me assistance? Oh, you. Zhu Zhuqing cast a seductive glance at Gu Chen, her toes lightly tapping as she gracefully leaped to his side. How may I assist you? Simply grant me a kiss. Dear senior sister, that would provide me the motivation I need. Very well. Zhu Zhuqing smiled alluringly, a glimmer of clarity shining in her eyes as she poised to bestow a sweet kiss. Gu Chen gently embraced her slender waist, but in the next moment, he felt his body lighten as if he were a kite severed from its string, soaring backward. A dull thud resonated as Gu Chen crashed against the sturdy trunk of a massive shrub, sliding down its bark. Observing that his soul power had not surged, Gu Chen felt a pang of disappointment. Was it truly impossible to elicit anger from Zhu Zhuqing? Alas, he dared not provoke her too much. A misstep could lead to dire consequences, a fiery predicament indeed. Senior Zhuqing, behold this. Gu Chen retrieved the dragon-shaped flower from his storage bag and presented it before Zhu Zhuqing. Hello. Resonant dragon's roar emanated from the mouth of the small dragon entwined around the flower. Upon seeing the dragon-shaped flower, Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily stunned, her breath quickening and her body trembling with excitement. This is the nether dragon's chant flower. Where did you acquire it? She asked, her voice tinged with eagerness. It was discovered in a nearby cave, presumably the lair of the dark and elusive nether wolf that just escaped. Gu Chen replied. Please take me there afterward. This celestial herb is a sacred medicine, and such rare companion herbs are often found nearby. As for the nether dragon's chant flower, while it may not greatly benefit you, it holds immense value for martial souls of the nether attribute, comparable to the water fairy's jade bone. Gu Chen, are you willing to part with this celestial herb? I would gladly exchange it for other treasures. If it's insufficient, I will make amends in the future. No need for compensation. I gift this celestial herb to you, senior sister. Should your strength increase, you may send me one that suits my needs in the future. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing responded without hesitation, appreciating Gu Chen's generous gesture and silently noting this favor. Chapter 13, Junior Brother, you are quite bold. Zhu Zhuqing did not rush to absorb the celestial herb. Instead, she placed it in her storage bag. What she did not disclose to Gu Chen was that the absorption of this herb required the full moon night to be effective. Upon absorption, her martial soul might undergo a transformation, with a possibility of becoming the legendary nether dragon cat. This mythical creature possessed the dragon's might and the cat's agility, a feat exceedingly difficult to achieve. Once realized, her cultivation would progress at an extraordinary pace. However, the benefits came with significant risks. During the transformation into the dragon cat, her body would be rendered immobile, facing considerable peril. At such a time, a trustworthy individual must be by her side to protect her, preferably a male. Dragons are inherently lustful. If she could not suppress the sudden surge of desire, the violent awakening of the dragon cat martial soul could lead to her demise. Yet, if she endured, the rewards would be unimaginable. The enhancement of her physique and soul was merely the beginning. The elevation of her potential, along with various additional attributes and skills, would be beyond comprehension. Initially, Dai Mubai was the optimal candidate for this role. But now she wished to wait for the growth of another individual. Unbeknownst to her, a figure had silently and gradually begun to replace Dai Mubai in her heart. After securing the nether dragon's chant flower, Zhu Zhuqing, led by Gu Chen, returned to the lair of the dark nether wolf. Once again sensing Zhu Zhuqing's presence, the nether wolf trembled in fear, cowering within its den and allowing Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing to take most of the spiritual herbs. By the time they returned to the academy, it was late at night. After Gu Chen washed up, he was preparing to sleep when the door was abruptly flung open. Dai Mubai stormed into his room, fury etched across his face. Gu Chen, tell me, where did you and Zhuqing go tonight? We went to the small grove. Why? What purpose did you have in the grove? What else could one do there? As he spoke, Dai Mubai struggled to contain his rising anger. What's wrong with you today? Why are you suddenly here, acting irrationally? Do not evade the topic. I ask you, what did you do in the small grove tonight? Dai Mubai's eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging, resembling a ferocious tiger ready to pounce. Let me think. Gu Chen, while holding Dai Bai in suspense. Delightfully absorbed the anger and resentment emanating from him. The surge of fury from Dai Bai momentarily unsettled Gu Chen, who had just recently ascended to the 5th rank of Soul Master. Today, the two of us had shared a meal, strolled by the lakeside, and procured bamboo from the villagers' homes. Get to the point. Dai Bai gritted his teeth, his eyes wide with fury, teetering on the brink of an outburst. What point? Teacher Xiao, what brings you here? Dai Bai turned his head back. Gu Chen suddenly unleashed his martial spirit, executing a savage charge that sent Dai Bai flying into the courtyard, shattering several tables and chairs recently purchased by Yu Xiaojiang. The cacophony immediately captured the attention of all Shrek Academy's faculty and students, who abruptly awoke from their meditative states. Observing Dai Bai, who had just risen from the ground in a disheveled state, they quickly surmised the situation. It was evident that he had sought trouble with Gu Chen once more. Xiao Wu approached Dai Bai, reprimanding him. Is there nothing that cannot wait until tomorrow? Just look at your current state. Teacher Xiao. Zhu Zhuqing discarded all the items I sent her. Dai Bai retorted. Isn't that quite normal? Did you provoke her again? I did nothing. You advised me to reflect, and I remained in my room to do so. I did not go anywhere. I haven't even seen Zhu Zhuqing all afternoon. I was just about to break through to a new level of understanding. Unable to contain his joy, he thought of practicing a set of dragon-subduing fist in the courtyard. This was a technique from a book he had purchased from a street vendor, published by none other than Gu Chen. At this point, Dai Bai's expression shifted to one of profound grievance. However, upon arriving in the courtyard, I discovered numerous gifts I had sent to Zhu Zhuqing beside the trash bin. Several of them took me a long time to procure. I wanted to inquire with Zhu Zhuqing about the reason behind this. So, instead of seeking Zhu Zhuqing, you went to provoke Gu Chen? Xiao Wu's face darkened with disappointment as he gazed at Dai Bai. Teacher Xiao, how did you know? Because just a moment ago, Zhu Zhuqing was with me and the dean. They had just returned from training, where they discovered many invaluable treasures and were discussing how to distribute them. Then we heard this ruckus. Bai, you have truly let us down. As the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters, you have failed to set a proper example and have instead made things difficult for our new junior. Let me clarify this. Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Chen have no involvement. And even if they did, it is entirely Gu Chen's prerogative. What grievance do you have? What right do you have to complain? By appearance, Gu Chen is not inferior to you. On the contrary, he surpasses you. In terms of talent, Tang San might even pale in comparison to him, and in temperament. Among the 7 of you, who dares to claim superiority over him? None, right? A man must learn to take up and let go. Do you understand? Teacher Xiao. Gu Chen is treacherous and cunning. Ever since he arrived at our academy, there has been no peace. I truly do not comprehend what you see in him. What do I see? Humph. I see a quality you all lack, the audacity to be shameless. Can you embody that? Dai Bai fell silent. This is an essential trait of a strong individual. If you cannot even achieve this, you lack the potential to become a true powerhouse. Enough of today's events. I shall refrain from passing judgment on right or wrong. Everyone return to your quarters for the night, Xiao Wu said, turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. His heart secretly elated. What a treasure I have stumbled upon. I never imagined this boy could exhibit such despicable and shameless behavior to such an extent. And yet, there is nothing you can do about it. Truly remarkable. Dai Bai departed in frustration, but his resentment had diminished somewhat. At least it was not as he had initially perceived. However, there was still no justification for discarding the gifts I had sent. Gu Chen, you wretched creature. Wait for me. While I, Dai Bai, may not be able to best you, it does not mean that Tang San cannot. He will return in a few days. And if he discovers your late-night lessons with Xiao Wu, then I shall see how you fare. He murmured, his eyes glinting with malice. The following noon, after several hours of training, Gu Chen began to engage with Ning Rongrong playfully. Senior Rongrong, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Really? Ning Rongrong's face lit up with a gentle smile as her enchanting, large eyes cast a fleeting glance at Gu Chen. On Gu Chen's handsome visage, a mischievous smile bloomed. Soon, his heartfelt voice resonated. The world is vast, and I long to explore it, yet I cannot bear to be alone. Who could I possibly refer to? Naturally, it is you, Senior. Just yesterday, I had a nightmare because of you. What? Because of me? Ning Rongrong inquired, bewildered. Indeed, Gu Chen affirmed earnestly with a nod. What sort of nightmare was it? Ning Rongrong gazed at him with curiosity. It was a nightmare devoid of you, Senior. You. Ning Rongrong found herself at a loss for words. Junior, you are quite the flirt. If I can elicit a smile from a beauty, why not seize the opportunity? Ning Rongrong rolled her eyes at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, if you continue with such flowery words, What will happen if one day you truly win my heart? Then I shall take full responsibility for my senior. Ning Rongrong felt a sudden warmth in her heart. Gu Chen was not mistaken. What could one do after such flirtation? With a fleeting night of passion, one must take responsibility. What delightful conversation are you engaged in? A voice, as delicate as that of a young girl, chimed in. Oscar's figure appeared by the weeping willow nearby, having seemingly materialized from thin air. Chapter 14. A kiss seals the fate. Ning Rongrong resembled a child caught in the act of stealing candy, her cheeks flushing in an instant. Gu Chen squinted his eyes, playfully teasing Oscar. Shall we praise your handsomeness once more? Oscar raised an eyebrow, a glimmer in his enchanting peach blossom eyes, and gestured dramatically beneath his chin. Indeed? I shaved today. Do I not look quite handsome? Handsome to the point of being utterly charming. Gu Chen replied. Oscar, what brings you here so unexpectedly? It was noteworthy that during Gu Chen's month-long training, Oscar, as a neutral party, had seldom graced the sessions with his presence. Teacher Xiao has asked for you. He wants you to come over. Me alone? Gu Chen inquired. No, it seems Zhu Zhuqing is also going. You should hurry. They are already waiting for you. All right then. Thank you, Senior Oscar. Gu Chen discreetly winked at Ning Rongrong before swiftly darting towards Xiao Wu's office. After Gu Chen departed, Oscar wished to convey something to Ning Rongrong. However, upon casting a glance at him, Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat dejected, turned away and left. She could not deny that she had been captivated by Gu Chen. With his absence, an emptiness enveloped her, leaving her disinterested in all pursuits. Rongrong, wait for me. In a couple of days, Tang San will return. Is there anywhere you wish to go? We could venture out together. I'm not going. I need to focus on my training during this period. Do not follow me, or I shall not treat you kindly. Rongrong, what is troubling you? Ning Rongrong disregarded him, instead retreating to her room, silently closing the door and lying on her bed. Lost in thought, Gu Chen leaned forward, peering into Xiao Wu's room. He noticed a graceful silhouette, with her back turned towards him. Quietly, he approached and covered the woman's eyes. Imitating Oscar's voice, he said to her, Guess who I am? Gu Chen. Gu Chen, with a sense of ennui, released his grip. How utterly dull. How did you manage to deduce that? Oscar, you would not dare. If you did, I would ensure he is rendered less than a man. Gu Chen suddenly felt a cool breeze sweep through his lower body, causing him to involuntarily shudder. Senior, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it too seriously. Zhu Zhuqing cast a seductive glance at him and teased. Why didn't you exhibit more audacity just now? Perhaps I might have appreciated it. Observing the enigmatic smile on Zhu Zhuqing's face, Gu Chen summoned his courage and, in a flash, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, passionately capturing her rosy lips with his own. Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of shock, her mind racing with the thoughts. How dare he? How dare he? Gu Chen did not act with reckless abandon. After all, this was the chamber of Master Xiao Wu. Sensing the approach of Xiao Wu, Gu Chen felt a pang of guilt as he glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who remained frozen in place. Senior sister, please punish me. You are simply too beautiful. I could not contain myself. Zhu Zhuqing's tears cascaded down her cheeks. She should have been angry, yet Gu Chen's kiss had penetrated deep into her soul, capturing her heart without resistance. This exemplifies the profound power of the Xuanqin technique, which not only draws forth myriad energies to refine one's own heart, achieving a state of selflessness and harmony with nature, but also serves as a clear mirror, reflecting one person's genuine feelings into the heart of another. Gu Chen succeeded. At the moment he kissed Zhu Zhuqing, he was filled with genuine emotion, and Zhu Zhuqing could sense his sincerity. Thus, she found it impossible to be angry with Gu Chen, let alone to punish him. What left her feeling wronged was that this was her first kiss. She had made no preparations and had it stolen away by this scoundrel. Senior, please do not cry just yet. It is all my fault. You may punish me as you wish later, for Teacher Xiao is coming, Gu Chen said. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a sorrowful glance at Gu Chen and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Gu Chen gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared like a little wronged woman, unable to suppress a mischievous smile. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a glare and fiercely stepped on his foot, causing Gu Chen to grimace in pain. At that moment, Xiao Wu approached with a beaming smile, feigning ignorance as he inquired, Gu Chen, what troubles you? Teacher, I'm fine. I must have eaten something bad, my stomach hurts. What did you have for lunch? The meal was prepared by the master. It shouldn't have caused any issues. It has nothing to do with the master. I had the drunken concubine dish. By the way, teacher, is there something you need from us? Gu Chen swiftly changed the subject, eager to divert the conversation. Of course, I summoned you both for something good. I'm here to give you some money, ha ha ha. Xiao Wuji tossed a package onto the table. Open it and take a look. Gu Chen opened the package and was astonished to find it filled to the brim with golden soul coins. He was utterly taken aback. Master, where did you acquire so many golden soul coins? One single coin is sufficient for an ordinary person to sustain themselves for half a year. A soul master receives merely 1 coin per month as a stipend, while a great soul master earns 10 coins, and a soul sovereign receives 100 coins monthly. This appears to contain at least 2,000 golden soul coins, equivalent to the income of a soul sovereign over 2 years. It truly left Gu Chen in a state of shock. Master, what do you intend to do with such a substantial amount of golden soul coins? Could it be that you pilfered from the Academy's treasury, planning to abscond with us? Don't be ridiculous. The Academy head is hardly wealthy. He is quite impoverished. This money comes from the spiritual herbs you and Zhu Zhuqing discovered yesterday. We kept a portion for your benefit and sold the rest for currency. Is this for me and my senior sister? Indeed. Master, you are exceedingly generous. Senior sister, from this day forth, we shall be affluent. Residing in the most luxurious hotels, traveling in the finest carriages, indulging in the strongest spirits, and... Senior sister, he caught himself, stifling the word that nearly escaped his lips. I do not wish for these coins. I have already obtained the most precious treasure. You mentioned wanting to keep a pet, so you should retain this money. Very well, I shall keep the money for now, as your investment. When I profit from my ventures, I shall share the dividends with you. Dividends? You mean distributing profits? Yes. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, somewhat understanding. Gu Chen, I heard you wish to engage in business? And Zhu Zhuqing mentioned you have a pet. What kind of pet is it? It is a golden devouring beast. Bring it out, I would like to see. All right. Gu Chen deftly twisted his wrist, retrieving a palm-sized golden mouse, emanating flames, from a soul guide, shaped like a bronze ring. This extraordinary creature was presented before Xiao Wuji. Xiao Wuji was momentarily taken aback, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The soul guide was a gift bestowed upon him by Gu Chen after their initial meeting. Possessing a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, allowing for the preservation of living beings. After obtaining the crimson flame golden hair mouse, Gu Chen stored it within a soul guide device. Today, as he retrieved the little creature, he felt no surprise. What astonished him was that he could distinctly sense the unique blood coursing through this little being and the aura it exuded. Yet he could not fathom the reason for its uniqueness. It seemed as though this creature did not belong to the Douluo Continent, but hailed from an exceedingly distant realm. Judging solely by the soul power fluctuations emanating from the crimson flame golden hair mouse, Xiao Wuji surmised that its cultivation level likely did not exceed a century. And judging by its size, it appeared to lack any combat capability. Curiosity piqued, he could not help but inquire. Gu Chen, this little mouse of yours looks quite remarkable. Have you given it a name? Yes, teacher, I named it Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, what a delightful name. It appears rather extraordinary. I can sense that its blood is unlike that of other crimson flame mice. Can you tell me from where you acquired it? Xiao Wujie regarded Gu Chen with a smile, yet a vague unease stirred within him. It was not concern for Gu Chen's safety, but rather apprehension that this little creature might bring ill fortune to him. He harbored a lingering feeling that this creature bore a mysterious curse, although he could not ascertain its origin. Thus, he sought clarity to ensure proper precautions were in place. After all, having received such an exceptional disciple, he was unwilling to see him meet an untimely demise due to unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 15, An Intimate Evening. Senior sister accompanies me for a bath. Gu Chen was oblivious to Xiao Wujie's inner thoughts. At that moment, he assumed Xiao Wujie was merely curious about how he had come by such a splendid pet. With a smile, he replied, I found it on the outskirts of the Andrew Forest, where senior sister Zhu Zhuqing often takes me to catch crimson flame mice. Oh, so that's where it's from. With this revelation, Xiao Wujie resolved to visit the Andrew Forest himself at the earliest opportunity to uncover what transpired there and whether other golden hair mice like Xiao Jin still existed. Noticing Xiao Wujie's unwavering gaze, the round-eyed little mouse scanned its surroundings, appearing both curious and anxious. Gu Chen, could you let me examine your Xiao Jin more closely? This is the first time I have encountered such a beautiful little mouse. I wish to see if I can find a similarly remarkable female to breed with it. Xiao Wujie displayed a sincere, yet somewhat naive smile. Startled, Xiao Jin scurried up Gu Chen's arm and nestled behind his shoulder. Gu Chen noticed that Zhu Zhuqing's face had turned slightly red, realizing that his teacher was once again indulging in jest. He then chuckled. Little Jean is a bit shy. Teacher, you are only allowed to look, not touch, unless, haha. Gu Chen revealed a mischievous smile. Unless, you are suggesting an increase in compensation, am I right? Xiao Wu shot Gu Chen an exasperated glance. My teacher truly understands me. Haraha. Gu Chen revealed a radiant smile. Xiao Wu was rendered speechless. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, are you in dire need of money? I am your master. And discussing finances tarnishes our bond. Do you not understand? Gu Chen chuckled and replied in the dialect of Xiao Wuji's hometown. Oh, you little rascal. You dare to ask me for money? Have you become too audacious? Gu Chen chuckled softly, casting a sidelong glance, deliberately avoiding Xiao Wuji's gaze. With a sigh, Xiao Wuji found himself at a loss for how to handle a disciple whose audacity rivaled his own. He had never encountered anyone more avaricious than Flander. Yet today his disciple had surpassed even that. Resigned, Xiao Wuji sighed once more. Well then, if you insist on more money, so be it. However, your pet appears rather unimpressive, despite its lustrous golden fur, which is indeed quite attractive. Just be sure to charge your teacher a little less. Having spent considerable time with Flander, Xiao Wuji had also developed a thicker skin and learned the art of haggling. With a light laugh, Gu Chen replied, are we judging a mouse by its appearance now? Little Jean, why don't you showcase your special talent for the teacher? After Gu Chen issued the command, the crimson flame golden-haired mouse vanished without a trace, only to reappear in his hand moments later. However, it was now clutching a gold coin. Well, that's nothing remarkable. Xiao Wuji shrugged, displaying a simple and unassuming smile. As a soul sage, while the speed of the crimson flame golden-haired mouse was impressive, Zhao's keen eyesight surpassed it. He observed the mouse swiftly pilfering a gold coin from the package on the table before darting back to Gu Chen's hand. The entire episode transpired in less than a second. Although rapid, it was ultimately superficial and of little practical use. Is that so? Teacher, look at this, Gu Chen exclaimed, retrieving a red ribbon from his pocket. Xiao Wuji's eyes widened, his brow furrowing as his face flushed. He blurted out, Gu Chen, how do you possess a ribbon that is identical to mine? Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. This is indeed your ribbon, teacher. That is impossible. Xiao Wuji replied with a tone of disbelief. Teacher, there is nothing impossible about this. Xiaojin's innate talent lies in its ability to exchange items at will. It merely requires a gold soul coin to transform its own hair into any object from the target. Xiao Wuji's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was not particularly surprised due to Gu Chen's prior revelation. Does this skill have any limitations? Xiao Wuji inquired with curiosity. Indeed. It can only be used 3 times within an hour. To use it again, one must wait for new hair to grow. And how long does it take for the new hair to grow? Xiao Wuji pressed on, revealing an unprecedented sense of intrigue. Gu Chen perhaps remained unaware of the terrifying nature of Xiao Jin's innate ability. However, as a soul sage, he had encountered numerous powerful beings. He had never heard of any formidable individual or soul beast possessing such a remarkable skill. 3 days, if it were to be continuously fed gold coins. It would only require a day and a half. How many coins could it consume in a single day? 5 coins a day. What? 5 coins? Wouldn't that amount to 150 coins in a month? Could one afford that? Upon the mention of money, Xiao Wuji became exceedingly serious. He had become fearful of poverty. It should be manageable, right? The creature also possessed a passive skill for treasure hunting, albeit one that activated randomly. Our ability to locate that treasure site was indeed due to the activation of its passive skill. That was somewhat acceptable. Gu Chen, you have made considerable progress recently. And considering you have a pet to care for, I shall grant you a day off each week. You must devise ways to earn your own income. I am not the least bit worried about whether Gu Chen could earn money. This fellow was simply too lazy. If he were a tad more industrious, the ideas for making money would be plentiful. Thank you, teacher. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wuji, Gu Chen seized the opportunity when Zhu Zhuqing was distracted, grasping her cool, delicate hand and pressing her slender form against the wall. Gazing deeply into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, he murmured, Senior, I have heard of a wondrous place in Suodo City, known as Sacred Heart Lake, which can cleanse the impurities of one's soul. Lately, I find myself unable to sleep at night, consumed by thoughts of you. Would you accompany me for a relaxing bath and help purify my body and mind? Gu Chen, is what you say true? Do you truly have feelings for me? Zhu Zhuqing's heart began to race uncontrollably, her body weakening under the weight of her emotions. She could not fathom why she was so easily ensnared, despite her inner admonitions against it. This development was too swift. Things that come too easily are seldom cherished by men. Yet, she found herself unable to suppress her feelings, unwilling to reject any of his requests. She feared Gu Chen's anger, worried that he might misunderstand her and never speak to her again. A woman in love often finds her intellect diminished. She capitulated. Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, unaware that a warm sensation had begun to emanate from the spot where she was pressed. Concerned, she asked, "Does it still hurt?" "It no longer hurts. With your words just now, even if I had been stabbed twice, the pain would have vanished." You're being cheeky again." Zhu Zhuqing shot Gu Chen an exasperated glance. "What are you two doing?" Suddenly, a hearty voice rang out from a short distance away. Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously turned their heads, only to behold a short, stout man with a shock of red hair styled into a mohawk, adorned with 2 wisps of mustache. He stared in astonishment at the closely nestled pair, as Gu Chen, with a beaming smile, positioned himself protectively in front of Zhu Zhuqing. "Senior sister, she feels a bit chilly. Is it a problem if I provide her with some warmth?" "Single dog. Who are you calling a single dog?" The fiery-haired man, Ma Hongjun, retorted vehemently, his temper flaring as he launched an attack on Gu Chen. "Ma Hongjun, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing scolded sharply, wrapping her arms around Gu Chen's waist and leaping 20 meters away. "Seventh sister, he insulted me," Gu Chen exclaimed. "Am I wrong in what I said? Are you not a single dog? Do you have a woman?" Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed, her expression icy. "Seventh sister." Ma Hongjun's face flushed with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Despite his frequent visits to various indulgent establishments, no girl had ever wished to be his girlfriend. In practical terms, he was indeed a single dog, and Gu Chen's words rang true. However, one should never strike a person's face or expose their vulnerabilities. How could he so brazenly utter such words, casting a scornful glance at his groin? It was utterly unforgivable. Did he not fear potential retribution? Ma Hongjun's concerns were unfounded. Had he been granted the opportunity to confront Gu Chen alone, he would have swiftly disguised himself and returned to Nanning City. After his initial attempt failed, and seeing Zhu Zhuqing protectively standing before Gu Chen, he realized that further action would not harm Gu Chen. With a resentful glare, he turned away in a huff. Watching Ma Hongjun's retreating figure, Gu Chen's lips curved into a mischievous smile. Just moments ago, he had absorbed a surge of anger from Ma Hongjun, leading to a breakthrough in his cultivation. He had ascended to the 6th rank of Soul Master. Though achieving the 6th rank at his age was not particularly remarkable, it was merely average. However, had outsiders known that just over a month ago he had been a mere 3rd-rank Soul Scholar, they would likely be left astounded. Since the Shrek 7 monsters had united, their progress had been meteoric, consistently overcoming countless formidable adversaries with minimal defeats. Consequently, the mindset of each member had undergone some transformations. Each harbored their own sense of pride. Under the protection of Xiao Wu and the affectionate attention of several senior sisters, Gu Chen thrived remarkably, inciting jealousy and dissatisfaction amongst several male students, led by Tang San, who wished nothing more than to see him gone. In Chapter 16, "Hello, senior sister, you are amazing." Gu Chen shamelessly flirted with the girls they admired, provoking their ire to an unbearable degree. Today, Ma Hongjun's appearance was no coincidence. He sought to teach Gu Chen a lesson. To his astonishment, he witnessed Zhu Zhuqing bestowing affection upon Daimu Bai, instead of feeling remorse. Gu Chen taunted him as a lonely dog, igniting Ma Hongjun's fury. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing nearly confronted him on behalf of Gu Chen, further deepening his despair. Resolute, he decided to seek out Sui Hua, hoping to rekindle their past connection. However, reality proved harsh. Upon returning to the site of their shared memories, he discovered that Sui Hua was married, nursing a young child, with her husband being San, the very person who had once delivered his notes. San, short and dark, with a gap-toothed grin, was a sight Ma Hongjun could hardly bear. Meanwhile, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing were entwined in a passionate embrace within a secluded grove, lost in the fervor of their affection, as if they were merging into one another. After a long moment of breathless intimacy, Zhu Zhuqing playfully lifted Gu Chen's chin, gazing into his eyes like a clear mirror, and said, "Senior sister, you are incredible. I can hardly catch my breath." "Haha, Gu Chen. Now do you understand the prowess of your senior sister? Let us see if you dare to steal a kiss again. This is your punishment for that. I want to be held responsible. Senior sister, the punishment is just right. A person like me deserves no sympathy. Come now, indulge me." Gu Chen's exaggerated performance elicited laughter from Zhu Zhuqing, who nestled into his shoulder, teasing, you naughty boy. I truly have no way to deal with you. Now all the benefits have gone to you. Tell me, how will you repay me? How about I offer myself to you, taking full responsibility?" He replied charmingly. "How beautiful you are. Now, let us discuss something serious. All right, do you want a boy or a girl?" "What do you mean by a boy or a girl?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, bewildered. Just Gu Chen whispered a few words in her ear. Instantly, her delicate skin flushed crimson. After a moment, like a dragonfly skimming the water, she placed a light kiss on his cheek. "When you become powerful, you can choose whether you want a boy or a girl. For now, it's not possible." Gu Chen did not inquire further as to the reasons. As the young master of the Notting City Intelligence Bureau of the Spirit Hall, he was privy to far more than the average person. Zhu Zhuqing's identity was extraordinary, to remain by her side eternally. He would need to possess strength and connections that surpassed Imubai. "Senior sister, rest assured, I shall strive in that direction and will not keep you waiting for long. I promise." I believe in you, senior brother. By the way, Gu Chen, why did you provoke Ma Hongjun face to face today? Such actions may lead you into a very precarious situation. Zhu Zhuqing queried, voicing the concern that had lingered in her heart throughout the day. "For your sake, senior sister. That chubby fellow is clearly the type who is never satisfied. If you show him even a modicum of deference, he will take a mile for an inch. My intention in confronting him directly was to convey that I, Gu Chen, am unafraid of him. Let him come at me, but do not tarnish your reputation. Gu Chen, you may not fully understand Ma Hongjun. He is the sort who repays grievances. Allow me to tell you a story." "Very well." Gu Chen exhibited a keen interest. To know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Once, there was a lecherous uncle of the Soul sect who seized a woman Ma Hongjun had intended to relieve himself with, beat him into a pulp, and mocked him for his stature. Afterwards, he enlisted me, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and others to confront that individual. Xiao Wu employed her charms while the rest of us observed from the shadows. The lecherous uncle mistook Xiao Wu for an innocent little beauty and fell into the trap quite easily. Successfully luring him into the darkness, Xiao Wu swiftly struck, activating her soft bone rabbit martial spirit. With a series of powerful and forceful throws, she incapacitated him, leaving him gravely injured and bedridden for months. After the lecherous uncle was severely injured, Tang San suggested eliminating the threat entirely. However, having never taken a life, we all hesitated. In the end, we refrained from delivering the final blow. Ma Hongjun insisted we leave, and he returned alone, setting the man's vital parts ablaze, ensuring he would never be a man again. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen took a deep breath and raised a thumb in admiration. "Ma Hongjun is quite ruthless. How old were you at that time?" Daimubai was 15, Oscar 14, Tang San 13, while Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and I were all 12. To possess such a temperament at the tender age of 12 or 13 is indeed fierce. Gu Chen squinted, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. His words referred to Ma Hongjun but also hinted at Tang San. "Nevertheless, there is no need for excessive concern. With teacher Zhao protecting you at the academy, Ma Hongjun would not dare to overstep his bounds. Outside, just stay close to me, and nothing will happen." "Zhuqing, thank you. However, as a man, I cannot always rely on a woman for protection. I will hasten to enhance my own strength to become your solid support." Gu Chen, I believe in you." Gazing into Zhu Zhuqing's emotional eyes, Gu Chen once more captured her fragrant lips, savoring her sweet tongue, feeling the love radiating from her heart. His fingers danced across her body, as if playing a beautiful melody. The following afternoon, a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the withered willow branches to sway and emit a soft rustling sound. Gu Chen followed Zhu Zhuqing to the banks of the Sacred Heart Lake, gazing upon the vast expanse of crystal-clear water that mirrored the azure sky above, while fish frolicked joyfully beneath the surface. An overwhelming sense of tranquility washed over him. Although it was already autumn and the water had turned somewhat chilly, many individuals could still be seen immersing themselves in the lake, wielding sacred porcelain jars to pour water over their bodies, cleansing themselves. Each face radiated joy, revealing an expression of blissful ecstasy. Had he not been cultivating the Xuanqing Gong, Gu Chen might have simply regarded the lake's waters as wondrous. However, his perspective had shifted. Through diligent practice, he was on the verge of grasping the second realm of Xuanqing Gong, the realm of object reflection. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul, and the strength of his heart had rendered his gaze increasingly luminous, allowing him to perceive things invisible to ordinary individuals. At that moment, he discerned that among those cleansing themselves in the Sacred Heart Lake, each person was enveloped by a swirling mass of black energy. siphoning their vitality and essence towards the center of the lake. Chapter 17. A reunion at Sacred Heart Lake with Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi to Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing's astonishment. Two familiar figures emerged at the center of the lake. Even they were shrouded in dark energy, their delicate forms drenched by the waters of the Sacred Heart Lake. Their wet garments clung to their alluring silhouettes, accentuating their sensual allure. One was clad in a flowing green dress with a low V neckline, her figure tall and graceful, resembling a full moon. The other donned a short black skirt, her ebony hair framing a sweet yet commanding visage, her physique balanced and imbued with untamed spirit. These two were well known to Gu Chen, leaving a particularly favorable impression. They were the mature and alluring Chu Yinshi and the sweet and youthful Meng Yiran. How could they possibly be here? Gu Chen murmured to himself. Gu Chen, do you know them? Gu Chen shook his head, indicating his unfamiliarity and that he had misjudged the situation. Senior, there is something amiss at the center of St. Heart Lake. The individuals here may be in grave danger today. What is happening at St. Heart Lake? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her elegant brows, looking at Gu Chen with a mix of surprise and suspicion. Senior, there isn't time for explanations. Please help me prepare some black dog blood and yellow paper. I will go summon them up. What do you need those for? Furthermore, if I leave, you will be alone here. What if you encounter danger? I will explain upon my return. Time is of the essence, the task is urgent, and lives are at stake. I have no enemies. Who would wish me harm? I implore you, Senior. Gu Chen gazed at Zhu Zhuqing with earnest eyes. Very well, but you must ensure your own safety. Indeed. Once she made her decision, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated no longer. She activated her nether spirit cat martial soul and hurried toward the marketplace with utmost speed. During the past month, Gu Chen had also observed certain changes since his arrival. Events that were inconceivable in his previous memories were manifesting before him. It was as if two distinct worlds were merging, and both time and space had undergone subtle transformations. He could now distinctly sense that a malevolent entity, akin to a ghost from his former life, lurked at the bottom of the lake, concealed within a spirit beast, ravenously devouring the life force of the visitors at St. Heart Lake. After Zhu Zhuqing departed, Gu Chen dared not waste a moment. If the malevolence at the center of the lake continued its consumption, all would surely perish. He dashed to the shores of St. Heart Lake and shouted loudly to the crowd, who were blissfully unaware and indulging in the waters, "You must come ashore quickly. There is a spirit beast at the center of the lake, and it is siphoning your life away." The crowd, caught in a moment of enjoyment, froze in place, turning to gaze at the tall, statuesque figure standing beneath the willows by the lake. Confusion washed over them as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding scenario. Hurry up. Your lives are slipping away. If you delay, you will all perish. Gu Chen called out once more, and this time everyone clearly understood his words. Some believed him, while others remained skeptical. Those who were convinced hurriedly made their way to the lakeshore, prioritizing safety regardless of the presence of any malevolent spirits. Conversely, the skeptics dismissed the warning, confident in their own strength and abilities to handle any soul beast that might arise. After all, why should they trust the words of a stranger? What if he was merely conjuring up a frivolous ruse out of boredom? Among the disbelievers were Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi. Observing the indifference of the two women, Gu Chen anxiously urged, "Ladies, there is danger in the lake. You must come ashore quickly. It may be too late otherwise." In response, Meng Yiran raised an eyebrow and flashed a charming smile. "Thank you, little brother," she said playfully. "But I've only just entered the water and haven't had my fill of fun yet. We are not afraid of danger." "Indeed," added Chu Yinshi, stifling a laugh, her bosom quivering with amusement. "Thank you for your concern, but Our Lady possesses formidable strength. Even if a soul beast were to emerge, we would be more than capable of handling it." Gu Chen, witnessing their blatant disregard for advice, felt a surge of frustration. Were it not for the life-saving interventions of these two women and their considerate nature towards him, he would have been disinclined to involve himself in their affairs. "Ladies," he implored, "this is not a matter of underestimating your capabilities. The soul beasts within the Sacred Heart Lake are exceptionally fierce, far beyond what you two can confront. Take a deep breath now and channel your soul power to ascertain if you feel any pain in your chest." Observing the sincerity in Gu Chen's demeanor, it appeared he was not deceiving them. The two women hesitated, and simultaneously, Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi inhaled deeply, activating their soul powers. To Meng Yiran's astonishment, as she did so, a sharp pain pierced her chest, and she coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Chu Yinshi experienced a similar pain in her chest, but instead of expelling blood, she felt a heavy constriction. "Miss, there is indeed something amiss in the Sacred Heart Lake. Allow me to assist you to the shore." "Very well," Meng Yiran nodded, and together with Chu Yinshi, they swam frantically towards the bank, panic setting in. just as they had swum a short distance. A horrifying scream echoed behind them. Turning back, they witnessed dark tentacles dragging the soul's masters who had yet to reach the shore into the depths of the lake. Several individuals had already been pulled under, while others were ensnared halfway, their speed surpassing that of their desperate attempts to swim. Moreover, Ning Rongrong and Chu Yinshi discovered to their dismay that a significant portion of their soul power had been inexplicably siphoned away. Fortunately, Gu Chen's timely warning had allowed them to gain some distance. Otherwise, they too would have faced the same grim fate. Nevertheless, they remained in peril, for two tentacles were swiftly extending towards them. They swam with all their might towards the shore, but the tentacles accelerated, closing in on their delicate forms. In despair, they shut their eyes, filled with regret for not heeding Gu Chen's warning sooner. Grandfather, grandmother, farewell. Ning Rongrong felt a pang of guilt. She did not fear death. For as a soul master, one learns to confront mortality from birth. Her remorse stemmed from the years of nurturing and support her grandparents had given her. Alas, who would have thought the daughter of a divine king would meet her end by this insignificant Sacred Heart Lake? How careless of me. Chu Yinshi felt a bitter resentment. She had paid a steep price to arrive in this realm, and now, leaving empty-handed while potentially sacrificing her own life felt unjust. Just as both women resigned themselves to their fate, a sudden gust of wind rushed past them, and they simultaneously felt a constriction around their waists. Moments later, they realized their bodies were being lifted into the air by a powerful embrace. A resounding slap echoed as a massive tentacle struck the water's surface. Ning Rongrong and Chu Yinshi opened their eyes to witness a spray of water soaring several meters high, a testament to the force of the blow. The black tentacle, having lost its target, did not relent immediately. It pursued into the air for several dozen meters before retreating, seeking another victim. Ning Rongrong and Chu Yinshi found themselves placed upon a flat, expansive rock. Just as they intended to express their gratitude to their savior, they noticed he had already taken flight, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette of a cat eagle. This enigmatic figure soared above the lake, rescuing one human after another from the clutches of the abyss. His speed was remarkable, and his gaze was piercing, as he consistently intervened just moments before the tentacles could ensnare their victims. In less than 10 minutes, he had successfully saved 26 individuals, averting the tragedy that would have befallen their families. Yet, many more remained trapped beneath the surface. With only one person to rely on and limited capability, he had done admirably well to rescue so many from the over 100 souls who had ignored warnings, facing 8 menacing tentacles in the process. As if thwarted by the unexpected intrusion, a colossal octopus-like creature, towering as high as a 2-story building, emerged before the crowd. Its visage bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, with eyes resembling enormous black caverns radiating a chilling glow, currently filled with fury, its mouth stained with blood. Clearly, it was enraged by the disruption of its plans. Chapter 18. Interference faced with such a terrifying soul beast. Gu Chen felt a lack of confidence in confronting it without talismans. Gu Chen carefully assessed its power and discovered that, at this moment, the entity possessed by the malevolent spirit exhibited a terrifying strength that was scarcely inferior to that of a fully committed soul king. Had the collective soul energy not been siphoned away by it, they might have stood a chance against it together. However, after devouring the life force, essence, and flesh of so many soul masters, it had become an insurmountable foe. In the grand cycle of existence, where all things are interconnected, the only recourse to counter this malevolence was to attempt the Qiyang Golden Flame Talisman, which he had surreptitiously learned in his past life within the Taoist sect. The Qiyang Golden Flame Talisman is a sacred talisman specifically crafted to repel evil spirits and demons, made from yellow paper and black dog blood, and activated by mystical energy, yielding remarkable efficacy against wicked entities. Yet, it appeared that this place offered no means to cultivate such mystical energy. Thus, after procuring the materials to create the talisman, he could only attempt to activate it with his soul power. Where was Yu Qing? Gazing at the rampaging spirit beast, Gu Chen's expression turned anxious as he murmured to himself. Without the Qiyang Golden Flame Talisman, relying solely on his own strength, even if he were to ascend several realms, he would still be no match for this malevolent entity. Judging by the beast's size, it had likely cultivated for over 10,000 years. To confront it head-on was folly. Even ordinary spirit beasts with over 2,000 years of cultivation would be beyond his capabilities. Moreover, with the malevolent spirit possessing this beast, it was undoubtedly far more formidable. The malevolent spirit is not only versatile but also adept at manipulating human emotions. If it were to attach itself to an individual, that person could become immune to most physical attacks. Without talismans or artifacts to counter it, exterminating it would be exceedingly difficult. Everyone, scatter and flee. The number and length of this soul beast's tentacles are limited. Run as far as you can. Gu Chen urgently called out from the sky to a group of terrified individuals by the lakeshore. Upon hearing his words, all were jolted from their stupor. Realizing that no one could save them today, their survival hinged solely on luck. The 8-tentacled soul beast began to swim toward the lakeside. Its 8 robust and powerful tentacles radiating an unsettling black aura, each extending over 10 meters in length, striking with terrifying speed. It seemed particularly drawn to delicate, tender-skinned young women, as most of its chosen targets were youthful and beautiful maidens. Although Gu Chen was unable to defeat this malevolent creature, he was fortunate to possess a martial soul that could masquerade as an owl, granting him the ability to soar through the skies. Within the limits of his capabilities, he endeavored to rescue every soul master on the brink of persecution. As time slipped away, the fleeing soul masters could not match the speed of the octopus spirit beast. One by one, vibrant lives were consumed by it, the grotesque sound of its gnashing teeth echoing in the ears of all, sending chills down their spines. Gu Chen detested his own lack of strength. Otherwise, he would ensure that this malevolent creature suffered a fate worse than death. After soaring through the skies for more than 10 minutes, propelled by his urgency and the burden of carrying others, Gu Chen found his stamina waning. Yet, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Peering into the distance, he was disheartened by the absence of Zhu Zhuqing's figure. In his desperation, he resolved to search for her first, intending to devise a strategy to confront the soul beast thereafter. Just as he was preparing to act, he caught sight of several familiar silhouettes emerging from the bend of the dense forest. Thanks to the exceptional vision granted by his chameleon martial soul, he quickly discerned the newcomers. It was 2 men and 2 women, the 4 members of the Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing appeared exceedingly anxious, while Xiao Wu stood beside her, offering words of comfort. Tang San maintained a stoic expression, neither sorrowful nor joyful, remaining silent. Dai Mubai occasionally positioned himself in front of Zhu Zhuqing, seemingly attempting to persuade her of something. After rescuing another person, Gu Chen swiftly concealed his presence and disguised himself as a powerful golden titan bear spirit, rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing and the others. As he approached, he heard a voice resound. Dai Mubai, if you obstruct me once more, do not blame me for being impolite. Zhu Zhuqing's chest heaved with anger from Dai Mubai's repeated interruptions. Zhuqing, heed my counsel. Gu Chen is undoubtedly deceiving you. There is certainly nothing in the Sacred Heart Lake. I frequently bathe there, and both Tang San and Xiao Wu have been there as well. You are aware of Tang San's abilities. If there were truly something amiss in the lake, would he not have noticed? Indeed, Zhuqing, Gu Chen is known for his penchant for jesting. Perhaps this is yet another of his pranks. If there were real malevolence, would he not flee? After Gu Chen departed with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San, unbeknownst to Xiao Wu, had evidently said something that drastically diminished her impression of Gu Chen, leading her to believe he was lying. It seemed his aim was merely to showcase his talents before Zhu Zhuqing, hoping to win her affection. Xiao Wu, I concede that Gu Chen often shirks his training and indulges in frivolity. However, I assure you, this time is genuine. Please, do not hinder me. If my delay leads to Gu Chen's peril, I shall bear the guilt for eternity. Tang San, who had remained silent until now, appeared notably more composed after stepping outside. With one hand resting behind him, his expression neutral, he spoke gently. Zhuqing, hand the items to me. I am swifter, and I shall assist you in delivering them. Tang San had evidently undergone significant changes over the past month, his soul power having surged to level 43, and the 8 spider lances behind him had mutated, acquiring a wind attribute. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. She was aware of the tension between Tang San and Gu Chen. Initially, her instinct was to hide upon seeing them. She had intended to procure yellow paper and black dog blood quickly to find Gu Chen and return to Shrek Academy together. Unexpectedly, after Tang San had been outside for a while, he was able to communicate with the blue-silver grass, promptly discerning Zhu Zhuqing's location. Coupled with what Dai Mubai had mentioned earlier about Gu Chen teaching Xiao Wu to play the flute, Tang San was incensed, contemplating a harsh lesson for Gu Chen. Thus, their appearance was not mere coincidence, but rather a calculated move by Tang San. Upon finding Zhu Zhuqing, Tang San remained silent, but discreetly conveyed a message to Dai Mubai through his gaze, instructing him to find ways to impede her actions. When Zhu Zhuqing purchased the yellow paper, claiming it was counterfeit, a white tiger's fierce light shattered the paper into fragments before the eyes of Zhu Zhuqing and the vendor. Tang San even intended to confront the vendor to defend Zhu Zhuqing, but was restrained by both Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. This forced Zhu Zhuqing to trek from the south to the north of the city to repurchase. When acquiring black dog blood, she insisted that it was also fake, nearly causing a scene in the shop. Ultimately, the vendor had to help them find a genuine black dog, yet Dai Mubai remained unsatisfied, alleging that the dog was merely discolored. After numerous trials, they finally procured the yellow paper and black dog blood that Gu Chen required. Dai Mubai remarked that he had never heard of these items being effective against malevolence. Tang San, having lived 2 lives, was aware of such matters, yet he nonchalantly remarked, "In these times of moral decline, one must remain vigilant." What Dai Mubai did not realize was that his obstructions had nearly led to the demise of all who ventured to Sacred Heart Lake. "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters." Gu Chen approached the 4, suppressing his fury. "I apologize for my tardiness. Have I delayed your endeavors?" Zhu Zhuqing responded apologetically. "Senior sister, there is no time for that. The malevolent entity in the lake has gone berserk and is ruthlessly slaughtering. Quickly, hand me the yellow paper and black dog blood. Every second counts. We may yet save another life." "Understood." Zhu Zhuqing swiftly handed over a package, casting a fierce glare at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai shrugged, indicating that he had not anticipated the circumstances. Gu Chen accepted the package and expressed his gratitude to Zhu Zhuqing. He devoured an Oscar-brand rapid-flying mushroom sausage and swiftly made his way toward Holy Heart Lake. Chapter 19. Canine Teammate, Tang San. After Gu Chen departed, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly consumed an Oscar-brand mushroom sausage and soared towards St. Heart Lake. Watching Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure, Tang San's expression momentarily darkened, though he quickly masked it. His purpose for returning was to utterly obliterate Gu Chen, ensuring he comprehended that incurring the wrath of Tang San could render existence itself more terrifying than death. "Third brother, something seems amiss over there. We should investigate," Xiao Wu remarked, sensing the unease and knitting her brows, aware that she might have erred in some way. "Xiao Wu, fret not. Since Junior Gu Chen requested us to procure these items, he must possess confidence in managing the creature in the lake. However, you are right. We ought to follow him. Although Junior Gu Chen conceals many matters from us, he is indeed a disciple of Master Xiao Wuji, and we must be concerned for his safety." "Well said, third brother. You truly have a way with words." Though he harbored a desire to obliterate Gu Chen, he extolled him eloquently. If not for their years of camaraderie, one might believe he harbored genuine admiration for Gu Chen. Dai Mubai mentally applauded Tang San with an enthusiastic 666. Could this be what Master Xiao Wuji referred to as the potential to become a formidable warrior? Yet, my Zhuqing must surely despise me for this. All blame lies with that Gu Chen, and I shall undoubtedly seek an opportunity to eliminate him. Not wishing to squander time, Gu Chen began to concentrate his thoughts en route to St. Heart Lake, meticulously etching the red sun golden flame talisman. This dual focus proved tremendously taxing on his mental and soul energy, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow, rendering his complexion pallid. "Someone save me. I will marry him." A young woman, no more than 15 or 16, adorned in a flowing yellow brocade, retreated in terror. The monstrous tentacles of an octopus soul beast descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. The girl, paralyzed by fear, what as tears cascaded down her cheeks like pearls freed from a broken string. As the tentacles drew nearer, she resignedly closed her eyes, believing her demise was inevitable. Just as she braced for the anticipated pain, she felt a presence encircle her waist. Startled, she screamed, "Ah, mother, save me." Instead of the expected agony, her body felt weightless, and she heard a soft, labored voice near her ear, prompting her to open her eyes. "All is well. You are safe now. Hurry home." Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a tall, handsome man with a pale visage, gazing at her with warmth. She was about to express her gratitude when the man turned and soared away. "I am Ling Long. I shall repay your kindness." Hearing her words, Gu Chen paid no heed. His singular focus remained on subduing the beast before his strength waned. "Supreme Tao Lord, I summon thee, Red Sun Golden Flame Talisman." Although reciting these incantations held little practical effect, it was more a spiritual anchor, a prayer. To his delight, Gu Chen discovered that the soul energy here could indeed activate the power inscribed within the talisman, causing its runes to radiate brilliance. With a flurry, several talismans glowing with radiant crimson light soared towards the malevolent creature. Observing the diminutive talismans approaching, the octopus soul beast exhibited a dismissive demeanor. Yet, As the red sun golden flame talisman neared, sensing its destructive aura and instantaneous spatial transference, it was struck by fear and contemplated escape. However, it underestimated the talisman's potency. Upon contact with the red glow emanating from the talisman, the black mist surrounding the beast ignited like gasoline meeting fire. The searing flames inflicted pain upon the octopus soul beast, which glared furiously at the human responsible. It longed to rend him asunder, but was wary of the extraordinary talisman in his grasp, casting a venomous glare at Gu Chen before retreating towards Saint Heart Lake. Quickly, block its path. Do not let it reach the lake. Gu Chen urged anxiously as Zhu Zhuqing and the others approached. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing sprang into action upon witnessing the octopus soul beast fleeing from Gu Chen, utilizing her first and second soul abilities. She unleashed a series of attacks against the beast. However, the impact was minimal, merely slowing its advance slightly. Seeing that her attempts were ineffective, Zhu Zhuqing concentrated her soul energy into her palm, forming a dark purple blade aimed at the creature's head. Be careful, Zhuqing. Third brother, save her. Xiao Wu cried out as a massive tentacle appeared behind Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling the imminent peril, Zhu Zhuqing invoked her fourth soul skill, creating 6 clones to assist in battle. Her most formidable technique at present. Blue silvergrass, ensnare. Tang San activated his first martial spirit in an attempt to bind the octopus soul beast. However, the beast's overwhelming strength easily cast him and the blue silvergrass aside. Tang San, possessing a wealth of combat experience, swiftly stabilized his form upon landing, striking a dashing pose. Third brother, watch out. Xiao Wu shouted in alarm. Simultaneously activating his third and fourth skills, Tang San positioned himself behind. Intending to absorb the impending attack, Daimu Bai joined the fray, unleashing his abilities. The first, White Tiger Guardian Shield, to bolster defense. The second, White Tiger Light Wave, an offensive maneuver. The third, White Tiger Diamond Transformation, enhancing resilience and power. And the fourth, White Tiger Meteor Shower, unleashing a barrage of luminous orbs to target the adversary. In a bid to uphold his image in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, Daimu Bai unleashed all 4 skills against the octopus soul beast. The thunderous onslaught provoked the beast's unbridled fury, compelling it to abandon its pursuit of Xiao Wu and Tang San, directing 3 tentacles towards Daimu Bai instead. Bring it on. Emboldened by the diamond transformation, Daimu Bai was prepared to confront the octopus soul beast head-on. However, he was unprepared for the ferocity of the creature's strike, which nearly dissipated his martial spirit, sending him hurtling backward. Had Tang San not intervened swiftly, ensnaring him with blue silvergrass and pulling him back, he might have been reduced to mere pulp by the 2 incoming tentacles. Third brother, employ the blue silver prison to restrain it. I shall unleash a decisive blow. Gu Chen issued a command to Tang San. Taken aback, Tang San realized that he was accustomed to directing others as a member of the Shrek 7 monsters. It was unusual for him to find himself in such a position, especially under the command of a newly joined and inexperienced junior. Come on, third brother. Quickly unleash the blue-silver prison, urged Xiao Wu as the octopus soul beast prepared to plunge into the water. Indeed, Tang San harbored ulterior motives. Endowed with the purple extreme magic eye, he could perceive aspects invisible to others. He had long discerned the extraordinary nature of this soul beast, estimating its age to be no less than 30,000 years. Furthermore, its bizarre ability to nullify over 80% of physical attacks was a skill he coveted immensely. If he could assimilate this ability into a soul ring, he would become extraordinarily powerful. Thus, he had only utilized a single skill, entanglement. Despite being the most potent among the 5 in terms of soul power, he was unexpectedly yanked away, necessitating Xiao Wu to employ 2 life-saving skills to rescue him, an indication of the gravity of the situation. As the progenitor of deceit, Gu Chen easily perceived Tang San's little scheme. He cared not for soul rings or any such trifles. Having slain so many, this malevolent creature must perish today. Hence, his earlier provocation directed at Tang San was a deliberate tactic to compel him into action. Chapter 20, The Divine Weapon. Celestial Umbrella. This chapter contains an Easter egg. In response to Gu Chen and Xiao Wu's urgings, a flicker of inspiration crossed Tang San's mind. As he was midway through casting his soul skill, he abruptly bit his tongue, spitting forth a mouthful of blood. Third brother. Upon witnessing Tang San's act, Xiao Wu hurriedly teleported to his side in alarm. He's fine, merely a minor mishap with his tongue, she reassured, exasperated. How dare he play such games in front of me? Gu Chen's gaze towards Tang San was filled with disdain. Damn beast, meet your demise. Although the attacks from Zhu Zhuqing and the others did not inflict substantial harm upon the octopus soul beast, they succeeded in buying Gu Chen a moment's reprieve. With a deft adjustment of his position, Gu Chen simultaneously unleashed over 20 red sun golden flame talismans, enveloping the octopus soul beast from all directions. The crimson flames enveloping the beast blazed even more fiercely, and its life force began to plummet dramatically. Feigning injury, Tang San, who had been discovered by Gu Chen, no longer maintained his ruse. He turned to Xiao Wu and reassured her, "Do not worry, Xiao Wu, I am fine. It was merely the old wounds acting up when I pulled Mu Bai earlier." As he spoke, Tang San activated dozens of webs, seemingly intending to ensnare the octopus soul beast to assist Gu Chen. However, the peculiar placement of these webs was strategic, as each one precisely covered the areas where the red flames threatened to spread. This unexpected maneuver granted the octopus soul beast a moment of respite. It suddenly ignited a surge of dark energy, its power swelling exponentially. With a powerful thrust, the octopus soul beast propelled Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others away, making a desperate escape towards the center of the lake. Gu Chen gazed at Tang San, his teammate, whose foolishness left him utterly speechless. With a heavy heart, he cast his final 2 talismans, intending to assess Zhu Zhuqing's injuries. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. The 8-armed demon child is gravely wounded. Possessing 30,000 years of cultivation, it can barely be bound to the heavenly Luo umbrella once. Pursue it. I shall assist you in capturing it. With it, you will be able to activate the first layer of the umbrella's domain. Master, is that you speaking to me? Gu Chen queried, mistaking the enchanting voice for that of Yu Jingzhu, though something felt amiss. Is it you, master? The woman chuckled lightly. That is one way to put it. However, this is not the moment for discussion. The 8-armed demon child is about to flee. Do not let this opportunity slip away. Understood. Seeing the demon's form vanish into the depths of the lake, Gu Chen resolutely leaped in after it. Gu Chen, Jr. Zhu Zhuqing called out in concern. Xiao Wu's heart tightened with anxiety, but she refrained from voicing her worries due to Tang San's presence. Nevertheless, Tang San observed their exchange keenly, his resentment towards Gu Chen intensifying. He cursed Gu Chen to perish at the lake's bottom. Mu Bai, already feeling dejected from his own injuries, could not help but laugh at Gu Chen's reckless pursuit of the demon. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him from behind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Zhu Zhuqing shot a fierce glance at Mu Bai before preparing to leap towards the center of the lake. However, she was ensnared by Tang San, who appeared injured but was, in fact, only slightly hurt, as he used his blue-silver grasp to restrain her. Zhuqing, do not act impulsively. Gu Chen is not one to act recklessly. He must have a plan, Tang San cautioned. You do not know what dangers lurk beneath the water. Rashly diving in could lead to unforeseen peril. That soul beast is wounded. Gu Chen likely intends to deliver a final blow to end its nefarious existence. Let us wait a moment and allow our bodies to recover. If we dive in, we, as members of Shrek, shall all descend together. Indeed, Zhuqing must not act impulsively. We must have faith in Gu Chen, Xiao Wu added. Yet, she harbored her own doubts about Gu Chen's ability to resurface, knowing that his control over the soul beast relied entirely on the mystical talismans. She had clearly seen him expend his last 2 talismans, had he possessed a few more. The soul beast might have been subdued. Her plea to Zhu Zhuqing stemmed from a desire to prevent her from following Gu Chen to certain doom. Although she had harbored some fondness for Gu Chen, who had taught her to play the flute, her heart ultimately belonged to Tang San, her childhood companion. A bond not easily replaced. Mu Bai found himself in an awkward position. His earlier behavior had been excessive, to the point where even Xiao Wu could not overlook it. Internally, Tang San cursed Mu Bai. Fool! If only you possessed half the wit of Oscar, you would not have lost your chance with Gu Chen. Meanwhile, as Gu Chen plunged into the water, the celestial weapon, the heavenly Luo umbrella, materialized. Once it emerged, it swiftly descended into Gu Chen's grasp. A surge of information flooded his mind, revealing that this artifact was the ancient divine weapon, the heavenly Luo umbrella, forged by a primordial evil god. Currently, it was in a damaged state, requiring a substantial amount of magical energy for restoration. Once repaired, it would yield unforeseen rewards. Gu Chen was uncertain about the origins of the memory implanted in his mind. He felt an uncanny familiarity with the celestial umbrella. You have received the essence of the celestial umbrella, have you not? During this period, I have regained some of my soul energy. You may temporarily harness a fraction of my power, allowing you to remain in the soul sect realm for a quarter of an hour. However, afterward, your soul energy will be depleted by me, rendering you unable to wield it for a time. Are you willing to take this gamble? The melodious voice of a woman resonated once more. What is there to hesitate about? Grant me your strength. This beast has slain so many. How could I possibly let him go? Please bestow upon me your power. Gu Chen gripped the handle of the celestial umbrella, his spirit soaring. Ha! The enchanting voice of the woman was amused by Gu Chen's audacity. This fellow was relentless in his determination. Yet, he displayed considerable courage, an intriguing little character indeed. Very well. I shall lend you my strength, glory, and the halo of an angel. A golden halo radiated from Gu Chen, while a crimson ring slowly ascended from beneath his feet. He felt his strength surging dramatically, advancing through the ranks of Great Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, and Soul Sect. In a single leap, he ascended several significant realms. Engulfed by a profound sense of power, he swiftly locked onto the 8-armed demon child and pursued it with great haste. Approaching within 10 zhang, he launched his attack. Heavenly Net devours the heavens. A formidable force enveloped the 8-armed demon child, which struggled desperately to break free from this binding. However, having sustained severe injuries previously, it lacked the strength to resist and was helplessly drawn into a pitch-black, enigmatic realm. After absorbing the 8-armed demon child, the once-weathered Heavenly Net umbrella appeared more vibrant than before. Meanwhile, within the confines of the mysterious space, the malevolent entity dissipated, revealing a miniature octopus on the oiled paper of the Heavenly Net umbrella. Gu Chen's spirit communicated with the celestial umbrella, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he could harness a portion of the umbrella's power to summon a soul beast of a higher realm to fight on his behalf. For instance, if he were a 6th-tier soul master, he could summon a soul beast of the great 6th-tier variety. The specific type of soul beast he could summon was not confined to the 8-armed demon child. Rather, it depended on the magical spirits that the celestial umbrella had previously sealed. These magical spirits are akin to the souls of demons, similar to human souls, but they possess the unique ability to devour one another to enhance their own strength. The celestial umbrella also possesses this extraordinary capability, allowing it to consume magical spirits, augment its own power, and acquire their skills. During combat, the umbrella allocates power based on its master's strength, which is one of its remarkable traits. A side note, in the Divine Continent, there once existed an enchanting woman, renowned throughout history, by the name of Liu Xiaoran. From a young age, Liu Xiaoran was blessed with extraordinary beauty and exceptional talent, particularly highlighted by her captivating pair of eyes, which were born with dual pupils that could mesmerize anyone. Her existence was nothing short of legendary. She possessed innate full soul power and dual martial souls, heralding a phenomenon at her birth. Her dual martial souls were exceedingly rare, the flower of life and the eye of reincarnation. Despite its name, the flower of life is not a plant-type martial soul. It serves as a key to unlock the genetic code within the human body. It does not require any soul rings, and its singular characteristic is the ability to harness life force to unleash potential. The eye of reincarnation, also known as the eye of control, enhances one's ocular strength. When cultivated to its zenith, it can govern the cycle of life and death with a mere glance. During the peak of her prowess, Liu Xiaoran utilized the unique attributes of these two martial souls to discover countless elixirs that enhanced both her life force and ocular strength, advancing her cultivation at an astonishing rate. All her soul rings were uniformly crimson, each lasting 100,000 years, making her the first individual in the Divine Continent to achieve the status of a sovereign deity. However, due to an unforeseen incident involving the acquisition of the celestial umbrella, she became the target of envy. Before she could fully comprehend its usage, she was ambushed by her closest sister, Liu Xinran, and her most beloved man, Tang Hao. In collusion with the 12 great divine lords, they inflicted severe injuries upon her. In a fit of rage, she expended all her life force to activate the Eye of Reincarnation, severely wounding Liu Xinran and obliterating Tang Hao's essence. She also managed to take down 7 of the 12 great divine lords. In her final moments, she activated the protective mode of the celestial umbrella, which transported her residual soul to the Douluo Continent. There, she was discovered by Gu Chen's previous incarnation during a childhood excursion and brought home. Later, an accident caused a drop of blood from Gu Chen's previous self to fall upon the celestial umbrella. Upon absorbing this blood, the umbrella was reactivated. However, due to the weakness of Gu Chen's previous incarnation, it could not enter the recognition mode and thus remained concealed within the martial soul of the golden silk silver needle. Once activated, the celestial umbrella required nurturing through soul power, which explains why Gu Chen's previous self remained stagnant at the second-tier soul master level, mocked by all as a worthless failure. It was not until Gu Chen's rebirth and the awakening of his second martial soul, the chameleon martial soul, that he was able to embark on a new path of cultivation. Chapter 21. Soft Jade and Warm Fragrance. Welfare. Chapter 1. Gu Chen, having returned the soul weapon. The heavenly net umbrella, into his martial spirit, soon resurfaced. Upon witnessing Gu Chen emerge, reactions varied from concern to resentment. Dai Mubai's sharp canines nearly ground to dust, while Tang San's expression darkened momentarily, only to be swiftly concealed. Zhu Zhuqing's face radiated delight as she dashed towards the heart of the Holy Heart Lake, entirely indifferent to the impact her drenched figure might have on Gu Chen. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wu appeared lost in thought, though her demeanor seemed composed. Her heart was tumultuous. Had it not been for the presence of Tang San and Dai Mubai, those two glaring distractions, she might have rushed forward like Zhu Zhuqing. She cared for him, recalling the moments when he gently caressed her furry ears, kissed her enticing tongue, and clasped her delicate hand within his grasp. Each time he played his melodies, she became irresistibly enamored with him. His scent was captivating, surpassing even the unique fragrances of women. His eyes sparkled with clarity, maintaining their brilliance even during mischievous acts. The strength of his embrace was formidable, his muscles firm against her soft form. Each breath he took, every movement he made, exuded tenderness. His long fingers glided over her skin, igniting electric sensations that left her breathless, as if he had cast a spell upon her entire being. No one could fathom the extent of their indulgence that night. He revealed to her a side she would never dare show in front of Tang San. Even when Tang San openly referred to him as that notorious scoundrel, implying ulterior motives in his approach towards her, she recognized the truth. He was a genuine man, one of integrity and responsibility. Despite his flaws, he possessed an effortless charm, a refreshing allure. He would whisper to her about experiencing life as joys together, teaching her the art of comfortable slumber and the optimal angles for pleasure. He had an intimate knowledge of the human body and understood her sensitive spots perfectly. Yet, he refrained from overstepping boundaries, instead offering guidance on how to massage her pressure points for relaxation, respecting the sanctity of a girl's privacy. He wished to preserve the purity of their friendship, not allowing any taint to disrupt their bond. Gu Chen was lifted ashore by Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, he felt exceedingly feeble, so weak that he could scarcely muster the strength to lift his eyelids. Zhuqing, how's my junior? Gu Chen. His soul power has been completely depleted, leaving him utterly exhausted. We must hasten to find Oscar. How could this happen? Is he injured? Xiao Wu's face displayed a look of anxiety. Without regard for Tang San's potential jealousy, she stepped forward, eager to relieve Zhu Zhuqing of Gu Chen's weight for a moment. Zhuqing, your clothes are soaked. Allow me to take Gu Chen. You should focus on drying off. Thank you, Xiao Wu. Tang San is here. I fear his injuries are severe. You should attend to him. I can manage Gu Chen on my own. Zhu Zhuqing, with her cool demeanor, adjusted her hold on Gu Chen, the weight pressing against him making it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, he had learned the technique of turtle breathing. Otherwise, he might have died in the lake, only to be suffocated by a beautiful woman. What an absurdity that would have been. Upon noticing Xiao Wu's embarrassment as she cast envious glances, Zhu Zhuqing offered a faint smile. Women must be a little fierce. That's what boys like. Xiao Wu, I am destined to awaken Gu Chen before you. She whispered softly into Xiao Wu's ear, a secret only they could share. After all, he is my junior. He won't mind if I take a little advantage, right? Hiki. Suddenly, Tang San coughed violently, spitting out blood in an attempt to capture Xiao Wu's attention. Without looking back, she addressed Dai Mubai, Boss Dai. I'm leaving my brother in your care. I need to keep an eye on Zhuqing. Gu Chen is still very weak, and there are certain things he cannot do. Zhuqing, holding Gu Chen like that will make him uncomfortable. Let me assist you. Without waiting for Zhu Zhuqing's consent, Xiao Wu draped one of Gu Chen's arms over her shoulder, and together, they lifted him away. Though on the verge of losing consciousness, Gu Chen sensed something soft against him, but lacked the strength to resist, silently enduring the sensation. It seemed the owner of this soft object was oblivious, laughing gaily. In the next moment, words that nearly elicited a salute from him reached his ears. Gu Chen, even in sleep, you're still a rascal. Thinking of taking advantage of your senior sister. Is it comfortable? The voice belonged to none other than Zhu Zhuqing, who then playfully chided, you little rascal, indulging now. I want to hold it against you, but once you recover, I want to let you off so easily. Startled by Zhu Zhuqing's words, Xiao Wu turned sharply to face her. She beheld a long, fair hand exploring a certain peak, as if searching for a treasure. The peak on her side, though not as grand as the distant one, seemed to elicit a twinge of jealousy within her. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's nonchalant and somewhat satisfied demeanor, Xiao Wu queried with a hint of envy, Zhuqing, something feels off. Have you too? Done what? Zhu Zhuqing feigned ignorance. Oh, You know, that kind of thing. Something that makes both boys and girls very happy. What kind of thing? Just, Xiao Wu whispered something in her ear. Her cheeks flushed. No. He only helped me with a calf massage, but as it continued, it progressed too. Oh dear. That little rascal always likes to tease halfway and then stop. So annoying. Sometimes, the topics women discuss together are beyond what men can imagine. Just like now. As they engaged in such candid conversation, they secretly compared themselves. Despite his depleted soul power, Gu Chen lay between the two women, fully aware of their dialogue, inwardly protesting. This is unjust. Can't you two refrain from fabricating stories? I didn't tea. What Gu Chen remained unaware of was that for his sake. Two sisters who once shared an unbreakable bond had begun to engage in a covert rivalry with an impending clash on the horizon. However, Gu Chen was indifferent to these developments. He recognized that he had inadvertently affronted Tang San and Dai Mubai, and that his future days would not be so easily navigated. He would not only have to guard against the subtle malice from Tang San and Dai Mubai, but also bear the weighty affections of several senior sisters. After Gu Chen departed, Dai Mubai intended to assist Tang San, only to have his large hand swatted away by Tang San, who erupted with fury. Dai Mubai. Are you out of your mind? Xiao Wu asked you to help me, and you just come here. Are you her pet? Tang San unleashed a barrage of invectives like a machine gun, rendering Dai Mubai speechless and utterly aggrieved. Yet, upon witnessing Tang San's bloodshot eyes, Dai Mubai, despite his profound sense of injustice, dared not retort. Today's first update is complete. Friends who enjoy this book, please remember to leave a comment, collect, and follow. If you have votes, don't hoard them. Throw them all my way. I will strive to write more rewarding chapters to express your love. Chapter 22. A Crisis Lurks. Reward Chapter 2. Having been classmates for so many years, he understood this man before him all too well. One must never provoke him when he is in a frenzy. Otherwise, with no one around, should he truly incite his wrath. A mere half-month bedridden would be a light consequence. If he were to falter, the 8 spider spears might pierce straight through him. He could return to tell them they encountered someone from the spirit hall, that Dai Mubai disregarded his warnings, and, upon seeing a seductive young lady from the spirit hall, insisted on teasing her, only to be killed by the hidden guardian. Meanwhile, he barely managed to escape. Tang San berated Dai Mubai for a full quarter of an hour, causing him to discreetly wipe away tears before Tang San finally calmed down. His face darkened like water, and he spoke with a low voice. Tonight, he must be dealt with. I, Tang San, have never been so humiliated. You will find Ma Hongjun tonight and tell him. Tang San whispered a few words into Dai Mubai's ear. Dai Mubai nodded repeatedly. From now on, use your brain when doing things. Never repeat today's folly. Bravado will yield nothing but a swift demise. Tang San gently patted Dai Mubai's shoulder, his tone softening as he spoke earnestly. Though Dai Mubai was not particularly clever, he was easily persuaded and fiercely loyal. Unless absolutely necessary, Tang San would not abandon this piece on the chessboard. He would still offer guidance. All right, Xiao San, Dai Mubai habitually called out. Tang San frowned. Do not call me Xiao San. How dare you? Third brother, I'm sorry. Hearing Tang San's cold words, Dai Mubai quickly bowed in apology. I heard you have a cousin. Her name seems to be Nolan Jia, about to marry that useless Gu Chen, right? Yes, I've heard. Third brother, why do you suddenly inquire about her? She possesses an ice-type martial soul. You will introduce us. Soon. I will reach level 50. If my blue silver grass can merge with her ice phoenix martial soul, the effects will surely double. Tang San smirked, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. No, third brother, you don't understand. My cousin is a disciple favored by Elder Zhu Zhuqing of the Spirit Hall. If you lay a hand on her, Zhu Zhuqing will not let it go easily. Tang San's ambitions were stretching too far. Although he had no deep connection with this distant cousin, they had played together in childhood. Now that he had aligned himself with the Spirit Hall, he might benefit from her influence. If Tang San could not subdue her, would he not be like Zhu Beiji looking in a mirror, caught between two worlds? Noticing Dai Mubai's hesitation, Tang San grew displeased and snorted. What are you afraid of? To be honest, do you know where I have been recently? Why my progress has been so significant? Where? Dai Mubai asked, curiosity piqued. Where is not important. You need not know. What matters is that I am no longer fearful of the Spirit Hall. Dai Mubai was speechless. Having thought Tang San still valued their past brotherhood and intended to share his upgrading methods, only to find that this scoundrel merely wished to boast. Very well. I will visit Notting City tomorrow to reconnect with her. After years apart, if I suddenly reach out, she will surely be suspicious. Outmatched, Dai Mubai reluctantly agreed. Excellent, Mubai. Once I win over your cousin, I will not treat you poorly. I promise your soul power will rise by at least 10 levels within a year. Having lived 2 lives, Tang San was well versed in the art of manipulation. The combination of threats and promises was unfailingly effective. He was confident he could ensnare Dai Mubai completely. Third brother, where shall we go now? Back to the academy? Back to the academy to be vexed? Let us go to the brothel. I have been cooped up for a month. Lillian and Viviana must be missing little Tang San. I must take him to meet them. All right, you enjoy yourself, third brother. I will not join you. I want to return to the academy to see Zhuqing. I feel she has changed, and I cannot allow her to betray me. After you finish, wait for us at the Rose Hotel. Hangjun, and I will find you. Understood. Today is free. Let us enjoy some music at the brothel. Tang San walked away with a nonchalant whistle, hands behind his back. What Dai Mubai could not see was the storm brewing within Tang San, his countenance dark as water, the purple abyssal magic in his eyes flickering ominously. A beam of purple divine light fluctuated in his gaze. Xiao Wu was his Achilles heel. No one knew how deeply he cared for her. Gu Chen dared to take advantage of his woman. He was courting death. His hatred surged like molten lava, threatening to scorch the earth to cinders as he wickedly contemplated how to make Gu Chen wish he were dead. His expression twisted in malevolence. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, while caressing Gu Chen's arm, exchanged fervent words, unknowingly arriving at Soto City. What did you say? You slept with Gu Chen? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Xiao Wu in astonishment. Just as Xiao Wu was about to respond, a voice suddenly cried out, Hey, look over there. Isn't that our savior? Indeed, it is. What happened to him? Why is he sandwiched between 2 beautiful women? Could he be injured? Let us go check. Hero. A group of soul masters who had just been saved by Gu Chen at the Holy Heart Lake surrounded them. He has fainted from soul power exhaustion. Xiao Wu replied sweetly, her charming smile radiating joy at the attention her beloved received. Zhu Zhuqing appeared more composed, but was equally delighted within. You 2 lovely ladies must be tired from your journey. My carriage is right nearby. How about we help the hero to the carriage for some rest? Where are you headed? I will escort you back. A middle-aged man pushed through the crowd and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, finding the offer agreeable, and promptly accepted. As the 2 women gracefully moved forward, the crowd parted to make way for them, preparing to lead the hero to the carriage. Suddenly, someone called out from behind, Beautiful sisters, wait a moment. As they turned around, they beheld a slender and exquisite young maiden adorned in a yellow brocade garment, gracefully trotting towards them. Trailing behind her was another striking figure, resplendent in a low-cut V-neck ensemble that accentuated her deep décolletage. Clad in golden armor on her upper body and a high-slit skirt below, her long, smooth legs gleamed under the light, enhanced by the brown knee guards and matching high heels, giving her an exceptionally tall and statuesque appearance. With skin as fair as snow, a straight nose, and slightly delicate phoenix-shaped eyes, she possessed an enchanting beauty that exuded an air of unattainable nobility. In that moment, her presence overshadowed everyone else in the vicinity, rendering all but Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing utterly diminished, instilling a sense of inferiority in those present. At this juncture, she gazed at Gu Chen with an expression as calm as still water, deliberately overlooking Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Such formidable soul power and a fierce martial spirit. If one were to consume the essence of her martial spirit, an immediate opportunity for ascension to divinity would be bestowed. Just as Gu Chen was concentrating on gathering the merit of a golden body as recorded in the Xuanqing Gong, the melodious voice in her mind resounded once more. Master Zhao, could it be that my opportunity has finally arrived? Gu Chen immersed his mind within the divine umbrella, unabashedly admiring the enchanting maiden before him, devoid of any lewd intentions. This exemplifies the remarkable prowess of cultivating the Su Nx in technique, enabling one to transcend the self and the external, with the heart serving as a mirror, clear and reflective, illuminating all that approaches while remaining undisturbed by what does not. The maiden smiled alluringly, captivating souls, her eyes sparkling with an exhilarating light. She murmured softly, Six-winged angel, celestial goddess, a night with her, and you shall ascend at least 10 levels. The mysterious woman offered a sly smile, and whether influenced by the ancient evil deity's weapon, Gu Chen sensed that she possessed an even more sinister aura than his own. Master, do not jest with me. I am not someone to be trifled with. Not someone to be trifled with. The enigmatic woman scoffed lightly, her jade-like leg gracefully arching in a delicate curve. Gu Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of blood rushing through his veins. If you have the ability, then do not look. Humph. Vile man. Gu Chen hastily turned around, quickly withdrawing her consciousness from the space of the heavenly umbrella. How dull. Gazing at the vacant, luminous expanse, the enigmatic woman disdainfully flicked her slightly curled golden locks. With a swift motion, she adorned herself in a black lace miniskirt, complemented by 2 pairs of black stockings, her alluring smile rising as she caressed her cool left arm, a swirl of complex emotions surging within her. If only I could find a corporeal form one day, I would relish the exquisite taste of this saint emperor physique. The mysterious woman licked her lips, her eyes narrowing with an insatiable longing. Chapter 23. Miss, may we speak privately? Once she had composed herself, Gu Chen immersed her spirit at her dantian, preparing to coalesce her virtuous golden body, diligently concentrating on its formation. Observing the supportive figures of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, the woman in yellow silk beamed with crescent-shaped eyes. Greetings, esteemed sisters. I am Yi Linglong, here to express my profound gratitude for the life-saving favor. I left in quite a rush and did not bring anything of value, but this is a supreme black gold card from the Yi family business. When you purchase items at our Yi family shops, you will enjoy a discount of 30%. Yi Linglong presented a palm-sized, elongated black card, intricately engraved on one side with a golden dragon, while the reverse showcased a large, splendid golden leaf, exuding beauty. Upon recognizing the card, someone gasped, exclaiming, "Ah, this is the Golden Dragon Black card from the Yi family, the foremost clan of the Tiando Empire. What is the Golden Dragon Black card?" People whispered among themselves. It is said that the Yi family's enterprise spans the entirety of the Tiando Empire, with wealth beyond measure, rivaling nations. The Golden Dragon Black card they have issued is exceedingly rare, a symbol of status. In the entire Tiando Empire, fewer than 50 individuals possess such a card, and all are renowned figures. The fact that this young girl can casually offer such a prestigious Golden Dragon Black card speaks volumes of her extraordinary status. Zhu Zhuqing, a woman of mysterious identity and vast knowledge, immediately recognized the Golden Dragon Black card and understood its worth. With a smile, she accepted the card from Yi Linglong, saying, "He is still unconscious. I will accept the card on his behalf and pass it to him once he awakens." "Thank you, elder sister." Observing the closeness between Zhu Zhuqing and Gu Chen, with Gu Chen's head resting softly against her, she expressed her gratitude sweetly. "Sister, I will be staying in Suatua City for a few days. The Rose Hotel is operated by our Yi family. I will be residing there temporarily. If my benefactor awakens, could you please inform him that I am waiting for him there? I wish to express my gratitude in person." "Certainly. Once he awakens, I shall convey your message to him." A fit of violent coughing erupted, and Gu Chen slowly opened her eyes. Weakly, she beheld the young maiden in yellow silk, standing elegantly, her youthful chest still tender. "Benefactor, you have awakened," Yi Linglong exclaimed with immense joy upon seeing Gu Chen regain consciousness. Gazing at Yi Linglong's pristine, fair visage, Gu Chen, though frail, spoke softly. "Miss Yi, I heard your words just now, but I cannot accept your generous offer. Zhuqing, please return the Golden Dragon Black card to this young lady." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a deep respect for Gu Chen, admiring her unwavering resolve to return such a priceless gift without hesitation. The temperament of Junior Gu Chen is indeed beyond our comparison. No wonder teacher Zhao has always praised his noble character. It appears he was not mistaken at all. However, before Yi Linglong could finish her words, Gu Chen interjected, "There is no however. My act of saving you is not motivated by any desire for recompense. I merely wish to do my part to ensure that this world has one less unjustly lost soul." Yi Linglong was deeply moved by Gu Chen's heartfelt expression, and for a fleeting moment, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Miss Yi, please accept this," said Zhu Zhuqing, placing the Golden Dragon Black card into the hands of the stunned Yi Linglong. "You see, we are well aware of Junior Gu Chen's disposition. When he says you need not thank him, he genuinely means it. Put it away, Miss Yi. Junior Gu Chen is simply a good person who performs benevolent deeds without any expectation of return." Xiao Wu's delicate features blossomed into a sweet smile, captivated by Gu Chen's selfless nature. Little did they realize that Gu Chen's refusal of the Golden Dragon Black card stemmed from a more pressing matter. He required assistance from the very person before him. "Benefactor, since you are unwilling to accept the Golden Dragon Black card I offered, might I accompany you for a while? Your injuries are severe, and I wish to do my part to care for you." That is not permissible. Before Gu Chen could respond, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing chimed in simultaneously. Yi Linglong gazed at the two in astonishment, and Xiao Wu, quick to react, was the first to explain, Junior Gu Chen is allergic to beautiful women. We are here to look after her. Indeed. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing echoed in agreement, in an effort to persuade Gu Chen to cooperate in their little charade. Both women simultaneously pinched his waist. Gu Chen's cheeks momentarily contorted as he cleared his throat softly. My two senior sisters were right. I am indeed allergic to beautiful girls. However, I feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Miss Yi and would like to have a few words with her privately, if that is permissible. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances, their eyes widening in disbelief. Yi Linglong, who had initially been disheartened and ready to concede, felt a flicker of hope rekindle within her and promptly agreed. Very well. Where shall we go? How about my room? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily stunned, and after a brief pause, they exchanged knowing looks, fully aware of the implications in each other's eyes. This little girl clearly harbored ulterior motives. Gu Chen felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him. He sensed that Yi Linglong might have misconstrued his intentions. Casting an awkward glance at her, he suggested, "There is no need for such formality. There is a tea house ahead. Let us converse there for a moment." "All right. I shall follow your lead." Yi Linglong beamed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. The sparkle of happiness danced in her bright eyes as she looked at Gu Chen and added, "Gu Chen Gij, please wait for me a moment. I need to inform Sister Shui not to wait for me and to return home first." "Brother Gu Chen? Little girl, what are you trying to do? Have you completely ignored us?" Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu appeared as though something precious had been taken from them. Feeling particularly distressed, their expressions becoming somewhat rigid, Gu Chen paid no heed to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts, accepting the address with quiet contentment as he gave a gentle nod. Yi Linglong flitted over to the tall, elegant woman like a delighted butterfly, with a radiant smile. She spoke, "Sister Shui, Brother Gu Chen has invited me to accompany him for a while. Why don't you head back first? I'll return to you later." The statuesque woman remained expressionless, her piercing, frost-like gaze seemingly capable of discerning one's innermost thoughts. She cast a cold glance at Gu Chen before nodding faintly, cautioning Yi Linglong. "A young lady must learn to protect herself. Even if the other party is your savior, one must remain vigilant at all times." "Understood, Sister Shui. Thank you for your concern. I'll be careful," Yi Linglong replied cheerfully, though her thoughts betrayed her words. Brother Gu Chen is so handsome. If he really wanted to take some liberties, it wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. But only within limits, holding hands, and embrace, perhaps being lifted playfully. Anything beyond that must wait until marriage. It must be admitted, excessive admiration for someone can easily lead one astray. Had Gu Chen known what Yi Linglong was thinking, he would never have dared to invite her alone. Sometimes, it is the young men who truly require protection. The tall woman's frigid demeanor and warning stemmed from an instinctive aversion. Gu Chen carried an aura she found repulsive. Moreover, her six-winged angel spirit had enhanced her vision, rendering her eyes as luminous as sapphires, capable of perceiving what others could not. In the brief exchange between Yi Linglong and Gu Chen, she had sensed his gaze sweeping over the girl no fewer than 100 times, with dozens of furtive glances directed her way as well. If he isn't a lecherous fiend, I'll eat my words. Yet his disguise was flawless. Poor, naive Linglong noticed nothing. In truth, the woman had misjudged him. Gu Chen's scrutiny was due to the sinister energy clinging to Yi Linglong, so deeply concealed that only the first layer of his celestial umbrella's domain could detect it. His observation of the tall woman was for the same reason. Unlike Yi Linglong, though the woman was similarly shrouded in malevolent energy, it could not penetrate her, as if repelled by an invisible barrier. His request to speak with Yi Linglong alone was not solely to cleanse her of this corruption. Trained in certain mystic arts, Gu Chen could divine omens. During his earlier meditation, he had foreseen peril upon his return to Shrek Academy. A foreboding intuition whispered that unseen eyes watched him, someone far beyond his current strength to perceive. Unable to reveal his identity as the young master of the Gu family or leave the academy alone, anxiety for his mother's safety gnawed at him. He needed Yi Linglong's help to check on his mother while he sought a way to extricate himself. Upon entering the tea house, Gu Chen closed the door, only for Yi Linglong to embrace him from behind, her youthful curves pressing against him. As spirit masters, their robust physiques allowed for light attire even in autumn. The warmth and softness of her form, the rapid heartbeat against his back, all were unmistakable. "Brother Gu Chen," she murmured, "I know why you called me here. Go ahead. As long as it doesn't go that far, Linglong will comply." A wry smile touched Gu Chen's lips. "Since when have young girls become so precocious? What have I done to be misunderstood so thoroughly?" Gu Chen slowly turned around, positioning Yi Linglong's delicate figure before him, his gaze clear as he looked at her. Linglong, my intention in bringing you here is not to indulge in fanciful thoughts, but rather to seek your assistance with a particular matter. Oh dear, how embarrassing. I apologize, Brother Gu Chen, I misunderstood you. Just now, Sister Qian Renxue advised me to protect myself, and I mistakenly thought you wanted. Thought what? That I wished to engage in a duet of sorts? You are still too young for such notions. If I truly desired that, I would not seek to impose upon you. I'm not that young, Yi Linglong retorted, defiantly puffing out her small chest. Even if I may seem small now, I will surely grow in the future. Gu Chen felt a tinge of embarrassment, as if the conversation had strayed off course. He cleared his throat awkwardly. Linglong Fairy, you have misunderstood. I summoned you because there is a matter I wish to discuss, not out of a desire for your beauty. Oh dear, it is my fault, Linglong misinterpreted. Yet, dear brother, your embrace is so warm. May I hold you for a moment? Seeing Yi Linglong's pitiful demeanor, Gu Chen found himself somewhat helpless. If a hug is what she desires, then so be it. His heart was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the essence of things. It turned out to be a heart demon. No wonder it was so deeply concealed. Gu Chen murmured to himself. Brother Gu Chen, what did you say? Nothing of consequence. Linglong Fairy, have you visited any peculiar places recently? Let me think. Yi Linglong pondered, her eyes inadvertently drifting towards Gu Chen's lower body, causing her to swallow hard. This subtle gesture did not escape Gu Chen's keen observation, and he furrowed his brow, grasping Yi Linglong's shoulders and turning her petite figure away from him. In his heart, he called out, Lu Xiaoran, are you there? Not here. Busy, you see? Please, Master Xiaoran, you are beautiful, kind-hearted, and splendidly formed. Could you assist me? Stop with the flattery. I won't help. Master Xiaoran, how can you say that when you are so lovely? If flattery is to be given, let it be of the celestial kind. You. Speak plainly. What is it you wish? Is there any way to help her calm down? Why should she calm down? She is a ghostly sacred body. A single slumber could bestow her with at least 10 years of cultivation. Gu Chen was at a loss for words as a flock of crows flew overhead. Master, something seems amiss with you. Why do you always insist on having me sleep here and there? Because you're indolent. You possess the extraordinary physique of a chameleon, coupled with the resilience of a sage. Yet, you have not yet cultivated to the realm of a great soul master. Even a pig endowed with your talent would have ascended to the rank of soul sovereign after a month of diligent effort. Lu Xiaoran nearly let slip the truth. She intended to mention that Gu Chen possessed the body of a holy emperor. With just a modicum of effort, he could easily surpass so-called geniuses like Dai Mubai and Tang San. However, she refrained from voicing it, at least for now. She realized he was engrossed in a profound and esoteric technique for refining his mind, and she feared it might disrupt his temperament. Thus, she could only indirectly remind him of those women with unique physiques, urging him to seize the opportunity to cultivate diligently. Yet, he appeared quite resistant to this method of training, leaving her at a loss. She resolved to wait until her own strength was restored before devising a plan to assist him. Gu Chen was utterly unfazed by her words. If he were so easily swayed, then his month-long cultivation would have been for naught. Master Zhao, is it beyond your capability to calm her? Faced with her resistance, Gu Chen resorted to provoking her. Impossible. I possess 100 methods to soothe her. Wait, you little rascal, are you attempting to provoke me? Master, you are mistaken. I am not trying to incite you. I am merely expressing my curiosity about your extraordinary abilities, which you keep hidden. Humph. I suppose you have a way with words. Yet, I am somewhat curious. Do you not know how to use talismans? Talismans can be harmful. Ah. You certainly possess a knack for cherishing the delicate. Master has misunderstood. It is not that I am particularly protective, but I have alternative plans. Oh, do elaborate. Master, my intention is. Gu Chen confided his plans to Lu Xiaoran, who burst into laughter. Within the confines of the divine umbrella, Lu Xiaoran, adorned in a black lace ensemble, displayed a charming and contented smile. In the realm of holy light, my soul force remains feeble. I can only sustain it for a brief quarter of an hour, so manage your time wisely. Thank you, Master. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude with a respectful bow. Chapter 25. Blood vendetta must be repaid in blood. Fairy Linglong. Fairy Linglong. Gu Chen called out repeatedly. Only then did Yi Linglong awaken from her reverie. Benefactor, what just happened? Fairy Linglong, listen to me. You were just influenced by a heart demon. However, I cannot assist you in dispelling it at this moment. I need to ascertain where you have been recently and investigate personally what malevolent force has caused your heart demon. Understood, Benefactor. Recently, I accompanied Sister Shui to the Soto Imperial Tomb, seeking a Yinming grass. It must have been during the harvest of the Yinming flower that we encountered that ominous black serpent. Ever since I laid eyes on it, I have been plagued by nightmares, and Sister Shui has often become irritable. Then the issue undoubtedly lies there. Your Sister Shui is the daughter of the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is she not? Indeed. Benefactor, you know Sister Shui? I have heard of her. Hee. Sister Shui has numerous admirers. If you desire to pursue her, unless what? Oh, you truly have feelings for Sister Shui. Ah. I really shouldn't have brought Sister Shui along. But you haven't revealed unless what? Unless you can reach the Soul Sage level by the age of 20. Then you would be qualified to compete with the prodigies of various clans. Then I shall pass. I merely mentioned it casually. I am not particularly interested in her. Kiki, were you frightened? To pursue her, one must attain Soul Sage by 20. How utterly uninteresting. I am destined to become a deity by that age. Haha. Yi Linglong was amused by Gu Chen's humor. All right, no more jesting. Strangely, I sense a certain charm about you. What charm? Kiki, it is the charm that always diverts the topic. Ah, you dare mock me. Yi Linglong raised her delicate fist, poised to strike Gu Chen's chest, but he swiftly captured her slender wrist. In one smooth motion, he embraced her slender waist and pressed his lips against hers. Yi Linglong was taken aback by Gu Chen's sudden kiss. Inside the divine umbrella, Lu Xiaoran wore a bewildered expression, wondering if he hadn't been instructed to calm the girl down. What does that rascal Gu Chen intend to do? The ensuing scene left her utterly astonished. Gu Chen inexplicably vanished, leaving even her unable to discern the circumstances beyond her immediate surroundings, which left Lu Xiaoran in profound shock. It is worth noting that she had once been a sovereign deity, a figure perched at the pinnacle of the divine continent, possessing a terrifying prowess beyond comprehension. Even as merely a remnant spirit now, there should be nothing capable of obstructing her divine perception. Linglong Fairy. Just as Yi Linglong was still recovering from the kiss she shared with Gu Chen, she suddenly heard a voice, firm yet gentle, resonating within the room. Looking up, she beheld a tall, handsome man with elongated brows and piercing phoenix-like eyes standing before her. Who are you? Where is my brother Gu Chen? Yi Linglong inquired, a hint of panic lacing her voice. Do not be alarmed. I am the embodiment of virtue summoned by the Master. The Master foresaw that you may encounter a calamity, and thus, I have been sent to assist you in navigating through your tribulations. You are the embodiment of my benefactor's virtue? Indeed, Ba. The dual radiant hues of Tao and Buddhism envelop me, and with the embodiment of virtue, I stand upon auspicious clouds, a grand swastika emblazoned behind me, exuding an aura of sanctity. And what of your master? My master has been drawn into an alternate dimension by the inner demons residing within you. Inner demons? My inner demons? Correct. Yi Linglong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Will my benefactor be in danger? Unknown. The master harbors his own inner demons, and the true peril lies in their capacity to awaken the latent demons within an individual. He now faces two inner demons simultaneously, presenting a considerable trial for him. What should I do now? There is nothing you need to do. Simply wait, remain in this room, and venture out after the passage of 2 hours. Understood. Yi Linglong refrained from further inquiries, her astute mind quickly grasping the purpose behind the embodiment of virtue's instructions. After Gu Chen vanished, she found herself in an eerily familiar place. A young woman, clad in a blue-gray coarse linen garment and possessing delicate features, was busily kneading dough in the kitchen. The sweltering heat had dampened her attire, and beads of perspiration trickled down her cheeks, which she wiped away with the patched sleeves of her dress. In the courtyard, a handsome young boy sat on the stone steps, occasionally glancing up at the sky. He held a twig in his hand, inscribing the character sun repeatedly in the dirt. Suddenly, he halted his writing and called out to the woman in the kitchen, "Sister, why do you make me write this character 100 times every day?" The woman wiped the sweat from her brow and beamed a warm smile. "Because I love this character. Little Chen, it is also part of your name. Gu Chen, I want you to remember this character forever. No matter how great the difficulties you encounter, if you hold the sun in your heart, you will always feel warmth. You must live well. No matter how bitter life may seem, there will always come a time of sweetness. As long as you are alive, there is hope." "Yes, sister, I understand. We must both live well. When I grow up, I will ensure you have the best life." Witnessing this scene and hearing the exchange between the siblings, Gu Chen's eyes brimmed with tears as he realized what was about to unfold. This was the day his sister met her tragic fate. He shouted desperately for her to flee, but she could not hear him. Bandits are coming. Everyone, run. A middle-aged woman cried out as she sprinted toward the village. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Gu Chen ceased her kneading, panic etching her features. She hurriedly took Gu Chen and concealed him in a hidden cellar, covering him with straw. Then, she dashed to the courtyard gate, securing it with a bolt, and prepared to flee to the back mountain. Just then, the door was kicked open, and a fierce-looking man stood before her. Gu Chen was struck by the door and fell to the ground. The broken latch of the door slicing a gory wound over 20 centimeters long on her right arm, blood gushing forth and quickly soaking her sleeve. This band of mountain bandits were a rabble of bloodthirsty brutes. Behind the fearsome-looking man were 7 or 8 burly bandits, each one exuding a menacing aura, appearing utterly ferocious. Surprisingly, amidst these ruffians, there stood a petite and delicate woman. They entered and surveyed the modest abode of the Gu family, frowning at the starkness. However, upon seeing the beautiful Gu Chen sprawled on the ground, their eyes glimmered with lewd intent. Take her back, fatten her up, and sell her to the brothel. Yao Gu. Let her go? That long scar on her arm won't fetch a good price. The delicate girl trailing behind the fierce bandit glanced at the emaciated woman in gray cloth, whose striking features reminded her of her own sister. And she couldn't help but plead for her. Ah, Juzi, you simply do not understand. Those taken to the brothel are generally meant for entertainment. Her slender fingers and exquisite visage, coupled with her frail demeanor, will undoubtedly stir a man's desire very well. Then, hand her over to me. I shall ensure her safe return. There's nothing of value here. You lot should check the other courtyards. The officials will be arriving shortly, and we must act swiftly. Juzi suggested. All right, we'll entrust this woman to you. Brothers, follow me, let us scout ahead. As the ruffians departed, the delicate girl approached Gu Chen, her left arm propping herself up, her right arm stained crimson, and in her right hand, she grasped a piece of firewood that had just been split, a makeshift weapon for her defense. Don't come any closer. I want to go with you. If you intend to violate me, I will immediately take my own life. Gu Chen's fierce spirit profoundly stirred the heart of the delicate maiden. A touch of tenderness graced her previously cold visage, as she surveyed her surroundings once more, taking in the patched curtains and the diminutive earthen dwelling devoid of doors and windows. The charming girl cast down a pouch of coins and uttered a parting phrase before turning away. Flee, and the farther you go, the better. Do not return. Yet, scarcely had she departed when the band of brigands she had just evaded returned. Damn it, I knew that little vixen, Juzi, would succumb to her compassion. Fortunately, I had my wits about me. We're going back for her. Hold her down for me. I intend to. A coarse voice laden with lewdness echoed ominously. You beasts, I will not allow you to defile me. After Juzi's departure, Gu Chen, enduring her injuries, retrieved a chopping knife from the woodshed. In that moment, the firewood in her hand had transformed into a weapon of resolve. Aware that death was inevitable, Gu Chen resolutely chose to end her own life. Blood stained the heavens, and beneath the rays of the setting sun, the scene appeared utterly desolate and helpless. Gu Chen gradually collapsed to the ground, and even in death, her heart was burdened with thoughts of her younger brother, Gu Chen. She felt immense guilt towards her parents' last wishes, as she had not witnessed her brother grow into adulthood. Gu Chen, if there is a next life, I will still be your sister. I will ensure that you grow up joyfully. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her reverie. Big brother, it's bad. The officials are coming. A nearby bandit, who had been keeping watch, shouted as he ran, cursing under his breath. The fierce bandit cast a glance at the lifeless Gu Chen before spitting a thick wad of phlegm onto the ground. He then turned and commanded, retreat. At that moment, Gu Chen's mind was overwhelmed with the haunting image of his sister's tragic demise. Rage consumed him as he loathed his own weakness at that moment, resented his inability to protect her, and cursed the heavens for their unfairness in taking away their parents, and now his sister. Do you wish to avenge your sister? I can assist you. A girl, seemingly 13 or 14 years old, dressed entirely in black, appeared before Gu Chen. She was petite, barely reaching 1.5 meters in height, with fair skin, large eyes, arched eyebrows, and a round face. Her black hair was adorned with bangs and styled into 2 adorable pigtails, giving her an endearing appearance. Were it not for the ominous aura surrounding her, Gu Chen might have mistaken her for an innocent and lively girl. In his frenzied state, Gu Chen locked his bloodshot eyes onto the girl and rasped, How will you help me? Give me your joy, and I shall lend you my power, sending you back to the past. Very well, I accept your offer. Gu Chen assented without hesitation. At this moment, Consumed by rage, nothing was more fervently desired by him than to exact vengeance upon his foes. Allow me to assist you, the girl murmured, her hands weaving intricate gestures as the fabric of reality twisted and turned. The scene before Gu Chen swiftly regressed, bringing him back to the site of Gu Chen's tragic demise. The deceased, even amidst the reversal of time, could not be revived. This was beyond the capabilities of the dark-clad girl. As he beheld Gu Chen lying motionless on the ground, her blood staining the earth, Gu Chen removed his jacket and gently draped it over her. Today, you shall all perish. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Gu Chen, whose eyes glowed a menacing red, the once arrogant bandits felt an icy chill creep into their hearts. Who are you? What do you intend to do? I am sent by the king of hell to escort you to the underworld. Gu Chen picked up the axe from the ground. Its cold steel glinting ominously as he declared, since it is a debt of blood, it must be repaid in blood. Gu Chen made his move. Before the empowered Gu Chen, these mountain bandits were like mere clay chickens and tile dogs, being systematically dismantled, their flesh and blood taken piece by piece, meeting a slow and agonizing demise. Gu Chen buried Gu Chen's body and erected a tombstone for her, sitting silently before her grave for an extended period. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, and a petite figure appeared before Gu Chen. I have fulfilled my promise. Now it is time for you to honor yours. Gu Chen nodded calmly. The young girl extended her hand, and a wisp of white vapor emanated from his forehead, gracefully flowing into her palm. She lowered her head and gently inhaled, the white mist curling delicately into her being through the tip of her nose. A look of sheer delight adorned her visage, as if she had savored an exquisite delicacy, completely entranced by the experience. Gu Chen felt as though he had lost something, rendering him utterly devoid of joy. Today, the third update has been completed. This chapter exceeds 700 words, which constitutes a significant chapter. I hope my companions and esteemed readers will enjoy it. Lastly, I humbly request 3 things. Please save it to your collections, leave a review, and offer your recommendations. Thank you, fellow cultivators. Chapter 26. The temptation of your form. Observing the black-clad girl, who wore an expression of sheer enjoyment, Gu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled. And with a playful arch of his brow, he spoke with an innocent smile. You are the heart demon that resides within my soul, are you not? The girl was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Gu Chen with a mixture of surprise and contemplation, neither confirming nor denying his assertion. You need not be astonished. I have always been aware of your existence, and I harbor no intentions of causing you harm. Why is that? Typically, when one encounters a heart demon, the immediate impulse is to eradicate it, she replied, her dark, luminous eyes reflecting her confusion. You are different. You have accompanied me from the southern underworld, making you, in essence, the only kin I possess in this world. I have no desire to destroy you. But are you not fearful that I might grow powerful enough to consume your soul and supplant you? The girl inquired, skepticism lacing her voice. Fearful? Gu Chen chuckled lightly. If I were to become a demon, who would dare to attain enlightenment? If I were to become enlightened, there would be no demons in the world. Gu Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, responded with an air of authority, exuding a sense of dominance that seemed to overlook the world and dismiss all challengers. You are merely a trivial manifestation of my inner turmoil, a fledgling demon that has yet to truly take form. Even should you mature and pose a genuine threat, Gu Chen, could effortlessly extinguish you with a mere snap of my fingers. The young girl, her expression darkening, thought to herself how excessively arrogant he was. I am a demon, a being that instills fear in everyone. Is it too much to ask for a modicum of respect for my kind? She felt utterly insignificant in his presence. Wait, did he just refer to me as his kin? Bah, what a scoundrel. Doesn't he even wish to spare his own inner demons? In a fit of indignation, the girl clawed at the air, intent on lunging at Gu Chen. Gu Chen's figure abruptly vanished, and a celestial voice resonated through the air. Devote yourself to your training. Be wary of the demon. I eagerly anticipate the day you have grown strong enough to contend with me. Ha ha. The voice echoed in the atmosphere before gradually fading away. The demon was infuriated, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to confront Gu Chen and sink her fangs into him. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She crouched down, feeling wronged, and began to whimper. You despicable villain. You rotten scoundrel. How dare you bully me like this? Return my power. Just as she had been cursing Gu Chen, ready to harness her own strength to settle the score, she realized with dismay that the magical energy she had painstakingly cultivated was gone. That scoundrel had absconded with her power. How utterly vile and shameless. Woe is me. Woe is me. After Gu Chen vanished, he did not return to the real world. Instead, he found himself in a frigid landscape. where he encountered a mature and alluring woman clad in black silk. This enchanting beauty possessed a captivating appearance that could easily mesmerize anyone. She bore a striking resemblance to Yi Linglong, sharing the same features but exuding an added air of maturity. "You've arrived." Her demeanor suggested that she was not at all surprised by Gu Chen's presence. "It seems you anticipated my arrival?" The beautiful woman contemplated, revealing that Gu Chen possessed the sacred emperor's physique, implying that it was entirely reasonable for him to find this place. However, as she attempted to articulate the word emperor, an unseen force seemed to restrain her, preventing the utterance. "Are you implying that I possess a sacred heart, enabling me to transcend all illusions and see through everything with my heart? Therefore, locating you is not a challenging endeavor, is it?" Gu Chen gazed at the alluring woman with a smug expression, his eyes fixated on her bosom. Witnessing Gu Chen's audacity and self-absorption, the beautiful woman felt a mix of disbelief and irritation, thinking to herself, "You foolish braggart. If it weren't for your sacred emperor's physique, I wouldn't have opened the door to my heart's realm for you. How could you possibly find me otherwise?" To her astonishment, she realized he was a devil of desire. "I like it. But tell me, do you prefer strength, height, or prowess in that regard?" As if he could read her thoughts, Gu Chen began to morph his appearance and physique. Suddenly, the woman's expression shifted. She detected an aura of danger and instinctively tried to evade it. Yet, she found the surrounding space constricted, leaving her unable to move even an inch. An invisible force tugged at her garments, stripping them away piece by piece, exposing her snow-white shoulders, towering peaks, and flat abdomen. "Stop. Do not remove any more. What do you intend to do?" she inquired, feigning ignorance, her annoyance palpable. Just then, a voice, sly and male, cut through the tension. Gu Chen transformed once more into a delicate figure, his slender fingers gracefully sweeping through the air, swaying his alluring waist as he approached the stunning maiden, step by step. "Please, don't come any closer," the enchanting woman cried out in despair. "Not come closer?" A hoarse voice echoed in response, laced with mockery. Gu Chen transformed once more into a hunched, white-haired, lecherous old man, emitting a lascivious laugh. "How shall I engage with you? Do you fancy this guise?" he cackled. The decrepit figure extended his long tongue, tracing a path across his aged visage. The beautiful young woman could not suppress her retching. Gu Chen suddenly halted his steps, raising his hand as an invisible force enveloped the beautiful woman, recloaking her in garments. Unbeknownst to him, a paper umbrella had materialized in his grasp as he gently twirled the handle. The woman's form twisted before being drawn into the depths of the umbrella. Upon being engulfed by an abyss of darkness, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Shortly thereafter, her likeness appeared upon the surface of the umbrella. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was mysteriously propelled back into this realm, re-emerging in a private chamber of the tea house. Upon his return, he beheld Yi Linglong, who wore an anxious expression, lost in thought. She did not immediately notice Gu Chen's presence as he silently approached her. Retrieving his golden body of merit back into his dantian, he softly inquired, "Linglong, I have returned. Are you well?" "Oh dear brother Gu Chen, you're back. Are you unhurt?" Yi Linglong exclaimed, leaping into his embrace, her youthful form pressing against his sturdy chest, creating a moment of palpable warmth. Her delicate face bore a look of concern. "I am fine. Linglong, I have vanquished your inner demons. I am now preparing to visit the Soto Imperial Tomb. There are matters I wish to entrust to you." "Oh brother Gu Chen, what purpose takes you there? Shall I summon others to accompany you?" "It is nothing pressing. Merely a desire to see the place." Not wanting to exacerbate Yi Linglong's worries, Gu Chen chose not to divulge the complete truth. Yi Linglong, being quite sensible, refrained from further inquiries and redirected the conversation to an earlier topic, asking, "Brother Gu Chen, what was it that you wished for me to do?" "Well, I would like you to inquire about someone's recent circumstances." "Who would you like me to investigate?" "The Gu family in Nodding City, specifically Madame Ning Rongrong." "Rest assured, Brother Gu Chen, I shall send someone to gather information as soon as I return today. News should arrive promptly." "Thank you, Linglong. There is also another matter for which I hope you can assist me." "Of course, Brother Gu Chen, please tell me." Yi Linglong looked at him earnestly, committing every instruction to memory. "This pertains to Elder Sita Qing of the Martial Soul Hall. I need you to relay a message." "What message?" Yi Linglong asked. Her curiosity piqued. In a grave tone, he replied, "Convey that Nalen Jia may be in danger soon, and it would be prudent for him to send some capable individuals for her protection, ideally with a cultivation level of at least Soul Sage." "Ah, someone intends to harm Sister Nalen? Who could it be?" Linglong's face reflected both anxiety and indignation. I cannot say for certain. I can only deduce that she will face peril within this week. However, with adequate precautions, the situation should remain manageable, knowing that Nailan Jia was not in imminent danger. Linglong exhaled deeply, stealing a sidelong glance at Gu Chen. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes. Brother Gu Chen, why are you so concerned about Sister Nailan's safety? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for her? Not at all. I merely made a promise to a friend to ensure her safety. Do not overthink it. I am merely jesting. I heard Sister Nailan mention she is about to wed, and the man she is to marry is also named Gu Chen, just like you. Linglong gazed at him with a playful expression, asking, Brother Gu Chen, the friend you mentioned, could it be the Gu Chen from Notting City? It is indeed him, but I have heard he has gone missing. Do you, Brother Gu Chen, know of his whereabouts? Linglong's beautiful eyes fixed intently on him, curiosity evident within them. Gu Chen smiled awkwardly. I am equally unaware of his current whereabouts. This was a matter he entrusted to me earlier, and I am now in search of him as well. Well then, Linglong felt a twinge of regret. During this period, she had heard of Gu Chen's disappearance in Notting City and had previously dispatched personnel to assist Nailan Jia in the covert search. However, they had consistently yielded no results. Not even a whisper of information. Regarding Gu Chen's recent utterance, Linglong exhibited no semblance of doubt. Gu Chen's martial soul, Linglong, was familiar to her. She had heard of it during her time in Notting City. After all, the term little dog was unforgettable after hearing it just once. Thus, she harbored no doubt about the Gu Chen before her. They agreed upon a time for their next meeting, and under Linglong's fervent request, the two embraced tenderly for half an hour before departing the tea house. In Linglong's words, a kiss is a kiss, whether it's one or two. We've embraced and caressed, so we must take responsibility until the end. Consequently, the two naturally engaged in activities befitting a couple. Allow me to recommend a novel by the author June, who made some adjustments to the opening of her first work, Fallen Giants. If you enjoy a lighter fantasy, feel free to take a look inside. There is content you'll surely want to see. Chapter 27. Sister can endure with a low, guttural roar. Tang San, somewhat fatigued, donned his clothes. After his departure, the two women lying on the large bed began to converse in hushed tones. Sister, today the third young master was particularly fierce. No matter how we fed him, he seemed insatiable. Indeed, he was exceptionally fierce today. Like a wild beast in a frenzy, he left me trembling. He shows no mercy. Although we are not human, he is undeniably a beast. Alas, it seems we shall be unable to take on any tasks for at least 3 to 5 days. The slightly older woman lowered her eyelids, her expression tinged with melancholy. Sister, do not act coy. The third young master's generosity was quite bountiful today. He bestowed upon you all the essence. Have you kept it well? Rest assured, I have secured it all. This time, our demon clan shall nurture several more exceptional seeds. Sister, how much longer must we hide here? Wearing this lowly human guise makes me feel utterly repulsive. It won't be long. Once the demon lord is born, our mission will be complete. Sister, you should rest a little longer. That rotund fellow may come by soon, and we might have to endure several hours of his antics. What is there to fear? He lacks the means. Even if he were to pester us for an entire day, you would manage. The two demonesses exchanged glances, their laughter enchanting and light. At Shrek Academy, upon returning, Dai Mubai began searching for Zhu Zhuqing. He arrived at the girls' dormitory, only to find Ning Rongrong alone. At that moment, Ning Rongrong lounged in a rocking chair by the window, her long legs crossed, leisurely engrossed in a book, occasionally emitting melodious laughter. Clearing his throat softly, Dai Mubai coughed twice, but Ning Rongrong, lost in her reading, paid him no heed. He coughed again, and with a slight frown, she set her book aside and glanced towards the door. Oh, big brother Dai, what brings you here? Rongrong, I'm looking for Zhu Qing. Have you seen her? No, I haven't seen her all day. Didn't she say she was accompanying Junior Gu Chen to the Holy Heart Lake for a visit? Is there something you need her for? Junior Gu Chen has been injured. Before Dai Mubai could finish, Ning Rongrong sprang to her feet, rushing to him. Junior Gu Chen. Where is he hurt? Is it serious? Although displeased, Dai Mubai recalled Tang San's advice to maintain his composure, his face twitching as he forced a smile. He is fine. He merely exhausted his spirit power and feels a bit faint. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu took him back first. I visited Xiao Ao, but he hadn't seen them. So, I came to inquire, and it seems they have yet to return. Ah, There's south only one road from the Holy Heart Lake to the academy. And the only town along that route is Soto City. If you didn't encounter them on your way back, they must be temporarily staying in Soto City. I will call Xiao Wu. We must find them at once. Rongrong, please don't be so hasty. If you recklessly seek out Xiao Wu for Gu Chen, he will surely be jealous. Why not let me, Hong Jun, and Xiao Wu search together? No, bring me along. My martial soul can enhance both Xiao Wu and Hong Jun. We will reach Soto City more swiftly. Very well, then we shall all go together. Daimu Bai reluctantly acquiesced. Daimu Bai led Ning Rongrong to find Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing they were searching for Gu Chen, Ma Hongjun quickly shook his head in refusal. Rongrong, I can't suppress my fiery urges any longer. I have matters to attend to this afternoon and can't accompany you. Just as he was about to take off, Daimu Bai grasped his shoulder. Fatty, Little San is also in Soto City. He asked you to find him, claiming he has something good for you. All right. I'll join you, but that Gu Chen is far too arrogant. Once we reach Soto City, I'm heading straight to find San Good. You can search for Gu Chen yourselves. Fine, just get us to Soto City. Ma Hongjun summoned his Phoenix martial soul, and Oscar provided him with some recovery sausages. They all climbed onto his martial soul's back and set off for Soto City. Upon their arrival, Daimu Bai quietly handed Ma Hongjun a note. Ma Hongjun stepped into an unoccupied spot, opened the note, and a wicked smile spread across his face as he murmured to himself, Gu Chen, if you fall into my hands, I will ensure you wish you were never born. Daimu Bai, Oscar. And Ning Rongrong searched throughout Soto City but found no trace of Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was en route to the Soto Royal Tomb. Situated in the southwest of Soto City, surrounded by mountains and abundant shade, this place rarely saw visitors except during special ritual times. Before Gu Chen's arrival, he, along with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, procured a quantity of kerosene and realgar wine, both of which possessed certain restraining qualities against serpentine malevolence. They hired a spacious carriage for their journey. Along the way, the two women attentively cared for Gu Chen, while he quietly practiced the mental techniques he had recently comprehended. This encounter with Yi Linglong's inner demon had awakened his own, allowing Gu Chen to harness its power. In the continuum of time, he glimpsed his childhood, recalling the countless characters of the word day that his sister had once urged him to write. As he meticulously scrutinized these characters, a profound clarity blossomed within his heart. The sun, an embodiment of time and a source of life, nurtures the balance of yin and yang. With the sun residing within his heart, light and warmth emerged. As his heart aligned with the sun, it generated an irresistible attraction to all things. By concentrating the essence of the sun in his heart, he resonated with the universe, propelling his cultivation of spiritual energy to unprecedented heights. The nascent form of the sun that he cultivated within was born from the myriad characters of day he had inscribed in the past, coalescing through the river of time. This formation of the sun transformed his once cold heart into one radiating warmth, invigorating his heartbeat with newfound strength. From this experience, he gleaned a profound and esoteric mental technique, known as the Great Sun Heart Sutra, which refines the heart through the great sun, enveloping all things within, and draws upon the vital energies of heaven and earth to fortify his sinews, ultimately forging an unparalleled golden body. Gu Chen merely completed a single cycle of the Great Sun Heart Sutra, within which the great sun rose in his heart, creating a powerful gravitational pull that accelerated his blood circulation. The pores on his skin expanded, greedily absorbing the elemental energy of the universe. As Gu Chen's body gradually warmed, the elemental energy surged towards him like steam, leaving Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu astounded. How could Gu Chen's martial soul absorb the elemental energy at such an astonishing speed? It was even quicker than Oscar's recovery sausages. Though both women were filled with curiosity, they recognized the critical moment of Gu Chen's soul power restoration and refrained from interrupting him. They subdued their inquisitive minds and patiently awaited the completion of his cultivation. Chapter 28. A game on the carriage. An hour later, upon finishing his training, Gu Chen opened his eyes, and a wave of intense heat radiated from his body. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were momentarily taken aback, experiencing a fleeting pang of trepidation. Gu Chen, have you just broken through again? Xiao Wu inquired with wide, curious eyes. Zhu Zhuqing silently observed Gu Chen, her expression equally filled with intrigue. Yes, I have indeed broken through. I have now reached the 8th rank of Soul Master. What? You actually advanced 2 levels in just 1 hour? Are you some kind of monster? Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen in disbelief. Gu Chen chuckled softly. Perhaps my innate understanding is quite remarkable, haha. You mustn't let pride and arrogance take over. Gu Chen, Sister Xiao Wu is right. Your current situation is perilous. Do you realize that? Yes, I understand. Are you implying that I have offended Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, and they might seek revenge against me? Indeed. Since you are aware, why do you persist in opposing them? Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, fixating on Gu Chen's delicate cheek. Because I refuse to be bullied. Do they think that just because their strength surpasses mine, they can act with impunity? That I should submit to them? I am proud and unyielding, and I require no one's favor. Dear sisters, I, Gu Chen, am fortunate to have encountered two individuals who care for me so deeply. With your protection, I fear nothing. The two girls exchanged awkward smiles. They were not afraid of Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun, but they were concerned about Tang San's potential covert actions. Xiao Wu grew up alongside Tang San and understood him best. He would not tolerate anyone harboring intentions towards her. Xiao Wu felt a certain discomfort regarding Tang San's distorted affection. Initially, she truly regarded him as an elder brother, and Tang San genuinely saw her as his sister. However, as time passed and she blossomed into a striking beauty, Tang San's demeanor toward her began to shift. Xiao Wu was not a naive girl. She sensed Tang San's excessive attention towards her. Yet, she was still a young girl, and when a boy treats a girl exceptionally well under the guise of brotherly love, it becomes challenging for her to reject his affection. This predicament left Xiao Wu in a quandary, torn between not wanting to hurt her brother and her deep feelings for Gu Chen. Even though she cherished Gu Chen, she dared not display overly intimate gestures in Tang San's presence, fearing he might become jealous and lash out at Gu Chen. Observing the two girls lost in their thoughts, Gu Chen understood their silent concerns. With a smile, he embraced both girls and said, "Rest assured, dear sisters, I shall remain discreet. After all, with two such radiant and enchanting sisters by my side, I have no desire for an early demise. I must find ways to grow stronger to protect both of you." "You really are impossible," one of them replied with a smile. "But you are right. Enhancing your strength should be your utmost priority," Zhu Zhuqing remarked somewhat wistfully, allowing his playful hands to roam softly over her. The alluring gaze in her eyes instantly ignited a surge of mischief within Gu Chen, causing him to swallow dryly as he fixated on Zhu Zhuqing's exquisite form. "Dear sisters, we still have an hour left. Simply sitting here face to face seems rather dull. Why don't we engage in a little game?" "Oh, what kind of game?" Xiao Wu asked, her curiosity piqued as she leaned in closer. Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes widened, eagerly awaiting Gu Chen's suggestion. Gu Chen smiled mysteriously. An hour later, he assisted the breathless Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing as they descended from the carriage. Heaven knows what Gu Chen had just done to the two of them. This scoundrel had the audacity to propose an arm wrestling match, insisting on no laughter. Anyone who laughed would have to remove a piece of clothing. As a result, both of them could not contain themselves and burst into laughter. This despicable rogue, while arm wrestling with these two delicate ladies, had the audacity to remove his upper garment, flexing his muscles before them. Coupled with his confident smile reminiscent of a roguish gentleman, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could not help but erupt in laughter. The outcome was predictable. Both ladies engaged in an aerobic session with Gu Chen, who surprisingly exhibited remarkable stamina, contrary to their expectations of this mischievous character. The carriage was en route to the Soto royal tomb, traversing a rugged cobblestone path. During this bumpy stretch, the carriage jostled violently. Tang San, following closely behind, remained oblivious to any unusual occurrences. Otherwise, he might have stormed into the carriage and torn Gu Chen apart in front of the two stunningly beautiful women. Tang San located Gu Chen and the others through the blue-silver grass. Upon seeing Gu Chen with a dainty girl, their disheveled clothing and tousled hair led him to surmise what had transpired. His eyes widened with fury, yearning to confront Gu Chen. However, at that moment, Dai Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong arrived. Tang San tucked away the golden thread he had clenched in his hand and entered the Soto royal tomb in silence. Following Gu Chen's lead, Dai Mu Bai and the others trailed behind. Ning Rongrong, catching sight of Gu Chen's retreating figure, attempted to rush over but was halted by Oscar, who regarded her with concern and shook his head. Arriving later than Tang San, they could only vaguely discern the trio entering the tomb, where a small team of 100 Soul King-level guards was stationed to protect it. Inside a cramped wooden cabin, a scene of debauchery unfolded. 7 or 8 burly men mingled with 4 or 5 alluring women, engaged in lewd conversations while indulging in alcohol and surrendering to their primal desires. Just as they became inebriated and some men fell asleep upon the voluptuous bodies of the women, danger loomed silently. A massive, dark serpent slithered through the narrow window, its cold, red glowing eyes observing the unfolding chaos within. Its 2 long appendages quietly pushed the wooden door open. As the door swung ajar, several semi-conscious men and women, upon witnessing the enormous silhouette outside, were jolted back to sobriety and screamed in terror. The serpent flicked its crimson tongue, its gaze indifferent. In the very next instant, the two appendages that had just opened the doors swiftly ensnared two individuals, hurling them into the air. A chilling crack echoed, awakening all in the wooden cabin, who erupted into piercing screams. They witnessed the two airborne soul kings being devoured by the colossal serpent. Its thick appendages writhed in the air, poised to strike again. Within the room, aside from a few women, every man was a soul king, yet not a single one harbored thoughts of resistance. Fear crushed their spirits, and a voice within them whispered that resistance was futile. Death would be a release. Gu Chen was walking along the road, embraced by two young women, when suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, causing him to halt in his tracks. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, something has happened ahead. Hold on to the Xionghuang wine. We must hurry over to investigate. All right, Gu Chen, be cautious. The trio swiftly consumed their flying mushroom sausages and soared toward the source of the commotion. As they approached, they were taken aback by the sight of an enormous black serpent. The creature measured over 9 meters in length, with a girth comparable to 3 water buckets, writhing ominously on the ground. Its colossal head resembled a grinding stone, with crimson eyes gleaming ominously. The dark fangs emitted a chilling gleam, instilling a sense of dread. Its tail swept carelessly, snapping large bushes in half, while boulders along the path were crushed into dust. The serpent's venom dripped onto the ground, corroding it instantly and creating a large pit that released a plume of pale yellow smoke. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing hesitated. Gu Chen, this monster's power is too terrifying. It is beyond our capability to confront. Perhaps we should retreat and summon the dean for further plans? Xiao Wu's gentle voice suggested. Sisters, you retreat first. I will face it alone. There are people below, and I cannot bear to watch them perish before my eyes. Gu Chen, how foolish you are. You must have sensed the presence in the wooden house below. Each one of them possesses formidable strength that we cannot match. Xiao Wu implored, her voice tinged with concern. They would not dare resist. Rushing in recklessly might lead to our demise. Do not blame Gu Chen. He is simply a person of great compassion and determination. Zhu Zhuqing interjected, attempting to soothe her. Little did they know, in Gu Chen's eyes, the fearsome beast before him was not an invincible evil spirit, but rather a delectable ingredient for his divine weapon, the heavenly umbrella. However, he was not in haste to vanquish the creature, for just moments ago, his senses detected a familiar figure stealthily approaching him. It was none other than his former comrade, Tang San, lurking in the shadows, seemingly up to no good. Gu Chen, struck by a sudden thought, exhibited a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, while a devilish smile danced upon his lips. Chapter 29. Tang San came close to being played to death. Little Jean, have you spotted that rat lurking in the shadows? Retrieve something of value from him. We shall present him with a grand gift shortly. Gu Chen immersed himself in the realm of his pet, engaging in communication with the crimson gold-haired mouse. The creature emitted a series of excited squeaks. Recently, it had indulged in a cycle of eating and sleeping, resulting in noticeable weight gain, and it felt a twinge of embarrassment for its idleness as its master had not assigned any tasks. Now that a mission was at hand, it was determined to execute it flawlessly, vowing not to disappoint its owner. With a clever maneuver, the mouse focused on Tang San and activated its innate skill. A small tuft of golden fur fell away from its body, and unbeknownst to Tang San, a parchment scroll vanished from his possession. Under Gu Chen's perceptive awareness, a yellowed parchment appeared in the storage space, eliciting a satisfied smile from the corner of his lips. He tossed a golden soul coin into the storage space. The crimson flame golden-haired mouse eagerly seized the coin and began to gnaw at it. Little gold, he thought, there are still 2 more opportunities to utilize on you. Squeak. The crimson flame golden-haired mouse emitted another excited sound and gestured an OK sign to Gu Chen. Gu Chen revealed a smile of paternal satisfaction. Glancing towards Tang San's position, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he inwardly cursed, "You cunning Tang San, think you can outsmart me? Let us see if I don't bring you to your knees." In a fleeting moment, the crimson flame golden mouse unleashed its innate skill once more. Heaven's swap. The pet space was once again filled with 2 new items. One was a claw-shaped metallic weapon, and the other was a rapidly flying mushroom sausage. Gu Chen was on the verge of laughter, as if fate itself conspired against them. "Sisters, throw the oil and then retreat," he urged anxiously, watching as the dark serpent's appendages prepared to assault the small cabin once more. Realizing that coaxing Gu Chen was futile, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing no longer hesitated, each hurling several jars of oil. The great black serpent, sensing something hurtling towards it, paused momentarily, twisting its head halfway around before swiftly returning it to its original position. Indifferent to the oil crashing upon its form. Surprised by the serpent's audacity, Gu Chen decided to respond without restraint. Daylight True Fire. An ability born from the essence of the daylight heart, capable of unleashing searing flames to aid in battle. As the flames approached, the temperature was not particularly high. The dark serpent merely flicked its tail dismissively. Gu Chen soared rapidly through the air, his mushroom sausage time perfectly timed, summoning the formidable bear spirit. He descended swiftly, evading the impending strike, and amidst his descent, he called out to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, urging them to cast the Xionghuang wine. Heeding his words, the two young women promptly hurled several jars of the potent wine. The great black serpent, mistaking it for oil, regarded them with disdain. To it, the approaching small creatures were utterly inconsequential, not even igniting a desire for it to engage. Having dwelled in the subterranean depths of the Soto imperial tomb for years, it was well aware that soon the commotion would attract others, making it far more challenging to indulge its appetite without restraint. Thus, it had chosen to ignore Gu Chen and his companions, instead continuing to emanate a terrifying aura that instilled despair. It relished the sight of their hopeless expressions. The greater their panic, the more their muscles would tense, rendering the flesh all the more delectable. Now, the moment had arrived. It extended its tendrils towards the humans within the small cabin. As the ominous appendages drew nearer, a man and a woman were thrust forward by their companions. To the onlookers, even in the face of death, there lay a significant difference between meeting one's end first or last. What if a miracle were to manifest in this critical moment? The pair, now pushed to the forefront, were engulfed in despair, gazing at the encroaching tendrils. They could only emit a silent gasp of terror, closing their eyes in resignation. A piercing hiss erupted, echoing in the air. In their despair, the man and woman felt no immediate anomaly in their bodies, and upon opening their eyes in bewilderment, they beheld a massive black serpent writhing agonizingly on the ground. Hissing in torment, the serpent's gaze was filled with resentment as it looked towards Xiao Wu and Gu Chen. Gritting its teeth against the pain, it pursued Gu Chen, while Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing stood ready with a few jars of Xionghuang wine in hand to confront the great black serpent. Despite its animosity towards them, the serpent was not foolish. It understood the necessity of avoiding confrontation, choosing instead to target the source of the flames, pursuing the one who had provoked it. As Gu Chen observed that the colossal serpent had fixated on him, he swiftly consumed a rapid mushroom sausage and soared towards the concealed location of Tang San. The sight of Gu Chen racing toward him startled Tang San, who immediately intended to devour a rapid flight mushroom sausage to make his escape. However, upon reaching into his possession, he discovered that he had none. Tang San cursed his own carelessness and attempted to retrieve his heavenly claw, only to find it missing as well. His countenance paled, resembling that of a despondent soul bereft of hope. Without hesitation, he summoned the 8 spider lances and fled in a certain direction. It was as if Gu Chen possessed an uncanny awareness of his movements. Wherever Tang San ran, Gu Chen appeared ahead of him. The black serpent pursued him relentlessly, matching Gu Chen's speed, which was augmented by the rapid mushroom sausage, yet it far surpassed Tang San, who relied solely on his 8 spider legs. As the serpent closed in, despair washed over Tang San. At level 49, he had initially planned to reach level 50 under his father Tang Hao's guidance before venturing forth for further trials and tribulations. He had returned prematurely, burdened by the fear of infidelity from Xiao Wu. Now, he lamented this decision, wishing desperately that he had attained even a single level more to gain the 5th spirit ring, thereby acquiring the power of a level 50 spirit king. This would have granted him a fighting chance against the serpent. In his moment of desperation, he called out to the heavens, "Father, save me." Hidden in the shadows, Tang Hao recognized that his son had reached his limit and prepared to intervene. Just then, 2 figures emerged, a robust man with crimson hair and a slender man with azure locks, both revealing their 9 spirit rings, 2 titled Douluo. Serpent Spear Douluo, Porcupine Douluo. Stand aside. Tang Hao summoned his martial spirit, the Haotian hammer, his gaze filled with lethal intent. The 2 adversaries did not falter, invoking their own spirits. Aware that even united, they posed no match for Tang Hao. Nevertheless, their objective was merely to delay his rescue of Tang San, allowing the black serpent to consume him, thus fulfilling their mission. Think carefully, Tang San. Submit to me, or perish at the hands of this serpent, they taunted. As Tang San fled, a resplendent figure materialized before him in the void, a breathtaking woman, illuminated by the divine light of her 6-winged angel martial spirit, exuding an aura of sanctity. You are deluded. Your spirit hall has slain my mother. I shall never yield to you, even in death. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao nodded in satisfaction and called out to his son. Son, hold on a little longer. Father is coming to rescue you. Chapter 30. Breakthrough, Golden Body Stage 2. With unwavering resolve, Tang Hao unleashed his full power, striking the serpent spear Douluo and porcupine Douluo repeatedly with his hammer. Yet, like tenacious leeches, they quickly reattached themselves. Tang San pushed the Xintian gong to its limits, his spider legs nearly breaking from exertion, but the black serpent continued to close the gap. When the distance between them dwindled to a mere 100 meters, the serpent's massive form began to coil rapidly, locking on to Gu Chen's position, intending to pounce and eliminate both troublesome humans in one fell swoop. Despair engulfed Tang San as he prepared to utter the words of submission to Qian Renxue when Xiao Wu's voice rang out. Brother. In that critical moment, she executed her third soul skill, instant teleportation, and her fourth soul skill, invincible golden body. In the nick of time, Xiao Wu teleported beside Tang San and handed him a rapid flight mushroom sausage. Brother, eat this and flee quickly. Gu Chen sighed, a sound of resignation escaping his lips. The divine umbrella of heavenly nets enveloped an invisible domain centered around him, extending in a radius of 200 meters. The formidable black serpent, which had been gathering its strength, vanished without a trace. In the blink of an eye, it found itself within Gu Chen's release domain. This domain, intangible and formless, melded seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Outsiders could not perceive the happenings within. They only witnessed the sudden disappearance of the black serpent, oblivious to its fate. Heavenly nets devoured the heavens. The injured black serpent could not withstand the immense suction emanating from the divine umbrella, being drawn into an inky, enigmatic space. Trapped within this mysterious realm, the serpent's power was consumed, and its form gradually faded away, leaving behind a diminutive black serpent perched upon the oiled paper umbrella. Having accomplished this, Gu Chen descended beside Xiao Wu. How are you, senior sister? He inquired. Tang San's face turned pale. He was about to push Gu Chen aside when Zhu Zhuqing interposed herself before him. Grasping Xiao Wu's hand with concern, she asked, Sister Xiao Wu, are you hurt? Tang San, your life truly is resilient. Qian Renxue remarked coldly before turning and vanishing into the air. The snake spear Douluo and the porcupine Douluo exchanged glances, swiftly disappearing as well. Little San, this place is not safe. Come with me. Tang Hao had appeared before Tang San unbeknownst to him. Tang San cast a reluctant glance back at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, take care. We must leave now, or it will be too late. Tang Hao urged. As Tang San departed, he shot Gu Chen a warning glance. Gu Chen seemed oblivious, casting a fleeting glance at the soft contours of Xiao Wu's delicate form and licked his lips. Tang San shot a fierce glare at Gu Chen before turning away. After Tang San departed, the remaining individuals in the wooden cabin gathered before Gu Chen and his companions, expressing their profound gratitude. As Gu Chen felt the genuine appreciation emanating from these people, the radiance of his virtuous body intensified. The accumulated power of merit within him surpassed 1,000, successfully elevating him to the second tier of the golden body. To his surprise, the greater the strength of those he aided, the more merit he garnered. A soul warrior's gratitude amounted to 1, a soul master S to 5, a great soul master S to 15, a soul sovereign S to 30, a soul sect S to 50, and a soul king S to 80. Gu Chen has currently accumulated over 1,400 merits of power. Gu Chen endeavored to activate the fusion of his golden body, and in an instant, he was nearly overcome with excitement. He discovered that his strength had remarkably surged by 7%, while his physical resilience had enhanced by an impressive 14%. Savoring the surge of power and the fortification of his defenses, Gu Chen found himself in high spirits. As he spotted Ning Rongrong and the others rushing towards him, he greeted them with joy. Senior Rongrong, what brings you all here? I heard that you exhausted your soul power in the effort to save someone, and I was quite worried. It seems my concern was unwarranted. Thank you, Senior Rongrong. Oh, and Senior Oscar, you have come as well. Big Brother Dai, Senior Mahangjun. Are you all here to check on me too? Gu Chen gazed at them with an eccentric expression, fervently harnessing the power of his profound heart technique to absorb the anger emanating from their beings. Alas, Senior Zhu Zhuqing, do refrain from moving. There is a leaf upon your hair. Gu Chen leaned forward to help her remove a tender leaf from her hair. Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming urge to pounce like a ferocious tiger and devour Gu Chen. However, he refrained, as they were surrounded by a group of soul kings, all of whom Gu Chen had saved. Should he dare to act, they would undoubtedly strip him of his tiger skin without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing was so extraordinarily captivating that when Gu Chen assisted her in plucking the leaf, his fingers brushed against a particularly sensitive area, sending a jolt of electricity coursing through his body. The gentle warmth of the sun was incredibly soothing, rejuvenating his limbs and core. What was happening? Gu Chen immersed himself in introspection, discovering that a strand of electric energy surrounded the golden merit body within his dantian. Could this be the essence of Buddhism? Greed, anger, ignorance, hatred, and desire could all temper the golden body. Just moments ago, he had encountered desire and resisted it, which served as a form of refinement for his golden body. Realizing this, Gu Chen felt a surge of joy. If he could withstand temptations during his ventures to the pleasure quarters, his merit body would surely ascend to new heights. A sly grin crept across his face, which Dai Mubai misinterpreted as a triumphant smirk after Gu Chen had taken advantage of Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, Ma Hongjun remained unfazed. With Tang San gone, he was left with a daunting task, as it seemed unlikely that Gu Chen would survive until the next day. Ma Hongjun exchanged a glance with Dai Mubai, who nodded gently in agreement. He approached Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, today in Soto City, the Tiando Royal Auction House is hosting an auction featuring several treasures transported from the Silvis province. Would you be interested in attending this evening?" "Absolutely. What time does it start?" "Let us set off right away." Xiao Wu's interest piqued at the mention of treasures. Gu Chen had yet to receive a proper gift from her during his stay. As a beautiful and kind older sister, she felt she had been remiss in her duties. She resolved to procure an exquisite treasure for him, or else she would have to don a bunny girl outfit for him. The thought of this made her cheeks flush involuntarily. "Little sister, are you feeling warm? Why is your face so red?" Oscar, who had been like a transparent figure until now, suddenly interjected, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Oscar, look, there's a flying saucer in the sky." Gu Chen exclaimed with a smile, pointing upward. "Where?" Oscar looked up, but the sunset was nearing, casting a beautiful hue across the sky, devoid of the flying saucer Gu Chen had mentioned. Confused, he contemplated questioning Gu Chen about his deception. When he lowered his gaze, he noticed that his belt was missing, causing his pants to sag perilously low. A sudden breeze swept through, and Oscar realized what had happened, his face flushing crimson. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and the others had vanished without a trace. Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and the surviving 5 Soul Kings, along with their 5 alluring companions, regarded Oscar with bemusement. "Little Oscar, I never knew you had such a fondness for pink," they exclaimed, erupting in laughter. Chapter 31, The Ancient Starry Sword Sister, Are You Tired? Little Chen, I am not weary at all. We have just 10 more miles to reach Guode's village. Are you feeling fatigued? Sister, I am not tired either. Please stop for a moment. Let me wipe your sweat, and you can give me 2 bags of millet, and I shall carry them for you. There's no need. Little Chen, I am not tired. Just help me wipe the sweat from my face. There's a pavilion ahead where we can rest. All right, sister. Why are you so kind to me? As Gu Chen gently wiped the sweat from his sister's brow, a pang of concern washed over him. Sister, you are my only family in this world. If one day I were to become a truly wicked person, would you still recognize me as your brother? Foolish child. You are my brother. No matter what you become, you will always remain my brother, she reassured him. I believe in you. If you ever do become a villain, it will be the circumstances that have driven you to such a fate. Yet, there is something I must impart to you today. And you must remember it. Money is given by others, but one's dignity is earned through one's own efforts. Do not always expect others to do for you. Instead, reflect on what you can offer to others. Even if it is but a pile of dung, strive to be the one that all the flowers vie to adorn. At her words, Gu Chen burst into hearty laughter. Seemingly grasping his sister's sentiment, he disregarded her attempts to stop him and, with his small frame, seized a bag of grain and dashed forward. Sister, you are right. The eagle must soar high, the fledgling must leave the nest, and a man must strive for self-improvement. Fool. Gu Chen gazed at Gu Chen's fair complexion and elongated eyes, a countenance that, at such a tender age, rivaled the delicate beauty of a girl. Her thoughts unwittingly drifted far away, as she stared into the cerulean sky, seemingly rallying her spirits, whispering softly, Father, Mother, fear not, no matter how arduous life may be. I shall nurture Gu Chen to maturity. You, in the ethereal realm, must bless little Chen with health and happiness as he grows. Sister, what are you pondering? Hurry up. If we tarry, the night will soon fall. Beware of ghosts. At the mere mention of ghosts, Gu Chen set aside her melancholy, hoisting the yoke and pressing onward, oblivious to the 2 tiny specters that had just emerged, only to be buried in the earth. Life is fleeting. And Gu Chen sat quietly atop a rooftop adorned with twinkling stars. He reminisced about the myriad moments shared with his sister. Some memories were painful to recall, Yet he did not wish to forget them, for this ache affirmed his existence. A subtle demon sat silently beside him, continuously absorbing the malevolence that occasionally emanated from him, its strength steadily growing. Suddenly, her eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the heavens. Look, a shooting star. Gu Chen offered a gentle smile, caressing the little one's head. In a soft voice, she inquired, "Is it beautiful?" The little demon nodded vigorously. The meteor streaks through the sky, and the sword glistens with autumn frost. The fleeting beauty of a moment is, after all, but a transient delight, destined not to linger. No, that is not a meteor. Gu Chen and the little demon exclaimed in unison. It seems to have headed southwest. Little demon, lend me your power once more. I won't lend it. Hurry. This is an extraordinary opportunity. If we meet, we shall share it equally, 1/2 for each. You promise? I promise. Now, stop dawdling. But you mustn't deceive me, otherwise I shall never speak to you again. Oh, so you are still being proud. A gentle smile graced Gu Chen's heart. To turn the world upside down. To invert yin and yang. Gu Chen felt a sudden lightness beneath his feet, as an immense surge of power coursed through his body, amplifying his strength severfold. The chameleon martial soul transformed into that of a cat eagle, propelling him rapidly toward the direction of the falling meteor. Upon his arrival, he beheld a rusted iron sword deeply embedded in the steep rock face. With the unparalleled nocturnal vision of the cat eagle martial soul, Gu Chen swiftly pinpointed the location of the sword. He advanced with haste, simultaneously sensing the approach of several formidable auras. Gu Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile as he murmured, "Do you truly believe you are worthy of competing with me for fortune?" The divine armament celestial umbrella, domain. Just before these formidable beings approached, Gu Chen activated the first layer of the divine armament celestial umbrella, enveloping the rusty sword within. Heavenly net devouring sky. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Chen drew the rusty sword into the enigmatic space of the divine armament celestial umbrella. Suddenly, a melodious feminine voice echoed in his mind. Little one, fortune smiles upon you. You have stumbled upon an ancient sword of the cosmos, albeit a rusted relic in need of substantial rare materials for restoration. Otherwise, with your current prowess, wielding it would allow you to traverse this continent with ease. Zhao Rand, master, is this truly a treasure? Indeed, a monumental treasure indeed. Dressed in a black lace ensemble, the strikingly deep-set eyes of Lu Zhao Rand glared at him in annoyance, her spirit seemingly absorbed in the mysterious space. Zhao Rand. Beautiful master, what is it that you are wearing today? Gu Chen wished to inquire about Lu Zhaoran's attire for the day, but hesitated to voice the remainder of his thoughts. Lu Zhaoran shot him a glance of disdain. Mei teased, "Do you enjoy seeing me in my natural state? If so, I shall oblige." Gu Chen's heart raced violently, and he hastily spoke to intervene. "No, Master Zhao, this is not the time for me to refine my heart. There are many predatory eyes watching me from outside. Coward, I have not replenished much of my soul power, so I can only strike once for you. Choose wisely whom to eliminate. No need, this group of insignificant pests does not require your intervention." Lu Zhao ran his eyes over Gu Chen with a puzzled expression, while Gu Chen offered a mysterious smile as his consciousness withdrew from the enigmatic space. "Brat, surrender your treasures, and I shall spare your life," shouted a towering figure of soul saint rank, who hovered in midair, directing his voice at Gu Chen. Simultaneously, 7 or 8 other soul saints and dozens of soul kings surrounded him, their predatory gazes fixed menacingly upon Gu Chen. Gu Chen understood that these were merely superficial matters. The true masterminds lurked in the shadows. Hearing the boisterous words of the burly man, Gu Chen remained unfazed. He stretched lazily and said, "Will you come one by one? Or shall we engage all at once?" The burly man and the surrounding onlookers, a group of soul kings and soul saints, were momentarily taken aback. What audacity this lad possessed. Though puzzled, they saw no reason to retreat, having taken on the role of the aggressor. Scanning the area for formidable opponents and finding none, he gained confidence and, with a hint of mockery in his tone, retorted to Gu Chen, blustering bravado, "Watch as I subdue you first." With that, he unleashed his 7th soul skill, the Golden Wolf manifestation. A colossal golden wolf, towering over 2 meters, materialized before Gu Chen. The burly man, employing his ultimate soul technique, the true form of his martial spirit, charged at Gu Chen with all his might. Gu Chen remained composed, her hands clasped behind her, exhibiting no sign of resistance. The burly man instinctively sensed the looming danger, his body pausing midair. Suddenly, his pupils widened in terror as a blood-red sword cleaved his weapon spirit in two. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. From the shimmering edge of the sword light emerged a man cloaked in black, bearing 6 swords upon his back. He had not summoned his weapon spirit. Who could he possibly be? A tall, slender soul saint gasped in disbelief. Indeed, who was he? There had been no mention of such a figure in the realm of soul masters. A group of oblivious beings still dared to engage, and idle chatter killed them all. Ghost slaves. Gu Chen's eyes flashed with a cold glimmer as she issued her command with an air of nonchalance. Understood. Chapter 32. We sisters master every art. Gu Chen's voice was frigid, reminiscent of a judge, and to him, this group of intruders attempting to seize opportunities appeared merely as a band of trifling spirits. Great One, spare us. We are willing to submit. Yet, sign this life and death contract and be gone. Gu Chen unfurled the contract, and the onlooking soul kings and soul saints turned pale at the sight of it. What lay before them was no mere contract. Signing this document would signify their irrevocable allegiance to Gu Chen as his eternal minions, binding them to a fate of unswerving loyalty. Should they defy his command, they would suffer the torment of countless insects gnawing at their hearts, leading to a grotesque demise, while their wives and daughters would be cursed to endure a lifetime of misfortune. What are you hesitating for? I am not a villain. I am here to redeem your souls. Sign it, sign it. An insidious voice echoed relentlessly within their minds. It was as if they had been placed under a hypnotic spell, and one by one, they languidly affixed their signatures to the life and death pact. Several soul Douluos, who had been covertly observing from the shadows, silently withdrew upon witnessing this scene, confident that the news would soon spread like wildfire. However, Gu Chen was no longer concerned with such matters. He had already returned to Soto City. 2 hours prior, he had arrived in Soto City and, passing by an establishment of ill repute, feigned a stomachache to gain entry. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately ensnared by the embrace of 2 alluring women, who sensuously rubbed their ample bosoms against his arms. Oh my, this handsome young man is truly charming. Haha, such sweet words. I wonder how you fare in other respects. Oh dear. Young sir, whatever position you desire, I can accommodate. My sisters and I are well versed in the arts of pleasure. Very well, then take me to a chamber to enjoy the music. Of course, handsome sir, please follow me upstairs. Upon reaching the private room on the 2nd floor, a fragrant breeze wafted in, prompting Gu Chen to involuntarily sneeze. As soon as the door closed, the 2 enchanting women who had been entwined around him immediately released their hold and respectfully prostrated themselves on the floor. Lillian, Vivian, we pay our respects to the Dark Lord. Gu Chen was taken aback, utterly bewildered by the bizarre turn of events. What on earth is happening here? He thought. Esteemed Lord of Demons, we are the loyal servants of your demonic lineage, eagerly awaiting your arrival, the 2 women proclaimed. You must be mistaken. The ground is cold. Ladies, please rise so we may converse more comfortably, Gu Chen urged. Thank you, revered Lord. In accordance with the established hierarchy, we shall continue to kneel as we respond. They replied dutifully. That will not do. Since you address me as your lord, you must heed my wishes, he commanded. At your service, the 2 women said in unison, rising gracefully to assist Gu Chen as he took a seat, gently massaging his shoulders and legs. At first, Gu Chen felt a sense of embarrassment. Yet the techniques employed by the 2 were so pleasurable that he nearly gasped aloud. Why do you refer to me as the demon sovereign? He inquired. Because whenever you appear, the heart demon stones upon us illuminate, they replied. But I possess no memories regarding my identity as the demon sovereign, he exclaimed. We are equally perplexed. Before the high priest perished, he proclaimed that only the demon sovereign could awaken the heart demon stones we bear. We have awaited your arrival, demon sovereign, to present you with a certain object. For years, we sisters have concealed ourselves among the human race, anticipating your descent. Are you not afraid of misidentifying the demon sovereign? He questioned. It is impossible to be mistaken. The demon sovereign possesses a divine heart of demons, capable of suppressing our bloodline. Furthermore, the demon sovereign shares a chameleon martial soul, much like yourself. Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, casting a wary glance at the 2 enchanting figures before him. Noticing the expression on Gu Chen's face, Lillian spoke up to clarify. My lord, please do not be alarmed. Aside from our clan of demons, no one else can discern the true form of your martial soul. Gu Chen let out a sigh, for his martial soul, shrouded in disguise, could elude even the keenest eyes of soul saints and soul Douluos. Moreover, he inadvertently aided Xiao Wu, with whom he had shared a fleeting touch, in concealing her aura. Lord of Demons, this is the item that the High Priestess has instructed us to present to you. Lillian produced a black orb from an unknown source, its surface adorned with numerous dimples, resembling a golf ball. Gu Chen took hold of the orb, and immediately, a surge of information flooded his mind. You are the demon lord who slays the heavens, traversing the vast expanse of the 9 provinces. This object is known as the Devouring Demon Pearl, capable of devouring all worldly malevolence and sealing away every dark thought. Gu Chen immersed his spirit within the Devouring Heaven Demon Pearl and was immediately astonished by the scene before him. The interior of the Devouring Heaven Demon Pearl was not an ordinary space, but rather a realm comprising 72 towers, each varying in height and bearing distinct names. There were the Illusionary Demon Tower, the Prisoner Tower, the Soul Lock Tower, the Sacrificial Tower, and the Demon Spirit Tower. What truly astounded Gu Chen were 2 towers with rather peculiar names, the Tower of Broken Demons and the Tower of Release. He couldn't help but admire whoever had coined those names. Master. Suddenly, a voice resonated. An elder, adorned with 6 swords upon his back, materialized before Gu Chen. Who are you? Reporting to you, Master. I am the ghost slave responsible for guarding the Sword God Tower. Oh, your appearance is quite impressive. Thank you for your kind words, Master. How many ghost slaves like you are there? To respond to Master, there is only me. Only you? Gu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. What is your cultivation level? I am a level 96 title Douluo. What? As Gu Chen stumbled, nearly losing his balance. He immediately retracted his previously nonchalant demeanor. How astonishing! Gu Chen marveled inwardly. After a considerable time, he managed to force a faint smile. Why is there only one ghostly servant present here? And whose inner demon are you? In response to the Master, the ghostly servant explained. Only you can manipulate the devouring demon orb to absorb demonic energy, and you have been missing for over 2 centuries. The other 71 ghostly servants in the towers have succumbed to slumber due to the lack of demonic energy. Even I shall fall into a deep sleep if you do not return. As for whose inner demon I am, my memories elude me. I only recall being your servant upon hearing the ghostly servant's words. Gu Chen understood. Where can we replenish the demonic energy? How much power can you currently summon? In the past, masters would absorb demonic energy from the demon spirit pool in the demon domain. But that realm was eradicated by the martial soul hall and several prominent families over 200 years ago. You must seek out a new location rich in demonic energy. Typically, battlefields with significant bloodshed harbor greater amounts of demonic energy. As of now, I can unleash a peak strike only once. And my ordinary attacks can be utilized a maximum of 5 times. Very well. I shall endeavor to swiftly locate a place abundant in demonic energy to replenish your reserves. Thank you, Master. Please enlighten me about the circumstances here. Certainly, Master. There are a total of 72 demon towers, each serving a unique purpose. The Sword God Tower, which I guard, consists of 11 levels, with each level corresponding to a significant realm. Are you saying that it corresponds to 11 major realms? Indeed, however. No one has ever reached the 10th level. Not even I, and my former self, achieved the 10th level? Gu Chen inquired, puzzled. The ghostly servant shook his head. Gu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon his expression hardened with determination. Just because I was incapable in the past does not mean I am incapable now. I must ascend to the pinnacle and behold the view. Chapter 33. A Heart Full of Dread. Tang San sleeps. Gu Chen withdrew his thoughts. Discreetly stowing the devouring demon pearl into his storage bag, a subtle smile unconsciously gracing his lips. He felt a genuine joy. These 2 sisters were not only beautiful but also kind-hearted, and their gifts were truly unexpected. Liena, Vivian, you have indeed achieved a remarkable feat. Speak. What reward do you desire? I dare not ask for anything. Merely being able to follow beside the demon lord is sufficient for me. Very well. Then let us dispose of the 2 puppets you left here. Understood. Liena and Vivian gestured, and 2 identical puppets materialized before them. Were Tang San present? He would surely be astounded, for these were the 2 enchanting beauties he had toyed with earlier that afternoon. Without any further movements, Liena and Vivian merely snapped their fingers. And the 2 puppets instantly contorted, transforming into 2 sows. From their foreheads emanated 2 dark marks, swiftly captured by the sisters and vanished in the blink of an eye. The autumn night breeze was cool and soothing, as Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong each harbored their own thoughts, silently advancing. Suddenly, a sweet, youthful voice broke the stillness. Rongrong, how is your relationship with Oscar now? The usually lively Xiao Wu appeared burdened with heavier matters today. Her pace slowed, aligning with Ning Rongrong's. I don't know. I'm somewhat afraid to meet him now. Is it because of Gu Chen? Ning Rongrong nodded. Xiao Wu, do you think I am a wicked woman, feasting at the table while eyeing the pot? Not at all. Am I not also a woman unable to let go a greedy woman? Xiao Wu, what are your plans for the future? I sense the rift between Tang San and Gu Chen will be hard to mend. You must decide soon. I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, how vexing. Apologies for keeping you waiting, my 3 lovely seniors. The restroom at the tavern was truly unbearable. The 3 women turned in surprise to gaze at Gu Chen, not due to his restroom visit, but because they felt he had undergone yet another transformation. Xiao Wu cautiously inquired, Gu Chen, have you broken through again? Indeed. Isn't that impressive? Gu Chen flashed a smile, reminiscent of the most resplendent maple leaf under the autumn sun, utterly captivating. Initially, Xiao Wu should have rejoiced at Gu Chen's breakthrough, yet upon witnessing his smug demeanor, she could not shake the feeling that he was rather deserving of a reprimand. Xiao Wu exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, both of them revealing a mischievous glint in their eyes. Impressive indeed. Gu Chen, the junior, is truly remarkable. Now that you have ascended, you ought to be even more resilient to a good thrashing. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen's expression changed, realizing he had overstepped. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he felt something soft grasping his shoulders, and then that softness began to slide downward, reaching his wrists. Gu Chen felt a sudden chill and softness at his wrist, a sensation that was both delightful and soothing. Under normal circumstances, if Xiao Wu were alone with him in the room, he would undoubtedly assume that she was eager to learn the art of the flute from him. However, the situation was different now. He understood that Xiao Wu was about to unleash her first soul skill, the waist bow. If it were someone else following the storyline, they would certainly be subjected to Xiao Wu's various torments, followed by her teasing remark, little brother, you're not up to par. You need to practice more. Yet, Gu Chen was not like others. He did not employ his soul skill but instead turned his head to the left, revealing a look of astonishment in his eyes. With great excitement, he exclaimed, brother, what brings you here? Xiao Wu was taken aback, a multitude of questions flooding her mind. When did Gu Chen acquire a brother? Why had she never heard him mention this before? Who was this brother? She had never witnessed Gu Chen so animated. If she were to strike Gu Chen in front of his brother, would the Gu family perceive her as having violent tendencies? In an instant, Xiao Wu pondered many thoughts. It wasn't until she heard the voices of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, be careful, that she realized she had been deceived once more. She wished to continue tormenting Gu Chen, but it was too late. His arms had inexplicably become as slippery as eels. Caught off guard, Xiao Wu found herself freed from his grasp. However, instead of retreating, Gu Chen pressed the advantage, leaping into her embrace. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist, compressing her curves, and, propelled by momentum, they both tumbled to the ground. Under normal circumstances, with Xiao Wu's back facing the earth, she would undoubtedly land on her back first, resulting in a harsh impact. Although, given her cultivation, the blow would hardly cause her any harm. It would certainly leave her in a rather embarrassing predicament. However, as Xiao Wu cursed Gu Chen for his despicable, shameless antics and his disregard for the established order, she found herself in an unforeseen predicament. Gu Chen suddenly exerted force through her back, her body spinning 180 degrees to swap places with Xiao Wu. Her back crashed forcefully against the bluestone ground, emitting a dull thud. Xiao Wu was taken aback. She had never anticipated that, in this crucial moment, the usually unyielding Gu Chen would sacrifice herself to absorb this blow for her. In that instant, Xiao Wu was profoundly moved. Completely forgetting her initial intention to reprimand Gu Chen, she hurriedly inquired, Gu Chen, are you all right? Cough, cough, cough. I think I've injured my lungs. I might be on the verge of death. Before I depart, I have a wish. Xiao Wu initially thought Gu Chen was merely jesting, but she quickly sensed something was amiss. Gu Chen's breath suddenly weakened, appearing as though he might succumb at any moment. Utterly devoid of pretense, Xiao Wu's heart tightened in an instant, flooded with regret as she began to sob. Gu Chen, please don't be in danger. It is my fault. I should not have bullied you. Oh, Gu Chen, I implore you, do not leave us. If you can recover, I promise to grant any wish you desire. At that moment, Xiao Wu realized just how deeply she cared for Gu Chen. She had fallen irretrievably in love with this man. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also felt a pang of anxiety, fervently praying for Gu Chen's safety as they rushed over. Gu Chen, they called out in unison, hastening their steps. However, before they could reach him, Gu Chen closed his eyes, leaving them uncertain of his fate. In the shadows, Dai Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged glances, their faces betraying a triumphant smirk. Concealed just a wall away, another figure lurked in the darkness. Dressed in black and veiled, her features were obscured, yet her sapphire-like eyes and alluring figure hinted at her extraordinary beauty. At that moment, she silently observed Gu Chen. Had he been present, he would have recognized her instantly. She was Qian Renxue, the daughter of Bibi Dong, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall. and the granddaughter of Qian Douluo, possessing the supreme six-winged angel martial spirit. Her purpose for being here was straightforward, to fulfill Yilinglong's request to keep an eye on Gu Chen. Additionally, she was curious about why the pampered young lady of the Yi family, accustomed to talents and prodigies, cared so deeply for a mere boy. Today's first update. The new book is approaching evaluation time. I am both anxious and excited. To all the beloved readers of this book, remember to leave comments. If you have any supporting character arrangements, feel free to comment as well. Lastly, I humbly seek your support. Please collect, recommend, and vote for me. Thank you. Chapter 34. 9-Star Begonia. Yilingling. It is often said that curiosity can be perilous when a woman becomes intrigued by a man. It signifies that her heart is already drawn towards him. Whether out of affection or disdain, this man has undoubtedly left an indelible mark in her heart. As the possessor of the six-winged angel martial spirit and the holy maiden of the spirit hall, Qian Renxue possessed a unique ability to discern deception. She immediately perceived that Gu Chen was injured, and though the injury was severe, it was not fatal. Yet, she was perplexed by the aura of death that surrounded him, as if he were on the brink of demise. This conundrum left her deeply puzzled. As Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun basked in their secret satisfaction, Qian Renxue remained bewildered. While Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Wu were consumed with worry. Suddenly, a striking figure emerged from around the corner, handsome, with an alluring silhouette, cascading blue hair flowing down her back and deep blue eyes. Dressed in black and veiled, she was instantly recognized by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who gasped in astonishment. Qian Renxue's eyes lit up as she thought, this young man truly has remarkable fortune. The woman was Yilingling, the young head of the 9-Star Begonia clan. Endowed with the supreme supporting martial spirit, the 9-Star Begonia. Upon her arrival, Yilingling quickly recognized Xiao Wu and the others. Seeing Xiao Wu weeping over a man, she approached them. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, what are you doing here? What has happened to him? Upon hearing her voice, the three women turned, meeting the gaze of a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ning Rongrong, her blue hair and captivating eyes making her exceptionally beautiful. Lingling, is that you? Please save Gu Chen. He is gravely injured. Upon seeing Yilingling, Xiao Wu grasped at the lifeline, quickly stifling her sobs, wiping her tears, and pleading with reddened eyes. All right, please step back a little. Gently, Xiao Wu laid Gu Chen on the ground, pulling Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing a few steps back. Yilingling softly intoned, 9-Star Begonia, petals of life. As her voice resonated, a delicate fragrance filled the air, and a beam of white light descended from above. This white light, resembling petals, floated gracefully down, landing upon Gu Chen and seamlessly merging with his being. The previously languid Gu Chen twitched a few times, gradually rejuvenating, his complexion visibly improving as he stood upright. Thank you, my savior, for your life-giving grace. Gu Chen bowed respectfully to Yilingling, embodying humility and courtesy. His voice resonated with a calm and steady tone, reminiscent of the delicate plucking of a 7-string guzheng, deep and melodious, measured and unhurried. Upon hearing such a magnetic voice, Yilingling was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing as she softly replied, Sir, there is no need for such formality. It is but a trifling effort. Observing that Gu Chen was unharmed, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong swiftly approached him, with Xiao Wu leaping into his embrace. You big rascal. You nearly frightened me to death. Witnessing this scene, Yilingling was momentarily stunned. She had seen Tang San fight fiercely for Xiao Wu before. Assuming they were a couple, she now found herself confused by the current situation. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong gazed at Xiao Wu with a hint of envy. Gu Chen, with a gentle smile, caressed the soft, lustrous hair of Xiao Wu, playfully intertwining her long scorpion braid. In a soothing tone, she reassured, Senior, there is no need to worry. See, I am perfectly fine now. I am blessed with great fortune and resilience. The king of hell cannot claim me. Oh dear, how thoughtless of me. One must not speak such words carelessly. Do hurry and dispel this notion. Gu Chen was amused. He had not anticipated that Xiao Wu possessed such a superstitious side. If there truly exists a king of hell, he would merely be a grander specter. After all, he was already a demon lord. Why fear a mere king of hell? Such rumors would be utterly disgraceful. Senior, you are holding on a bit too tightly. I am aware of your alluring figure, and I can certainly feel it. Might you loosen your grip just a tad to allow me a breath? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu realized that she had been overly enthusiastic and had not moderated her embrace. Just as she prepared to release Gu Chen, she felt something firm pressing against her below. Curiously, she instinctively grasped it, her face turning as crimson as a ripe peach. This mischievous scoundrel had, after all, been carrying a long flute with him. It seemed he had harbored feelings for her all along, and after a day fraught with peril, he had taken great care to protect it, which spoke volumes. Gu Chen indeed possessed a long flute, which was specifically intended for Xiao Wu. He found that teaching her the art of flute playing allowed his heart to attain tranquility, and his mastery of Xuanqin Gong progressed gradually. He had a profound sense that if granted a little more time, he would surely step into the first realm of Xuanqin Gong, the perfect state of qi induction, and advance towards the second realm, the realm of object reflection. The so-called object reflection realm signifies using the heart as a mirror to reveal the true form of all things. By treating the heart as a mirror, one can perceive the essence of all matters. Utilizing objects as reflections, the heart reveals its fundamental nature, employing all things as mirrors to reflect the principles residing within our hearts. Xiao Wu released her hold around Gu Chen's waist and shyly stepped aside. Gu Chen, what just happened to you? Ning Rongrong questioned, unable to believe that Gu Chen's near demise could be merely the result of a fall. Sensing that there must be an undisclosed secret behind it, her curiosity piqued. Gu Chen reminisced about the series of events that had unfolded along his journey. Yet he found nothing particularly extraordinary about them. The sole anomaly was witnessing a street performer's act. As he drew near, a burst of flames was directed toward him. However, those flames did not harm him. They were merely the performer's clever tricks to amuse the audience. Reflecting upon it now, perhaps there was more to the incident than met the eye. The juggler's physique bore an uncanny resemblance to someone. Ma Hongjun. Gu Chen silently cursed his own carelessness, never expecting to fall for such a petty trick. Ma Hongjun had employed a highly toxic blend known as the King of Hell Nox, which, when administered in isolation, was non-lethal. However, the lethal combination of the two toxins would instantaneously result in the victim's demise. Gu Chen speculated that his survival might be attributed to his unique constitution. Although the explanation was convoluted, clarity dawned upon him in an instant. He opened his senses and discerned two figures lurking in the shadows. Their expressions were dark and brooding, and upon witnessing the affectionate interaction between Xiao Wu and Gu Chen, they surmised that Tang San might have been betrayed. They resolved that the next time they encountered Tang San, they would inform him of this matter, urging him to eliminate Gu Chen for retribution. Qian Renxue had already departed the moment Tang San regained consciousness, and Gu Chen was oblivious to her presence. Had Yulingle not arrived just in time, Gu Chen would have met his end, possessing the six-winged angel spirit. Qian Renxue not only boasted formidable offensive capabilities but also rivaled the healing prowess of typical support-type soul masters. Her third soul skill, Angelic Holy Light, was a healing technique that could temporarily bestow angelic power upon allies, purifying all malevolent energies, including toxins. However, the extent of purification depended on the caster's strength and the potency of the toxin involved. As it stood, the toxin afflicting Gu Chen could not immediately prove fatal even to a soul master, and Qian Renxue held complete confidence in her ability to cure him entirely. Chapter 35. Teasing. Even aware of Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun lurking in the shadows, Gu Chen refrained from disclosing the poisoning incident. Firstly, without direct evidence, they would deny it. Secondly, they were not the masterminds. Ma Hongjun was not adept at poison, and this toxin must have been provided by Tang San. He did not wish to alert them to his suspicions. Comprehending the situation, Gu Chen smiled at Ning Rongrong and remarked, I have not noticed anything unusual along the way. Perhaps my physique is too frail. I should take better care of myself in the future. Haha, it's good that you know. Ning Rongrong, seeing Gu Chen's reluctance to elaborate, refrained from pressing further. She turned curiously to Yulingle and inquired, Lingle, how did you come to be here? Yulingle, lost in contemplation about the complex relationships between Xiao Wu, Tang San, and the strikingly handsome man before her, was momentarily caught off guard by Ning Rongrong's question and did not catch the words. She awkwardly smiled and replied, What? What did you just say, Rongrong? What are you thinking? You seem quite distracted. I asked how you came to be here. Are you attending the Heaven Do Royal Auction as well? Yes, Ning Rongrong nodded. Then shall we go together? Yulingle suggested with a smile. Of course, Ning Rongrong readily agreed. As daughters of esteemed families, attending an auction felt akin to a casual shopping outing, and they harmoniously decided to proceed together. Rongrong, donning this attire might not be the best choice. While I am not overly concerned about the judgment of some narrow-minded individuals, encountering them can still dampen one's spirits. I know of a newly opened boutique that sells exquisite garments. It is not far from here, and since the auction does not commence for a few hours, why don't we browse there together? Ning Rongrong proposed, casting a glance at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Gu Chen. Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly. Please don't look at me. I have no particular preference for attire. It has been quite a while since you've all gathered. I am certain there are countless whispers to share. As a mere man, I shall refrain from intruding. I find myself rather fatigued today. There is a hotel nearby where I might secure a room and catch up on some much-needed rest. The young women could empathize with Gu Chen. He spoke the truth. Today, he had been like a spinning top, with one event following another: St. Heart Lake, the tea house, the Soto Imperial Tomb, and the bustling market, compounded by the recent poisoning. He had not experienced a moment of tranquility all day. Go ahead and rest in your room, but do not venture back to the market. The temptresses there pale in comparison to our beauty, Xiao Wu teased, wrapping her arm around Gu Chen's neck, gracefully employing her second soul skill, charm, as she sweetly murmured. Gu Chen exclaimed in exasperation. Having experienced the recent harrowing separation, Xiao Wu came to understand her innermost feelings. Her admiration for Tang San was merely that of a sister for her brother, while her genuine affection resided with Gu Chen. She could not bear to be apart from this man. Perhaps she would indulge him just once this evening. After bidding farewell to Gu Chen, Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling, along with the other ladies, embarked on a frenzied spree of shopping, reveling in the joy of their escapades. When it comes to shopping with friends, fatigue never seems to plague them. It is as if this innate talent has been bestowed upon women since the matriarchal era. If one wishes to forge a swift connection with a woman, accompanying her on a shopping excursion often proves to be the most effective means. Once the ladies departed, Gu Chen, who had anticipated drifting into slumber, found himself tossing and turning in bed, consumed by thoughts of his sister, an overwhelming longing that he could not shake. Restless, he ascended to the rooftop, reminiscing about the moments spent with her, hoping the gentle night breeze would soothe his yearning. The full moon hung high, and the night air was refreshing as Gu Chen reflected on the myriad experiences of his 2 lifetimes, a wave of melancholy washing over him. All he desired was to live a simple life, yet it seemed impossibly arduous. Everywhere he turned, there were those seeking to harm him, encountering a multitude of tribulations at every corner. The calamities he faced today were not isolated incidents, but rather a recurring theme throughout his life. Had it not been for his sister's words urging him to live well, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Sitting in quiet contemplation on the rooftop for nearly 2 hours, Gu Chen was engulfed by a tumult of emotions, sentiments of reflection, confusion, and self-doubt intertwining to suffocate him. His heart, contracting in rhythm, began to grasp the duality of warmth and coldness in the world, gradually fortifying his resolve. No matter how bitter life may be, moments of sweetness inevitably arise. If he can endure, all shall become beautiful. He acquired the celestial sword of the starry sky, garnering a collection of soul saints and imperial-level servants. Gu Chen did not immediately arrange for them to undertake any tasks. His current strength was too feeble. If he relied on external forces for everything, he would lose his motivation, and his path ahead would narrow further. It was imperative for him to enhance his abilities swiftly. Once today's auction concluded, he would seek a soul ring tomorrow. The Dark Moon Wolf, I have long awaited your soul ring. Contemplating this, a subtle smile unconsciously graced Gu Chen's lips. Though the day's arduous journey left him fatigued, it significantly tempered his state of mind. Within a single day, he had broken through 4 levels, reaching the pinnacle of a level 20 soul master. Due to his unique constitution and formidable inner strength, he could endure far beyond the limits of an ordinary individual. The typical thresholds for soul rings are as follows. The first soul ring has a limit of 500 years. The second, 999 years. The third, 700 years. The fourth, 999 years. The fifth, 25,000 years. The sixth, 30,000 years. The seventh, 40,000 years. The eighth, 50,000 years. And the ninth, exceeding 50,000 years. Gu Chen defines himself as at least 3 times the limit of others. Even when he absorbed his first soul ring, he understood the words spoken by Yi Jingzhu. Inheriting my divine will, what does it mean to be my disciple? If the duration of the soul ring's endurance exceeds his capacity, a golden sphere will materialize in his mind. This golden orb features a scale reminiscent of a thermometer, with distinct colored bars at intervals. There are a total of 7 bars, in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Upon the purple edge, a warning inscribed in small text reads, "Do not exceed 30% of the purple, otherwise, the divine shall shatter, and the soul shall cease to exist." Gu Chen's first soul ring is that of an 800-year-old golden earth bear, which is 1.6 times the limit of the first soul ring. A golden orb illuminated amidst hues of yellow and green. From this, Gu Chen deduced that the limit the golden orb could endure should be around 3 times that. Though he remained uncertain whether future advancements would occur, this was beyond his knowledge. The dark and enigmatic netherwolf that Gu Chen encountered previously is estimated to be around 2,500 to 2,700 years old. A soul ring from a soul beast of such an age is tantalizingly close to the limit, making it an ideal choice for his second soul ring. It is not that there are no superior soul rings, but rather that none would be as fitting. At present, Gu Chen masquerades as a great strength diamond bear spirit, excelling in both offensive and defensive capabilities. The sole deficiency lies in speed and agility, qualities that the netherwolf possesses. More crucially, the netherwolf boasts a unique innate skill, Shadow Veil. This ability is akin to divine magic for Gu Chen, who wields a chameleon spirit. Chapter 36, Gu Chen. Do not restrain yourself. Just a quarter of an hour before 8 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Wu and her companions returned to the Orange Hotel, the very establishment where Gu Chen currently resided, burdened with an assortment of packages. Gu Chen awakened from his meditation, and before him stood several girls who appeared as ethereal celestial beings. For reasons unknown, his heart began to race intensely, igniting an inexplicable desire to share a bed with them. Gu Chen felt a transformation within himself, becoming increasingly candid as the allure of his inner nature gradually unveiled itself. The desire for spontaneity burgeoned, particularly as he gazed upon the petite dancer adorned in a pink, thigh-bearing skirt. Gu Chen felt a surge of heat coursing through his body. His face flushed like a boiling kettle. Xiao Wu and the other girls noticed something was amiss, observing Gu Chen gaze intently at her chest like a ravenous wolf. Xiao Wu realized that he might have encountered a mishap during his cultivation. She knew she had to intervene. Handing over the bags she was carrying to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu straightened her posture, her expression resolute. Gu Chen, my junior, she declared. Your cultivation has gone awry. As your senior, I must assist you. I will accompany you inside. No matter what occurs, you must not enter. If we take too long, do not wait for us. Please bid on more items at the auction house for me to present to Gu Chen later. Xiao Wu, this may not be wise. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing voiced their concerns. What if he loses control and harms you? What if you cannot defend yourself and end up hurt? They too sensed that something was off with Gu Chen and wished to help, but Xiao Wu stopped them. In this situation, I must sacrifice myself for his sake. Alas, this troublesome fellow, I hope he will remember my kindness in the future. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong were moved by her selfless spirit, their hearts aching in unison. Rest assured, I can manage this on my own. After all, you all call me Sister Xiao Wu. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Sigh. It seems I owe her this. Xiao Wu consoled them, giving them a reassuring glance. The two girls nodded, tears welling in their eyes. Xiao Wu took Gu Chen, whose eyes were bloodshot and whose last threads of rationality were slipping away, into the room. The slightly monotonous light blue chamber boasted a spacious bed adorned with a green quilt, exuding an air of restraint. However, once the door was closed behind them, everything before Gu Chen transformed into a crimson haze. He pounced on Xiao Wu like a beast, bringing her down onto the bed, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance. Gu Chen's face contorted with ferocity, resembling that of a malevolent wolf. Gu Chen, what has happened to you? Please, don't be this way. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Wu's words seemed to have some effect, as Gu Chen regained a measure of lucidity, struggling to restrain himself. Ah, it hurts. My head aches terribly. Gu Chen clutched his head and rolled off the bed onto the floor. At that moment, his entire body radiated a crimson hue, and faint wisps of white smoke began to rise. The tattoo on his body, a serpentine dragon that resembled neither dragon nor snake, suddenly sprouted black scales. Xiao Wu was utterly astonished by this sight. Watching Gu Chen in such excruciating torment, her heart felt as though it were being torn apart. Yet, she found herself powerless to intervene. She could not bear his suffering in his stead. She could only watch helplessly as he writhed in agony, her heart heavy with despair. She felt utterly useless, unable to do anything. Senior sister, you must leave this room. Gu Chen managed to grit out through clenched teeth. No, I cannot. I will stay with you. Xiao Wu approached Gu Chen's side, embracing him, her soft body pressed against his back, feeling the terrifying heat emanating from him. Tears streaming down her cheeks. You must go, senior sister. I can barely control myself. Gu Chen, Junior, let me stay with you. Please do not hold back. Ah, I can't endure this any longer. Senior sister, I beg you, please, go. Just go. I will not leave. I refuse to abandon you in your suffering. Tears flowed freely from Xiao Wu's eyes as she sobbed, shaking her head, loosening her embrace around Gu Chen. preparing to remove her clothing. This scene was irresistibly alluring in Gu Chen's eyes, captivating and soul-stirring. His eyes grew even more bloodshot. Gu Chen struggled to restrain the last vestiges of his sanity, fighting against the primal instincts surging within him. Ah, hiss! With a pained cry, Gu Chen clutched his head and hurled himself violently against the wall, seeking to plunge into unconsciousness. The events unfolded with alarming suddenness, leaving Xiao, who was delicately untying her gauzy garments, utterly unable to intervene. All that could be seen was Gu Chen's body propelled forward, followed by a resounding crash. The wall bore the brunt of the impact, fracturing into a spiderweb of cracks, appearing as though it might crumble at any moment. Hurry, leave, senior sister. I beg you. I do not wish to commit actions that we would both regret in the future. Gu Chen clutched his head, soaring from the ground only to crash down heavily once more. With a resounding thud, the earth trembled slightly, yet Gu Chen remained conscious, continuing to roll upon the ground, gritting his teeth to stifle any cries of anguish. His face contorted in pain, revealing his profound suffering. There must be a way. There must be a way, Xiao Wu. You must remain calm. You must stay composed. Xiao Wu, her expression fraught with anxiety, sought to reassure herself. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken string of pearls, falling onto her collar and dampening her clothing, lending her a blush of shyness. Clenching her delicate fists and biting her lip, she endeavored to maintain her composure. Were Gu Chen willing, she would unhesitatingly offer herself in this moment. But alas, Gu Chen, however, persisted, even in the depths of his agony, unwilling to succumb to his desires while in a state of confusion. This clearly demonstrated how profoundly he cared for her. What woman, encountering such a man, could remain indifferent to his affections? If he did not truly hold her, Xiao Wu, dear to his heart, how could he behave in such a manner? A man of such sentiment and loyalty was precisely the kind of man she, Xiao Wu, admired most, the man she envisioned marrying in the future. Surely, there must be a way, there must be a way. Over and over, she reassured herself, seeking a solution. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the exquisite wooden flute tucked at Gu Chen's waist. A spark ignited in her mind, and she excitedly murmured to herself, yes. He once mentioned that playing the flute could soothe one's spirit. This must be it. This must be the answer. As if bolstering her own resolve, she reiterated her determination. With clarity in her thoughts, Xiao Wu swiftly reached for the flute at Gu Chen's side, soothing him with words of encouragement. Gu Chen, just hold on a little longer. Your senior will rescue you soon. In a mere second, she extracted the flute with remarkable speed. Upon beholding the delicately engraved inscription on the flute, tears streamed down her face, and she scolded him softly, Gu Chen, you foolish man. Why? Why are you so kind to me? If you were to discover my true identity, would you still treat me this way? The weight of her hidden identity filled her heart with sorrow once more. The flute bore an inscription of a poignant poem. Flying rain whispers at dusk, in light garments, I dance amidst the mundane. The jade flute breaks the silence over shared wine. In the quiet chamber, the moon cast light upon the soul. The characters flowed with vigor and grace, exuding an elegance that captivated her. Each word, each line, encapsulated deep affection in her eyes. It dawned upon her that he had been in love with her since that fateful night. Gu Chen, you were so foolish, so foolish. Xiao Wu cradled the flute and placed it to her lips, producing a melancholic melody that resonated like a solitary star's lament. The tune was sorrowful, unlike what one might expect from a youth. Rather, it seemed penned by an elder weathered by life's trials. Yet, Gu Chen found solace in this very piece, listening to it repeatedly, never realizing how deeply it resonated within him. It was as if, with every note, the one he cherished most, the one he longed for, was right beside him. Xiao Wu too cherished the melody, for it evoked memories of her mother, the gentle smile of her mother when she was alive, and the tender moments spent nestled in her embrace. In the tranquil room, soft moonlight spilled onto the floor, casting a gentle glow upon Gu Chen's distorted yet handsome visage, evoking a profound sense of compassion. The music persisted, and gradually, Gu Chen's turmoil began to subside. Although he still twitched and writhed in pain, the intensity had lessened considerably. In a daze, as if caught in a dream, Gu Chen called out, Sister, Xiao Chen promises you, no matter who I become in the future, even if I turn into the worst villain in the world, as long as you are here, I shall abandon everything and return to your side. Sister, please, do not leave me. Gu Chen, is this your unwavering obsession? Fear not, your sister may have departed, but from now on, let me cherish you, shall I? Xiao Wu gazed at him with infinite tenderness, her her soft hand brushing against his still warm cheek. Today's second update is complete. As I pin this chapter, I felt quite conflicted. Ultimately, I believe that the most beautiful petals should bloom only in the season most befitting them. As always, I kindly request your support. Please consider adding this to your bookshelf, cast your votes, and leave comments. Thank you. Chapter 37. The Black Dragon Armor. The moonlight flowed like water, draping over Gu Chen as if he were clad in a silver robe. The tattoos adorning Gu Chen's body deepened progressively, the scales becoming increasingly dense, each one appearing remarkably hard, imparting an impression of invulnerability. Xiao Wu could distinctly observe the twinkling starlight filtering through the window, merging with the black scales, creating an otherworldly radiance. The scales gradually coalesced into an armor, emanating a chilling glow that fused seamlessly with Gu Chen's flesh. As the dragon scales enveloped Gu Chen's entire form, a resounding dragon's roar echoed through the air. Had it not been for the soundproof stones in each room of the Orange Hotel, separated by considerable distances, this roar would undoubtedly have startled others. The sound emanated from the black armor on Gu Chen's chest, specifically from the mouth of a small black dragon, approximately a foot in length, devoid of claws. This little dragon, with blood-red eyes radiating a faint crimson aura, was otherwise shrouded in a profound black reminiscent of graphite. A black so intense it seemed capable of devouring all light. The black dragon ascended into the air, circling within a meter of Gu Chen's body before re-entering the confines of his black armor. Xiao Wu could distinctly sense a surge in Gu Chen's aura, his body seemingly becoming more resilient. As the black dragon returned to the armor, the scales on Gu Chen's body receded rapidly like retreating ocean tides. His clothing was punctured with numerous small holes, revealing glimpses of his firm abdomen, causing Xiao Wu to swallow hard. Gently, she laid Gu Chen upon the bed, cradling his head against her chest, pressing him close to her delicate form. She draped a blanket over his body, quietly admiring his handsome, yet slightly mischievous visage, tidying his somewhat disheveled black hair. As she watched Gu Chen endure hours of silent suffering, her tears had long since dried, her heart aching too much to breathe deeply. After hearing that dragon's roar, she realized Gu Chen's transformation was complete. Observing his breathing gradually stabilize as he slipped into slumber, Xiao Wu felt an indescribable heartache. In that moment, she would have preferred Gu Chen to playfully torment her, even in a state of unconsciousness, rather than witness him in such a tormented state. What had he endured? Why had he transformed so suddenly? Xiao Wu was filled with countless questions, resolved to inquire once Gu Chen awakened. On the surface, Gu Chen appeared carefree and jovial, yet beneath that facade lay an unwavering stubbornness. Once he resolved to undertake something, no matter how arduous the challenge, he would pursue it with relentless determination. This very quality was precisely what captivated Xiao Wu. Glancing at the clock on the wall, which indicated that it was already 11:15, she listened to Gu Chen's steady and prolonged breathing. She gently kissed his forehead, placed his head softly on the comfortable pillow, and tiptoed out of the room, quietly closing the door behind her. As soon as Xiao Wu stepped outside, Zhu Zhuqing approached her. "Sister Xiao Wu, how's Gu Chen?" "He's fine. He's already asleep." "Has Rongrong not returned yet?" "No. The auction will last until 3 in the morning." "Sister Xiao Wu, you seem a bit fatigued. Perhaps you should return to rest?" Xiao Wu did not refuse. She understood Zhu Zhuqing's concern. The phantom cat possessed acute hearing, although the soundproofing of the Orange Hotel was excellent. She was certain that Zhu Zhuqing had heard the commotion inside. This implied that she had been waiting outside, anxiously for several hours, longing to see Gu Chen. "He has just fallen asleep. Be gentle when you go in," she advised Zhu Zhuqing before making her way outside the hotel. Since the auction was still ongoing, she certainly would not retreat to her room for rest just yet. The most meaningful gifts were those chosen with care, and given the trials Gu Chen had faced today, she was determined to compensate him. She would ensure that he acquired a gift that would bring him satisfaction. Upon arriving at the auction venue, she found it bustling with excitement, a sea of voices and people. As she scanned the crowd, her eyes quickly landed on Ning Rongrong, who was seated beside Yulingling. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was visibly anxious, repeatedly raising her bidding paddle. 8,000 gold soul coins. The host, clad in a sleek black suit and holding a microphone with a golden head and silver tail, proclaimed in a booming voice, "Mr. Chen has bid 8,000 coins. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" 9,000. Mr. Li bids 9,000 gold soul coins. 10,000. Miss Zhang bids 10,000 gold soul coins. Is there anyone willing to go higher? Anyone? The host excitedly inquired. 12,000. Miss Ning bids 12,000. The crowd erupted in astonishment. collectively turning their gazes towards Ning Rongrong. Who is she? How can she be so wealthy? I don't know. She looks quite young. She must be a young lady from a prominent family. The murmurs from the audience swelled, and the host was equally exhilarated. 12,000 gold soul coins once. Twice. If there are no higher bids, then this heavenly profound grade treasure belongs to Miss Ning. In Douluo Continent, weapons were categorized into those for ordinary people, which were iron tools, and those for soul masters, which were treasured artifacts. Iron tools for commoners were forged with great effort, while the treasured artifacts for soul masters were typically crafted from rare metals or minerals imbued with specific energy attributes. The weapon classifications, from highest to lowest, included super divine artifacts, semi-divine artifacts, heavenly profound artifacts, imperial artifacts, king artifacts, and general artifacts. The highest grade of weapons typically auctioned was the heavenly profound artifact. Higher grades, such as semi-divine artifacts, divine artifacts, and super divine artifacts, were achieved through the dedicated cultivation of weapon soul masters. The discussions in the audience gradually subsided as the host struck the gavel for the third time. 12,000 gold soul coins, third time. Congratulations to Miss Ning for successfully bidding on the treasure, the Overlord's silver dragon spear. Yay! Ning Rongrong clenched her petite fists, brimming with excitement. Rongrong. Lingling. Hearing her name called, Ning Rongrong and Yi Lingling turned to see Xiao Wu. Sister Xiao Wu, you arrived just in time. The finale treasure is about to be presented. Xiao Wu nodded gently. Come sit beside me. I've saved a spot for you. Yi Lingling beckoned. How many treasures have you bid on? Xiao Wu inquired curiously. This is the 7th. Ning Rongrong replied proudly. I bid on a set of cold iron-crafted night claws for Zhu Zhuqing. For you. I secured a pair of heavenly profound dancing shoes. Wearing them will enhance both strength and speed by 15% in battle. Thank you, Rongrong. Is that gun you just bid on intended for Gu Chen? Yes. Gu Chen is a martial soul of the mighty Golden Bear. This Overlord's silver dragon spear will enhance with his strength, potentially reaching a 150% increase, making it suitable for him up to level 60. You truly are thoughtful. It's nothing. We are all sisters. Xiao Wu, have you and Gu Chen shared that kind of experience? Is he very impressive? Yi Lingling, having held her curiosity all day, finally seized the opportunity to ask. With 10 minutes left until the main event began, her thoughts naturally drifted to what Xiao Wu and Gu Chen might have done together. Xiao Wu had only just arrived at the auction after several hours and appeared quite fatigued. Yi Lingling instinctively wondered about the nature of Xiao Wu's activities with Gu Chen in the confines of their room. Although Ning Rongrong seemed to focus on the auction stage, her ears were keenly attuned, eager to overhear Xiao Wu and Yi Lingling's conversation. Despite having promised Oscar a chance, she could not resist her concern for Gu Chen. Drawn to his charmingly roguish demeanor and unconventional approach that often captivated pampered young ladies, most importantly, he possessed a remarkable ability to flirt, igniting a fire within her that made her long to escape with him to a secluded grove for a respite. No, he refrained from engaging in anything while I was not fully conscious, holding back from pursuing anything with me. Is he lacking in that regard? Look at his frail frame. A slight exertion could easily break him. Lingling, what nonsense are you spouting? Gu Chen is not at all as you imagine. He is quite capable. He is simply stubborn, striving for perfection. Xiao Wu, you are so focused on him that you view him through rose-colored glasses. Let me tell you, a man's abilities in that area matter. No matter how handsome he is, if he falls short there, that is a lifelong concern for us women. I feel that Tang San is more reliable. At least he knows how to. Isn't your martial soul a little rabbit? That would be a perfect match. Lingling, how can you say that? Tang San and I are merely siblings, and Gu Chen really is impressive. Is he truly impressive? Have you experienced it? Not yet. Xiao Wu blushed fiercely. Then let me ask you, who could remain indifferent to a beautiful girl, as if under the influence of an aphrodisiac? Unless he is incapable. Or perhaps he simply does not harbor feelings for you. Think it over. Xiao Wu's face flushed a deep red, unable to retort. Even though she knew that Yi Lingling's assertions were not entirely accurate. However, Gu Chen truly did nothing to me. Could it be that my allure is insufficient? No. It cannot possibly be that way. Gu Chen Jr. was unwilling to disrupt the beauty of their first encounter. Thus he endured. I have faith in him. Resolutely affirming her belief, Xiao Wu bit her lip and leaned close to Yi Lingling's ear, whispering words only the two could hear. Although Gu Chen had always restrained himself and had yet to explore the depths of my affection, I know he is formidable, for I have played his flute for 3 hours straight without faltering. Upon finishing her statement, her face flushed crimson like an apple, as if it could bleed. Yi Lingling was taken aback. Xiao Wu was not deceiving. She spoke of a genuine flute. As for where Yu Lingling's thoughts wandered, Xiao Wu cared not. After all, Gu Chen, as a man, must not lose his dignity in front of Yu Lingling. Xiao Wu, are you jesting? How can an ordinary male soul master sustain such endurance? Yi Lingling wished to counter further, but Xiao Wu had already dismissed her. In her heart, she mused that this insufferable girl was targeting Gu Chen someday. Gu Chen must win her over and exhaust her for 800 hours, just to see if she still had the audacity to be defiant. In truth, Yu Lingling's fixation on Gu Chen was not without reason. Before her arrival, she had encountered someone who spoke of a certain individual, claiming he risked his own safety to save her. He was the finest man she had ever seen, praised for his handsomeness, erudition, and free-spirited nature, boundless energy. Upon further inquiry, she discovered that the man she had longed for was none other than Gu Chen. Upon meeting Gu Chen today, she saw him fall to the ground, nearly injuring himself, towering yet only possessing a soul power of level 20. He appeared decent enough, but good looks do not fill one's stomach. She truly could not comprehend how such an ordinary man could attract so many women, akin to moths drawn to a flame. Just as Xiao Wu and Yu Lingling were lost in their thoughts, a startling voice resonated through the hall. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. The auction may conclude prematurely today. We have just received word that a notable figure has purchased all remaining items at 10 times the highest bid. Who is it? How can this be allowed? Boss, is this how you conduct business? Indeed. We waited for hours for the later items. You cannot do this. The auction hall erupted in uproar. Xiao Wu's expression soured. She had arrived late and hadn't even had the chance to select a gift for Gu Chen. Was she truly going to have to don a bunny girl outfit before him? What if he rejected her again? Xiao Wu felt a wave of panic. Everyone, please calm down. We deeply apologize for the inconvenience. However, this individual possesses overwhelming power, and our auction house cannot afford to offend them. We are truly sorry. Yet, his words did not quell the fury among the soul masters present. Instead, it intensified. Just as the host struggled to pacify the crowd, a resonant voice reverberated through the air. What? After my Yi family has been absent from the soul master realm for so long, you dare disregard me? Yiling Tian? Suddenly, an immense pressure enveloped the entire auction house, silencing the previously tumultuous atmosphere. Yiling Tian, the head of the Yi family, a level 97 plant system soul master, had arrived. His martial soul, a mysterious leaf, rumored to be linked to the illustrious Yi family of the 9-star begonia. Whispers of intrigue filled the air. Yet none dared to speak loudly, all gazing in reverence at the elder on stage. All right, everyone disperse. Yiling Tian dissipated the pressure and approached the ring presented by the host, casting a significant glance at Xiao Wu. A flurry of leaves appeared, and his figure vanished into thin air. How astonishing. He came and went without a trace, his mere presence commanding respect from the 100 attendees, including several soul emperors and kings. Even 2 nearing title Douluo were left trembling. Was this truly within human capability? A level 77 soul sage gasped in awe. One could not afford to offend a member of the Yi family. Meanwhile, at the Orange Hotel, in the room where Gu Chen resided, Zhu Zhuqing had just departed when a figure silently appeared at the window. Gu Chen, abruptly awakened from his slumber, beheld the imposing figure and inquired, "Who are you?" The figure slowly turned, revealing an elder with a youthful visage and hair as white as snow, his piercing gaze seemingly able to see into one's very soul. Regarding Gu Chen with an air of superiority, his voice, cold yet authoritative, introduced himself. "I am Yiling Tian, the grandfather of Yiling Long. I am here for 2 purposes. First, to thank you for saving our Ling Long." Yiling Long tossed a storage bag to Gu Chen, who hesitated to catch it, allowing it to hover in the air. "Second, I wish to advise you to keep your distance from Ling Long. She is not someone of your standing." Yiling Tian's words were laden with an undeniable finality. "If I refuse, will you not hesitate to end my life?" Gu Chen retorted defiantly. Yiling Tian nodded without a second thought. "What gives you the right to dictate another's fate? You heartless wretch." Gu Chen unleashed his ire without reservation. Yiling Tian, momentarily taken aback, felt his blood surge, preparing to teach Gu Chen a lesson. "Do not move. Otherwise, I shall sever your throat." A chilling, otherworldly voice echoed, as a spectral figure emerged behind Yiling Tian, 6 long swords pressed against his vital points. Gu Chen cast a frigid glance at Yiling Tian. "I am merely friends with Yiling Long. How we interact is a matter beyond the purview of outsiders. Not even your status as her grandfather grants you the right to interfere. This is the first and last time I shall say this. Take your belongings and leave." "Master, the storage bag contains the items you require." Then leave the items behind and let him depart. Understood. Away with you. Without affording Yi Lingtian a moment to respond, the ghostly servant sent him flying with a swift kick. Gu Chen raised his thumb, inwardly exclaiming, "Indeed, he is truly an old demon. I admire his style of doing things. Ha ha ha." Here is the second update for today. I hope everyone enjoys it. Chapter 39. The Void Scripture and the 17 Swords of the Starry Sky. After Yi Lingyun was sent flying, Gu Anew respectfully bowed to Gu Chen, saying, "Master, what I just kicked away was merely a fragment of Yi Lingtian's divine consciousness, not his true self. The Yi family has some connections with the martial soul hall. I fear a large group will come looking for us shortly. We should make our escape swiftly." After pondering for a moment, Gu Chen felt that the ghost servant's words were indeed sensible. It was time to temporarily depart from this place. His mother's illness had prevented him from returning to check on her condition, and the last time he sensed something was amiss with Nolan Jia. This feeling had intensified in recent days. It was time to uncover the truth. Furthermore, acquiring the shadowy Netherwolf soul ring was a venture he must undertake alone. Otherwise, it would be too overwhelming, and even those closest to him might perceive him as a monster. Ghost servant, please wait a moment while I leave a note for my senior. Gu Chen took a sheet of white paper and wrote, "Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, senior sister. I am leaving. Do not worry about me. I shall soon return to your side. Do not miss me." Gu Chen, having meticulously prepared everything, transformed his appearance into that of a middle-aged man. He instructed the ghostly servant to escort him to a secluded cave beside the Andrew Forest. Gu Chen was in no rush to acquire the soul ring of the shadowy dark wolf. He believed that sharpening the axe would not hinder the woodcutter's work. He wished to explore the contents of the storage bag gifted to him by Yi Lingtian. Should there be treasures capable of enhancing his strength, the subsequent endeavor of successfully slaying the shadowy dark wolf alone would become considerably less arduous. Within the pitch-black cavern, Gu Chen ignited an oil lamp and was instantly astounded by the sight before him. The walls were densely covered with runes, accompanied by 17 exquisite murals. Gu Chen curiously examined the runes and murals. Yet after a prolonged gaze, he remained perplexed and unable to comprehend their meaning. Gu Chen could not help but feel a tinge of disappointment. However, he was not one to stubbornly cling to a problem, acknowledging that his inability to comprehend indicated a lack of insight. He decided to examine the contents of the storage pouch first, immersing his mind in the pouch. Gu Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight as he discovered treasures such as the 10,000-year snow mountain ginseng, the 8,000-year Kuei Mulingji, and the Qinglian earth heart milk, each a boon for cultivation and longevity. Among these remarkable items, there were also the black ginseng, oysters, eucalyptus bark, male flowers, and tuna peptide tablets. Most of these items were valued between 5,000 to over 10,000 golden soul coins. However, Gu Chen did not place much importance on them, for he was still young and had no immediate use for such treasures. What truly surprised him was a fist-sized, irregular blue-purple crystal within the pouch. This stone. You truly possess extraordinary luck. Having just acquired the ancient starry sword, you have now obtained a starstone as well. How enviable. Master Xiaoran, you have awakened. How was your slumber? Quite refreshing indeed. Lu Xiaoran yawned and stretched languidly, clearly showing signs of an unsatisfactory rest. Perhaps, Master Xiaoran, you might consider returning to your slumber while I explore this further? Should I encounter any uncertainties, I shall ask for your guidance. You insincere fellow, without my assistance, even a century would not suffice for you to grasp the essence. Do you understand why you lost control today? Gu Chen found himself perplexed. He had not engaged in any noteworthy activities today. Yet, upon glimpsing Xiao Wu adorned in her pink skirt pants, an insatiable desire to be closer to her surged within him. This was due to his possession of the celestial ancient sword, which, devoid of the Void Sutra, awakened his most primal longings. To wield the celestial ancient sword effectively, one must earn its acknowledgement, a task that necessitates daily offerings of blood or the provision of starstones. Does it consume such offerings? Certainly. Are you aware of the intricate process involved in forging the celestial ancient sword? Perhaps it is best left undisclosed for now. Your current level is far too inadequate. Once you ascend to the rank of soul duelist, I shall divulge the secrets to you. Gu Chen felt a wave of speechlessness. His master was commendable in every aspect. Yet he had an incessant penchant for leaving his words unfinished, leaving Gu Chen in a state of discomfort. Very well. You shall take out the celestial ancient sword and place the celestial stone beside it, attentively contemplating how it consumes. This will greatly benefit you. Indeed. Gu Chen placed the starry sky ancient sword alongside the celestial stone upon a flat, expansive rock. The rusted iron sword emitted a resonant quiver. The iron filings, encrusted with rust, began to writhe incessantly, slowly coalescing into a swirling vortex. Initially minuscule, the vortex gradually expanded until it enveloped the entire celestial stone. The once indomitable celestial stone began to disintegrate, subsequently merging with the iron filings, which eventually returned to the body of the starry sky ancient sword. As a result, the rust on the sword diminished, rendering it somewhat brighter than before. Gu Chen grasped it in his hand, feeling its weight had increased significantly compared to before. With a swing of the sword, he experienced a sensation of looking down upon the world. Evidently, Master, I have comprehended it. It is the force of operation and the force of decomposition. Well done. Your understanding is commendable. There shall be a reward tonight. Now, take a look at the walls surrounding us. Yes. Gu Chen gazed once more at the runes etched upon the stone wall, observing as they began to dissolve and reconstitute before his eyes, transforming into words he could comprehend. Once all the characters had reformed, a torrent of information surged into Gu Chen's mind. The Void Scripture. It was indeed the Void Scripture. Master Xiaoran, I have just acquired the Void Scripture. Master Xiaoran, are you there? Have you fallen asleep again? Lu Xiaoran stood frozen within the Tianluo umbrella space, momentarily lost in thought. I am not asleep. You rascal, such fortune, it is utterly enviable. The Void Scripture was merely a tale she had heard. Never had she encountered anyone who had practiced it. It was a sacred tome long thought to be lost to time. What else do you see in the cave? There is also a mural. It appears to depict a sword technique, or perhaps a style of calligraphy. This. Quickly check if there are 17 such murals. Master, how did you know? You foolish child, you have stumbled upon a treasure. This is the 17 swords of the starry sky. Mastering them all will enable you to slice through the void, traverse time, and explore the past and future. Make sure to memorize these murals thoroughly. Once you break through to level 20 and enhance your soul power, you will be able to attempt to comprehend the first mural. Yes, Gu Chen possessed an extraordinary ability for photographic memory. Although these murals were intricate, they posed no challenge to him, and he completed the task in just 1 hour. Gu Chen firmly engraved these murals in his memory. After exiting, he sealed the cave, vowing to return when he achieved the rank of title Douluo, for perhaps a fortuitous opportunity awaited him here. Indeed, one should refrain from asking questions that ought not to be asked. This was a principle imparted to him by Sai Huo, a truth that Gu Chen held in high esteem. Once he secured the cave, he quietly noted its location for future reference. Chapter 40. Slaying the shadowy dark wolf. Upon arriving at the cave, Gu Chen proceeded to the lair of the shadowy dark wolf. Sensing the approach of a human presence, albeit a feeble one, the wolf's eyes gleamed with malice, a reflection of its recent misfortunes. It stealthily advanced towards Gu Chen, who feigned ignorance. The wolf's eyes sparkled with arrogance, plotting to toy with Gu Chen before ultimately delivering a fatal blow. As it drew within 5 meters, the shadowy dark wolf let out a thunderous roar. The singular horn upon its forehead emitted a luminous arc, shattering a protruding boulder in the cave above. Gu Chen feigned a state of utter panic, exclaiming a startled "ah" before taking flight. "Oh dear, help me," she cried out. The dark, enigmatic wolf grinned deviously, revealing a cunning smile reminiscent of humanity, relentlessly closing in on Gu Chen. It pursued her while intermittently unleashing arcs of electricity, causing rocks from the surrounding cliffs to plummet, thereby creating obstacles along her escape route. As Gu Chen ran, he unexpectedly found himself in a dead end, where the ominous shadow wolf emerged from the darkness, advancing step by step. Its eyes emitted a chilling red glow, and the arc on its forehead crackled with a haunting sound that sent shivers down the spine. It approached Gu Chen gradually, and in the reflection of its yellow pupils under the crimson light, Gu Chen appeared diminutive and utterly ludicrous. Observing Gu Chen trembling and incessantly retreating, the dark wolf let out a piercing howl to assert its dominance. At last, Gu Chen was cornered, with nowhere left to flee. The wolf, however, did not rush to attack. Instead, it circled around him, occasionally unleashing arcs of electricity against the stone wall beside him. It refrained from direct confrontation, relishing the delight of tormenting the weak. Now was the moment. As Gu Chen faced the shadowy dark wolf, it unleashed another arc of electricity, shattering a nearby boulder into a cascade of rubble. Turning his back to the creature, he swiftly drew the starry ancient sword, summoning the formidable golden bear martial spirit, with its yellow soul rings illuminating the air. With the activation of his first soul skill, Barbaric Charge, he closed the distance in an instant. The starry ancient sword descended with tremendous force, accompanied by a bone-cracking sound. The dark wolf let out a wretched howl, attempting to pivot and retaliate against Gu Chen. Empowered by the merits of the golden body, his soul power surged by 7%, while his physical strength increased by 14%, like a small truck. He sent the towering 3-meter beast hurtling over 10 meters away, causing it to roll several times upon landing, failing to rise again. Gu Chen gently brushed her sleeve across her face, transforming her countenance into that of a shadowy, malevolent wolf. A visage that seemed to yearn for the peeling of skin and the extraction of sinew. Gu Chen could sense the surging wrath emanating from the dark phantom wolf, relentlessly advancing towards him. As he channeled the Xuanqing technique, he greedily absorbed this torrent of rage. His soul power surged continuously, growing ever stronger, until his body reached its utmost limit, unable to draw any further enhancement from the soul energy. Finally, the dark phantom wolf, enduring the agony, rose to its feet. And the contest between the two men commenced. Black Dragon Armor. Gu Chen infused his soul power into the black dragon tattoo adorning his body, and the dark dragon pattern began to grow scales at a visibly rapid pace. Gu Chen distinctly sensed a significant augmentation in his defenses, with his strength surging by approximately 15%. This enhancement surpassed the power granted by his merit body by more than double. This led Gu Chen to ponder whether the tattoo master who adorned him with ink was perhaps a transcendent being. As the shadowy dark wolf lunged towards Gu Chen, it expelled 3 orbs of black light into the sky, which swiftly expanded, shrouding the heavens and eclipsing the sun, plunging the entire cave into utter darkness. Gu Chen understood that the skill he desired had finally arrived. He closed his eyes and activated the Xuanqing technique, attuning his spirit to sense his surroundings. The void strike of the starry sky commenced its operation, illuminating the first of the 17 images within his mind. He comprehended the void strike, and the ancient sword of the stars shimmered with twinkling starlight, a truly mesmerizing sight. The shadowy dark wolf was momentarily taken aback, yet he remained confident in his innate abilities. This detestable foe was as good as doomed. The shadowy dark wolf leaped forward, its razor-sharp claws extending towards Gu Chen's chest. Gu Chen executed a graceful 360-degree rotation in mid-air, wielding the ancient sword of the starry sky, which sliced through the air with a resonant whoosh, aimed at the shadowy dark wolf. In response, the dark wolf accelerated, its sharp claws grazing Gu Chen's chest, gliding over the black dragon armor he donned. A shrill sound of metal scraping echoed through the air as the wolf's razor-like claws swept across the obsidian scales of the armor. Remarkably, it left no trace of damage upon the formidable black dragon scales. Instead, it merely propelled Gu Chen's body to rotate halfway through the air. With a surge of power, Gu Chen wielded the ancient sword of the starry sky with even greater swiftness. With a resounding whoosh, the once formidable and colossal form of the dark phantom wolf was cleaved in two by the celestial strike. The wolf, filled with resentment and regret, whimpered softly on the ground before reluctantly closing its eyes. A circle of purple soul rings gradually emerged from the body of the dark phantom wolf. Without hesitation, Gu Chen summoned the octopus spirit and the golden body of virtue to serve as his protective guardians. He drew upon his soul power to absorb the soul rings into himself. Suddenly, a formidable willpower surged forth, violently assaulting Gu Chen's mental fortitude, seeking to obliterate his very essence. To his astonishment, the shadowy netherwolf concealed a power far greater than anticipated. It had surpassed the threshold of 500 to 700 years, reaching an astounding 700 years, far exceeding Gu Chen's limits. The golden orb within his mind displayed rapidly ascending scales, red, orange, yellow, green, swiftly transitioning to purple. Yet, rather than slowing, the upward momentum intensified. Just as Gu Chen believed he was on the brink of annihilation, his second martial soul, the golden silk needles, emerged abruptly. It swiftly began to absorb the excess soul power beyond his limits. The once fine needles thickened and elongated, becoming denser and more resilient. A voice emanated from the golden silk needle martial soul, proclaiming, "Young one, you are indeed fortunate. You've inadvertently triggered a mutation in the golden silk needle martial soul." Gu Chen sighed with a sense of lament, secretly marveling at the fortuity of his own fate. As for the transformation of the first martial soul, Gu Chen felt no concern whatsoever. What could a worthless martial soul evolve into? Could it truly ascend to divinity in a single leap? Merely swapping a bird's gun for a cannon? What, are you disheartened? Do you still regard your current golden silk silver needle martial soul as nothing but a useless one? Gu Chen nodded non-committally. He chuckled. Ah, you truly are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Why not attempt to manipulate its size? Very well. Large, 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 large. As he watched the gold and silver needle expand to what seemed like limitless proportions, Gu Chen was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had elongated the needle to a length of 10 zhang, yet it felt as though it could continue to grow. If it expanded further, his soul power might be completely drained. He then commanded the gold and silver needle to revert to its original size. Now, why not try making it smaller? Small, 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 small. The gold and silver needle astonishingly shrank to a minuscule size, barely visible, akin to a grain of dust. Hiss. Gu Chen inhaled sharply, fully aware of the implications. When enlarged, it served as a formidable weapon. Even a mere tilt towards an adversary would be unbearable. When minimized, its potential for precision strikes was boundless. Healing the wounded, it could traverse the human body to the most minuscule blood vessels without issue. As a concealed weapon, transforming the gold and silver needle into a speck of dust to infiltrate an enemy's ear and then swiftly enlarging it. Such a vivid image evoked a thrilling sensation. Chapter 41. Are you provoking me? What soul skills have you obtained? Surely, extreme absorption must yield commendable abilities. Indeed, I acquired 2 soul skills, Night Devourer and Nether Phantom. Quite impressive. Ah, this wolf horn. The singular horn atop the head of the shadowy dark wolf detached itself and ascended into the air, radiating a blinding golden light after Gu Chen absorbed the soul ring. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment, Soul bone. Your luck is remarkable. Quickly, absorb it. Indeed, Gu Chen summoned his soul power to merge the soul bone with his chameleon martial soul. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his forehead. As if something was emerging, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, his muscles quaking in agony. Half an hour later, with a roar, Gu Chen opened his eyes and exclaimed, Wow, this pain is far greater than absorbing a soul ring. Naturally, soul bones are exceedingly precious. One might not even encounter a single one from 1,000 soul beasts. You have truly stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. Such a stroke of luck is rare indeed. Quickly, check what skills you have acquired. Gu Chen immersed himself in the essence of the soul bone, and a look of ecstatic joy instantly graced his face. By concentrating his soul power, he unleashed an arcane attack on his adversary, inflicting a staggering 130 damage with the added effects of destruction and paralysis. Furthermore, he possessed a passive skill granting him immunity to 40 of lightning attribute attacks. Lu Xiaoren was taken aback, contemplating. Could this young lad possibly have slain a divine beast's offspring? It was astonishing enough that one soul ring bestowed him with 2 extraordinary skills. Yet the soul bone was equally phenomenal. Congratulations to you, he exclaimed. It's all thanks to Master Xiaoran's excellent teaching. I just overcame my unstable temperament. Master, would you care to practice with me tonight? Very well, but I fear you might back down again when night falls. I assure you, even if Mount Tai were to press upon me, my countenance would remain unchanged. Then it's settled for tonight. It's time I impart to you some genuine skills. Master, you wouldn't be teaching me anything inappropriate, would you? Would you be interested in learning? Should you be willing to teach, I would eagerly learn. Gu Chen replied earnestly. Lu Xiaoren chuckled with delight, her black lace skirt swaying, revealing her alluringly delicate figure, which caused Gu Chen to swallow hard. Enough jesting. I must catch up on my sleep, and you are not to disturb me again. Very well, I bid you farewell, master. Foolish boy. Lu Xiaoren smiled seductively, disappearing with Gu Chen's golden silver needle martial spirit. With such a significant surge in strength, Gu Chen felt emboldened. It was time to return and check on his mother. The following morning, at the Orange Hotel, Ning Rongrong, filled with joy, approached the room where Gu Chen had rested the previous night and knocked on the door. Gu Chen, are you awake? Gu Chen. After a prolonged silence with no response, Ning Rongrong glanced around and, seeing no one, gently pushed the door open. The room was empty, devoid of any presence, save for a neatly stacked letter on the table. Upon opening the envelope and reading its contents, Ning Rongrong felt her heart constrict painfully. Tears streamed down her fair cheeks, performing a sorrowful dance in the air before vanishing into her depths. At the entrance of the Gu family estate in Notting City, a servant had just opened the door and was met by the sight of a young man standing there. Upon recognizing the tall, slender, and remarkably handsome boy, the servants gasped in unison. Young master, you have returned. Quick, inform madam that the young master is back. Carbon, no need for announcements. Keep my return discreet. Yes. Young master, where have you been? You've been missing for over a month. Just wandering and enjoying the sights, and perhaps wooing a few maidens. Gu Chen wore a knowing expression that all men would understand. Young master, you are truly impressive. When my mother recovers, I shall introduce you to the few exquisite concubines I've found. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. His audacious presence in the Gu family estate aimed at uncovering the identity of those wishing him harm. Armed with the celestial swallowing demon pearl, he could summon ghostly servants at will, and his soul power had surpassed level 20, marking a significant enhancement. The enchanted divine umbrella, which contained sealed demonic spirits, would grow in strength alongside his own. Currently, he could effortlessly summon 3 demonic entities, each 10 to 20 levels above his own, to engage in battle. The divine umbrella had once sealed over 10,000 demonic spirits, allowing him the liberty to choose their forms at will. Just as Gu Chen was about to proceed to the inner courtyard, a sultry voice suddenly echoed from behind him. Oh my, is that not Gu Chen, little brother? The words little brother were pronounced with particular emphasis. Gu Chen turned around, his brow furrowing in response. The newcomer appeared to be a woman in her 20s, with an alluring figure that boasted both curves and grace. Her striking triangular fox-like eyes were particularly captivating. He recognized her as Liena's younger sister, the little princess of the Hu family, Humeiji. At that moment, she was nestled in the embrace of a robust blond man, whose hands, resembling the claws of a leopard, roamed over her alluring waist and ample hips. He regarded Gu Chen with a scornful gaze. Isn't that our little dog, brother? What are you so flustered about? Are you attempting to provoke me? Gu Chen, undeterred by the provocation, smiled and inquired. And if I am? The blond man retorted dismissively. If you are willing to send your mother over, we shall have our way with her. Gu Chen shot back without hesitation. The blond man was momentarily stunned, his initial surprise quickly morphing into fury as he prepared to retaliate against Gu Chen, only to be halted by Humeiji. There's no need for such extremes. Remember our task at hand. The blond man let out a cold snort, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing through Gu Chen. Little leopard, you are of similar age. It wouldn't be considered bullying if you spar with him. Do so. Understood. Humeiji gestured to a young man of around 12 or 13, clad in black leather armor, who stepped forward from the 7 individuals behind them. Royal Academy, Celestial level student, Oster, level 26B Soul Master, at your service. Despite his youth, he exhibited far more courtesy than the blond man. Gu Chen held a favorable impression of him, thinking to himself that he would go easy on him, perhaps just breaking his legs to teach him a lesson. Oster, take note. This little brother of yours is far more polite than you. Level 26, I won't bully you. I shall refrain from using my martial soul. You may proceed. Oster was taken aback, momentarily bewildered. You truly want to use your martial soul? I might hurt you. Not necessary. Go ahead. I have matters to attend to. Then be cautious. With that, Oster unleashed his Black Panther martial soul, dropping to all fours and propelling himself toward Gu Chen with a wide-open mouth. Gu Chen smiled faintly as Oster drew within a mere meter of him. He unleashed the golden silver needle martial spirit, piercing directly into Oster's acupoint. The speed of his action was so swift that it caught Oster completely off guard, resulting in his instantaneous fainting. Gu Chen then crouched low, executing a sweeping kick that resounded with the sickening crack of Oster's shattered legs. Despicable, exclaimed the golden-haired man, unable to contain his disdain. It is your lackluster subordinate who is to blame. He believes whatever I say, ha ha ha. Gu Chen laughed unabashedly. A bunch of simpletons. I shan't indulge you any longer. Gu Chen clapped his hands, and a burly man dressed in black emerged from the street corner. If you have anything to say, speak to my friend here. Chapter 42. Mutt, had enough of roaming? Gu Chen turned and entered the Gu family estate, while Humeiji and the blond man, along with their companions, remained utterly frozen in place. The burly man, with eyes fierce as a tiger's, glared at the group, declaring 10,000 gold soul coins for a life. Pay up and leave, or face death. Do you know who I am? Slap. Did I permit you to speak? You. 20,000. Humeiji, feeling aggrieved, shed tears without daring to utter another word. She dropped the 20,000 gold soul coins and turned to depart. Witnessing Humeiji being struck, the blond man dared not protest, tossing down his own 20,000 gold soul coins and cradling Oster as he left. The several young followers behind him exchanged bewildered glances, for they possessed no money. Get lost. From now on, be discerning in your associations. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. Humeiji and the blond man's followers expressed their profound gratitude as they departed. The burly man collected the gold soul coins and vanished around a street corner. Once he was gone, Humeiji furiously berated the blond man. Oster, you fool. I told you we were on a mission. I instructed you to keep a low profile. Your performance just now was utterly disappointing. To witness your woman being struck and remain unmoved, how unmanly. Women, at times, can be unreasonable when enraged, hurling insults without consideration, as long as it brings them satisfaction. Meiji, you cannot blame me. Who could have anticipated that the previously easily manipulated waste would exhibit such ferocity today? And you saw it too. That individual was a sole emperor of level 60 or above. Together, we wouldn't even match a fraction of his strength. Is a soul emperor truly formidable? Your Oster family boasts soul saints and soul Douluos, cannot they contend with him? Oster's face reflected bitterness. Indeed, our Oster family possesses a few soul saints and soul Douluos. But they are the foundation of our lineage. Even though I have considerable talent within the family, it does not warrant the protection of a soul saint. Let alone a soul Douluo. Useless, useless, useless. Hu Meiji raged, her demeanor transforming from regal to wild and unrestrained. I warn you, if you cannot satisfy me 3 times tonight, I will immediately find a new boyfriend. In the residence of Gu Chen, within the chamber of Ning Rongrong, Gu Chen pushed open the door, and a pungent aroma of medicine assailed his senses, evoking profound discomfort. A gaunt and haggard woman lay propped on the bed, her body racked with persistent coughs. The torment of illness had rendered her eyes exceedingly murky, obscuring her ability to discern the identity of her visitor. Xiaolon, is that you? Have you any news of Chinner? Mother, it is I. Chinner has returned. The woman paused momentarily, her sunken eye sockets devoid of tears, and her parched lips moved silently, struggling to articulate a response. Witnessing this scene pierced Gu Chen's heart as if struck by a sharp dagger. Tears streamed down his face as he hastened to the bedside of Ning Rongrong, grasping her withered hand. Gu Chen never anticipated that during his absence, his mother's condition would deteriorate so severely. Mother, I have returned late. Please lie down while I attend to your needs. Chinner, there is no need for you to exert yourself. I am well aware of my own condition. My time is limited, and I have but a few days left. To see you once more brings me immense satisfaction. Mother, rest assured, with Chinner here, you shall not perish. Oh, foolish child, you always know how to lift my spirits. For the first time in over a month since Gu Chen's departure, a smile graced the pale visage of Ning Rongrong. Gu Chen found it difficult to fathom the profound suffering this unfortunate woman would have endured had she not been reborn into her former life. Her husband vanished without a trace 3 days after Gu Chen's birth, leaving her to endure the hardships of raising Gu Chen alone. Despite facing the misfortune of having a worthless martial soul, her trials were compounded by the mysterious disappearance that lasted over a month. Whispers circulated among the populace, claiming Gu Chen had perished, yet she remained unconvinced, clinging to hope and yearning each day for her son's return. Gu Chen placed his 2 fingers upon Ning Rongrong's wrist, taking his pulse. As his spiritual energy flowed into the latter's body, he found that the circulation of Ning Rongrong's meridians was entirely normal, akin to that of an ordinary person. Gu Chen furrowed his brow, unperturbed by the prospect of Ning Rongrong falling ill. Even the most perplexing ailments could be meticulously treated once the root cause was identified. He was confident in his ability to gradually restore Ning Rongrong's health. What he dreaded most was the possibility of encountering a condition that yielded no detectable symptoms. Regardless of his esteemed medical prowess, without discernible issues, he would be at a loss regarding the patient's afflictions. Do not exert yourself in vain. She is afflicted with the Wushan curse. Unless we can locate the caster and compel them to lift the curse, not even the divine can offer salvation. Lu Xiaoran's ethereal voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind like a tranquil stream flowing through a secluded valley. Master Xiaoran, what is the Wushan curse? Is it possible to discern who cast it? The Wushan curse, as the name suggests, is a curse laid by a martial deity. The afflicted gradually loses their vitality, experiencing excruciating pain upon death. Each martial deity possesses strength that can effortlessly overpower any titled Douluo. Rescuing your mother will be a formidable challenge. Who is it? Who seeks to harm my mother? Master Xiaoran, do you have any means to extend her life? Indeed, there is a method, but it is one I would prefer you not to employ. What method? I am willing to attempt anything. The yin-yang life-borrowing technique allows one individual to lend their lifespan to another, but it can only extend life by a maximum of 10 years. Furthermore, this secret method can only be employed once. If the Wushan curse within your mother is not lifted after 10 years, her demise is inevitable. Additionally, there is a fundamental reason I hesitate for you to utilize this technique. It contravenes the laws of the celestial order and will incur divine retribution. On the night of the full moon each month, you will endure excruciating pain akin to being scorched by fire. If you fail to achieve yin-yang harmony, essentially engaging in intimate relations, you risk losing a rank, or in severe cases, even your life. Do you still wish to proceed? Only 10 years. Yes, and it must be between those of shared bloodlines. Master Xiaoran, I have made my decision. My mother is the only kin I possess in this world. I cannot bear to watch her perish. I am willing to exchange my own lifespan for an additional 10 years for her. Please instruct me on how to proceed. Very well. As long as you have considered it thoroughly. Focus your mind entirely. Free yourself of distractions, and using your blood as a catalyst. Inscribe the yin-yang life symbol on both your mother and yourself. Then, channel your soul power to activate the symbol. It will autonomously draw vitality from you and infuse it into your mother. 10 years? I shall strive to grow stronger and locate the one who cast the curse, compelling them to lift it with their own hands. Observing his mother gradually regain her color, her cheeks slowly becoming fuller, Gu Chen silently resolved to himself. What a dutiful son! Yet, how daunting it is to aspire to surpass a martial deity within a decade. Lu Xiaoran sighed wistfully within. After ensuring his mother was comfortably tucked in, Gu Chen quietly exited the room. Just as he closed the door, a mocking voice, laced with sarcasm, echoed through the air. Isn't this the little lapdog of the Gu family? Have you finally returned after your escapades outside? Gu Chen turned his gaze towards the source of the sound and beheld a figure clad in resplendent purple attire, cradling two delicate beauties in his arms. Striding towards him with an extravagant swagger, the approaching individual was none other than Gu De, a recognized cousin and the illegitimate son of his uncle, who was involved in the flesh trade. Before Gu De awakened his martial soul, he was not well regarded by others. Only Gu Chen did not despise him for being a bastard child. Gu Chen frequently brought him delicious treats. However, once Gu De awakened his beast martial soul, the diamond white-eyed wolf, he suddenly garnered the attention of everyone. After his awakening, rather than expressing gratitude towards Gu Chen, he, alongside his elder brother Gu Zhizhang, openly mocked Gu Chen in front of a large gathering of the Gu family, calling him a mutt, worthless, trash, and a pest. Previously, his lack of ability could be excused, but now that he had been granted a second chance at life, he could not allow this white-eyed wolf to humiliate him. It would be better to end it all by crashing into a wall. Gu Chen gazed at Gu De with a playful smile, his eyes brimming with mischief. He approached Gu De step by step, instilling an inexplicable fear within him. A sense of unease crept over Gu De. Yet he quickly regained his composure upon reminding himself of Gu Chen's ineffectuality. What do you intend to do? He inquired. I intend to do nothing, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Gu De glanced at Gu Chen with a hint of caution. Suddenly, Gu Chen broke into a broad smile, revealing 8 gleaming white teeth. With a swift motion, he raised his arm, pointing towards the sky. Look, there's bird droppings. Gu De naturally did not believe him and instinctively raised his arms to shield his face. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his groin, and he could not help but let out a cry of agony. Reflexively, he covered himself, but just as he did, Gu Chen delivered a powerful punch to his nose. Blood erupted from his nostrils like a fountain, followed by a knee strike, a hair grab, and a slap. The resounding echoes of hand against flesh filled the air, leaving the two alluring women beside Gu De utterly stunned by Gu Chen's ruthless onslaught. By the time they regained their senses, Gu De lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, his face swollen and red like a roasted pig's head. Take him back. Tell him that the next time we meet, he should keep his distance, or he won't be so fortunate next time. Yes, we will certainly convey your message. Thank you for your mercy, young Master Gu. The two beautiful women hoisted Gu De's arms, expressing their gratitude as they hastily departed. Chapter 43. Nolan Jia in the city of Notting, at the Nolan family estate. A girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old wore a light green gown, her delicate features radiating beauty. Her rosy lips were vivid and enticing, her petite nose delicately upturned, and her enchanting eyes sparkled like a crystal-clear spring, captivating all who beheld her. Yet, in stark contrast to her graceful appearance, she clutched a beer in one hand and devoured skewers with the other, one foot perched on a bench, displaying none of the decorum expected of a lady. After indulging in her feast, she playfully licked her lips clean of grease. I'm so full. She patted her round little belly and stood up, intending to take a stroll to aid digestion. As she took a few steps, a girl clad in a fluttering yellow garment, resembling a delicate butterfly, rushed toward her. Oh, isn't this my dear Linglong's sister? Nolan's sister. Here I am. What a rare visit. Nolan's sister, are you blaming me for not coming to see you lately? What do you think? We agreed you would visit me every half month, and now it's been 6 months. Where have you been? Grandfather said that as young ladies, we should prepare for marriage, learn to manage a household, and practice our musical skills at home. But that can wait. I, the daughter of the illustrious Huo family, should live a life filled with poetry and leisure, enjoying barbecues before marriage. Come, sister, let me show you the new clothing shops opened by our Nolan family. It's time to update that austere outfit of yours. Sister, there's no rush to buy clothes. Have you forgotten what my Yi family does? I came today to tell you something important. What is it? I have a very formidable friend who mentioned you might face some difficulties soon. He asked me to inform you to stay indoors. Haha, your friend must be a boy, right? Oh, how did you know, sister? Did he also say for me to inform my master to send someone to protect me? Sister, do you possess the ability to foresee the future? Silly girl. Who in this world can predict the future? You've been deceived. That's impossible. My friend is very kind to me. He would never lie. All right. He is the best. But let me ask you, how did he know I would encounter trouble? How did he know you and I were acquainted? He deduced it himself. With so many others around, why would he choose to focus on me? Clearly, he has ulterior motives. Sister, he is not what you imagine. Feeling more wrong than herself. Yi Linglong hurried to explain. He is acting on someone else's behalf, which is why he is particularly concerned about you. On whose behalf? That Gu Chen you were to marry. Oh, how could it be him? Yes, him. Did he mention his relationship with Gu Chen? Where's Gu Chen now? Upon hearing Gu Chen's name, Nolan Jia's previously playful demeanor turned serious, revealing a trace of concern. Many could not comprehend why she insisted on marrying a waste from the Gu family, a discarded son. Only she understood that without him, she would have long ceased to exist in this world. When she was 9 years old, Nolan Jia, playful and willful, had secretly ventured to a pond outside Notting City to fish. Unexpectedly, a water monster, resembling a 2-meter-tall monkey, lurked within. The creature silently approached her, grasping her leg and dragging her beneath the water. She fought desperately, but her strength paled in comparison to its. Just as her body was about to be consumed by the water, a clear, ringing voice broke through the chaos. Let go of that girl. A boy of modest height and handsome features leaped into the pond. He embraced her and unleashed his derided martial spirit, fiercely stabbing at the creature. To everyone's astonishment, the frail boy not only risked his life to save her but managed to pierce the beast, which towered over them. Terrified, Nolan Jia was carried back to Notting City by the boy, who entertained her with jokes along the way to ease her fears. He introduced himself with a bright smile. I am Gu Chen, Gu for to care for, and Chen for mourning. His smile was pure, as if a lake of melted snow, flowing endlessly. From that moment, Nolan Jia secretly vowed to marry him when she grew up. They exchanged names and promised never to forget each other. Later, she revealed the incident to her father. Nolan Qianshan, who sighed, Xiaolan, this is a destined connection. Your Uncle Gu has done our family a favor. I promised him that if we have children, if both are boys, they shall become sworn brothers. If one is a boy and one a girl, we shall become in-laws. Since then, Nolan Jia could not harbor feelings for anyone else. Although others mocked Gu Chen as a worthless dog, she remained unfazed. As long as he cared for her, that was sufficient. Despite possessing a beauty that could captivate all of Notting City, Nolan Jia possessed a resolve stronger than that of any man. This was because she wished to protect a boy whom everyone else deemed a waste, a treasure in her eyes. I don't know. My friend mentioned he was also searching for him, Yi Linglong said, observing Nolan Jia's anxious expression with a hint of helplessness. He must know where he is. Take me to find him. I will ask him myself. Well, Yi Linglong hesitated. Nolan Jia possesses an ethereal beauty, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Untouched by the mundane world, captivating every man who lays eyes upon her. In her heart, Gu Chen stands as a princely figure, a divine entity. Strikingly handsome to the point of being breathtaking. Yi Linglong hesitated, fearing that upon their meeting, an electrifying connection might ignite between them, leaving her heart aching for breath. What are you hesitating for? Afraid I might steal away your beloved? Nolan Jia teased, a delicate smile gracing her lips. Nolan, elder sister, you jest. I never thought such a thing. Yi Linglong stammered, desperately attempting to mask her embarrassment, though her flushed cheeks betrayed her. Fear not, dear sister. My heart is already claimed by another, and soon I shall wed. I would never vie for a man with a mere girl like you. Nolan, elder sister. You truly intend to marry that Gu Chen from the Gu family? Marriage is a matter that dictates a woman's happiness for a lifetime. Have you considered this thoroughly? I have indeed reflected upon it. Many years ago, I resolved that I, Nolan Jia, would marry no one but Gu Chen. No other man, no matter how exceptional, could ever capture my gaze. Very well, I shall take you to meet him. Just then, a servant arrived with news. Miss, young master Dai has arrived. What Dai young master? The Dai young master from the Xinglua Empire. Is he my cousin? What brings him here? Take me to see him, please. Yes. Ling Long. Please wait here. I shall return shortly, Nolan Jia said apologetically to Yi Ling Long. Yi Ling Long tugged at Nolan Jia's sleeve, winking at her in warning. To which Nolan Jia responded with a reassuring glance. In the reception hall of the Nolan residence, the dashing Dai Mubai leisurely sipped tea, occasionally glancing at the young servants who stole glances at him. How tall? How handsome? Especially those eyes. I adore them. I wish to serve him for an entire night. He must be extraordinary. As a formidable member of the Soul Sect, Dai Mubai caught their whispers and couldn't help but smile. What are you all doing here? Such a lack of decorum. A robust voice echoed as an elderly butler approached, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman whose presence was captivating. Upon hearing the reprimand, the smitten young women reluctantly dispersed. Miss, young Master Dai is inside. You may enter. I shall remain here and guard the door. Call for me if you need anything. Very well. As someone entered, Dai Mubai rose. The moment he beheld the young woman, he was struck by an indescribable sense of awe. She was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a pristine lotus flower, untouched by dirt. Nolan cousin, how have you been? Dai Mubai greeted with a smile. I am well. What brings you here today, cousin? Forgive me, I have been preoccupied with my training in recent years and have not visited much. I hope you can understand. Haha. You needn't be so formal, cousin. Come here. I have a surprise for you. What surprise? Dai Mubai, intrigued, approached her with anticipation. However, as he drew near, an intense sense of danger washed over him, and instinctively he sought to defend himself, only to feel a cold blade pressed against his throat. Dai Mubai froze, striving to maintain his composure. Cousin, explain your intentions for visiting me. Nolan Jia's previously cheerful demeanor had turned icy. Cousin, please. I was merely passing by and wanted to see you. See me? Huh. Do you take me for a fool? I shall give you one more chance. Speak the truth, or I shall leave you in pieces. Dai Mubai was taken aback. When had his cousin become so bold? Yet, her expression suggested sincerity. If he did not reveal the truth, he might genuinely perish here. Cousin, please, do not act rashly. I assure you, I did not come without reason. A friend of mine wishes to meet you. Who is this friend? Tang San. I do not know him. Tell him I shall not meet him. And if he dares to pursue me, I shall break his legs. Pa, he is nothing. Gu, escort him out. Nolan Jia withdrew her icy blade and turned away without a glance back. Dai Mubai sighed in resignation, having anticipated various responses, knowing well that Nolan Jia never entertained any male suitors. Nevertheless, tasked by Tang San, he felt compelled to press on despite the likelihood of rejection. Nolan Jia would never harm Dai Mubai, for he was, after all, her cousin. Yet, since that near-fatal encounter with the water monster, her intuition had sharpened. A woman's sixth sense. She sensed that Dai Mubai's visit was rather sudden. After all, he had been flourishing in recent years, and as his cousin, she was aware of his exploits. Such a visit, devoid of reason, hinted at ulterior motives, which she could not overlook. After Dai Mubai departed, she returned to Yi Ling Long, heeding her advice to discuss the matter with her master. In a secluded tavern in Notting City, the defeated Humeiji and Osro engaged in a fervent battle. Kneeling before him, she provocatively asked, Do you have enough strength for another round? My anger has yet to subside. Not possible. Our promised guests from the Gu family should be arriving soon. Humph. Let them wait. Once I return home, I shall tell my sister to send a few soul saints to teach that arrogant Gu Chen a lesson. I want to strip him of his clothes and make him parade 3 laps around Notting City. Humeiji grew increasingly animated, biting Osro's arm with fervor, prompting him to cry out in pain. What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Ha! I have indeed gone mad. With a useless man like you. Who wouldn't lose their mind? Hurry, let us go again. Inside the room, the two once more engaged in a passionate clash, while outside, a tall man clad in purple, exuding an ominous aura, arrived at the tavern, accompanied by a bruised young man in white. Brother, why have we come to such a desolate place? It feels unsettling. Do you wish for revenge? Absolutely. Be silent and follow me inside. Once we are in, refrain from uttering a word and act according to my cues. Very well, brother. Upon entering the establishment, they approached the private room as previously arranged with Osro. Before they could step in, the air was filled with heavy panting and intermittent soft moans emanating from within. Guda looked at Gu Zhizhong with a puzzled expression and curiously inquired, Brother, have we arrived at the wrong place? Silence. Did I not instruct you to remain quiet upon entry? Gu harbored numerous inquiries he wished to pose to Gu Zhizhang, yet dared not voice them. Instead, he stood quietly at the threshold, awaiting Gu Zhizhang's return. 10 minutes elapsed, then 20. 50 minutes passed, and the sounds from within the room persisted unabated. Gu hesitated repeatedly, his mouth opening and closing without uttering a word. Gu Zhizhang transitioned from initial calmness to astonishment, then to envy, and ultimately to a profound sense of shame. Only heaven knows the turmoil within his heart. Chapter 45. The Maiden in the Lotus. In the courtyard of Gujiao, Ning Rongrong slowly opened her eyes. She touched her now fuller face, placing her delicate, pale hand in front of her and gazing at it repeatedly, murmuring to herself, "I am still alive." After adjusting to her body, Ning Rongrong donned a pair of light green embroidered shoes adorned with lotus flowers. She picked up a black cloak from the armchair and walked slowly to the door, opening it to be greeted by a refreshing breeze that compelled her to close her eyes and take a deep breath. The gentle sunlight graced her face, bestowing upon her an indescribable beauty. Surveying her surroundings, she soon spotted Gu Chen, who was asleep with his head resting on a stone table. She approached quietly and draped the cloak over him. As she gazed at the weary yet handsome Gu Chen, a surge of unspoken warmth and reluctance welled up in her eyes. She murmured, "Silly child, why did you save me? Do you not realize that if I were to perish, they would not spare you? Mother must depart now. I know you will miss me terribly, and I cannot bear to see you in sorrow, for that would make it even harder for me to leave. So please forgive my sudden departure. My fate is shattered, my power diminished to naught, and I have nothing to bequeath to you. Let this protective golden lotus serve as my guardian over you." As her words faded, a 9-petaled lotus flower, radiating a spectrum of colors, blossomed from her brow and slowly ascended above Gu Chen's head before vanishing. Stirred from his slumber, Gu Chen briefly awoke before sinking back into a deep sleep. When he finally roused an hour later, he felt an inexplicable fatigue after gazing at a willow tree he had planted in his childhood, leading him to succumb to slumber once more. In his dreams, he experienced a most peculiar vision, where countless bizarre creatures surged toward him. Standing resolutely with a sword in hand, he defended against the onslaught, all for the sake of protecting the golden lotus behind him. At last, as the final creature fell, the golden lotus bloomed, revealing a stunningly beautiful girl no larger than a thumb. Clad in a rainbow-hued gown conjured by the lotus, her ethereal face bore a look of bewilderment. And with curious eyes, she inquired, "Where is this place?" Gu Chen was on the verge of responding to her when he realized that his mind was a blank. He strained to recall his identity, the reason for his presence in this place. Why had this young girl emerged from the lotus? And why was he so determined to protect this flower? A myriad of questions entwined within him, leaving him tormented and restless. As he grappled with an overwhelming sense of discomfort, just as his brow furrowed in anguish, the girl soared to his side, her crystalline eyes shimmering with an intensified curiosity. "You seem to be in great distress. Would you like to have a lotus seed to calm your mind?" Gu Chen was taken aback, gazing at the girl in confusion. The girl extended her delicate, pale hand, revealing a black lotus seed nestled within her palm. "Is this for me?" Gu Chen inquired. The girl nodded in response. Gu Chen did not stand on ceremony. He accepted the lotus seeds and placed them in his mouth, chewing a few times. The lotus seeds were quite bitter, yet they possessed a lingering sweetness that emerged after the bitterness, gradually calming Gu Chen's restless heart. "Thank you." Gu Chen expressed his gratitude. "No need to thank me. It seems you cannot recall where this is from." Gu Chen gazed awkwardly at the young girl. "I am Lucy, a fairy born from the blossoms." "What is your name?" "Gu Chen." "Then we are acquainted. It seems you are about to leave." As she observed Gu Chen gradually fading away, Lucy's expression remained largely unchanged. Perhaps she did not yet comprehend the essence of emotion. Gu Chen sensed that he was departing from this world, fully aware that he was not merely dreaming, for everything felt astonishingly real. Upon awakening, Gu Chen discovered that his realm had inexplicably ascended by 3 levels, reaching the 23rd tier. While his state of mind had progressed to the first perfection of the refining heart realm, he was but a step away from attaining the 2nd realm, the illumination of objects. Gazing at the sky, he noticed the sun was setting. He had not anticipated that he had slept for such an extended period. Gu Chen surmised that Ning Rongrong had already awoken, so he rose and approached the door, gently opening it. However, upon entering, he discovered the room to be utterly vacant, devoid of Ning Rongrong's presence, save for a brown envelope resting on the table. Gu Chen approached and opened the envelope, revealing 2 lines of elegant handwriting. "My dear Chener, your mother has passed away. I deeply regret my inability to attend your wedding with Xiao Wu. I cannot be by your side to witness your everlasting happiness, But I hope you will take care of yourselves. Do not seek me out. I have gone to a distant place. One day, we shall meet again. And I promise you then, our family will never be separated again. Do not grieve. Ning Rongrong. After reading the letter left by Ning Rongrong, Gu Chen felt a tumult of emotions. Although he was not the original owner of this body, he possessed all of the original owner's memories. The love that Ning Rongrong had for him was etched in his heart, and he understood his mother's character well. There was no compelling reason for her departure. She simply could not bear to leave him. Mother, do not worry. I will live well. While the day still lingered, he wished to see someone. Closing the door behind him, Gu Chen quickly left the Gu residence. In a private room of the tavern where Hu Meiji was, Gu Zhizhong was being urged by Osro to drink copiously. Several times he attempted to rise and take his leave, but Osro insisted he stay for just a little longer, leaving him quite perplexed. Miss Hu, Mr. Osro, Zhizhong truly cannot drink anymore. Rest assured, the matters you entrusted to us will be handled. As for Gu Chen, worry not. He is but a useless fool. I shall certainly present him before you tomorrow. Very well, very well. Young Master Gu is indeed a straightforward individual. I wish us a pleasant collaboration. Osro had initially intended to persuade Gu Zhizhong to stay a while longer, but upon noticing the murderous glare from Hu Meiji, he reluctantly bid farewell to Gu Zhizhong and Gu Da. Gu Da's capacity for alcohol paled in comparison to that of Gu Zhizhong and AOC Luo. At this moment, he was sprawled across the table, drooling and mumbling incoherently. Come, let us continue to drink. I am not drunk. I am not drunk. Witnessing such a pitiful state of Gu Da, Gu Zhizhong furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had brought shame upon his family. He grasped the back of Gu Da's shirt, lifting him as one would a fawn, and dragged him out of the tavern. After Gu Zhizhong departed, Hu Meiji instructed her attendants to remove the beverages from the private room. Her triangular, fox-like eyes fixated on Osro, and her delicate pink tongue flicked across her lips. Gradually, she approached Osro, who instinctively trembled, retreating into the corner like a frightened creature. Osro, do you recall what I mentioned earlier today? Osro's complexion turned ashen, and his eyes darted nervously, contemplating an escape. Meiji, I may have overindulged today. I feel quite drowsy. Could we perhaps postpone this until tomorrow? No. You disappointed me greatly today. If it cannot be done tonight, you are well aware of the consequences. In despair, Osro shut his eyes tightly. Chapter 46, Reunion in Notting City. Dusk gradually descended, and the street vendors had begun bustling to set up the night market. Suddenly, from the small river beside the willow-lined streets, a cry for help pierced the air. Help! Someone save me! I cannot swim. Gu Da, reeking of alcohol, had been unceremoniously thrown into the water by Gu Zhizhong, and the shock of the cold liquid jolted him awake, prompting him to struggle desperately. Gu Zhizhong stood at the riverbank, his expression impassive, showing no intention of rescuing Gu Da. Passers-by gradually gathered by the riverside, murmuring and pointing at the submerged Gu Da. Elder brother, I was wrong. Please save me. I'm still so young. Just a child. Gu Zhizhong felt a surge of frustration as a dark line appeared on his forehead, a myriad of exasperated thoughts racing through his mind. He merely wished for his oblivious younger brother to learn a lesson. To his astonishment, this peculiar individual retorted, but I'm still young. I'm just a child. Why not say I'm merely an infant? Observing the ever-growing crowd, Gu Zhizhong shook his head and summoned his martial spirit, manifesting 3 ethereal doppelgangers that swiftly dove into the river to retrieve Gu Da. Everyone disperse, he commanded. He has overindulged in drink and is inebriated. I shall escort him down to regain his senses. After Gu Da was rescued, Gu Zhizhong chose to ignore him and turned to leave. Today he was genuinely angry. Initially, he intended to introduce his younger brother to the world, but he never anticipated that the boy would possess such insatiable curiosity. With audacity, he had the audacity to spy on others and engage in physical activities, inadvertently disturbing Osro and affecting his performance. Hu Meiji wore a perpetual scowl, and the previously agreed-upon 30% profit was forcefully reduced to 20%. Furthermore, upon hearing Hu Meiji and Osro discuss how Gu Chen had faced setbacks, he lamented about being bullied by Gu Chen as well. He completely forgot the instructions he had given to remain silent and act according to the situation. This led him to unwittingly volunteer to capture Gu Chen and present him before them. Although capturing Gu Chen was not a daunting task for him, even with the presence of a soul fighter by Gu Chen's side, it would not pose a problem as long as he could enlist the assistance of that individual. The true issue lay in the immense debts and obligations that would be incurred by seeking that person's help. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from doing so. As the crowd dispersed, 2 slender figures emerged, their long hair cascading down to their waists, their exquisite features breathtakingly beautiful. It was Nolanjia, the most enchanting beauty of Noting City. What was she doing here? Who was accompanying her? Nolanjia was indeed stunning. Surely, even celestial beings in the heavens could not compare. The murmurs of onlookers filled the air as they paused to admire her. Upon seeing Nolanjia, Gu Zhizhang was utterly captivated, his gaze fixated upon her. In his eyes, an uncontrollable desire for possession flickered, intensifying his hatred towards Gu Chen. In addition to his identity as the young master of the Gu family, Gu Chen believed that he surpassed Gu Zhizhang in every aspect by 100-fold. Even in terms of status, Gu Chen still fell short, for his true identity was that of an illegitimate son of the head of the Gu family, an elder of the martial Soul Hall, and a direct disciple of the ghost Douluo. However, the head of the Gu family had a more profound background than he, which compelled him to choose a path of restraint, engaging in subtle machinations from the shadows. Now, encountering Nolanjia here, he felt that it was a fateful encounter ordained by the heavens. With a radiant smile, he approached Nolanjia to greet her. Greetings, esteemed ladies. I am Gu Zhizhang, the grandson of the head of the Gu family. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Nolanjia laughed unabashedly. You are called Gu Zhizhang? Ha ha. What a peculiar name. How amusing. Gu Zhizhang was subjected to such mockery. Although he possessed remarkable patience, akin to that of a ninja turtle, his face betrayed a tumult of emotions, alternating between shades of pale and flush, while his lips twitched involuntarily. What is wrong with you, you fool? Are you having a fit? If so, seek treatment swiftly. What do you think you are doing, like a mangy dog blocking our path, enduring repeated verbal insults? Even a figure made of clay would retain a semblance of indignation. Gu Zhizhang's eyes widened in fury, ready to erupt. Just then, he heard a voice laced with mockery. Indeed, Lan spoke the truth. Gu Zhizhang, I observe your pallor, the redness of your eyes, and the darkness clouding your brow. It seems you may soon encounter a misfortune of bloodshed. Do you believe it? After fruitlessly searching for Lan at a residence, Gu Chen ventured to the bustling night market of Noting City, hoping for a stroke of luck, only to unexpectedly witness this scene unfold. Gu Chen, you. Gu Zhizhang was so infuriated that his chest heaved, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Brother, take action quickly. This Gu Chen is utterly insufferable. He struck me in the morning and cursed you in the afternoon. It is simply outrageous. Silence. This fellow is truly mindless. It's not that he is unwilling to retaliate, but can he see that Nolanjia is present? Gu Zhizhang was extremely infuriated, inwardly cursing Gu De for being a fool. Gu Chen, how have you been? Upon seeing Gu Chen, Nolanjia's body involuntarily trembled slightly, and her breath quickened. I'm splendid. Lan. Have you missed me? Miss you, you big-headed ghost? Tell me, where have you been during this time? Have you been out there, attracting any unsavory women? Come here, and I shall tell you. I will tell you, blab. Gu Chen leaned in close to Nolanjia's ear and, catching her off guard, planted a kiss on her cheek. The moment their lips brushed against her delicate, snow-white skin, a sensation of warmth and coolness enveloped them. A faint fragrance of innocence wafted into Gu Chen's nostrils, causing his heart to flutter. Initially astonished by the unexpected kiss, Nolanjia's face flushed with embarrassment. You rascal, how dare you steal a kiss from me? No, I must return the favor. Nolanjia playfully chased after Gu Chen, engaging in a lively banter, utterly disregarding Gu Zhizhang and Gu De. Brother, this Gu Chen is too audacious. Can you tolerate it? I certainly cannot. If you cannot tolerate it, then confront him. If you fear nothing, then go ahead. Gu Zhizhang's teeth ground together with a resounding crunch. It was not that he was unwilling to take action, rather. He refrained from doing so in the presence of the woman he admired, believing he could find a way to deal with Gu Chen upon returning home. Let us depart. Gu Zhizhang cast a profound glance at Gu Chen and Nolanjia, his face revealing a stark contrast of emotions, before sweeping away with a flick of his sleeve. Gu De was inclined to utter further words, yet ultimately relinquished the thought, for Gu Zhizhang was presently in a fit of anger. Although Gu De may not be the most astute, he certainly would not be foolish enough to furrow his brows at this moment. Brother, I have kept you waiting. All right. Lan, cease your antics. Your friend is still here. Oh dear. It's all your fault, Gu Chen. Allow me to introduce my dearest friend, Ling Long. This is Gu Chen from the Gu family, your future brother-in-law. It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Gu. Ling Long remains as charming and delightful as ever. There is no need for formality, fair ye. It has been a while since I last saw Xiao. You see, Ling Long understands, Sister Nualan. I have matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Ling Long Nualan wished to say something further, but was silenced by a glance from Gu Chen. Please take care on your way. Yes, Sister Nualan, do enjoy yourselves. Chapter 47. Lan, may I kiss you? As Yi Linglong departed, her silhouette faded into the night, evoking a sense of solitude. After Linglong's departure, Nualan took Gu Chen's hand, leading him towards a hotel. Lan, what are you doing? Remove that ma. At the Silken Hotel, room 001. The enchanting Nualan was engaged in a task that every man dreams of, gently cleansing Gu Chen's body. Gu Chen, do you know how I have spent the time you were gone? Xiaolan, I sent people daily to seek news of you, fearing for your safety. Where have you been during this time? The allure of a beauty is a difficult burden to bear. Gu Chen spun a tale of adventure that left Nualan's expression sparkling with intrigue. Lan, the water is still warm. Want you join me for a wash? Gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful Nualan, Gu Chen grinned mischievously. What about you, beauty? Nualan shot him a seductive glance. Her delicate, fair hand splashed some bathwater onto his cheek. You'd best not lay a finger on me before we are married. And after we are wed, may I? Gu Chen slowly turned around, his expression earnest as he inquired. That depends on your performance. Rest assured, I shall perform splendidly. Gu Chen emerged from the wooden barrel. His handsome visage and bronze-toned physique, with 8 pronounced abdominal muscles, each feature radiating the unique male allure that belonged solely to him. Nolan Jia gazed at him with an almost obsessive fascination, as if admiring the most exquisite work of art. Gu Chen gazed at Nolan Jia with profound affection. Having missed her dearly during their time apart, the two exchanged heartfelt glances, enveloped in silence. Suddenly, Gu Chen extended his elegantly slender fingers, wider than those of a woman, and gently lifted Nolan Jia's chin, his eyes brimming with anticipation as he tenderly inquired, Lan, may I kiss you? Nolan Jia softly nodded in response. Gu Chen tenderly pressed his lips against her fragrant ones, savoring the sweetness that lingered within her mouth, while his arms naturally encircled her slender waist. His robust chest pressed closely against her pride and softness, the dampness soaking through her pristine undergarment. Nolan's heart raced uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment, their lips parted, and Nolan gasped softly while Gu Chen wore a smile, gazing at her flushed cheeks. With genuine admiration, he exclaimed, Xiaolan, you are truly beautiful. You always know how to flatter. Nolan replied shyly, lowering her head as she approached the wooden tub, picking up a white towel draped over its edge. As she wrung out the excess water, she gently began to wipe his body, but hesitated when reaching a more private area. I can take care of that myself, Gu Chen remarked, sensing Nolan's embarrassment. He understood that moderation was key. Overdoing it could yield the opposite effect. After drying off and donning his sleepwear, Gu Chen lifted Nolan and placed her onto the soft cotton bed, lying down beside her. With a flick of his finger, he extinguished the oil lamp, inviting Nolan to rest her head against his chest. In the moonlight, he admired her exquisite beauty and gently inquired, Lan, do you know what the most wonderful thing in the world is? What is it? The greatest joy is to one day kiss you good night, hold you through the night, and awaken to find you by my side. Is that truly how you feel, Gu Chen? Indeed, he replied earnestly, gazing into Nolan's gem-like eyes that sparkled like the night sky. Gu Chen, you've changed. How so? He asked, puzzled. I feel like you've matured significantly during the month you were away, and your words have certainly grown sweeter. Am I still the Gu Chen you once knew? Yes, always. As the atmosphere deepened, Gu Chen felt a wave of emotion swell within him, suddenly posing a jarring question. Lan, if one day many people wanted to harm me and you were unable to fight them off, what would you do? Then let them first step over my corpse. Nolan declared, unexpectedly exuding an aura of fierce determination. No, I cannot allow that. You must live, for as long as you live, there is hope. Nolan gazed at Gu Chen, her expression filled with confusion. Gu Chen did not provide an explanation, gazing calmly at Nolan Jia, resembling a mirror that reflects the depths of the human heart. This serenity enveloped Nolan Jia, bringing her a sense of tranquility. Very well, I promise you. I will live well, and I will live earnestly, she declared, though her thoughts wandered to a darker place, if such a day were to arrive. I would rather perish before you. I shall not allow anyone to harm you, not even myself. Lan, I shall not linger long at the Gu family upon my return. In 3 months, we shall celebrate our wedding. I wish to venture out to further hone my skills, to enhance my prowess, and to bring you home with great fanfare. Where will you go to refine your abilities? Is it perilous? Not at all. I have already ascended to the 23rd level, yet I lack practical experience. This time, I intend to visit the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City to sharpen my combat techniques. Ah, you have reached the 23rd level? Indeed. Is your future husband not rather dashing? Do you not feel any urge to devote yourself to him now? Gu Chen struck a cool pose and raised an eyebrow at Nolan Jia. He's acceptable. However, there remains quite a distance between our levels. You must continue to strive. My dear, what level are you at now? I am a 53rd level Soul King. Nolan Jia found herself somewhat overwhelmed by Gu Chen's casual shift in address, her cheeks flushing with a hint of embarrassment. Gu Chen was astonished. She initially thought that her level up with Tang San was quite rapid, but to her surprise, Nolan surpassed Tang San by several levels. How young is she? Gu Chen recalled that Nolan Jia seemed to be a few months younger than himself. And the reason for their wedding being set for March was that she would only come of age after that month. What do you think? Am I not impressive? Nolan Jia playfully inquired, her stunning visage radiating a smile that rendered all blossoms pale in comparison. Impressive indeed. My wife is the most remarkable, Gu Chen exclaimed. You've changed. Changed into quite the smooth talker, I see. Do you not like it? I do, Nolan Jia replied, casting a flirtatious glance at Gu Chen before swiftly pecking his cheek. He. Then, my lady, shall we retire for the night? Oh dear. You mustn't touch there. Why are you unbuttoning my clothes? You rascal. After a while, rascal, where did you learn such a massaging technique? From my master. How is it? Is it pleasant? Exceedingly pleasant. Who is your master? My master is a celestial being, no longer of this world. I'm sorry, Gu Chen, I shouldn't have asked. Silly, you ought to know. Chapter 48, The Cunning of Tang San in the Room of Gu Zhizhang. Guda left with tears in his eyes after being sternly reprimanded by Gu Zhizhang. After Guda's departure, Gu Zhizhang's previously calm demeanor, even in moments of anger, transformed into a mask of sheer ferocity. Gu Chen, why have you not perished? Why do you still draw breath? Master clearly stated you were deceased. He only sent you to that wretched woman's chamber. How dare you humiliate me? I shall flay your skin, rip out your tendons, gouge out your eyes, and sever your nose. I will reduce you to a mere human stick. Inside the room, he shattered nearly all the exquisite ornaments in a violent frenzy. After venting his wrath, he exited the chamber and made his way to Chunmao Tower, directly ordering the services of the renowned fish courtesan. Within the opulent confines of Chunmao Tower, Gu Zhizhang indulged in reckless abandon, causing the floral bed to creak rhythmically as he muttered the name Nuo Lanjia. 9 minutes later, accompanied by a low growl, Gu Zhizhang lay feebly atop the fish courtesan. Young Master Gu! Young Master Gu! Calling out several times without response. He discerned Gu Zhizhang as faint breaths. The once pleasured expression of the fish courtesan morphed into one of deep disdain. Casting a resentful glance at Gu Zhizhang, she murmured, What a useless wretch. Not only is he young, but he is also utterly inept. He can hardly last 10 minutes, leaving me in a state of disarray. And I must pay for torturous sessions with a male slave. Damn, you are a disgrace. In Notting City, at the Notting Junior Academy, Tang San returned to the place where he first encountered Yu Xiaojing. He sat quietly in a lounge chair within the academy, idly stroking his fingers, lost in thought. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, silent and elusive. Tang San lifted his gaze. Dean, it has been a long time. Indeed, it has been several years. What brings you here today, Xiao San? I thought I would come to see you after such a long absence. How have you been in recent years? Oh, I am as I always was, though I have been taking more of the kidney tonic than before. I did not expect you to still be using that tonic. Indeed, the kidney tonic is a marvelous thing. It makes me feel youthful once more. Dean, I have come to inquire about someone. Who is it? The dean asked with curiosity. It is Gu Chen from the Gu family in Notting City. He once harassed a female classmate, driving her to the brink of despair, resulting in her tragic suicide. Do you know where he went after I dealt with him? I am not aware. Why do you ask? I suspect that Zhao Laosher's new disciple at Shrek Academy is none other than Gu Chen, disguised. He harbors malicious intent towards our female students. I wish to request your assistance in exposing his vile identity. Well, after so many years, I have forgotten what he looks like. You need not recall his appearance, just affirm that he is indeed Gu Chen from the Gu family in Notting City. There's no need for hesitation, Dean. I have already investigated. Gu Chen went missing over a month ago. Coincidentally, my junior also entered Shrek Academy about a month prior. Given the similarities in their physiques, I am 90% certain they are the same person. Do not worry, Dean. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to prevent those around me from being deceived further. If I can prove he is indeed Gu Chen, I am willing to contribute 10,000 gold soul coins to support the academy. After a moment's contemplation, Dean Clutchy of Notting City acquiesced to Tang San's request. Watching Clutchy's retreating figure, a subtle smile grazed Tang San's lips. Everyone believed that the impoverished girl met her demise at the hands of Gu Chen. Yet none knew that on that fateful day, he had been drugged with a substance that induced hallucinations. In a state of confusion, Gu Chen mistook the girl for Xiao Wu, grasping her hand fervently to profess his feelings. In the midst of this commotion, he inadvertently tore away a portion of her sleeve, exposing her to an unexpected embarrassment. The girl, overwhelmed with shame and anger, fled in tears. Subsequently, Tang San, using Gu Chen's teasing of the girl as a pretext, stripped him of his clothing in the men's restroom, subjecting him to various humiliations. The girl, tragically, leapt from the rooftop after being deceived by Tang San, who had pushed her off. Upon discovering her lifeless body, and considering Gu Chen's prior misconduct, the academy concluded it was a suicide. The incident escalated, forcing Gu Chen to be expelled from Notting Junior Academy. The following morning, after a refreshing slumber, Gu Chen stretched lazily, ready to engage in some activity. He then noticed Nolan Jia approaching with a tray, her face alight with joy. "You've awakened. I prepared breakfast for you. Come and have a bite," she exclaimed. "I never anticipated my dear Lan would be so diligent, so thoughtful and nurturing. I shall not refuse." The breakfast that Nolan Jia had prepared for Gu Chen was quite simple: a fried egg, a small dish of side vegetables, a bowl of vegetable porridge, and a piece of flaky pastry. Gu Chen dined with great delight, consuming all the food before him with the fervor of a tempest sweeping away remnants. At last, he licked his lips, displaying a visage of utter satisfaction. Having feasted and quenched his thirst, it was time for him to depart. "Indeed, I must return. Having spent an entire night away, my father is surely worried." After exchanging an embrace and a tender farewell, Gu Chen set forth on his journey to Soto City. As he passed a street corner, he had just assumed a different demeanor when he heard a woman weeping. "Woe is me! Has anyone seen my child? He is about this tall, with eyebrows of such thickness and a round face. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen him. Step aside. You are hindering my business." Gu Chen turned towards the sound and beheld a woman in her 20s, clad in a gray linen dress, who was inquiring of passers-by if they had seen her child. Those familiar with her whispered among themselves by the roadside, "What a calamity! It seems that Xiaogu village has unwittingly offended some deity, as there have been a series of disappearances. This marks the 30th case this month alone." Gu Chen approached the woman, sensing the ethereal presence of magical energy wafting through the air. "Excuse me, esteemed sister. May I inquire about the location of the small village of Gua?" Upon hearing someone address her as sister, the woman turned, her flowing hair framing a face adorned with a thick beard and a beauty mark the size of a broad bean at the corner of her mouth. "Did you call for me, young man?" Her voice emerged like the deep, labored groan of an overworked ox, heavy and muffled, clearly indicative of a rugged individual. "My apologies. Kind sir, I misspoke. I meant to address the lady beside you." A woman, her face pockmarked and her features uneven, turned around and inquired with a voice reminiscent of a drake's quack. Gu Chen was on the verge of tears, carrying a heavy heart that remained unspoken. Can you fathom the feelings of someone who has just beheld an exquisite beauty, only to encounter the grim scene of an accident? Alas. Perhaps any of you could enlighten me on what transpired. Humph. Who do you think you are? With looks that are far from handsome. What reason do we have to divulge anything to you? The two individuals crossed their arms, lifting their chins high in a display of disdain. Gu Chen was rendered speechless. He had not even expressed disdain for their unattractiveness, yet they had grown quite proud. "1 golden soul coin. Whoever can inform me of the location of Xiaogua village shall receive it." Chapter 49. The Zawuwa refining cauldron. Upon seeing the golden soul coin, the eyes of the two men sparkled with excitement. "My esteemed friend, if you bestow upon me the golden soul coin, I shall guide you," boasted the bearded man, grinning obsequiously as he extended his hand. "Brother, please grant me the coin. I reside along the route to Xiaogua village and am well acquainted with it. I can lead you anywhere you wish to go." The two men began to quarrel fiercely, each vying for the coveted golden soul coin. "Enough. You two need not fight. Both of you shall guide me, and each will receive a coin." "Very well, esteemed one. We shall follow your command. Please, let us set forth together." As they journeyed toward Xiaogua village, Gu Chen gleaned some insights about the two men. The one with the full beard was named Qiao Huniu, while the one with the pockmarked face was called Guobanban. One hailed from Xiaogua village, and the other from Qiao family village. Both had come to Notting City for the market. Upon entering Xiaogua village, Gu Chen immediately sensed something amiss. The two men, once greedy for wealth, now bore expressions of menacing ferocity. The oppressive, suffocating aura of demonic energy emanated from Xiaogua village, enveloping him entirely. Gu Chen could clearly see clusters of dark mist swirling chaotically across the sky. Every villager, regardless of age or gender, bore a sickly pallor on their faces. They wandered aimlessly along the village paths like soulless zombies. Your life is forfeit. Without wasting a single word, Xiao Wu lunged at Gu Chen without hesitation. Her waist-length blue hair suddenly elongated wildly, spreading like a vast net to ensnare him. At the same time, Guo launched her assault. Her fingernails rapidly extended, growing to 20 centimeters in the blink of an eye, gleaming with an eerie black sheen, razor-sharp and deadly. She pounced at Gu Chen with feline agility. Though these two appeared ordinary, Gu Chen had not anticipated that their strength would rival his own. Ladies, my purpose here is only to locate the source of the demonic energy. I have no wish to take lives. Retreat now, and I shall spare you. Don't delude yourself. Since you've come, stay and become the Demon King's feast. Stubborn fools. To think they dared consider him as mere prey, utterly preposterous. Great strength, Golden Bear. First soul skill, Savage Charge. Gu Chen exerted his strength, akin to a robust bull galloping through the forest. He launched an attack first against Guo, who was in close proximity. With the Black Cat martial spirit, he unleashed his first soul skill, Dark Cat Claw. With a resounding meow, Guo lunged towards Gu Chen. His ebony claws aimed menacingly at Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen deftly evaded the strike, delivering a fierce kick to her opponent's abdomen. Yet, her belly seemed to yield like cotton, instantly concaving and absorbing much of Gu Chen's force. Subsequently, it propelled her back with an unexpected recoil. Seizing the opportunity as Gu Chen descended, Guo launched another assault, leveraging her speed advantage. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu's azure hair lashed out like steel whips, raining down upon Gu Chen with resounding crackles that echoed through the air. These two adversaries proved rather formidable. One was adept at ranged attacks while the other excelled in close combat, their synergy remarkably seamless. If she did not resort to some hidden tactics, it appeared unlikely that she could subdue them in the immediate future. Thus, she summoned her divine protection and prepared for a ferocious charge. Gu Chen's speed, strength, and agility have significantly improved compared to before. In a single encounter, he deftly incapacitated an opponent with a hand strike. The remaining adversary, Xiao Wu, proficient in using her hair as a weapon and excelling in ranged attacks, prepared to lash out at Gu Chen. Summoning his dragon scale armor, Gu Chen withstood the blow, staggering back 3 steps. With a thunderous strike, after enduring the assault, he unleashed the skill from his soul bone, channeling energy to attack Xiao Wu. The electric shock caused her to convulse before she collapsed to the ground. Gu Chen bound the two individuals to a large willow tree, while one person walked straight into the village of Xiaogua. The villagers wandered about in a daze, entirely indifferent to the presence of the stranger, Gu Chen. Their lack of response, whether hostile or dismissive, alleviated some of Gu Chen's concerns. As he ventured deeper into the village, a distance of 2 to 3 miles, the number of inhabitants dwindled, and their frail forms became increasingly apparent. The ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of starving children, a sight that tugged painfully at the heartstrings. As Gu Chen furrowed his brow deeper, he discovered a dark well at the heart of the village, approximately 1 meter in diameter. Under the meticulous guidance of Lu Xiaoran over the past few days, Gu Chen's perceptual abilities had significantly improved, nearing the threshold of comprehension. He could distinctly perceive that the malevolent energy wafting through Xiaowu village predominantly emanated from this very well. Gu Chen descended into the well, which was eerily devoid of water and soil. The only object within was a small, black tripod, no larger than a basketball. Could this be the source of the sinister aura? Gazing at the intricate carvings of mountains, rivers, celestial bodies, and mythical creatures on the tripod, Gu Chen murmured softly to himself. Each stroke of the engravings seemed to encapsulate a profound essence, with the figures of humans and beasts appearing remarkably lifelike, radiating an extraordinary vitality. Yet, at this moment, it was shrouded in a veil of darkness, its brilliance obscured. This is the Zhuoxian void refining tripod. The ethereal exclamation of Lu Xiaoran echoed in Gu Chen's mind, awakening him to the realization that this tripod might not be an ordinary artifact. Master Xiaoran, is this tripod truly formidable? Formidable? It is far beyond mere formidable. Have you ever heard of the art of void refining and spirit restoration? Gu Chen shook his head. The process of refining the ethereal into the substantial, as the term refining void and returning spirit suggests, is the transformation of ephemeral concepts into entities imbued with essence or even tangible form. To illustrate simply, if you are parched and yearn for water, you may utilize this diminutive cauldron to transmute some intangible essence into the water you desire. Life, time, dreams, these are all favored elements of the Zhu refining void cauldron. Master Zhao ran. This cauldron is truly extraordinary. It must be quite challenging to subdue it. Indeed, although the Zhu refining void cauldron cannot serve as a weapon for assault, its capabilities far surpass those of ordinary artifacts, and even some supreme artifacts pale in comparison. Your current cultivation level is insufficient to grasp its profound utility. It would be best to wait until you grow stronger, and I shall elucidate its wonders for you then. This cauldron is ensnared by a formation. To claim it, one must first dismantle the formation. My soul power has not yet fully recovered. It may take half an hour to break the formation, so during this time, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Yes, master. As time slipped by, waves of soul power surged from Lu Xiaoran, engaging in a gradual battle against the formation enveloping the Zhu refining void cauldron. The dark mist that cloaked the cauldron began to dissipate. Just as the last remnants of the mist were about to vanish, revealing the cauldron's brilliance, a thunderous roar echoed from the heavens, casting a shadow over the sky. This is bad. The aura of a tidal Douluo is approaching. We may be in peril. Lu Xiaoran's brow furrowed. Hasten to summon the ghostly servant to absorb the surrounding malevolent energy and conceal ourselves. Once I secure the Zhu refining void cauldron, I am confident I can lead you to safety. Yes, master. Gu Chen summoned the ghost servant without hesitation. The rank of tidal Douluo was formidable, and only a ghost servant of comparable strength could engage in battle with him. Chapter 50. The Battle Between Tidal Douluos, Part 1. Soon after Gu Chen released the ghost servant, a sinister laughter echoed through the heavens. Little mice, have you dared to steal from your grandfather's house? Oh no, we have been discovered. Can you contend with the one outside? His strength is on par with mine, and I can only delay him for half an hour with the power I currently possess. After that, my strength may wane significantly, and I could be defeated. During this time, the master must flee as far as possible. Ghost servant, I will not allow you to perish. You must delay him for a quarter of an hour. The time is drawing near. Even if we must abandon this cauldron, we must leave immediately. Your life is more valuable than it. Do you understand? I understand. The ghost servant was unexpectedly touched. He had not anticipated that he held such significance in Gu Chen's eyes. Gu Chen has always been a person who does not favor coercion in both life and work. In comparison to human life, treasures hold little allure for him. Should treasures be lost, they can be contested for again. However, once a life is extinguished, it is irrevocably gone. To gain is my fortune, to lose is my fate. The ghostly servant, with 6 swords trailing behind, soared out from the well. The figure of the ghostly servant darted forth like a shooting star. There exists a tidal Douluo level fiend, yet it matters not. You shall still meet your demise. In the sky, an ethereal shadow swiftly approached the ghostly servant. The first soul skill, Shadow Clone. The spectral figure unleashed a ghostly martial spirit, generating 2 clones that possessed 50% of its attack power and the ability to devour soul energy, advancing towards the ghostly servant from either side. The first soul skill, Sword breaks the firmament. The 6 flying swords of the ghostly servant fused in midair, forming a broadsword that struck fiercely at one of the ghostly clones. The might of the broadsword surged like tumultuous waves crashing upon the shore, akin to a rainbow piercing the sun, creating a sword aura that rent the very heavens asunder. The targeted clone, sensing the impending danger, retreated swiftly, narrowly evading the blow. The ghostly servant was merely stalling for time on Gu Chen's behalf. Thus, this strike was not executed with full force, merely forcing back the ghostly clone. Meanwhile, the other clone seized the opportunity to close in, enveloping its hands in a mass of black mist, transforming them into claws to assault the ghostly servant. The prowess of the soul-devouring claws lies in their ability to enhance both defense and attack upon release. Should they strike true, they would diminish the enemy's defense by 20%, with increased soul energy consumption upon activation, rendering it a rather formidable skill. The second soul skill, Chaotic Blade Storm. The broadsword in the ghostly servant's grasp disintegrated at an astonishing speed, breaking down into 108 small swords that spun in the air, forming a tempest aimed at suppressing the ghostly clone. The third soul skill, Ghost Slaying Transformation. Sensing the extraordinary nature of this soul skill, the ghostly figure did not dare to underestimate it, immediately merging its 2 clones techniques with its own to unleash the third soul skill. Ghost Slaying Transformation allows for a 100% increase in attack power and a 200% increase in speed. rendering the ghostly figure's velocity so rapid that it became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, launching a ghostly claw directly at the ghostly servant's head. The third soul skill, Rolling Sea of Swords. Observing the approaching ghostly claw, the ghostly servant's temper flared. A menacing aura coalesced into black waves, within which the 6 flying swords once again disassembled into 80 small swords, concealed within the inky tide, clashing head-on with the incoming ghostly claw. A deafening cacophony resounded through the heavens. As the surrounding mountains crumbled, rivers reversed their flow, and the tumultuous clouds continued to gather and dissipate. Gu Chen gazed anxiously at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, utterly astonished. Is this the power possessed by a titled Douluo? I, Gu Chen, must also attain such formidable strength in the future. For the first time, Gu Chen felt an intense yearning for power. Titled Douluo is a rare existence on the Douluo Continent, and they typically do not engage in combat with one another, as a battle between them would make it nearly impossible to determine a victor unless there is a significant disparity in strength. What the ghostly Douluo did not anticipate was the presence of another titled Douluo hidden here. He cursed himself for not having summoned his friend to join him. Otherwise, with 2 of them acting in concert, there would have been no need for such life-and-death struggles. As he sensed that the formation he had set was being compromised and was on the verge of collapse, the ghostly Douluo fought against the ghost slave while shouting to the late-arriving spirit masters below. Someone is attempting to steal my precious cauldron. I will hold this individual off. You must capture him at once. You seek your own demise. He sneered as he observed the spirit masters racing towards the well. The ghost slave, enraged, unleashed his demonic aura, spreading his arms wide and declaring, 4th soul skill, Sword Rain. A torrential downpour of minuscule swords descended from the heavens like a fierce tempest, howling as they plunged towards the ground below. To attempt to obstruct them was nothing short of a delusion. With a cold smile, the ghostly Douluo activated his 4th soul skill, Ghost Shadow. A swirling mass of darkness emerged from his palm, releasing countless phantoms to shield the spirit masters below from the onslaught, buying them precious moments to reach the dried well. As the spirit masters drew closer to the well, the great spirit masters understood that although these individuals posed no lethal threat to their master, the sheer number of them would make it quite troublesome for him to handle alone, inevitably hindering Lu Xiaoran's efforts to break the formation. He was acutely aware of the rarity of this small cauldron. Should they miss this opportunity, it might be a long time before their master would have another chance to acquire it. Although their master claimed that treasures are mere external possessions that could be obtained later, he disagreed. Each opportunity is a divine gift. Missing the first chance would mean losing the second as well. As a loyal servant, he felt it was his duty to remove all obstacles for his master. 5th soul skill, Sword Burst Thunder Sea. The 6 swords in the ghost slave's hands converged once more, radiating with lightning, channeling the power of thunder to form a tempestuous domain. Thunder ripped through the sky, intertwining thousands of lightning bolts, enveloping the spirit masters prepared to leap into the well. You are forcing my hand, he thought, astonished at the tenacity of this obscure title Douluo. The 6 flying swords moved with the dexterity of 6 arms, wielded by him in an array of intricate maneuvers. 5th soul skill, Shadow Quagmire. The ghostly Douluo bellowed, causing a black mire to rise from the ground. Enormous ghostly hands, drenched in viscous black slime and exuding a putrid odor, clawed upwards towards the ghost slave. He sought to evade, but should he evade, the spirit masters below would immediately plunge into the well and launch an assault on Gu Chen. Thus, he had no choice but to confront this strike head-on. As the 6 flying swords, imbued with lightning, relentlessly slashed at the gigantic hands emerging from the black mire. Though he shattered the ghostly hands, they fell into the mire, only for new ones to form almost instantaneously. This left the ghost slave, who was simultaneously maintaining the Thunder Sea and combating the ghostly hands, in a precarious position. The opponent was insidious, clearly aiming to exhaust his spirit power before delivering a fatal blow. However, he underestimated the ghost slave. 6th soul skill, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. The ghost slave sheathed the 6 swords on his back, causing the thunderous domain to dissipate. His skin rapidly wrinkled, and phantoms erupted from his body, flying towards the black mire below. The ghostly Douluo attempted to control the ghostly hands in the mire to crush these phantoms, only to discover that the phantoms possessed no substance. They passed through the mire and obliterated the wave of spirit masters that had approached the well. The ghost slave's eyes turned crimson, his skin pale, and his face twisted with a ghastly expression as his emaciated form trembled, clearly indicating that executing this move placed a tremendous burden on him. Seeing his subordinates, whom he had painstakingly sent forth, meet a grisly inn below, the ghostly Douluo was enraged. Sixth soul skill, dreadful roar. The ghostly Douluo emitted a furious howl, unleashing a powerful sound wave with formidable control that immobilized the ghost slave and all the phantoms he had summoned. The speed of the sound wave was so rapid that the ghost slave could not even muster a response before he became frozen in place. Fortunately, using this technique required the ghostly Douluo's complete concentration, rendering him unable to move. Otherwise, the ghost slave would have been in dire straits. Faced with the terrifying specters now immobilized below, the previously terrified spirit masters once again surged towards the dried well. One by one, they leaped into the well, intent on thwarting Lu Xiaoran's efforts to dismantle the formation. At this moment, Gu Chen was stirred into action, witnessing the fierce battle between the ghostly servants and the phantoms. His blood surged with excitement. He addressed Lu Xiaoran, saying, "Master, focus on breaking the formation. I shall handle them." The starry sky ancient sword, arise. First soul skill of the mighty golden bear, savage charge. Second soul skill, devouring night. Gu Chen wielded the powerful bear spirit, unleashing 3 spheres of darkness from his mouth, plunging the already dim well into complete obscurity. Now is the moment. Holding the ancient sword of the starry sky, Gu Chen exerted force beneath his feet and charged into the descending throng of soul masters, commencing a merciless slaughter. Among this group, the majority were soul masters, with a few great soul masters and even a couple of soul venerates. Yet, within this pitch-black expanse, they were utterly incapable of discerning the enemy's position. In contrast, Gu Chen was able to perceive every movement within the shroud of darkness, enabling him to execute a one-sided massacre rather than engage in a prolonged struggle with these individuals. However, despite the apparent prowess of his abilities, the toll on his own energy was considerable. Had it not been for the fact that he absorbed 2 ultimate soul rings, he would have likely exhausted his soul power after this wave of carnage. After decimating 2 more groups of soul masters, leaving a river of blood in his wake, Gu Chen refrained from overestimating his own strength and retreated to the side of Lu Xiaoran. He summoned the divine weapon, the heavenly umbrella, calling forth the octopus demon spirit and the great black snake demon spirit, while the beautiful female spirit was tasked with guarding him and eliminating any remaining threats. The air was thick with the stench of blood that permeated the desolate well, a scent that would typically evoke nausea, yet for Gu Chen, it incited a peculiar exhilaration. It felt as though a bloodthirsty demon lay dormant within him, poised to awaken at any moment. He greedily inhaled the scent of blood, his eyes gradually transforming into a crimson hue. Veins bulged from his skin, sharp fangs sprouted at the corners of his mouth, horns emerged from his head. A pair of blood-red wings unfurled from his back, and a dragon-like tail, as thick as an arm, extended from his spine. Gu Chen's aura surged dramatically, elevating his rank from a 23rd level Great Soul Master to a 32nd level Soul Venerable. His arms began to manifest intricate, dark green scales, transforming his hands into the formidable claws of a chameleon, akin to iron pincers. In his grasp, the ancient sword of the starry sky gleamed with brilliance. As Gu Chen unleashed a voice that was anything but human, a raspy intonation. Starry Sky triple slash. This was a newly comprehended skill derived from his cultivation of the Void Sutra and his understanding of the 17 swords of the starry sky, representing his most potent strike to date. All of you, retreat. Gu Chen's voice resonated with an irresistible authority. Yes. The octopus demon spirit and the black snake demon spirit compelled several soul masters to withdraw from the battlefield. Gu Chen's figure flitted like a specter. As his wings stirred up a crimson tempest, arcs of electricity crackling between his claws and horns. With each flick of his tail, the air resonated with explosive sounds. The relentless hissing akin to chopping through vegetables filled the night, which had lost its terrifying grip. All the surviving soul masters and grand soul masters gazed in astonishment at the fearsome beast before them, their legs trembling and hair standing on end. They dared not resist, allowing the terrifying creature to wield its slaughtering blade upon them, rendered immobile. Above, soul masters and grand soul masters continued to leap down, each yearning for a share of the spoils, their fates inexorably sealed. The ancient well had become a mountain of corpses, and the demon Gu Chen grew ever more exhilarated with each kill. The ancient sword of starry skies in his hand shone ever brighter. incessantly absorbing the blood that surged from all directions. The layer of rust upon it appeared to diminish, though still negligible, far from even a fraction of that celestial stone. Gu Chen felt it was nearly time to summon the ghostly servant back. Preserving a sliver of rationality, he responded affirmatively. Communicating with the ghostly servant, he commanded it to return to his side. The ghostly servant summoned its full strength, unleashing its martial soul in its truest form, the 6 paths of swords, executing its most potent strike. The 9th soul skill, 6 paths of reincarnation. The powers from 6 different realms drew forth the spectral figure into the passage of reincarnation, rendering him unable to escape momentarily. In an instant, he transported himself beside Gu Chen, wielding his sword with precision, cleaving the dozen grand soul masters who had just leaped down into mere dust. At that moment, Lu Xiaoran shattered the formation, retracting the Ziwu Lianshu Ding into the divine weapon Tian Luo umbrella. We must depart. As the words fell, Lu Xiaoran waved her small hand gently, distorting the space to reveal a portal shaped like white mist. This is my dreamscape. You may reside within it for 12 hours. After 12 hours, you will be randomly transported to a familiar location, though this dreamscape is a modification of my own dreams. The laws of time and space within differ from the outside world. However, heed this warning, do not perish within. For even I would find it exceedingly difficult to resurrect you. Remember, do not venture into unfamiliar areas, and do not trust anyone easily. Do you understand? Yes, master. Gu Chen silently committed to memory every word spoken by Lu Xiaoran. Very well, allow the ghost servant to enter the devouring sky pearl, unless absolutely necessary. Do not let him out once he has entered, otherwise you all shall be in grave danger. Understood, master. With a mere thought, Gu Chen felt a powerful pull emanating from the devouring sky pearl, drawing the ghost servant into its depths. Gu Chen could sense that the demonic energy within the devouring sky pearl had diminished significantly, its luster now somewhat dimmed. Within the dream realm, there existed entities capable of effortlessly annihilating him. He must remember my words. Furthermore, should fortune smile upon you, certain items from the dream may be brought back to reality. As you enter the dream, I shall enter a period of slumber. From henceforth, you must rely solely on yourself. Strive onward, my dear disciple. Yes, rest assured, master. Gu Chen nodded. I can offer no more reminders. That specter is likely on the verge of liberation, so hasten into the realm. Understood, master. Chapter 52. Lu Xiaoran's dream world. As Gu Chen stepped through the misty gate, the scenery before him transformed. His form silently manifested atop a grand tree within a courtyard, blending seamlessly with its hues. Soul Essence, 3rd tier. The 5 dark gray characters inscribed upon the soul-testing stone elicited a wave of disappointment as the youth shut his eyes. Gu Chen, Soul Essence, 3rd tier. Grade, low quality. A gaunt elder, nearing his 60s, recited the verdict in a detached tone. Soul Essence, 3rd tier. Low quality. Haha. Qin Chong Lao is quite the jester. Will the next tier be low quality? Haha. This waste. Truly a disgrace to our Chu family. Even a dog could cultivate for 3 years and surpass 3rd tier soul essence. How can he bear to exist in this world? I hear he is on the verge of marrying the daughter of our sea god city's lord. One wonders if he can perform his duties at night. Should we hire assistants? Such utter uselessness. Were it not for his grandfather, Chu Tianan, being the head of our clan, he would surely have been cast out long ago. Even 3 years ago, no matter how talented he was, he now lives a life inferior to that of a dog. The surrounding whispers grew increasingly louder, nearly as if they were brandishing a megaphone to proclaim before Gu Chen, "You are worthless. You are indeed worthless." As Gu Chen absorbed these cold taunts, his gaze gradually hardened, and within his heart, he cried out, "Who will rid me of these wretches?" Gu Chen is willing to serve as a slave for life. Concealed among the branches, Gu Chen was not far from the youth. And perhaps due to his cultivation of the Xuanqin skill, he could discern the boy's silent plea. Observing him closely, Gu Chen's eyes seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see through the layers of the boy's affliction. His meridians were blocked, dark gases pervaded his organs, and the walls of his dantian resembled a honeycomb, riddled with holes, utterly incapable of storing soul essence. Gazing at the youth, Gu Chen felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if he had seen him before, yet not quite. He resolved to lend assistance, not for any grand reason, but simply because the character Chen in the boy's name resonated with his own. It was as straightforward as that. However, he refrained from immediate intervention, for he recognized that the air was rich with various energies, significantly benefiting his own cultivation and strength. Moreover, he was deeply intrigued by the series of white numbers appearing before him. These figures were in constant flux, counting down from 2399, 59, 59. and Gu Chen had no understanding of their significance or why they manifested before his eyes. "Miss Naylan, you have arrived." Gu Chen was deeply engrossed in contemplating the peculiar numbers when a sudden exclamation from a servant outside the Chu family's gate shattered his reverie. Everyone in the courtyard turned their gaze toward the entrance, and Gu Chen followed suit. Upon catching sight of the woman, even Gu Chen, accustomed to the beauty of many, could not help but be captivated. She was an extraordinarily tall figure with cascading lavender hair that softly curled at the ends. Her eyebrows, neither too thick nor too thin, formed a pair of exquisite willow leaf arches. Her eyes resembled the most resplendent phoenix in the sky, bright and spirited, with a unique pride gleaming in her brown irises. Her nose was beautifully proportioned, not too large nor too small, yet it stood gracefully, complementing her porcelain skin, rosy lips, and a distinctly elegant oval face, rendering her breathtakingly stunning. This was a quintessential ice-cold beauty. That was Gu Chen's immediate impression. Dressed in a lilac off-shoulder slip dress, she exuded an air of elegance, nobility, and mystery. She was Naylan Jie, a woman whose name shared a single character with Gu Chen's mother. Upon seeing her for the first time, the hostility that had previously enveloped Gu Chen dissipated significantly. "Xiao Jie, what brings you here?" he inquired. Naylan Jie did not respond immediately. Instead, she surveyed the crowd before her with a frosty demeanor. "You are not to make things difficult for him anymore," she commanded, before finally turning her attention back to Gu Chen. "Gu Chen, I have come to bid you farewell." "Farewell?" Gu Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. "Where are you going? Aren't we about to get married? I must leave for the Ice God Valley. And we shall not meet again. You should find a good girl to marry and start a family." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving not a trace of longing behind. Gu Chen stood there, staring blankly at her retreating figure, his final flicker of hope extinguished. After a long pause, he let out a resigned sigh and murmured to himself, "Indeed, I was too naive. Who would ever take a former genius, now deemed worthless, seriously? You need not belittle yourself. Life is fraught with disappointments. One must hold on a hope, or else life will surely bring despair." A voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind. "Seize the sword before you and eliminate those who have insulted you." Suddenly, a blood-red sword materialized in front of him. He hesitated. Though he had contemplated vengeance against those who had belittled him, it had merely been a thought. "Are you afraid? Did you not wish to slay them? Here lies your opportunity. Grasp the blood sword before you, and you shall possess unparalleled power to enact justice. Why do you still hesitate? Take up the sword, prove that you are not worthless, and send those who have wronged you to hell. Lift the sword, lift it. No, it isn't like that. They coward. No wonder they mock you. Even your fiancé, he disregarded you and left. You are merely a pitiful failure. No, you are wrong. I am not worthless. I am who I am, a unique flame. I need not prove myself to anyone. I shall grow stronger through my own efforts." The blood sword vanished, and the voice in Gu Chen's mind faded away. "Congratulations on passing the trial. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Gu Chen." The voice had belonged to Gu Chen, who had invoked the power of the devouring heaven demon pearl to awaken Gu Chen's inner demons, compelling him to confront himself. It was also a test from Gu Chen, who, though feeling pity for Gu Chen, would not readily bestow his blessings upon one unable to recognize his own worth. Fortunately, Gu Chen had succeeded. As Gu Chen appeared before him seemingly out of thin air, Gu Chen was taken aback, fully aware that moments before, he had seen nothing around him. "There is no need for astonishment. I possess certain abilities unknown to you." Seemingly able to discern Gu Chen's thoughts, Gu Chen spoke softly. "Come with me." In that moment, Gu Chen had activated the first layer of the divine umbrella of the heavenly soldiers, alongside the skill of the shadowy netherwolf soul, allowing him to arrive at Gu Chen's side undetected. To outsiders, it appeared as if Gu Chen sat alone in his position. "Where do you wish to take me?" Gu Chen inquired with curiosity. "If you wish to grow stronger, follow me." After a moment of hesitation, Gu Chen resolved to follow, reminding himself that he aimed to strengthen himself independently. However, the prospect of assistance from a benefactor was too enticing to dismiss. After a brief pause, he quickly followed Gu Chen. Gu Chen did not lead Gu Chen too far, stopping in a relatively tranquil grove that he could sense. "This will do," he said. Gu Chen looked at Gu Chen in confusion. There was nothing particularly special about this place, as he had often frequented it before. "You need not ponder, simply sit cross-legged," Gu Chen instructed. "All right," Gu Chen complied, settling into a meditative posture. "Take this." Gu Chen offered a small, red blood pill, roughly the size of a longan. "What is this?" Gu Chen inquired, puzzled. It is concocted from the inner core of a soul beast and some rare spiritual herbs. It will assist in repairing your damaged dantian. Why are you helping me? Gu Chen asked. Because both our names contain the character Chen. It's as simple as that. Is it truly so simple? Indeed it is. Why are you being so tedious? If I truly wish to harm you, I could extinguish you with a mere flick of my finger. Why would I bother to bring you here? I apologize. I will not ask further. Gu Chen accepted the blood pill and swallowed it whole. Hold your breath and concentrate. You still harbor malevolent energy that I must extract with silver needles. The process may be somewhat painful, so bear with it. Understood. Gu Chen unleashed his golden silk silver needle martial spirit, skillfully piercing the acupuncture points on Gu Chen's wrists. Qi Men, Zhang Men, Feng Men, and Ling Tai. Initially, Gu Chen felt nothing amiss. However, as Gu Chen activated the devouring heaven demon pearl to absorb the malevolent energy within him, it surged wildly like a startled wild horse. Had it not been for the needles Gu Chen had just inserted, which contained the rampant energy, it might have wreaked havoc upon Gu Chen's heart and lungs, posing a grave threat to his life. Gu Chen involuntarily cried out, gritting his teeth and enduring with sheer determination. He sensed something being extricated from his body, while the essence of his soul steadily ascended. Soul energy surged from the 4th level to the 5th, and finally reached the 8th level, elevating 5 realms in a single breath. A gentle warmth radiated from his dantian, accompanied by a tingling sensation akin to a wound healing. Excitement coursed through Gu Chen's veins. When he finally regained consciousness, it was already noon, and the forest lay desolate, devoid of any presence save for his own. Gu Chen had long since vanished. Gu Chen silently committed Gu Chen's visage to memory, resolutely vowing to find a way to repay him in the future. Lu Xiaoran had mentioned that this place might hold opportunities, and although aware of the potential dangers, he believed that fortune favors the bold. Gu Chen resolved to proceed with caution in his explorations. With his current mastery of the Xianxin technique, at the 1st level of the Qi induction realm, he could effortlessly manipulate the demonic spirits and his own golden body within a 10-mile radius, requiring only to remain discreetly concealed. To his astonishment, the opportunity that Lu Xiaoran had mentioned arrived far sooner than anticipated. Shortly after departing from Gu Chen, his merit power unexpectedly surged. His golden body, originally at the 2nd tier, ascended to the 3rd tier. This remarkable change stemmed from his assistance to Gu Chen, from whom he had garnered over 2,000 points of merit power. Additionally, having inadvertently rescued over 200 villagers from the Gu family village, he amassed another 800 points. His total merit power now exceeded 4,000 points, leaving Gu Chen in a state of disbelief. It was noteworthy that the last time he saved so many Soul Kings, he had barely achieved the 2nd tier of his golden body. Moreover, as one progresses, the experience required for upgrades increases exponentially. It was as if his current upgrade to the golden body necessitated a cumulative total of over 3,500 points. He gained a boost of 10 in strength and 20 in physical resilience. Coupled with the original enhancements of 7 in strength and 14 in physical resilience, Gu Chen, upon merging with his golden body, now enjoyed a 17-point increase in strength and a 30-point increase in physical resilience, which translates to defensive capability. To illustrate, if an ordinary person can exert a force of 75 kilograms, a soul warrior is capable of wielding 3 to 5 times that strength, producing between 225 and 375 kilograms of force. Each level gained from Soul Warrior to Soul Master enhances strength by 50 to 100 kilograms. And from Soul Master to Great Soul Master, the increase is 100 to 200 kilograms. The ascent from Great Soul Master to Soul Venerable sees an increment of 200 to 400 kilograms, while from Soul Venerable to Soul Revered, it is approximately 500 to 1,000 kilograms. Given that Gu Chen had not yet attained that level, he could only estimate. Currently, without factoring in the enhancements from Soul Rings, his strength as a level 23 Great Soul Master could approximate 4,575 kilograms. His first Soul Ring was obtained from hunting a golden furred bear, which granted an effect that augmented speed and strength by 30, causing a stunning effect on enemies for 3 to 5 seconds upon impact. Consequently, after utilizing the Soul Ring, his strength could rise to around 5,948 kilograms. With the additional 17% enhancement from his golden body, a single punch would yield approximately 6,959 kilograms of force, Presently, Gu Chen's striking power was comparable to that of a 29-level soul master, armed with certain hidden advantages. He felt confident in overcoming a novice soul venerable with over a 50% chance of victory. Each seemingly minor enhancement, when accumulated, represented a substantial advancement. Thus, to become formidable, one must seize every opportunity for improvement. Initially, Gu Chen intended to wait for Qiu Chen to awaken before allowing him to guide the exploration of this world. However, being a solitary individual, he reconsidered. The rationale was that Qiu Chen's current power level was too low. While he might suffice as a tour guide, he would be a liability in an expedition, complicating any escape should danger arise. Unfamiliar with this world, Gu Chen dared not wander recklessly, choosing instead to explore the surrounding hills, streams, and lakes at a measured pace. His demonic spirits, a giant octopus, a massive black serpent, and a beautiful woman, formed a triangular formation around him as they advanced. Acquainting himself with the nearby mountains, rivers, and terrain, Gu Chen identified several optimal escape routes. He decided to first enter some small villages to familiarize himself with the geography and culture before venturing into larger territories. Gu Chen journeyed westward along the hills, choosing a modest village that appeared to have no more than 100 households. As he stepped into the village, Chapter 54, Count Me, and unfolded. While Gu Chen familiarized himself with the surrounding hamlets, Qiu Chen was making his way to the Chu family. As he passed through a small gorge, a sharp cry for help pierced the air. Help! Help! Upon closer inspection, he discovered a little girl, around 5 or 6 years of age, in distress, pursued by a pack of ferocious wolf-shaped soul beasts. The girl's light green floral dress was soiled, evidently from a recent fall. Observing the encroaching wolves, Qiu Chen charged forward without hesitation. Though the soul beasts were not particularly high in rank, their numbers were substantial, and each one bore a menacing appearance. Seeing yet another soul rushing to their demise, the largest wolf among the pack let out a howl, prompting the others to join in, surging towards Qiu Chen. From his storage bag, he retrieved a spear and handed the little girl a short sword, along with a suit of armor that he had painstakingly saved to gift to his sister for her birthday. The armor and sword were of commendable quality, befitting the occasion. His sister, Chuli, was of a similar age to the girl. The armor fit the little girl surprisingly well, and with the sword in hand, she resembled a diminutive warrior. The wolves attacked ferociously, and in his effort to protect her, Qiu Chen sustained numerous injuries. Fortunately, he had just broken through to the 8th level of soul energy, comparable to a 3rd-tier spirit master on the Douluo Continent, while the wolves surrounding them were at most 5th level, akin to a 10th-tier spirit master. However, the physical strength of the soul beasts surpassed that of humans, making the outcome of this confrontation uncertain. I cannot continue like this. My soul power is insufficient to eliminate these western wind wolves. I will hold them off. There's a village not far to the west. You must flee there, Qiu Chen gasped, addressing the girl. Okay, brother, please be careful. What is your name? She inquired. My name is Qiu Chen. I will remember, Qiu Chen brother. My name is Lu Xiao. I will find someone in the village to rescue you. You must be cautious. With a powerful sweep of his spear, Qiu Chen created a gust of wind that pushed back the attacking wolves, buying precious time for the girl to escape. Aware that he could not hold out much longer alone, Lu Xiao ran desperately westward. After traversing about 4 or 5 miles and scaling a ridge, she finally spotted a village. Just before reaching the village, she saw several villagers lounging at the entrance and, breathlessly, called out, Uncles, Innies, please, save my brother. He is surrounded by wolves and is about to succumb. Little girl, do not panic. Tell us where those wolves are, and I will gather people to rescue your brother, said a burly middle-aged man, swiftly approaching Lu Xiao. Uncle. He is in that direction. She pointed back to where she had escaped. The man's expression faltered as he regarded the indicated path. I am terribly sorry, but we cannot assist you. That area is cursed. The villagers behind him nodded in agreement. Why can't you go? If you don't help, my brother will be torn apart by those dreadful wolves, Lu Xiao implored, sinking to her knees. Child, do not kneel. It is not that we wish to abandon you. That place bears a curse. Anyone who enters is doomed to suffer eternal misfortune and die inexplicably. What can we do? If no one helps, my brother will surely perish, she cried, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, a boy of about 12 or 13 stepped forward. Uncle Li, let me go. I am an orphan and fear not the curse. Besides, I possess great strength and am not afraid of those wolves. Tang Xiaobing, you cannot go. You are merely 13. You have no understanding of the wolf's ferocity. Let me, an old man nearing the end of my days, take your place. Count me in. Count me in. Very well. Since none of you fear death, I, Li Longxiao, am not one to shy away. Child, wait here while we go to rescue your brother. Villagers, arm yourselves. The group of villagers rushed home to retrieve their tools, hoes, axes, sickles, forks, and charged towards the eastern hills. Midway through their journey, a massive black serpent obstructed their path, with a figure standing atop its head. Do not proceed. This black serpent can save her brother, spoke Gu Chen, who had just become acquainted with the villagers, though uncertain of any formidable individuals hidden within the village. He realized that the villagers were not of particularly virtuous character, as they recklessly rushed towards danger despite knowing the ominous fate that awaited them. Gu Chen resolved to extend a helping hand to the little girl. The villagers, along with the persistently following child, gazed at Gu Chen with a mixture of curiosity and bewilderment. Gu Chen offered no explanations to them. He called out to the great black serpent, Little Black, showcase your prowess. With a fierce hiss, the serpent swept its tail, effortlessly severing a tree that could be embraced by two people. Do you believe it now? Everyone nodded in agreement. Little Black, hurry and save him. If he cannot be rescued, bring back his head. The great black serpent emitted another hiss and dashed towards the eastern mountains. Before long, it returned, bearing a grievously injured youth upon its back. Brother Gu Chen. Upon seeing the barely conscious Gu Chen, Lu Xiaoxiao, whose height barely reached Gu Chen's waist, rushed over with tears streaming down her face. It's my fault. All my fault. Brother Gu Chen, please be all right. Seeing Lu Xiaoxiao weep inconsolably, Gu Chen approached her and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. He then placed a white pill into Gu Chen's mouth. He is merely exhausted of soul energy. By taking this soul-nourishing pill, he shall recover in a few days. Thank you, big brother. Upon hearing that Gu Chen would be fine, Lu Xiaoxiao's tears transformed into a smile, and she repeatedly expressed her gratitude to Gu Chen. There is no need for thanks. All things adhere to the principle of causality. He instructed, take him back to recuperate. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, Gu Chen withdrew his magical spirit and transformed into a flash of lightning, racing towards the depths of the ominous land. He could distinctly sense something within calling out to him. In the ominous land, jagged rocks jutted out and wild grasses thrived. Red-haired, black-haired, purple-haired, green-haired, and blue-haired soul beasts, all with bizarre shapes and fearsome visages, roamed the area. These soul beasts appeared to be a horde of mindless entities, perpetually embroiled in conflict, with carcasses strewn across the ground. Upon his arrival here, Gu Chen was immediately pursued by a horde of frenzied soul beasts. Chapter 55, The Ominous Land. The soul beasts chasing Gu Chen exhibited varying degrees of strength, ranging from those of 10 years to those of a millennium, with the most formidable not exceeding 10,000 years. After entering this realm, Gu Chen's state of mind underwent a transformation. Although he could momentarily rein in his emotions and prevent himself from succumbing to madness, the oppressive and irritable feelings within him gradually intensified. Xuanxin Technique. Gu Chen activated the Xiankong technique, striving to quell the surge of turbulent emotions. However, to his utter astonishment, the very technique that had previously enabled him to harness the myriad energies for self-cultivation, Xiankong, First Realm, Qi Induction Realm, now only succeeded in drawing in his agitation without allowing it to circulate and dissipate within his mind. This predicament only exacerbated Gu Chen's turmoil, gradually unveiling the bloodthirsty demonic nature within him. He summoned the starry, ancient sword, which radiated a celestial light, captivating the attention of the nearby soul beasts. Their eyes ignited with a searing crimson glow as they swiftly lunged towards Gu Chen. The sounds of slicing echoed through the air, reminiscent of chopping vegetables. The blood of the soul beasts stained the skies, their lifeless bodies collapsing like miniature mountains. As the soul beasts sought to rend him asunder, Gu Chen found himself immersed in the carnage, slowly losing his sense of self. Tirelessly, he felled one soul beast after another, the air thickening with the acrid scent of blood. Just as Gu Chen teetered on the brink of complete self-loss, the pet in his space, the crimson flame golden mouse, let out a series of urgent squeaks. Gu Chen's consciousness stirred slightly. Little Jean, do you say there are treasures ahead that beckon me forth? His voice was hoarse, and his vision, obscured by the coagulated blood of the soul beasts, became increasingly unclear. Squeak, squeak. Which direction? Squeak, squeak. You indicate I must venture deeper? Once more. The sounds of slaughter filled the air as Gu Chen dispatched dozens more soul beasts. The starry ancient sword drained their blood, and Gu Chen unleashed his inner demon. Inner demon, Assist me in absorbing some of the malevolent energy here. There are treasures ahead. We shall share them equally upon discovery. Very well. I shall have half the rights to wield this starry ancient sword. You return it to me, and I will carve a path for you. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen cast the starry sky ancient sword to the cautionary demon. Upon receiving the sword, the cautionary demon appeared somewhat exhilarated. Just moments ago, within Gu Chen's mind, she perceived his fervent yearning for battle and his insatiable thirst for slaughter. This ignited within her a similar craving for bloodshed, as if a fierce inferno blazed within her being. It was the innate malevolence that coursed through her veins, now ablaze. Upon grasping the starry sky ancient sword, the cautionary demon transformed into a hellish warrior, plunging into the throng of soul beasts to unleash her carnage. The soul beasts here had been tainted by wickedness, having devolved entirely into savage creatures that knew only the urge to kill. As Gu Chen embarked on her path of destruction, a flicker of guilt lingered within her heart. In stark contrast, the carefree demon felt no remorse whatsoever. She believed that the soul beasts, having lost their sanity, were akin to the dead. To slay them and facilitate their swift reincarnation could be seen as a virtuous act. She was more than willing to fulfill this grim task. Leading the way, the carefree demon forged ahead while Gu Chen channeled the great sun scripture to ward off the encroaching malevolence. Treading cautiously, she advanced further. The white digits before her had transformed into 2396, 56, 56, continuously shifting as time pressed on. After several hours of contemplation, Gu Chen finally deciphered the meaning of this sequence of numbers. This series of digits signifies time, and notably, during the moments of his recent violence, the passage of time would accelerate. Gu Chen had an inkling that the moment the sequence of numbers ceased to fluctuate would mark his departure from this dreamlike realm. Clearly, Lu Xiaoran had paid a considerable price to gain entry into this world of dreams. She remained silent on the matter, and Gu Chen refrained from inquiring. Silently cherishing this act of kindness, resolved to repay her once he had grown sufficiently strong. Is this the place? Is it here? Squeak, squeak, squeak. The crimson flame golden-haired mouse emitted an excited chirp, pointing towards a blood-red lake that lay ahead. Gu Chen furrowed his brows. You cannot possibly be telling me that the treasure lies beneath this, can you? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Gu Chen's face turned pale. Although the lakeside was devoid of a repugnant stench of blood, the hue was unnaturally crimson, almost sinister. If he were to leap into it, he would indeed feel a pang of anxiety. Squeak, squeak, squeak. What are you doing, Xiao Jin? Just as Gu Chen hesitated, Xiao Jin plunged headlong into the blood-red lake, vanishing from sight. Gu Chen was taken aback and called out loudly. Glub, glub, glub. The surface of the lake emitted a series of bubbling sounds. Moments later, a charming little golden-haired boy, appearing to be around 5 or 6 years old, emerged from the depths of the lake. He smiled at Gu Chen and said, Master, this lake is a treasure. It is the lake of life. In my inherited memories, the lake of life is the transformed tears of the celestial beings, capable of cleansing one's heart, rendering it as clear as a mirror. Are you little Jean? Gu Chen asked, somewhat incredulously, as he beheld the transformed little Jean. Yes, I am merely temporarily assuming this form, utilizing the lake of life. This lake possesses such miraculous properties? Indeed, this lake is born from the tears of the celestial beings, who are divine entities endowed with the power of transformation. Naturally, their tears possess numerous wondrous applications. Transformation is but one of the simplest uses. Purifying the soul is another. Extending one's lifespan is a third. Aiding in cultivation is a fourth, and it can also nourish divine herbs. Furthermore, the crimson-haired golden mouse enumerated one enchanting benefit after another, as if recounting cherished treasures. As Gu Chen listened, a sense of unease enveloped him. Such a wondrous treasure remained unclaimed in this place. There must be something amiss. Suddenly, a cry escaped his lips. The chameleon spirit transformed into an owl spirit, soaring at remarkable speed toward the crimson flame golden mouse. Grasping its shoulder, he lifted it into the air. Just as they ascended, several blood-red tendrils, thick as arms, surged from the lake, entwining toward the location of the crimson flame golden mouse and Gu Chen. Sunfire. Gu Chen bellowed, and 3 flames ignited above the owl spirit. This was a soul technique he had comprehended after mastering the Sun's Heart Sutra. When paired with the owl spirit's agility, it proved to be extraordinarily effective in combat. The flames radiated intense heat, distorting the very air around them, as they surged forth with tremendous burning power toward the blood-red tendrils. Upon impact, the tendrils merely quivered before the fierce flames were extinguished by an invisible force. What formidable strength! Witnessing his sunfire, so effortlessly obliterated, left Gu Chen astonished. Could this tendril possess sentience, actively assaulting foes? Gu Chen pondered silently. Little Jean. Retreat into the pet space. To claim this lake of life, it seems we must first vanquish the monsters lurking within. Without hesitation. The crimson flame golden mouse recognized its own inadequacy against such a creature. Remaining would only burden its master with further complications. Better to seek refuge in the pet space. Observing and strategizing from safety. With clarity of thought, the mouse transformed once again into a small golden rodent and entered the pet space. Once the crimson flame golden mouse was safely within the storage realm, Gu Chen summoned the celestial umbrella of divine weapons without a moment's hesitation. He called forth the octopus spirit, the great black serpent spirit, and the enchanting woman spirit, decisively activating the first layer of the celestial umbrella's domain. Chapter 56. The Old Willow Tree in the Blood Lake. As Gu Chen deepened his understanding of the celestial umbrella, he finally grasped its second remarkable utility. The first utility allowed for seamless integration with the environment, as long as he did not reveal himself. Even a titled Douluo would be unable to detect the presence of one within the domain. The second utility involved amplification and reduction, akin to the conservation of energy. Within the domain's coverage, each additional ally present would enhance the power of all by 10%, while simultaneously diminishing the enemy's strength, equating to the total amplification of all members. After summoning all members of the celestial umbrella, Gu Chen issued his commands. Octopus Spirit, engage from the left. Ensnaring and controlling the enemy. Great Black Serpent Spirit, attack from the center, while Enchanting Woman Spirit provides support from the right. The Enchanting Woman, a manifestation of Yiling's inner demon, was a ghostly sacred body. Her spirit was the Other Shore Flower, a flower of the underworld, belonging to the plant-type spirits. The Other Shore Flower thrived in shadowy, cold environments, easily proliferating and exhibiting remarkable adaptability. Without considering the soul rings, its first characteristic was parasitism. The Other Shore Flower released a multitude of seeds, capable of embedding themselves within the enemy's body. With 5 to 10 seeds taking root and drawing blood for sustenance, an exceedingly terrifying and malevolent skill. Unless there was a significant disparity in soul power, it was exceedingly difficult to expel the seeds of the Other Shore Flower. The second characteristic was illusionary essence. The Other Shore Flower emitted a unique fragrance that induced hallucinations in foes. Although the spirits themselves could not impose soul rings upon themselves, they could maximize the attributes of their spirits, which was their distinct advantage. With the octopus, Great Black Serpent, and Enchanting Woman spirits positioned, the stage was set for battle. Gu Chen unleashed the second soul skill of the mighty Iron Bear, Night Devouring Sky, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The Phantom Dark Wolf Soulbone charged, poised to strike at any moment. A fierce battle was imminent, and the Bloodvine, provoked, revealed its true nature. It turned out that its essence was an ancient willow tree, albeit one of considerable size. The trunk measured over 3 meters in diameter, and its height reached a staggering 100 meters. The aura it emitted was exponentially more powerful than any soul beast Gu Chen had encountered. Gu Chen's initial instinct was that this was a millennia-old soul beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to abandon his pursuit and flee. He called out to the mischievous spirit, which was still clearing away the monsters in the distance. Swiftly, he summoned back the octopus and other spirits, urging his cat-eagle martial soul to hastily retreat. It seemed that the soul beast had sensed his desire to escape, as a flurry of crimson willow branches surged towards him. Simultaneously, a scornful voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind. Insignificant human, you cannot escape. Remain and become my blood slave. Gu Chen paid no heed to him and swiftly fled in the direction he had come from. He understood that the range of movement of this willow tree was likely limited. Otherwise, it would not have concealed itself so cleverly, only to launch an attack when the enemy approached. Truly, it was a despicable and shameless spirit beast. However, do you think this will allow you to ensnare me? He consumed a fast-flying mushroom sausage and quickly vacated the battlefield. Just as Gu Chen was on the verge of escaping the ominous area of the hill, he suddenly spotted a group of villagers hastening towards this location. Gu Chen's desperate call for them to depart came too late. The countless willow branches, akin to sharp blades, pierced through the approaching villagers. The surrounding soul beasts swiftly converged, engulfing these villagers whole. No. Witnessing such a scene of unimaginable horror, Gu Chen's eyes turned crimson, emitting a mournful wail. You, all deserve to perish. Gu Chen gritted his teeth, his nails digging deeply into his flesh. Grasping the ancient sword of the starry sky handed to him by the careful demon, Gu Chen's fury ignited. Careful demon, merge with me. All of the opportunities here are yours. I only seek to vanquish this horde of brutes. No, let us share equally. But I shall claim the soul ring of that old willow tree. All right. The laws of heaven and earth, the reversal of yin and yang, merged. The body of the careful demon re-entered Gu Chen's form. Gu Chen's cultivation soared to unprecedented heights, reaching the pinnacle of a great soul master at the 23rd and 24th levels, subsequently ascending to the 31st and 32nd levels of soul master, and finally attaining the 39th level. Through the fusion with the little care demon, Gu Chen fully harnessed her power, propelling his cultivation instantaneously to the 39th level. However, this fusion ability is temporarily limited, given Gu Chen's physical constraints and the demonic energy levels of the little care demon. Their combined state can only be sustained for half an hour. Moreover, the area is rife with no fewer than 10,000 soul beasts. And deeper within this ominous land lurk several soul beasts that are nearly 10,000 years old. It is nearly impossible for Gu Chen to annihilate this group of soul beasts within such a limited time frame. Yet, there are moments when one must dare to attempt the seemingly impossible to discover its truth. Witnessing dozens of vibrant lives extinguished before him, leaving behind not even a trace of their existence, how could he possibly refrain from fury? These individuals were the very villagers who had recently sought to assist Gu Chen. Aware of the ominous presence, they still ventured forth, perhaps out of concern for their own safety. Yet, he has unwittingly contributed to their demise. The departed are beyond reach. All that remains for him now is the pursuit of vengeance. To kill. Gu Chen was completely transformed into a demonic figure, sprouting twin horns from his head, majestic wings from his back, and a dragon-like tail. His hands morphed into fierce claws, one grasping an iron rod that had enlarged from a golden silver needle, while the other wielded an ancient sword of the starry sky. Gu Chen transformed into a fearsome warrior, relentlessly striking down amidst the onslaught of soul beasts and the tendrils of the ancient willow. The obsidian dragon scale armor enveloped him, shielding its master. Slay, slay, slay. The octopus spirit, the great black serpent, and the enchanting female spirit were summoned by Gu Chen, each joining the fray. Blood soared through the air, staining the sky crimson, as the corpses of soul beasts fell one after another, accumulating like mountains, while rivers of blood flowed freely. The string of white numbers above Gu Chen's head was steadily diminishing. 2300, 2324, 2200, 2222, 1000, 33, 11. The rhythm of the digits quickened, and countless soul beasts had already fallen, becoming mere desiccated corpses. The rust atop the ancient sword of the starry sky faded by another 1100, and Gu Chen could distinctly sense the augmentation of his power. At the very least, his combat strength had surged by 10 to 15 points. When the numbers before him leapt to 520, 1314, Gu Chen suddenly became more alert. He could no longer engage in reckless slaughter. The old willow tree must be dealt with. It was the root of all evil, and it had to perish. Gu Chen no longer merely slays these feeble soul beasts. Instead, he boldly opts to confront the blood-red willow tree directly. The mighty golden titan bear spirit erupts forth, unleashing his first soul skill, Savage Charge. Simultaneously, he activates his second soul skill, Devouring Night. Gu Chen crashed through one ancient willow tree after another, finally arriving beside the venerable tree. Chapter 57. The Battle Against the Blood-Soaked Willow. Insignificant human, have you finally mustered the courage to confront me directly? The ancient willow emanated an overwhelming aura. Despite Gu Chen's impressive performance, having slain dozens of soul beasts over 5,000 years old, he remained merely a diminutive human in its presence, for its realm transcended 10,000 years, reaching beyond 15,000. And nourished by the blood and the blood lake over countless years, its physical form had become extraordinarily resilient. The myriad crimson willow branches cascading from it served as its weapons, each branch rivaling the might of an imperial weapon. No matter your strength, I, Gu Chen, have come this far, and I shall obliterate you. With a powerful thrust, Gu Chen unleashed a meteor-like strike towards the ancient willow. Overestimating yourself. The blood-red willow unleashed a barrage of branches from various angles to assault Gu Chen. Overestimating myself? Gu Chen scoffed. He activated the skill of the careful demon, and in an instant, his body vanished from sight, his demonic energy burning fiercely around him. This was a skill inherent to the careful demon, and upon merging with it, Gu Chen could wield this power as well. The starry sky ancient sword severed dozens of willow branches, penetrating deep into the core of the blood-red willow. Sensing Gu Chen's sudden disappearance, the ancient willow grew wary. Willow Sea Royals. The myriad branches of the blood-red willow rapidly retracted before launching forth like steel needles, creating a tidal wave that covered all escape routes, leaving Gu Chen with nowhere to flee. Starry Sky Sword Technique. Sword splits the heavens. Drawing inspiration from the battle between the ghost slave and the ghostly spirit, he combined the Starry Sky technique with the third illustration of the 17 Starry Sky swords to unleash his most formidable strike. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering echoed through the air. Gu Chen exerted nearly all his strength in this strike, leaving a faint scar upon the trunk of the blood tree. Witnessing this scene, the Crimson Willow appeared somewhat astonished, while Gu Chen felt a sense of despondency. It seemed that his power was still insufficient. Would he once again need to rely on the ghostly servants to conquer his adversary? Gu Chen felt a sense of reluctance. He yearned to conquer his adversary through his own strength rather than resorting to seeking assistance at the first sign of adversity. With this realization, his eyes suddenly sharpened with determination. After such prolonged accumulation, it was time to transcend to the second realm of the Xuanqing technique, the realm of creation. The Bodhi tree is inherently without form. The bright mirror is not a platform. Originally, there is nothing at all. Where, then, can dust settle? What if your realm surpasses mine? You are not without your vulnerabilities. Your formidable strength does not stem from your own prowess, but rather from the lake beneath. Gu Chen gazed at the blood-red willow tree, the brilliance in his eyes flickering. Then let me drain the lake dry, and with a single sword strike, I shall sever you. Absurd. I shall not grant you this opportunity. Willow Sea Storm. The branches of the blood-red willow began to sway in a singular direction. A tempest arose around them, forming a tornado, its fierce tearing force intent on shredding Gu Chen to pieces. Merit Golden Body merge. He stood resolute in the face of the stubborn assault from the blood-red willow tree. Gu Chen exhibited no signs of panic. He swiftly merged his merit body with his essence and plummeted downward. Simultaneously, he activated the divine Tian Luo umbrella's first layer of domain, allowing the three magical entities, a squid, a great black serpent, and a beautiful woman, to quickly enter the domain's confines. They worked to restrain the blood-red willow tree, buying him precious time to absorb the essence of the Crimson Lake. Just before touching the surface of the lake, he cast the ancient starry sword away, separating from the cautious spirit, which then plunged into the depths of the lake. The cautious spirit utilized the ancient sword, joining forces with the three magical beings to withstand the tempestuous onslaught of the willow tree's branches. Although the highest level present was merely a 33rd level soul master, they had once been formidable beings before their transformation into magical spirits. Currently, their total strength was restrained by the Tian Luo umbrella, yet their combat experience was extensive, and their teamwork was remarkably harmonious. The squid spirit took charge of control, with its 8 tentacles continuously ensnaring the incoming willow branches, buying time for its allies. The great black serpent focused on offense, spewing venom into the air to dismantle the willow's limbs. The enchanting woman perpetually released seeds of the otherworldly flower. Once they successfully parasitized, they would voraciously drain the willow tree's power, while they could not extract an excessive amount of strength. The adage that many ants can fell an elephant held true, weakening the willow tree, if only for a moment. The cautious spirit replaced Gu Chen's position, managing the domain while simultaneously mitigating the willow tree's power and occasionally intercepting attacks meant for the three spirits to prevent them from being overwhelmed. Their sole objective was to delay for as long as possible, granting Gu Chen more time. As moments ticked away, the battle on the lake's surface between the blood-red willow and the cautious spirit was fiercely contested, with neither side yielding ground. Beneath the Crimson Lake, Gu Chen sat cross-legged at the lake's bottom, fervently absorbing the water, allowing it to cleanse his soul and permeate his being. He had carved a deep gash into his chest with a dagger, exposing his pulsating heart. From within, an ancient mirror emerged, reflecting the lake's waters. The water within the mirror multiplied, while the lake's essence visibly dwindled. Sensing the rapid loss of water, the blood-red willow grew frantic, wildly thrashing its branches in an attempt to eliminate the detestable spirits obstructing its path to Gu Chen. Yet these spirits clung to it tenaciously, thwarting its assaults. Furthermore, the willow realized its powers were being curtailed while its enemies grew stronger, which only fueled its irritation. As the water of the Crimson Lake continued to recede, its own strength diminished correspondingly. Its offensive capabilities gradually evened out with the four spirits, and soon it found itself at a disadvantage. The blood-red willow ultimately recognized its underestimation of the situation. Do not continue to draw from me. I beg you, cease. I am willing to submit. The willow's voice echoed in Gu Chen's mind, yet he felt no compassion and continued his relentless absorption of the lake's water. When the final drop was drawn into the heart's mirror, the blood-red willow transformed to a normal shade of green, its colossal form rapidly deflating like a punctured balloon. The cautious spirit dispatched it with a single strike, and a ring of black soul rings gradually ascended. The cautious spirit summoned a portion of Gu Chen's soul power, enveloping her own black lizard spirit with the black soul rings, successfully advancing her level to 31. The cultivation of the heart spirit was considerably simpler than Gu Chen's. As long as he harbored an unyielding obsession, she could continuously draw upon power. If one day Gu Chen were to become like a certain deranged protagonist in a story, slaying his loved ones, the cautious spirit believed she could soar to new heights. Nevertheless, she trusted that Gu Chen would not take such a path. Nor did she wish for him to do so. Despite being a manifestation of his inner turmoil, the inherent goodness within Gu Chen profoundly influenced her. After the mirror absorbed all the lake's water, it transformed. The once chaotic and murky surface became radiant, allowing Gu Chen to summon it at will and perceive his own flaws with clarity. As his soul ascended, it became increasingly attuned to the grand principles of the universe. His body effortlessly absorbed the energies of the world, converting them into soul power to enhance his cultivation. His realm experienced an unprecedented breakthrough, advancing from the 24th to the 25th, and then swiftly to the 28th level of Great Soul Master. Such a feat, if known across the Douluo Continent, would leave all in astonishment. Even the most gifted prodigy might struggle to leap 5 levels in a mere quarter of an hour. Chapter 58. Return to Shrek Academy. Following this monumental breakthrough, Gu Chen glanced at the white digits before him, 059, 59. It seemed he was about to depart. He decided to use this time to bid farewell to Chu Chen and Lu Xiao, for it was uncertain when they might meet again. Having shared a bond, it was only fitting to part with a proper farewell. The village where he had healed Chu Chen was called Tangjia Village. Gu Chen retrieved the bodies of the villagers from the remains of the soul beasts and returned them to Tangjia Village. After mourning their loss, he sought out Chu Chen and Lu Xiao, presenting each with an untainted blue flower from the ominous place. Gu Chen was uncertain of the flower's name, yet he understood its ability to calm the mind and assist soul masters in comprehending soul power. He believed it would prove beneficial for their future cultivation. Thus he presented it to them. Due to its blue hue and resemblance to a butterfly, Gu Chen named it the ethereal butterfly orchid. After bestowing the gift upon them, all the white numbers returned to 0, and with a sudden twist of space, Gu Chen was transported into a room. Within the chamber, the gentle sound of flowing water resonated. Gu Chen glanced around the dimly lit chamber, pondering the improbable coincidence. Whether it was the hand of fate or mere happenstance, he found himself in the very room belonging to Xiao Wu. At that moment, Xiao Wu was immersed in a wooden tub, completely unclothed, indulging in a bath while humming a melodious tune. Gu Chen was just about to sneak away when he heard footsteps at the door. Soon after, he caught snippets of conversation from outside. Rongrong, is there still no news of Gu Chen? No, we have searched everywhere, yet we have not seen any trace of him. Upon recognizing the voices, Gu Chen felt a twinge of emotion at their concern for him. However, he dared not venture out, fearing he would not be able to explain himself. Fortunately, he possessed the ability to become invisible, an art he had mastered. Just as he rendered himself unseen, the door was pushed open from the outside. How strange. I feel as though someone has entered this place. Zhu Zhuqing scanned the room with her eyes, her nose twitching as if she were catching a scent. Gu Chen gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose delicate form was almost pressed against him, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. Do not jest, Zhuqing. How could anyone be in Xiao Wu's room? Why do I distinctly sense a presence here if there is none? Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows in confusion. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, who was humming a tune in the wooden tub, recognized the commotion outside and realized that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had arrived. Unfazed, she smiled and called out, "You two little rascals, why did you come in without knocking? Close the door. If someone peeks in, it would be quite a disaster for me. Your sister Xiao Wu. Hey, let us leave the door open. What if that rogue Gu Chen is lurking outside? It would be delightful to pull him in here to join us. Wouldn't he it? Rongrong, I find you increasingly impudent." Xiao Wu retorted. If Gu Chen were to arrive, I wouldn't fear him at all. Should he entertain any improper thoughts, I shall swiftly incapacitate him with a well-placed kick. She proudly lifted her adorable little head. Xiao Wu, you are truly fierce. Tell me, have you and Gu Chen engaged in such activities? Indeed, Xiao Wu replied with remarkable candor. And what was it like? Well, it was simply exhilarating. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but swallow hard. Gu Chen could not comprehend what they were discussing, what had been done or not done, and the exhilarating sensations they spoke of. What had Gu Chen done to Xiao Wu? He felt wronged. Gu Chen stepped outside. Disguising himself as the Gu Chen from Shrek Academy, he cleared his throat lightly and announced, "Seniors, I have returned." Upon hearing the voice of the man she had yearned for day and night, Xiao Wu sprang to her feet in excitement. Crystal-like droplets cascaded down her snow-white skin, glistening flawlessly under the sunlight, appearing as delicate as porcelain. Gazing at Xiao Wu's skin, reminiscent of exquisite mutton fat jade, and her charmingly smooth face, Gu Chen could not help but swallow hard. A rush of warmth surged to his nose, and he nearly lost control of his blood, noticing Gu Chen's unabashed stare. Xiao Wu realized her indiscretion and quickly ducked into the bathtub, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Junior Gu Chen, where have you been during this time?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her face alight with joy as she approached and wrapped her arm around his, her bosom brushing against him. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. "I ventured into the Sunset Forest for some training," Gu Chen replied. "What were you doing there? It's quite dangerous." Zhu Zhuqing inquired with concern. "I achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation and went to hunt a soul beast." "What? You broke through again? Are you some sort of monster?" Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu all displayed expressions of disbelief. "Junior, I am extraordinarily gifted. These feats are merely basic maneuvers." "Impressive, my junior. However, Xiao Wu has not finished her bath yet. Let us not disturb her. Come, let your seniors assist you in your practice." "Certainly. I could not wish for more." "I will join you as well. Xiao Wu, take your time in the bath," Ning Rongrong said with a smile, winking at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu shyly submerged her shoulders beneath the water, softly responding with a hum. "Oh dear, how embarrassing." After everyone had left, her cheeks remained aflame for quite some time. Surely, he had seen everything. Would he think of her as an improper woman? In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Eventually, she emerged from the bathtub and glanced at herself in the mirror, noticing her slightly enhanced curves. Xiao Wu murmured, "Zhuqing's method truly works wonders. I wonder if Junior Gu Chen will appreciate it. It still seems insufficient. No, I must persist." On the Shrek playground, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai were engaged in a spar against Zhao Wujing. However, Dai Mubai appeared distracted, frequently exposing openings, and was soundly beaten by Zhao Wujing. "Mubai, what is the matter with you today? You seem preoccupied." "Indeed." "Dai, why the long face?" "It's nothing. I merely did not sleep well." "Let us continue." "All right. Come on. Everyone put in more effort. This state is not acceptable for competition." "Teacher Zhao." Upon hearing a familiar voice, Zhao Wujing turned to see the newcomer. "Ah, Gu Chen, you have returned. Where have you been these past few days?" "Teacher, I just took a stroll around the Sunset Forest. You have been busy." "It's no matter. Join these two rascals in their training. Since you all are here, why not spar together? I would like to see your synergy." "Teacher, I think I will pass. In terms of equal rank, I could take on 10 of them alone. It's better for Dai Mubai and the Lone Wolf to train together." "You rascal, you can spin such justifications so eloquently." "Mubai, Hongjun, you both entertain her. Do not use your third spirit abilities, understood?" "All right, just watch us, Teacher Zhao." "Junior Gu Chen, please." "Gu Chen." Zhu Zhuqing tugged at Gu Chen's arm, urging him not to step forward. Ning Rongrong glanced at Gu Chen with concern, wanting to speak but unsure how to express herself or in what capacity. "Senior Rongrong, are you worried about me?" "No." Ning Rongrong shook her head, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Is that so?" "Ha." Chapter 59, The Master's Test. Dai Mubai, I have heard your white tiger martial spirit is quite formidable. Lone Wolf, your mediocre martial spirit is passable. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged puzzled glances at Gu Chen, who bore an expression that betrayed a sharp intensity. "What are you trying to say?" Dai Mubai asked coldly. "I propose that both of you attack me simultaneously. As long as you do not exceed the sole sovereign level of power, should I sustain any injuries, I concede defeat. Conversely, if I prevail, you shall lose. The loser must not only agree to wear the other's stinky clothes and socks for a month, but also commit to performing 3 tasks that do not violate their principles. Do you dare to accept?" Gu Chen's eyes narrowed, his chin held high, and a tantalizing smile graced his lips. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun hesitated. This boy was cunning. Such an enticing proposition surely harbored hidden intricacies. It was improbable there was no trap, yet no matter how hard they pondered, they could not discern Gu Chen's trump card that emboldened him to challenge them so audaciously. Dai Mubai did not believe Gu Chen had a trump card, and naturally, Ma Hongjun shared his skepticism. The two exchanged glances and understood each other's decision. "I accept. I also accept." Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun responded in succession. Then let us begin. A smile played on Gu Chen's lips as he leisurely approached the two, who regarded him with heightened vigilance. Gu Chen smiled faintly, summoned his martial spirit, and bellowed, "Mighty Golden Bear Martial Spirit, First Soul Skill, Savage Charge." The formidable and domineering Mighty Golden Bear surged forward like a tank, crashing towards Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. Dai Mubai, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly activated his martial spirit to defend himself. White Tiger Martial Spirit. First Soul Skill, White Tiger's Guardian Barrier. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun launched his attack from the side. His first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, involved gathering a substantial amount of soul power and unleashing a powerful torrent of phoenix flames directed straight at Gu Chen. Starry Phantom. This was a skill Gu Chen had comprehended from observing the Sky Space Sutra and the 17 Swords of the Starry Sky, specifically the 4th illustration, which granted him a temporary speed increase of 200 for 1 minute. The more he practiced the 17 Swords of the Starry Sky, the more he discovered its intricacies. This sword technique was not merely a swordplay. It also encompassed elements of body techniques and mental fortitude training. The reason he had not fully grasped the 4th sword was fundamentally due to his insufficient mental power, having not endured the rigorous training necessary to reach the appropriate level of mastery. As the young master of the Intelligence Bureau, Gu Chen was aware that there existed a soul bone suitable for him in the competition organized by the Spirit Hall. In his quest to become a divine warrior and aid his mother in breaking the curse, he resolved to seize every opportunity with utmost determination, deciding to create his own chance by participating in this competition. As the scorching flames approached him, Gu Chen stepped forward towards Dai Mubai, executing a combination of Savage Charge and Iron Mountain Crash, sending Dai Mubai flying. He then employed the same technique to propel the still dumbfounded Ma Hongjun into the air. How could this be? How is this possible? Both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun wore expressions of disbelief, murmuring to themselves, "There is nothing impossible. You have underestimated me. I am no longer at the level you perceived a few days ago. I refrained from using my 2nd soul skill to lull you into complacency. Underestimating your opponent like this, how can you hope to compete? I suggest you withdraw and leave a spot for me instead." Gu Chen's seemingly jesting remark was, in truth, a deliberate statement. Given a little more time, he would undoubtedly surpass Dai Mubai and the others. After all, in 3 months, he was to wed a stunningly beautiful soul king of rank 53. It would be unacceptable to be of too low a level. Dai Mubai was rendered speechless with indignation. Ma Hongjun's face was flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Wu, however, regarded Gu Chen with a smile, silently praising him. "You rascal, quite shameless. Junior, what is your current level?" Ning Rongrong asked curiously upon hearing Gu Chen mention his recent breakthrough. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Chen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was the luminous glow of love, akin to Cupid's arrow piercing the heart, capable of penetrating even steel. "Level 23, Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. He could not reveal the truth, for it would be far too shocking. Nevertheless, everyone was left in astonishment, at a loss for words. Xiao Wu's laughter was so exuberant that it nearly stretched from ear to ear. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had previously worn a look of despair, suddenly brightened up. "Master, Xiao Wu, 3rd brother, you've arrived," he exclaimed, his face breaking into a beaming smile, tinged with a hint of flattery. A middle-aged man clad in a gray long robe approached, followed by Tang San and Oscar. Next to him was the principal of the Nodding City's Junior Academy, Crutch. Dressed in a black-gray robe and sporting short hair, Crutch appeared to be around 60, with half of his golden hair already turned white. He was of similar stature to the master, albeit slightly more slender, with some wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, a prominent nose, and a kindly demeanor. Principal Crutch. Just after finishing her bath, the fragrant Xiao Wu bounded onto the playground, her long scorpion braids swaying playfully in the air. "It has been a long time, Principal. Xiao Wu, you've grown so much. You're taller and even more beautiful than before. Thank you for the compliment, Principal. It's been a while since we last saw each other, and you still look quite youthful. By the way, Principal Crutch, what brings you to our Shrek Academy today?" Xiao Wu, Principal Crutch was invited by me. Before Crutch could respond, Tang San, appearing somewhat fatigued, interjected. "A few days ago, while I was out training, I passed by Nodding City's Junior Academy and met Principal Crutch. We talked extensively, and he expressed a keen interest in our Shrek Academy, hence his visit." "Indeed. What Xiao San said is correct. I simply wanted to see how you were all faring here," Crutch confirmed. While Tang San and Crutch's dialogue seemed reasonable, Xiao Wu sensed an underlying scheme, perhaps a manifestation of a woman's sixth sense. Crutch cast a glance at the dashing and charming Gu Chen, silently praising him. Indeed. Heroes emerge from youth. No wonder even a prodigy like Tang San feels overshadowed. All right, let us not linger on pleasantries. The high-level Soul Master competition for the entire continent will commence in a month and a half, and I must put you through some special training. As a student of Shrek Academy, Gu Chen originally lacked the qualification to train alongside them, but now that he had reached level 20 or above, he was permitted to join. Understood, Master. Gu Chen bore no ill will towards Yu Xiaojiang, despite him being Tang San's mentor. It was not that Gu Chen lacked discernment. Rather, in his eyes, Yu Xiaojiang was no better than a beast, harboring inappropriate thoughts towards his cousin. To concern himself with such a person would be beneath him. Today, I will challenge you to experience a day in the life of an ordinary person, Yu Xiaojiang proclaimed, his hands clasped behind him. His expression as impassive as if the entire world owed him a debt. During the assessment, you are to live in Soto City for a day. You are prohibited from using your soul power until the assessment concludes. Should you be caught using it, it will be deemed a violation. Do you see those bags over there? They contain daily necessities. By tomorrow morning, I expect you to return with everything intact. If anything is missing, it will be considered a failure of the assessment, and your credits will be reset to 0. This year, do not expect any holidays. You are all to remain in the academy for training. Chapter 60. The woman in white skirt Gu Chen clutched a blue bag as he swiftly made his way to Soto City. Initially, he held it tightly. But as he noticed the curious gazes of passers-by, he switched to carrying it by the handle. He wandered aimlessly, contemplating the master's intentions, oblivious to the fact that something had fallen behind him. As he continued on his path, he gradually realized that the bag felt lighter and, upon glancing down, discovered a gaping hole at the bottom of the blue bag, revealing that a considerable amount of its contents had vanished. Gu Chen turned back to search and discovered his lost item beside the trash bin. It was a piece of chicken leg, which had been picked up by a strikingly beautiful woman. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and she was clad in a flowing white dress paired with white sneakers. Taller than the average woman by about half a head, she stood at approximately 175 centimeters, her fair complexion dusted with a hint of dirt. Her eyes appeared vacant, giving her an almost foolish look. At that moment, she lifted the dirty chicken leg from the ground, seemingly oblivious to its state. Intending to place it into her mouth, Gu Chen intervened, urging her to pause, exclaiming, "Miss, you cannot eat that chicken leg." Gu Chen wished for her to return the chicken leg. The woman, however, refused, playfully gesturing towards a nearby fast food restaurant bustling with patrons. With a silly grin, she said, "Treat me to a meal, and I shall return this to you." Gu Chen smiled awkwardly, exclaiming, "I have no money." He spoke the truth. He was indeed penniless. For Yu Xiaojiang had confiscated all their possessions before they ventured out. "Well, I cannot give this to you. What I found is rightfully mine." The woman in white raised the chicken leg, preparing to take another bite. Gu Chen hurriedly intervened. "Miss, wait a moment." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He had found a bag of barbecued skewers on the road, seemingly well-cooked. He proposed, "How about you give me your chicken leg, and I shall treat you to some barbecue?" The woman in white glanced at the transparent bag in Gu Chen's right hand, which contained the meat skewers, and nodded in agreement. They made their way to a nearby abandoned newsstand devoid of windows. The woman, disregarding appearances, settled down and began devouring several skewers of barbecue. Observing her voracious appetite, Gu Chen felt a pang of hunger himself and took a bite from one skewer. However, as soon as he bit into it, the nauseating sensation of consuming raw meat overwhelmed him, prompting him to spit it out immediately. "This is inedible. Let me treat you to some fast food next door." The woman in white looked at Gu Chen with a hint of confusion, but he offered no explanation. He took the skewer from her hand, placed it back into the bag, and gently retrieved a tissue from his pocket, wiping the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth. "This is raw meat. You cannot eat it. You must spit it out." With her mouth stuffed with raw meat, the woman shook her head. Gu Chen gazed into her large, bright eyes, filled with reluctance, and felt a profound sense of heartache. "Please, spit it out. There are tastier options inside." The woman stared blankly at Gu Chen for a moment, contemplated, and finally, with great reluctance, expelled the raw meat. Gu Chen picked up an old newspaper from the ground, carefully wrapping the raw meat discarded by himself and the woman before tossing it into a nearby trash bin, not far from the newsstand. However, prior to that, he instinctively sorted the waste. He then retrieved a tissue, approached the public wash basin at the fast food restaurant, and washed away the dirt from the woman's face, tidying her disheveled black hair. Before him stood an exquisite beauty, resembling a treasured daughter of a prominent family. "All right, Let us now proceed inside for a meal. Due to his practice of the Xuanxin technique, Gu Chen naturally emanated an aura of approachability. Coupled with his gentle demeanor towards her, she instinctively linked her arm with his. Gu Chen did not refuse. In his heart, she was nothing more than an innocent child, akin to a younger sister. Upon entering the fast food establishment, Gu Chen ordered an array of burgers, fried chicken, and fries. The two of them devoured every morsel before them with remarkable speed. As they approached the checkout, Gu Chen seized the opportunity, unnoticed by others, and took the woman in white by the hand, dashing away. However, they had scarcely made it a short distance when they heard someone calling from behind. "Sir, you haven't settled your bill." Gu Chen appeared to be oblivious, pulling the woman in the white dress as they vanished into a narrow alleyway. After Gu Chen finished his run, the waiter who pursued him muttered to himself in frustration. What era is this, that there are still individuals who dare to dine and dash? Gu Chen found himself in a predicament. If it were only him facing hunger, he could endure it. However, with such a pitiable companion by his side, he could not bring himself to be callous. Thus, he made the difficult decision to leave without settling the bill, intending to repay it once he had money the following day. Gu Chen, accompanied by the woman in the white dress, fled swiftly, but it wasn't long before they realized they were being followed. Gu Chen opened his senses, tracking the individuals cloaked in black suits, exuding an aura of menace that suggested they were no strangers to violence. Their intent was evidently sinister. Grasping the wrist of the woman in the white dress, Gu Chen navigated through a narrow alley and entered the rear door of a hotel. After incapacitating several security guards, he led the woman into a room that had just been cleaned by a janitor, hastily left ajar. In an office within the Soto City branch of the Martial Soul Hall, 4 or 5 men in black suits bowed respectfully to a man in his 40s. Sporting a thick beard, "Deputy Hall Master, we have discovered Miss Han's whereabouts. Should we dispatch someone to retrieve her?" One of the men inquired. "There is no rush. Han Shuya's cannot escape. The young family is also searching for her, and our paths may intersect, potentially leading to conflict. Before we act, discreetly arrange for more personnel to be disguised. If we encounter the young family, ensure that these individuals find a way to bring Han Shuya's back to me." "Understood, Hall Master," the man replied with a bow. "You may all leave now." Once the black-clad figures exited the room, the middle-aged man began to pace, murmuring to himself. "The Han family possesses secrets regarding the ancient battlefield. If I can obtain this knowledge, I shall surely rise to greatness. No, I cannot solely rely on them. I must take action myself." He swiftly donned a dark gray woolen overcoat draped over a chair, topped with a black top hat, and seized a brown pipe from the table before departing the office. In the grand hall of the young family, an elderly man in purple robes listened to a report from his subordinates. After stroking his short beard and circling a cauldron, he addressed a middle-aged man in a green robe kneeling before him. "Mobilize all the elite forces of the Yang family. We must reclaim that girl from the Han family." "Yes," the green-robed man replied respectfully, rising to take his leave. Watching the retreating figure, the elderly man murmured, "No matter how wealthy or powerful the Han family may be, in the end, they shall only serve as a wedding garment for me, young Woody." Haha. Inside the hotel room, Gu Chen released his senses, noting the increasing number of people gathering outside. Escaping without utilizing soul power would prove exceedingly challenging. However, an idea soon struck him. The Divine Soldier's celestial umbrella, first layer. Domain capable of concealing one's presence. He merely needed to help her change her appearance. "What is your name?" he asked. "I don't remember," the woman in white replied, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "I see. How about I give you a name? You're dressed in white and possess a gentle demeanor. Shall we call you Baijiro?" "Okay. Baijiro, listen carefully. There are dangerous individuals outside, possibly seeking revenge on you. I will help you alter your appearance, and you will wear my clothes when you go out." "What is altering appearance?" "Like this." Gu Chen removed a human skin mask from his face, revealing a stunning visage. The woman in the white dress gazed in a daze. "You are so beautiful." Gu Chen offered an awkward smile, feeling quite helpless. With his elongated brows, slender phoenix eyes, fair complexion, and bright gaze, it was clear that had Gu Chen donned a female disguise, he would surely excel in the role of a courtesan. With a flick of his wrist, he split a human skin mask in two, placing one half upon his own face and extending the other to Baijiro. "Allow me to assist you in donning this," he offered. "Certainly," Baijiro exclaimed, seemingly delighted by the playful endeavor. In Chapter 61, Gu Chen Gij, let us choose Ling Long. The two exchanged appearances. Gu Chen styled Baijiro's hair into a masculine topknot, lending her his jacket and trousers. Meanwhile, he transformed into a burly man, his face obscured by a thick beard and clad in oversized shorts. As they exited the hotel, they drew astonished glances from numerous onlookers. Once they departed, unflattering whispers began to circulate. Although Gu Chen could hear them, he chose to disregard their presence. After Gu Chen and his companions departed, a throng of people surged into the hotel, turning the entire establishment upside down in their frantic search, yet they uncovered nothing. Gu Chen led Bai Ji rode a considerable distance until the ominous presence faded entirely, at which point he came to a halt. It is safe here. Shall we part ways? Bai Ji rode gazed at Gu Chen in bewilderment, and after a prolonged silence, she produced a crescent-shaped silver pendant and offered it to him. This is for you. Gu Chen waved his hand in refusal. Bai Ji ro's hand lingered in the air, her gaze bright and clear. Very well. I shall accept this for now. You should return quickly. Bai Ji ro nodded in confusion and turned to walk in the opposite direction of Soto City. Watching her solitary figure retreat, Gu Chen felt an inexplicable sense of loss within his heart. Perhaps it was a concern for Bai Ji ro's future that stirred such emotions. After carefully stowing away the crescent pendant, Gu Chen transformed his appearance back to its original state, donned his attire, and made his way back to Soto City. The crowd, which had initially planned to act covertly, began to grow restless. Gu Chen brushed past these individuals with an air of indifference until someone called out to him from behind, prompting him to turn around. Gu Chen, elder brother, is it really you? Gu Chen turned around and was greeted by none other than Yi Linglong, the heiress of the Yi family. Beside her stood a young man, whose appearance was rather unremarkable, yet his striking reddish-brown hair caught the eye. His chin protruded more than his forehead, and he exuded an air of arrogance, reminiscent of a typical young scion of privilege. Gu Chen, where have you been lately? I've been searching for you, Yi Linglong said, her tone laced with eagerness. You've been looking for me these past few days? Gu Chen replied, a hint of confusion evident in his gaze. Indeed, Gu Chen. Don't you recall the favor you asked me to assist you with? I remember. But this is not the place for such discussions. Did you not mention that the Rose Hotel is owned by your family? Suddenly, a strong desire to take a shower washed over him. Is it convenient for you? Oh my. Gu Chen, how mischievous of you. Wanting to take advantage of me in broad daylight. The red-haired young man, who had been gazing skyward, abruptly froze, his eyes widening in shock, his mouth forming an astonished O. Just then, a seagull happened to fly overhead, and a murky, grayish-white substance fell directly into the young man's mouth. He felt a sudden bitterness in his throat and erupted into a violent fit of coughing. Something lodged in his throat was forcefully swallowed. Overcome with nausea, he leaned against a railing and began to retch uncontrollably. Gu Chen's eyes glimmered with a smile. In truth, whatever substance the seagull expelled was never meant to land in the mouth of the red-haired man. Gu Chen had just siphoned the misfortune of the red-haired man, which explained his current ill fate and why he inadvertently caught the seagull's gift in his open mouth. Many might wonder why Gu Chen acted thus. His response would be rather uncomplicated. He simply found the man displeasing, without any particular reason. Linglong, let us retire to a room and engage in a game of cards. As it happens, I have brought some with me. What kind of cards? She inquired. Tarot cards. He replied. What are those? I've never played with them. They are instruments for divination. Did I not mention previously that I possess the ability to read fortunes? Allow me to demonstrate my true skills today. Very well. Let us hasten. Stop right there. The red-haired man, seeing Yi Linglong tugging Gu Chen away, urgently interjected. Shui Ping, what do you intend to do? Yi Linglong shot him a glare. Linglong, do not accompany him. He is a charlatan, who in this world possesses the gift of foresight. Is that so? Gu Chen scoffed. Old man, with a mere calculation, I foresee that you will soon meet with calamity. You speak nonsense. I have just stepped outside, before he could finish. A massive millstone hurtled towards him at alarming speed. Shui Ping had no time to react and was struck down, spitting a mouthful of blood upon impact. At that moment, not far away, two Soul Kings inexplicably engaged in a fierce brawl. A particularly formidable man, during the scuffle, kicked a stone mill, which fortuitously landed squarely on Shui Ping, causing his vitality to plummet. Despite being a great soul master, the recent injury was not fatal, though he lay stunned on the ground, unwilling to rise. His guards, finally realizing the situation, rushed over to lift the stone mill off him. Your Highness, are you all right? Cough, cough. Kill him, he commanded. Your Highness, we cannot defeat him. Why not? Shui Ping seethed with rage. Your Highness, look. Upon closer inspection, Shui Ping noticed a throng of heads surging towards them, wielding axes, sabers, long spears, and pikes, each visage a grim harbinger of doom, fixated on him. Flee, he urged. This crowd has lost their senses. I just cast a divination. And you are marked with ominous signs. Gu Chen remarked calmly, observing Xue Peng's disarray. Xue Peng found Gu Chen's words more intolerable than swallowing a fly. Gritting his teeth, he cast a glance in the direction from which the stone mill had come. You will regret this, he muttered, commanding his guards to escort him away. Once Xue Peng departed, Gu Chen retracted his Xuanxin skill, restoring clarity to the previously frenzied crowd. Having entered the second realm of Xuanxin, the material reflection realm, Gu Chen could perceive the darkest corners of a person's heart and ignite them. Let us be on our way. Gu Chen embraced Yi Linglong's delicate waist, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, and before they knew it, they found themselves at the Rose Hotel. Upon entering the hotel room, he closed the door behind them. The two could no longer contain the passion between them, engaging in fervent kisses. From the moment they stepped inside, their garments began to swiftly diminish. Before long, only a few intimate pieces remained to shield their modesty. Brother Gu Chen, take me, Linglong. Yi Linglong gazed at him with sultry eyes. Linglong, there is something I have kept hidden from you. It concerns a matter that, if revealed to another, may force me to leave Shrek Academy and possibly lead to my being pursued. However, it matters little now. I must share this with you, for the truth is. Brother Gu Chen, do not speak. Since it is your secret, it must be of great significance, am I right? I do not mind how many things you keep from me. As long as I know you hold me in your heart, I am content. Brother Gu Chen, allow me to serve you. Yi Linglong knelt on the floor, unfastening Gu Chen's belt. Gu Chen closed his eyes, his legs tensed, gritting his teeth, his face displaying an ineffable expression. After indulging in a moment of considerate service from Yi Linglong, Gu Chen lifted her onto a heart-shaped bed adorned with rose petals, where he fervently released his passion upon her flawless form, oblivious to fatigue. In the harmonious interplay of yin and yang, Gu Chen's realm ascended steadily, reaching 29, 30, 33. He achieved the remarkable feat of elevating 5 levels in one breath. Gu Chen could not contain his excitement, silently exclaiming, Master does not deceive me. Chapter 62. Xiao Wu, are you poisonous? Nourished by love, Yi Linglong's body radiated a fresh glow, becoming even more taut and smooth. Her cultivation level remarkably surged from 27 to 37, and her potential underwent a revolutionary transformation. This was the benefit bestowed upon her by Gu Chen's sacred emperor physique. Of course, she was unaware of these changes for the time being. At that moment, she felt as if she were floating on clouds, enveloped in comfort, reluctant to descend. After several hours, their stomachs growled like thunder, prompting them to cease their light exchanges. After freshening up and donning their attire, they descended to dine. Upon exiting the Rose Hotel, they encountered Dai Mubai and Tang San. How did you all end up together? Tang San inquired, perplexed. We just happened to run into each other. Senior Tang San, do you have any advice? Advice is perhaps too strong a term. I merely feel that it seems my junior has forgotten the master's instructions and wanted to remind you. Thank you for your concern, senior. What did the master instruct? Gu Chen cast a sidelong glance at Tang San, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Gu Chen, do not be ungrateful. San Good is merely trying to remind you to avoid punishment. Ma Hongjun expressed his discontent with Gu Chen's attitude. Single dog, what is it to you? Why are you everywhere? Both Tang San and Ma Hongjun turned to look at Dai Mubai simultaneously. Dai Mubai appeared bewildered, uncertain of their intentions. Why are you looking at me? He asked, somewhat frustrated. They are envious of you. One is a virgin, and the other a single dog, both coveting your situation. What did you say? Tang San glared, ready to strike Gu Chen. Did I err in calling you a virgin? Are you not one? You. Tang San was so enraged he could hardly speak, but remembering the master's instructions, he restrained himself. What is with you? Struggling to articulate, no wonder you remain a virgin. You seek death. Unable to contain himself, Tang San launched a hidden attack at Gu Chen. Stop. A melodious voice rang out. Xiao Wu teleported and activated her invincible golden body, shielding Gu Chen from Tang San's hidden darts. Anxiously, she looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, are you all right? Her concern shattered Tang San's heart into pieces. Xiao Wu, I'm fine. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might never have seen you again. Tang San. What are you doing? Tang San's actions, which harmed their fellow disciples, incensed Xiao Wu. She glared at him, her anger palpable. Xiao Wu, let me explain. Explain what? I saw everything. What is there to explain? I do not wish to see you. Please leave immediately. Xiao Wu's fierce demeanor inexplicably struck Gu Chen as adorable. He quietly admired the smoothness of her back, disregarding Tang San's murderous glare. San Gu, Xiao Wu is quite furious. Perhaps we should take her leave? Noticing the situation deteriorate, Ma Hongjun stepped forward to dissuade Tang San. Tang San shot him a glare that sent chills down his spine, forcing him to swallow his words. Xiao Wu, did you hear what he just said? I heard. Did he say anything incorrect? You came in with a condescending attitude. I ask you, which rule of the master did he violate? He booked a room with the girl behind you. Tang San seethed, glaring at Gu Chen. What joy does that bring you? Which rule did the master state that prohibits booking a room? Xiao Wu, you are being too biased. Tang San, consumed by jealousy, struggled to contain himself. Ma Hongjun tugged at his sleeve, beginning to doubt whether following Tang San was the right decision. Look at him now. He cannot even control his emotions. How can he lead others to greatness? I, Ma Hongjun, do not wish to follow a mediocre person for life. I aspire to be a phoenix. Gu Chen is quite admirable. At the very least, he is genuine and aligns with my temperament. If he could temper his temper a bit, he would undoubtedly achieve great things. In an instant, Ma Hongjun pondered many thoughts. Xiao Wu, do you truly not care if he rooms with other girls? Tang San's words were akin to a declaration of war against Gu Chen, as he understood that aside from Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu cherished dedicated men the most. He believed this statement would secure his victory, but the subsequent words sent him plummeting from the clouds into despair. I do not care if there is someone I like. I would even introduce them to him. Xiao Wu, are you poisonous? This thought echoed in everyone's mind once more. Gu Chen cleared his throat awkwardly a couple of times. Senior, there's no need for your introduction. I am still young. I am merely a child. Xiao Wu was instantly amused, bursting into laughter, her smile radiant. It resembled a vibrant red peony under the sunlight, utterly enchanting. She teasingly inquired what the two of them had been up to. Yi Linglong shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Xiao Wu's gaze. Gu Chen smiled radiantly, noting that the ethereal fairy, Yi Linglong, was feeling unwell, prompting him to offer her a physical examination and a bit of restorative care. Just look at how splendid her complexion appears now. Observing Yi Linglong's cheeks, flushed with a luscious red and glistening with moisture, they possessed a unique, porcelain-like beauty that stood out. Indeed, she exuded a more refined elegance and femininity than when he last encountered her, especially in certain areas that seemed to be more pronounced than his own cherished little bunny, which he had diligently cared for during this time. What were those faint red marks nestled in the depths of her alabaster curves? Were they meant to incite envy in me? Gu Chen, my dear junior, you have worked hard. Xiao Wu nearly bit her tongue as she spoke, casting a meaningful glance at his groin. Tonight, I shall await you in the dormitory. Should you fail to arrive, you shall bear the consequences. Xiao Wu conveyed to Gu Chen in a tone audible only to them. As Xiao Wu's expression shifted from sunny to stormy, Tang San revealed a mischievous grin. Continuing to taunt, Xiao Wu, have you discerned Gu Chen's true character? I witnessed them enter together for 3 hours and 48 minutes. I could watch 3 films in that time and not take so long. Do not let Gu Chen deceive you any longer. With that, Tang San crossed his arms and awaited Xiao Wu's outburst. In truth, Tang San was uncertain of the actual duration Gu Chen spent inside. He merely estimated to emphasize the veracity of his claims, feeling quite pleased with himself by exaggerating the time. If Gu Chen dared to dispute this, it would only serve as an indirect admission of guilt. Tang San thought insidiously. However, the reality was that Gu Chen and Yi Linglong had been in the room for 5 hours and 22 minutes, significantly longer than Tang San had suggested. Gu Chen chose not to refute this, feeling that Tang San truly missed his calling as an actor. There was no need for him to defend himself. His true prowess would be evident when he arrived at Xiao Wu's room that evening. What was the point of squabbling with such a duplicitous person? Chapter 63. The Bunny Girl's Personal Service. He directly pulled Xiao Wu's delicate wrist, wrapping an arm around Yi Linglong's shoulder. Gu Chen cast a provocative glance at Tang San and addressed Xiao Wu, saying, Senior, please do not be upset. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Today, Linglong is treating us. Shall we go out for a meal? Xiao Wu initially intended to decline, but her rebellious stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. All right then. I'll join you. Witnessing how easily Gu Chen had won Xiao Wu over with the promise of a meal, Tang San gritted his teeth, filled with a desire to eliminate Gu Chen. Having been pulled away by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, the outcome was clear. Tang San had suffered a complete defeat. Remaining any longer would only result in further humiliation. To avoid being dragged down by Tang San's foolishness and incurring punishment, he chose to leave. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged a knowing glance, and offered words of consolation. Brother San, a gentleman takes his time in seeking revenge. Tomorrow, after the assessment, I will personally teach him a lesson. We cannot allow him to disrupt Master S training plan, for you are his most esteemed disciple. With that, Tang San, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun departed. Yi Linglong led Gu Chen and Xiao Wu to an establishment named the St. Cis Michelin Hotel. Xiao Wu ordered a dish of stir-fried carrots with wood ear mushrooms, a plate of sautéed greens, and a bowl of papaya porridge. Gu Chen ordered a portion of noodles, a serving of caviar, and a dish of foie gras. Meanwhile, Yi Linglong chose a lobster, a crab, and a bowl of 3 delicacies soup. After satisfying their appetites, Gu Chen bid farewell to Yi Linglong, who gazed at him with reluctance. As he was led away by Xiao Wu, Gu Chen was affectionately led by Xiao Wu into a tranquil little park, where the atmosphere suddenly shifted. Gu Chen, are you feeling particularly good today? Your stamina seems impressive, having toyed with me for nearly 4 hours, but I shall indulge you, my dear Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, please. Let us converse civilly. At this moment, I find myself with nothing to say to you. Gentle bunny, first soul skill, waist bow. Xiao Wu, do not act rashly. Have you forgotten what Master said? We cannot use soul skills. I can no longer restrain myself. Gu Chen, you have gone too far. Senior, I beg your pardon. Mirror clone, sunflower pointing technique. In Gu Chen's heart, a bronze mirror shimmered momentarily, revealing a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Wu, who then appeared before her and lightly touched each of her shoulders. Xiao Wu's soul technique was interrupted, leaving her frozen in place, staring in astonishment at Gu Chen. As the mirrored doppelganger vanished, Gu Chen approached Xiao Wu directly. Xiao Wu, please, take a moment to breathe. It is not as you perceive. My relationship with Miss Yi is merely that of friends. The love I have harbored in my heart has always been for you, my dear senior. I have often been too timid to express my feelings. Today, without fail, I shall declare it. Xiao Wu, I love you. Tears welled in Xiao Wu's eyes, her heart racing wildly as she grappled with the unexpected confession from Gu Chen. She felt unprepared for such a moment. Yet, the manner in which he professed his feelings was undeniably charming. Her heart began to succumb. Xiao Wu, if you remain silent, I shall take it as your consent. Mountains may crumble and the heavens may converge, yet I dare to sever my ties with the world for you. My love for you surges like tumultuous waves and burns as fervently as the stars. As she sensed the transformation in Xiao Wu, Gu Chen felt his own realm of existence elevating at a pace akin to a 5G download progress bar. Gu Chen felt an increasing sense of happiness within, his expressions becoming ever more vivid, which deeply touched Xiao Wu. It turned out that Gu Chen, the junior, had quietly harbored feelings for me all along, while I, influenced by Yi Long's cold words, had foolishly doubted him not long ago. Gu Chen, is everything you said true? Xiao Wu inquired. Senior Xiao Wu, do you still not comprehend my heart? Must I lay bare my soul for you to understand? Gu Chen replied, his expression wrought with anguish. No, Xiao Wu understands. She simply wasn't prepared. It was the senior's mistake to doubt you. Gu Chen refrained from further sweet talk, recognizing that sometimes restraint can capture a woman's heart more effectively than relentless pursuit. Senior, I fear not your punishment. I merely wish to spare you from the master's wrath. For we of Shrek are united as one. Releasing Xiao Wu from her constraints, Gu Chen gently pulled her into his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance that enveloped her while tenderly stroking her hair. Senior, I have a secret to share. Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen with curiosity, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. Senior, I have reached level 30. What? You cannot be jesting with me. Indeed, if you don't believe me, just take a look. Gu Chen unleashed his soul power, and upon sensing its overwhelming surge, Xiao Wu was rendered speechless with astonishment. After a considerable pause, her expression transformed into one of disbelief, akin to witnessing a monstrous spectacle. Level 33. How could you possibly have ascended so swiftly? In all honesty, senior sister, I engaged in that particular endeavor with Linglong. However, it wasn't merely 3 hours, it extended to 5 hours. Throughout those 5 hours, my realm has been in a constant state of elevation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's shock deepened, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, her emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy for Gu Chen's newfound strength and a tinge of jealousy towards Yi Linglong. 5 hours? Were you both engaged in such activities the entire time? Gu Chen nodded slightly. Why her and not me? She is a ghostly sacred body, willingly dedicating herself to me. I can sense her cultivation has significantly advanced, surpassing my own by a considerable margin. How many levels has she ascended? Surely 15. Xiao Wu was utterly flabbergasted. She had struggled tirelessly to break through to level 40. Yet, the other party merely engaged in a few hours of such activities with that rogue and gained 15 levels. How can one possibly endure this? If it were that easy, why bother with cultivation at all? Just push Gu Chen down and drain him dry. Xiao Wu gazed at Gu Chen, a mischievous expression playing on her face. Gu Chen, Junior, is the senior good to you? Of course she is. Then, would you be willing to contribute a bit of strength for your senior? Senior, what do you intend to do? Remove that what? Senior, this isn't convenient. No worries, there's a hotel nearby. Senior, I have no money. I do. In the pink hotel room, Xiao Wu, donned in a snug and delightful bunny girl outfit, emerged from the bathroom. With a devilish figure and an angelic face. Complemented by the pink ensemble, she stirred Gu Chen's most primal instincts. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen took the initiative. For a full 7 hours, they indulged in a myriad of passionate exploits. At last, as the first light of dawn broke, he had subdued the enchanting fairy that was Xiao Wu. Gu Chen has ascended 3 levels, a testament to his diligent efforts, while Xiao Wu has joyfully reached level 50. The two, having completed their tasks, did not take a moment's rest. They had already spent an entire day as instructed by their master, and it was time to report back. The chapter unfolds with the notion that the enhancement of dual training is immense, yet not without limits. Gu Chen later realized that his strength could only be augmented through intimate relations with a maiden, and as he progressed, the increments in power became increasingly negligible. The same held true for females. The fusion of yang and yin energies yields the greatest vitality, yet one must not become overly reliant on such energies. Lacking combat skills while possessing power is detrimental to a soul master's development. Furthermore, excessive indulgence in such activities can be harmful. A fact both Gu Chen and Xiao Wu understood. The following morning, Xiao Wu clasped Gu Chen's arm as they made their way to Shrek Academy. Observing their closeness, Zhao Wujie cleared his throat twice. Xiao Wu planted a kiss on Gu Chen's cheek before reluctantly releasing his arm, playfully wrinkling her nose at Zhao Wujie. Soon, the others arrived, and Master Yu Xiaojiang emerged from his chamber with his hands behind his back. You all performed exceptionally well. Who among you can articulate the purpose behind my training methods? I shall speak, Master. Tang San promptly raised his hand. Yu Xiaojiang nodded in approval in his eyes. Tang San epitomized the ideal student, earning his favor. Very well, Tang San, please share your thoughts. Yes, Master. The purpose of your training is to cultivate our temperament, ensuring we maintain a humble heart and do not forget our cultivation simply because we possess strength. Indeed, Tang San, your insight is commendable. Does anyone else wish to add? Master, your intention is to help us empathize with the suffering of the common people, to cherish what we currently possess. Ma Hongjin interjected at an opportune moment. As contributions continued, Gu Chen remained silent. Yu Xiaojiang noticed the absence of his voice and turned his gaze toward Gu Chen. Gu Chen, what are your thoughts? Gu Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly. It is merely a modest method of encouragement, reminding us that without soul power, many things become constrained, prompting us to diligently cultivate our soul energy. Gu Chen, do not utter such nonsense. Zhao Wuji, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly intervened. However, it was already too late. The master's complexion had turned a shade reminiscent of liver. A baseborn cannot be taught. Gu Chen, you are to run 20 laps around the playground and return to answer the question. You are forbidden from using soul power. Very well, I shall run, Gu Chen acquiesced. But I must reiterate that what you teach is merely trivial knowledge. The true path of the university lies in the illumination of virtue, in fostering the well-being of the people, and in striving for the utmost goodness. Yu Xiaojiang, nearly beside himself with indignation, pointed at Gu Chen for an extended moment, struggling to articulate his response. What on earth? Yet Gu Chen paid him no heed, running laps around the playground. As he ran, he shouted, the essence of university lies in illuminating virtue, in fostering community, and in striving for ultimate goodness. Knowing when to stop brings clarity. Clarity fosters tranquility. Tranquility engenders peace. Peace allows for contemplation. Contemplation leads to understanding. Yu Xiaojiang, vexed, pinched his own skin in frustration. This fellow was infuriating. After all, Yu Xiaojiang was revered wherever he went, addressed as a lifelong master by all. Yet before this young man, he felt utterly insignificant, as the latter flaunted his knowledge. How could he not be enraged? Teacher, should I teach him a lesson? Seeing Yu Xiaojiang visibly upset, Tang San approached and whispered, Tang San, do not act impulsively. We are in the academy, and it is inappropriate to resort to violence here. the implication being that one could deal with Gu Chen outside the academy. The disciple understood. Gu Chen, brimming with vigor, swiftly completed 20 laps. Upon returning to the group, he was greeted by the simultaneous offering of handkerchiefs from Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ning Rongrong. Gu Chen smiled gently and declined. Thank you, dear senior sisters. But my masculine essence is rather pronounced, and it would be troublesome to soil your handkerchiefs. I appreciate your kind intentions. After saying this, he retrieved a pink handkerchief from Oscar's pocket to wipe his face. I shall use Oscar's if he doesn't mind. Not at all, not at all. Oscar's lips twitched. For heaven's sake, could you refrain from embarrassing me in front of everyone? I happen to like pink. Is there a problem with that? All right, this training session concludes here. Return and reflect deeply on what you've learned. Feel free to come back with any questions. With that, Yu Xiaojing tossed out his remark and left the old city in frustration. Watching him depart was a pain in the chest. It was better not to see him at all. After Yu Xiaojing's departure, the principal of the Nottingham City Junior Academy, Crutch, arrived at the playground. Upon his arrival, he immediately sought out Gu Chen. You are Gu Chen, correct? Yes. Understanding Crutch's intentions, Gu Chen replied affirmatively. You are the Gu Chen from the Gu family in Nottingham City, aren't you? Gu Chen was taken aback internally, yet his outward demeanor remained calm and unruffled. Director Crusy, what do you mean by this? I fail to comprehend your intentions. What of the Gu family in Nottingham, Gu Chen? Do not feign ignorance. I am already well aware of your identity and your purpose for being here. Director Crusy remarked, his gaze slightly averted from Gu Chen. Oh, you wish to know my purpose? Should I state it plainly? That would certainly put you in an uncomfortable position. With a cold smirk, Gu Chen fixed his sharp gaze upon Crusy. Then pray tell, what is my purpose for being here? Very well. Since you are as unyielding as a pig that fears not the boiling water, I shall speak candidly. Mind your language, old hound. How dare you insult me? You present yourself as a dignified figure, yet with such age, what else should I call you but an old dog? All right, you sharp-tongued brat. I hope you can maintain this composure for long. Humph. You are the useless young master of the Gu family from Nottingham, Gu Chen. I do not know what fortune has led you to attain level 20. But the deeds you have committed at the preliminary academy in Nottingham shall not be allowed to transpire here. Proceed. Very well. You have come here with the intent to bring misfortune upon the beautiful girls of Shrek Academy. Is this the manner of misfortune you speak of? Gu Chen strode directly to Xiao Wu and captured her fragrant lips in a kiss. Is this truly the case? Standing frozen in place, Tang San erupted in fury, while Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others were rendered speechless in shock. Xiao Wu, overwhelmed with shyness, blushed profusely. Gu Chen, I shall kill you. Tang San completely lost his composure, and with a surge of energy, the 8 spider lances behind him erupted as he relentlessly hurled hidden weapons towards Gu Chen. Tang San, what are you doing? Xiao Wu interposed her delicate figure protectively in front of Gu Chen, reprimanding him fiercely. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong also rushed to Gu Chen's side, shielding him. Gu Chen, if you dare, do not hide behind a woman. Tang San was on the brink of exploding with rage. Gu Chen, feeling exasperated, spread his hands and remarked nonchalantly, it seems I have not offended you in any way, have I? Third young master, what is the source of your agitation? Do you truly wish to take my life? As if I lack a master. Gu Chen turned his gaze towards Zhao Wujie, who looked at him with a beaming smile. Tang San, matters of the heart cannot be forced. Besides, have you not always regarded Xiao Wu as a sister? I believe Gu Chen is quite an admirable individual, and they seem rather well suited for one another. Tang San was infuriated. Should I summon my father once more? Zhao Wujie fell silent, knowing well that they lacked a formidable father figure, unable to contend with his own. Xiao Wu, Shuqing, Rongrong. Are you truly standing in my way for Gu Chen? Tang San declared. I will say this, whether he is present or not, you must choose. Chapter 65. Acquiring the 3rd spirit ring, we choose Gu Chen. The 3 girls declared in unison. Very well, then you shall watch over him continuously. Tang San stormed off in a huff. The principal of Notting City followed suit, leaving with Tang San. After their departure, Gu Chen was summoned to Zhao Wujie's office. Gu Chen, are you aware of Tang San's true identity? Gu Chen nodded slightly, possessing a certain understanding. He was the son of the Haotian Douluo. Ah, how did you come to know this? It is hardly a secret. Knowing he's the son of the Haotian Douluo, do you still dare to offend him? Are you not afraid of his retribution? Gu Chen smiled brightly, unafraid, declaring that when soldiers come, they shall be met with generals, and when water flows, it shall be damned with earth. The formidable Haotian Douluo is not invincible. He may not possess the certainty to eliminate me. Gu Chen, all your qualities are commendable. Yet this penchant for boasting and your proud demeanor ought to be tempered. As for the geese, it may prove quite challenging. I am not inclined to indulge those lacking in intelligence. Why do you persist in ignoring my words? Teacher, there is no need for concern. I will not act unless provoked by others. Well, I have said what needed to be said. How much you take to heart is up to you. As the saying goes, one must endure minor grievances to secure grander plans. Enduring a moment now will allow you to strike back fiercely when you grow stronger in the future. Isn't it wiser to avoid unnecessary risks? Rest assured, dear teacher, I am not a reckless individual. Tang Hao is currently absent from Soto City. Should Tang San seek his demise, I would not hesitate to erase him from existence and remain hidden for a time. Xiao Wu was utterly astonished. It seems you harbor many secrets unknown to me. Very well, I shall refrain from further inquiry. Simply maintain your own boundaries. Nonetheless, the teacher still hopes that you can resolve the conflicts between you without escalating matters excessively. Fear not, teacher. If Tang San does not provoke me, I shall not bother to retaliate. Very well, as long as you can heed this advice. After bidding farewell to Xiao Wu, Gu Chen sought out Xiao Wu once more, while Tang San had once again vanished. Sister Xiao Wu, you are now at level 50, and I am at level 36. We can both venture to acquire spirit rings. Shall we explore the Stardo Forest together? Of course. Xiao Wu readily agreed, her enchanting smile illuminating her face. Let us invite Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu to join us. Indeed, when Gu Chen shared the news of his breakthrough to level 36, disbelief washed over the faces of his companions. Gu Chen, how did you cultivate so swiftly? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her blue eyes sparkling with astonishment. Oscar, with his twinkling peach blossom eyes, fixated on Gu Chen. Zhu Zhuqing clutched her chest, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What miraculous elixir has that mischievous rogue consumed? To Gu Chen's surprise, Ma Hongjun also chose to accompany them to the Stardo Forest. Perhaps it was Gu Chen's extraordinary fortune or the ill fate of the dual-headed cow python. Upon their arrival at the forest, they encountered a 5,000-year-old dual-headed dragon snake spirit beast. The 5-meter-long dual-headed cow python, with a waist as solid as stone, possessed immense strength. At that moment, it was being pursued by a dual-headed fire lion, already gravely wounded. For reasons unknown, the nearly 10,000-year-old fire lion turned tail upon seeing them, sparing them considerable trouble. Faced with the injured dual-headed cow python, Gu Chen did not summon assistance from his friends. Instead, he wielded the celestial Xian artifact gifted by Ning Rongrong, the Overlord's silver dragon spear. With the spear in hand, Gu Chen felt an unusual sense of familiarity in his past life. He had favored long weapons above all and mastered the art of spear combat. A glimmer of cold light flashed as the spear struck like a dragon, piercing one of the dual-headed cow python's heads. Retrieving the spear, Gu Chen twirled it gracefully through the air before striking again. The dual-headed cow python, believing it had narrowly evaded a blow, was utterly unprepared for Gu Chen's second strike, which once again found its mark upon its head. Only Gu Chen understood that he had employed the Xuanxing technique, influencing the beast's psyche. The massive form of the dual-headed cow python collapsed, and a blinding purple halo illuminated the surroundings as Gu Chen channeled his soul power to absorb the spirit ring. Xiao Wu and the others guarded him, ensuring his absorption proceeded smoothly. Upon opening his eyes, Gu Chen found himself surrounded by curious gazes. Junior Gu Chen, what skill have you acquired? Oscar inquired, his curiosity piqued. An offensive skill that can inflict 200 of base damage, called Dual Cattle Setting Sail. Gu Chen activated his formidable golden bear martial soul, thrusting forward with a single hand. A translucent blue two-headed serpent soared toward a massive tree, large enough to accommodate 3 individuals. With a resounding crash, the tree was obliterated into splinters, and a cluster of smaller trees behind it succumbed to the fierce winds. How powerful! Oscar covered his mouth with his fist, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with amazement. Congratulations, Junior Gu Chen. Ning Rongrong and others rushed forward to offer their heartfelt congratulations. With this newfound ability, he could both advance in attack and retreat in defense. It was simply exhilarating. Thank you, senior brothers and sisters, for your assistance. I have located my soul ring. Shall we join forces to help Sister Xiao Wu find a suitable soul beast? Absolutely, Ning Rongrong replied, her eyes filled with envy. Prior to their arrival, Xiao Wu had mentioned her breakthrough to level 50, a claim met with skepticism until she demonstrated her soul power, compelling them to accept this newfound reality. As for the rapid progression, Xiao Wu remained reticent, and they chose not to press her, assuring her that they would learn the truth in due course. Finding a suitable soul beast for Xiao Wu proved to be a challenge. After 2 days of searching, they had yielded no results. Just as they gathered to deliberate on whether to venture deeper into the Star Doe forest, they discovered that Xiao Wu was missing, prompting a wave of anxious searching for her. Gu Chen heightened his senses to the utmost, yet he still could not locate Xiao Wu. It was not until midday the following day that he finally encountered her. She had ascended to level 51. When asked about her whereabouts, she recounted becoming lost and encountering an injured 10,000-year spirit beast, the Ivory Tiger. After an intense battle, she vanquished the beast and acquired its soul ring, gaining the skill, "Even a cornered rabbit will bite." Although Xiao Wu refrained from detailing the skill's intricacies, its name suggested its nature, prompting a silent agreement among the group to refrain from further inquiry. With matters settled, Gu Chen and Xiao Wu, along with their companions, chose not to return immediately to Shrek Academy. Instead, they ventured to the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. With their enhanced strength, it would be a disservice to their recent efforts to not seize the opportunity for gain at the arena. Without lingering too long, Gu Chen and the others returned to the establishment where he had previously dined and dashed. They enjoyed a meal together, ensuring to settle the debt from the last visit. Although the waiter initially harbored some resentment, he soon expressed understanding after Gu Chen clarified the situation. Chapter 66, Soto Grand Soul Arena. Upon arriving at the Soto Grand Soul Arena, they all donned masks to conceal their identities. Gu Chen ascended the stage with an air of undeniable authority. "One by one is far too time-consuming. I shall take on 10 simultaneously." Upon uttering these audacious words, an uproar erupted from the crowd. Who is this individual? A newcomer daring to challenge 10 at once? Has he lost his senses? Sir Soulmaster, are you truly certain you wish to face 10 alone? If this arena were a tad larger, I would relish the opportunity to confront 20. 20? Has this young man lost his mind? Is there a physician present? Quickly, someone bring him back. Once again, the audience erupted in a chorus of speculation. Sensing the myriad energies converging upon him, Gu Chen employed his Xuanqing technique to greedily absorb their essence. Although his cultivation had risen significantly, even with the contributions from the entire assembly, his gains remained limited. At most, he could enhance his recently acquired power, having absorbed a soul ring to break through to level 38, yielding an increase of 13 in strength. Yet, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Have you given this sufficient thought? The host inquired once more. Indeed, I have, Gu Chen affirmed. Let the random selection commence. With a gesture signaling affirmation, the Soto Great Spirit Arena, renowned as the largest in Soto City, swiftly selected 10 Soul Masters, each at least level 30, to engage Gu Chen in combat. Level 37. Battle Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Song Long, announced a Slender Man. Level 38. Weapon Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Iron Rod. Level 39. Support Type Soul Master, Martial Spirit, Mighty Steam Bond. The 10 contenders, a mix of men and women, each boasted a minimum level of 37. The audience buzzed with excitement upon hearing their declarations. It's over for him. This young man will be pummeled into a pulp. Just moments ago, he was so arrogant. Let's see how he weeps now. Haha, I've never liked him. I can't wait to see this boy get trounced. I also find him insufferable. A newcomer, so full of bravado, unaware of the depths of his naivety. I shall go and have a word with him. He will surely soften. A voluptuous young woman, humorously referred to as the watermelon sister, adjusted her ample bosom, exuding confidence. Those nearby cast glances at her, a few unable to suppress their salivation. Liujia, what do you think of me? Inquired a robust young man, flexing his bronze muscles and raising an eyebrow at her. Well, you are acceptable, but I prefer not to associate with gorillas. Perhaps you should first shave that fur off before seeking my attention, she retorted dismissively. The crowd continued to murmur, while the tension on stage mounted, awaiting the host's command to commence the battle. Let the contest begin. The host's magnetic voice resonated throughout the arena. Gu Chen's figure suddenly vanished. Where did he go? Where is he? Confusion spread across the faces of the onlookers. Why has the sky darkened? Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of impacts resonated. As the darkness lifted, only Gu Chen remained, composed upon the arena. The host could proclaim the results now. Congratulations to this gentleman for earning 10 points, elevating his rank to Iron Soul. The Soto Grand Arena's soul badges are categorized into 8 tiers, ascending from iron, copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, to diamond. Achieving the Iron Soul badge in under 10 minutes marks a historic first for the Soto Grand Arena. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Yet Gu Chen had no intention of sparing their fragile hearts. Host, I demand another 10. The host was utterly bewildered. Another? What? Has this young man lost his senses? It is essential to note that he has already secured the Iron Soul badge, If he were to lose, he would receive no rewards and his points would reset to 0. What confidence does he possess to triumph over 10 opponents of the same Iron Soul rank? Whispers of speculation surged from the audience. The host gazed at Gu Chen in disbelief. Sir, are you certain you wish to challenge 10 Iron Souls? The Soul Master level Iron Souls have seen countless battles. Each one is a formidable adversary in their own right. Are you truly certain you wish to face them all at once? Have you not reconsidered? Absolutely. Please arrange it swiftly. I am rather pressed for time. Go for it. Little brother, I'm rooting for you. The enchanting beauty, Sister Lu, was deeply captivated by Gu Chen's regal aura, feeling an overwhelming heat within. Her maid beside her cautioned, Miss, below, pay no mind to such trifles. I desire this man. Find out his background, and ensure he is sent to my room tonight. But miss, aren't you betrothed to Prince Avalanche? Avalanche, that little pup, pales in comparison to this fierce wolf atop the stage. Do as I say. Understood. The Soto Grand Arena soars to a height of 120 meters, encompassing a main arena alongside 24 additional sub-arena. In the area where Gu Chen currently resides, the 7th Subduhan Arena, the crowd was initially sparse, with no more than 1,000 individuals present. A Grand Duhan Arena can accommodate up to 60,000 spectators, making this number rather meager for a sub-arena. However, at this moment, the crowd surged to approximately 2,000 and continued to swell. Miss, let us hurry and take a look, exclaimed a woman in a flowing green dress, pulling along another in a sleek black leather jacket with a bobbed haircut into the throng. Indeed, why are there so many people here today? I'm not certain. I overheard them saying someone defeated 10 challengers with ease. Is it due to level suppression? Not quite. They mentioned that when the sky darkened, all the other spirit masters fell. How remarkable. I wonder. Miss, the crowd is growing ever larger. Let us push forward. Yes, yes. Look. The sky has darkened again. A series of explosive sounds echoed, and moments later, the sky brightened once more. On the arena stage stood a lone, ethereal youth, donned in white garments, with long hair flowing majestically, one hand resting behind him, exuding an air of supremacy that left the audience in awe. We're God. We're God. We're God. The cheers from the crowd rose and fell like waves, intensifying with each moment, as 2 captivating women found themselves pushed to the front. Miss, stay close to me. We must not let others take advantage of us. Yin Chi, do look after yourself and protect Little Rabbit. Your stature makes you an easy target. How bothersome. Everyone, please quiet down, shouted the host, clad in a suit and wearing orange-tinted glasses, wielding a megaphone with a pointed end. Chapter 67, Passionate Blood Host. Could you play some music for me? I wish to challenge 10 more. What is he saying? Is he treating this as his personal stage? Gu Chen swung his right arm downward, and a shimmering silver spear materialized in his grasp. The spear radiated a dazzling silver light, evoking an unparalleled sense of solitude and pride. His long hair danced gracefully, and his eyes sparkled like countless stars. Even beneath the mask, his striking beauty was undeniable, inciting a chorus of infatuated cries from the crowd of enamored young women below. God of War, I adore you. I wish to bear your children. God of War, you are so handsome. I want to marry you. Sensing the overwhelming admiration flowing from all directions, Gu Chen smiled warmly, devoid of any hint of arrogance. Thank you all for your affection. Your happiness brings me joy. Now, please enjoy my performance. Host, please continue with the competition. All right. Just a moment. Are the sound and lighting technicians here? We're here. Excellent. Then let's get the energy flowing. The thunderous beat of a passionate battle anthem erupted, and vibrant neon lights enveloped the arena as 10 formidable soul masters of the Silver Fighter rank ascended the stage. The combat was poised to ignite, and the audience below swayed to the infectious rhythm of the music. This time, Gu Chen did not employ the night-devouring sky, but instead activated his first soul skill. Barbaric charge combined with starry step, moving with the swiftness of a cunning rabbit and the grace of a soaring dragon. He left behind a trail of afterimages in the air, a glimmer of cold light suddenly appearing as his spear shot forth like a dragon. With rapid thrusts, he unleashed a flurry of spear blossoms, dispersing all the attacks launched by the 10 silver battle soul masters, firmly placing them at a disadvantage. The audience below fell into a stunned silence, their breaths held in suspense as they froze in place, as if ensnared by a spell. The musicians and lighting technicians seemed equally immobilized by the overwhelming presence of the war god. With 10 resounding thuds, the 10 silver battle soul masters were sent flying off the stage like ragged sacks. It became clear to the spectators how they had been ejected from the arena. Each had been struck in the midsection, If this had been a battle to the death, one could hardly fathom their grim fate. After a prolonged silence, the crowd emerged from their stupor, erupting into a unified chant. War God! War God! War God! The host, clutching the microphone, trembled uncontrollably. Whether from excitement or the sheer might emanating from Gu Chen's regal aura was uncertain. It was utterly breathtaking. Let us congratulate our war god, who has achieved an astounding 30 consecutive victories and successfully ascended to the Golden Battle Soul rank. Let us applaud him. The arena echoed with thunderous applause. A veritable tsunami of sound. Amidst the cheers, someone shouted, "War God, take on 10, take on 10, take on 10. Gu Chen stood on the arena, smiling as he surveyed the crowd. He raised his hand to silence the calls. Host, did you hear me? Bring me 10 more. A pin drop could be heard in the hushed atmosphere. The audience had merely been teasing, never anticipating that he would genuinely challenge 10 Golden Soul fighters. Could he truly possess the strength to confront the Golden Souls? By now, no one dared to question Gu Chen's prowess, for to do so would only lead to embarrassment. Fear had taken hold, as one individual consistently dominated opponent after opponent. An indelible impression of invincibility began to form in the minds of the spectators. Gu Chen aimed to leave such an impression in their hearts. He sought to cultivate an invincible path. To illuminate all things with the mind is undoubtedly the swiftest method of cultivation, and as humanity reigns supreme among all creation, the invincible belief reflected in the hearts of men would enable Gu Chen to absorb these thoughts, propelling him more rapidly upon the road to invincibility. The host felt a sense of awkwardness, apologizing. "Mr. War God, you are the second to ascend to the level of Golden Do Soul. Very well then. Well, that concludes today's event." Just as Gu Chen was about to leave the stage, someone called out to him. Gu Chen turned around and beheld 2 charming beauties. Instantly recognizing them as Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi. "Did the 2 young ladies have any business with me?" Gu Chen inquired with a serene confidence in his disguise. "Mr. War God, have we perhaps met somewhere before?" Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his disguise had been unveiled? That seemed implausible. His skills had been honed since childhood, to the point where even a soul saint or a soul Douluo might struggle to discern his true identity. How could this mere soul Zun girl possibly see through it? As it appeared, she had not. Gu Chen feigned a look of confusion. "Have you forgotten? At Sacred Heart Lake, you saved us. Although you donned a mask, a person's aura remains unchanged. I am certain you are the one from that day." "Well, all right, it is I. However, it was merely a trivial act. For you, it may have been a simple gesture, but for us, it was a life-saving grace. We have long sought an opportunity to repay you, and today, by chance, we encountered you. Might you graciously allow us to treat you to a meal, granting us a chance to express our gratitude?" Meng Yiran, truly embodying the grace of a lady from a prestigious family, spoke with an air of respect that left Gu Chen in admiration, recognizing her poise and erudition. "Ah, I happen to be free this afternoon. Thank you, sir. Shall we depart now?" "Not just yet. Please provide me with an address, and I shall ensure my arrival before noon." "Very well, let it be the Xiaoming Hotel. I am Meng Yiran. Simply mention my name at the front desk upon your arrival." "Understood." The Xiaoming Hotel, a property of the Yi family, served as their esteemed establishment, exclusively catering to prominent families and their science. Upon reaching Xiaoming Hotel, Gu Chen announced Meng Yiran's name, and a staff member beckoned him, saying, "Sir, please follow me." They proceeded towards the 2nd floor, when suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang out from behind them. "Stop." Upon first glance, Gu Chen was confronted by a striking avalanche of vibrant reddish-brown hair, the figure before him gazing haughtily with nostrils flared. Beside him stood another man, bearing a resemblance, yet exuding an air of elegance and tranquility through his attire and demeanor. His short, white hair crowned his head, complemented by a resplendent ensemble of red and white, complete with immaculate gloves, imparting an aura of unparalleled sanctity. "What brings you here?" Gu Chen inquired. "I ask you, where did you and Linglong go that day?" "Where we went appears to be of no concern to you," the other retorted. "Of no concern?" The avalanche scoffed. The man in white maintained a facade of calm, though curiosity ignited a fervent fire within. He was aware of Yi Linglong's affections for Gu Chen, yet he remained oblivious to whether any indescribable events transpired between them that day, though the likelihood seemed high. The recent changes in Yi Linglong's physique, her newfound allure and burgeoning strength, led the man in white to form an inkling of the circumstances, causing an involuntary blush to creep across his cheeks. Chapter 68. The appointment. In response to the avalanche's mindless interrogation, Gu Chen found it beneath him to engage, nor did he possess the time to do so. He turned to the waiter and commanded, "Continue to lead the way." "Stop right there." You are not permitted to leave without finishing our conversation. The avalanche intercepted Gu Chen, blocking their path. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. Step aside. Gu Chen emanated an imposing aura, forcing the avalanche back several steps. You have actually broken through to the Soul Sovereign level. The avalanche exclaimed in astonishment. This is remarkable. One must understand that he had painstakingly amassed resources and sought guidance from esteemed mentors to barely reach level 33. Gu Chen appeared to be several years younger than himself, and he did not resemble the child of a wealthy family, merely possessing a handsome visage. How could he cultivate so swiftly? Xuebeng sought help with a glance at the man in white, who merely offered a faint smile, seemingly disinclined to intervene. He exuded an air of indifference, as if unaffected by the unfolding events. Xuebeng ceased his words. Judging by the aura emanating from Gu Chen moments ago, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage without the assistance of the man in white. However, the latter clearly had no intention of offering aid. Resigned, he clutched his chest and uttered a threatening remark. You wait. Before sulking over to the side of the man in white. After Gu Chen walked away, Xuebeng, slightly irritated, questioned the man in white. Brother, that person was exceedingly arrogant. He showed no regard for the dignity of our royal family. Why did you not intervene and teach him a lesson? The man in white snorted softly and replied with indifference. Why should I take action? As the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, how can I possibly strike down a mere commoner? Furthermore, did he truly say anything wrong? His relationship with Yi Linglong is of no concern to you. Brother, Linglong is the woman I have set my sights on. How can I allow another to encroach upon her? If it were not for you forbidding me to bring guards today, I would have certainly instructed them to teach him a lesson. The man in white sighed. You already have a fiancée, Yi Luruyan. And yet you continue to pursue Yi Linglong. Why is that? That voluptuous woman, Xuebeng replied. I do indeed have a betrothal with her. But she insists that I marry her before she grants me her first time. She forbids me from seeking companionship elsewhere, or else. He mimicked a scissor gesture. Truly useless. Can't you think of another way? Once you're in bed, won't everything be dictated by you? The man in white looked at his younger brother with exasperation, clenching and then releasing his fist. Enough about him for now. I believe Senior Douluo is about to arrive. Let us proceed to the private room to await him. With that, the man in white ascended the stairs directly. Xuebeng nodded and hurriedly followed suit. Gu Chen was led into a room on the second floor, facing east. Upon entering, he found Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi engaged in cheerful conversation. Upon noticing Gu Chen's arrival, both rose to greet him with delight. Sir, you have arrived. Please, come and take a seat. Meng Yiran warmly welcomed him. Hello, sir. Chu Yinshi greeted him with a smile, signaling to the waiter with a glance to indicate his departure. The waiter quietly closed the door and descended the stairs. Gu Chen approached and seated himself beside Meng Yiran, who had changed into a striking dark green snakeskin miniskirt, accentuating her figure exquisitely. Young master, may I ask how to address you? She inquired. No need for formality. I am Gu Chen, he replied. What? You share the same name as him? Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi simultaneously exclaimed. Is that so? Do you ladies know of Gu? He queried. The two women shook their heads. We are not acquainted. It is merely that your name is identical to that of the young master of the Gu family we assisted in Notting City a few days ago. Oh, how fortuitous. Perhaps this is fate. He laughed lightly. Indeed, it is fate. She echoed. I wonder what dishes young Master Gu enjoys. I have ordered a few items at random. Please take a look at this menu, and feel free to select anything you fancy, Meng Yiran offered, handing over a blue menu with golden edges. No need. This selection suffices. With two such enchanting ladies present, I would find joy in any dish. Gu Chen replied with a warm smile. Young Master Gu, you possess a delightful sense of humor. If we both were to offer ourselves to you, would you forego the meal today? Meng Yiran teased. Chu Yinshi tugged at her neckline, revealing a tantalizing expanse of skin, while Meng Yiran leaned slightly forward, showcasing her alluring curves. Gu Chen could not help but swallow hard, quietly cursing the two enchantresses. We considered you friends, yet you audaciously wished to seduce me. How outrageous. Haha, yet, one must still eat, otherwise, how could I muster the strength to indulge in you? Meng Yiran and Chu Yinshi had chosen a cozy, warmly lit private room, and with the flirtatious banter exchanged between them, the atmosphere gradually became intoxicating. Initially, Meng Yiran intended to simply express her gratitude to Gu Chen, but was dissuaded by Chu Yinshi. My lady, this Gu gentleman is a paragon among men, endowed with exceptional talent and striking appearance, not to mention he has saved our lives. Why not seize the opportunity to win him over? But I already have someone I admire. Isn't that inappropriate? She replied, though her mind was already conjuring images of a steamy encounter with Gu Chen. My lady, you are mistaken. That Tang San cannot even compare. Not only is he unattractive, but his abilities are also lacking. I have heard he frequents dubious establishments. Is Tang San truly that inadequate? Meng Yiran inquired, her expression one of confusion. Yanqi. One must not disparage without cause. In comparison to Gu Chen, he is utterly inferior. Can he take on 10 opponents? Can he achieve 30 consecutive victories in less than half an hour? Well, it does seem he is rather weak. What do you suggest I do? My lady, you ought to change into a different outfit. Your skirt should be shorter. Men are most captivated by that tantalizing sense of mystery. You must leave him wanting more. And the room should also be adorned in warm hues. Engage him in conversation with a more relaxed demeanor, and serve dishes rich in nutrients, such as leeks, oysters, okra, and lamb. I shall assist you from the sidelines. Even if you cannot win him over today, time is on your side. He will ultimately fall into your grasp. All right. Yanqi, I shall heed your advice. Little did she expect that she would truly follow Chu Yanqi's guidance and flirt with Gu Chen just a bit. This fellow responded eagerly, leaving her feeling somewhat disinterested. Sharing a glance with Chu Yanqi, who winked to signal her composure, she smiled and said, Gu gentlemen. A duet in the skies requires both strength and resources. Might I inquire about your combat prowess? Gu Chen's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he could discern Chu Yanqi's thoughts. He offered a faint smile and remarked, I was merely jesting. I already have someone I fancy. How could I indulge in one while casting my gaze upon another? Ah! Meng Yiran exclaimed in surprise. I did not anticipate that young Master Gu had already given his heart to another. I wonder which fortunate lady is able to accompany him? That is a matter for another day, Gu Chen replied. We have only just confirmed our relationship, and I am uncertain where it will ultimately lead. His implication was clear. There still existed a glimmer of hope, for with the right endeavor, no wall could remain untoppled. Chapter 69. One Dragon and Two Phoenixes. So, it seems my sister still has a chance, Meng Yiran asserted, puffing out her chest. She approached Gu Chen, entwining her arm with his, and shared a physical law with him. Friction generates heat. Perhaps. After all, my self-control is rather strong. I am not easily swayed, Gu Chen replied, surveying Meng Yiran like a picturesque scene on a snowy mountain, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. My sister does not believe me, she insisted, pulling Gu Chen to sit on a chair with a backrest. Meng Yiran then mounted him, wrapping her arms around his neck and began to sway her waist like a flowing serpent. Gu Chen gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his large hand beginning to wander over her smooth, slender waist and curvaceous hips. When it came to indulging in the allure of temptation, Gu Chen had never known fear. With each caress, once, twice, thrice, their breaths grew heavier. Meng Yiran, panting, teased, Gu Chen, it seems you are not as composed as you claimed earlier. Still attempting to spar with your elder sister. Gu Chen licked his parched lips and chuckled. I concede, sister, your charm is simply too overwhelming. Haha, having lost. I must accept my punishment. I shall drink this glass of wine. Gu Chen cast a glance at the slightly murky red wine, a charming smile gracing his lips. Why not? He took the glass and downed its contents in one gulp. The fiery liquor coursed through him, igniting a warmth in his abdomen, causing his entire body to flush involuntarily, and his lips turned parched. His gaze towards Meng Yiran transformed, now brimming with unabashed desire. Dressed in a short skirt, Meng Yiran felt the weight of Gu Chen's penetrating stare, rendering her somewhat uneasy. Miss Meng, it was you who initiated this flirtation. Do not blame me if I conquer all in my path. As the atmosphere reached a fever pitch, Chu Yanqi was preparing to discreetly withdraw when Gu Chen seized her arm. You should stay, my lord. It is sufficient for the young lady to accompany you. As a mere servant, I lack the privilege to serve you. Is that so? Humph. Gu Chen scoffed, disregarding her protest as he pulled her into his embrace. What if I insist? I. Chu Yanqi found herself at a loss for words. The idea had originated from her, and it was evident that Gu Chen was not merely tipsy. He seemed intent on a more elaborate dalliance. If she were to refuse, it would equate to pushing the young lady into peril, risking Gu Chen's wrath being unleashed upon Meng Yiran. That would make her an unwitting accomplice in endangering the young lady's safety. Gritting her teeth, Chu Yanqi decided to make the ultimate sacrifice. Gu Chen was aware from the very beginning of the contents of the red wine. Yet he was taken aback by the fact that the two simpletons had added 5 times the intended amount. If it were merely to afflict Meng Yiran, she would certainly be unable to withstand it. Having spent considerable time with them in Longxi Valley, he had gleaned some understanding of their personalities. Meng Ran, with her carefree and boisterous demeanor, was not one to concoct such a foolish scheme. In contrast, while Chu Yinchi was slightly younger than Meng Ran, her mind was quite agile. It was likely that this ill-conceived idea was birthed from her. Given such a ludicrous plan, he thought, they ought to brace themselves for his reprimand. In truth, Gu Chen could have devised a method to temporarily suppress the poison using his golden silver needle martial spirit before finding an outlet for his frustrations. However, he was reluctant to do so. Firstly, Meng Ran had saved him, and he owed her a debt of gratitude. Secondly, he was moved by the attentive care provided by Chu Yinchi. Furthermore, after engaging in deeper conversations with Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, he discovered that his unique constitution might aid others in enhancing their strength. Thus, he resolved to embrace the situation as it was. As a prestigious establishment, the Xiangming Hotel undoubtedly possessed extraordinary qualities that attracted numerous aristocrats. Adjacent to the restaurant was an exceptionally spacious bedroom with excellent soundproofing. Even the most exuberant of revelries upon the bed would scarcely produce a creak. Yet today, that very bed emitted a lamentable groan under the strain of the circumstances. 8 hours later, under the attentive service of the two women, Gu Chen donned his attire, and astonishingly, his cultivation level surged to 46. This was utterly preposterous. During his interactions with Meng Ran, his level had only modestly increased to 40, while Meng Ran herself had remarkably ascended to the same level. Gu Chen was merely astonished by Meng Ran's constant excellence, yet his interaction with Chu Yinchi left him utterly astounded. It was an unprecedented delight. It felt as though he had transcended his limits, breaking through one realm after another. Had he not restrained himself out of fear of destabilizing his foundation, he sensed that he could have easily surpassed the 48th level, and perhaps even reached the 50th if he had let go. Meanwhile, Chu Yinchi was equally surprised to find herself liberated from the shackles of the heavenly path, soaring to the level of a soul king. This revelation instilled a faint sense of gratitude towards the rough man who had taken her first experience from her. With little sentimentality, Gu Chen departed from the group, eager to reunite with his companions. However, before doing so, he intended to venture once more into the Stardow Forest. There, he sought to acquire his fourth spirit ring, choosing a 30,000-year-old Titan Great Ape. The Titan Great Ape possessed formidable strength, making it exceedingly difficult for even an average Soul King to hunt it down. Upon discovering it, Gu Chen noticed a group of Soul Kings and Soul Emperors besieging a wounded Titan Magic Ape. The intensity of their unleashed attacks was astonishing. With a range that extended to an impressive kilometer, Gu Chen, utilizing the chameleon's ability to blend into its surroundings, observed the fierce battle from a distance. Waiting for them to exhaust each other in their conflict, Gu Chen, fused with the Little Care Demon, experienced a momentary surge in power, ascending to the Soul Emperor level. He unleashed his martial soul skills, Night Assassination, Phantom Veil, Savage Charge, and Twin Bulls Set Sail. With this series of formidable attacks, he vanquished the Titan Demon Ape. Subsequently, he summoned the 56th level Octopus Spirit, the 56th level Great Black Serpent Spirit, and the 56th level Beautiful Woman Spirit, driving away the injured Soul Kings and Soul Emperors, and absorbing the Black Soul Ring dropped by the Titan Demon Ape. This granted him the skill Earthquake Tremor, which caused the ground within 100 meters to tremble. Enemies caught within this radius faced a 20 chance of being silenced for 3 to 5 seconds, with this probability and duration adjusting according to the foe strength. Having absorbed the Titan Demon Ape, Gu Chen's power surged dramatically, elevating him directly to the 48th level. This newfound strength filled him with an indescribable joy. As he felt he was rapidly closing the gap, almost catching up, he chuckled in delight. Gu Chen murmured to himself, a faint smile gracing his lips. Reflecting on his journey of ascension, he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, there are shortcuts to be taken." Although he felt a sense of accomplishment. As someone who had lived 2 lives, Gu Chen understood that a rapid enhancement of power, if not tempered with humility, could easily provoke envy and lead to covert schemes against him. As a progenitor of deceit, he would not allow such occurrences. Until he discovered a means to fill the void left by the swallowing of the heavenly demon Pearl's malevolence, discretion was paramount. However, despite his intentions, trouble invariably found him. Just as he was preparing to return to the Soto Great Soul Arena to reunite with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu after absorbing the spirit ring, a sudden burst of laughter echoed. "Ha! What a narrow path for enemies. A narrow path indeed." Upon hearing the voice from behind, Gu Chen slowly turned, revealing a smile. "Have we met before?" "We have not. But have you forgotten the offense against the Avalanche Prince? He is my dearest friend. And to offend him is to offend me, Osro. Kneel before me at once, and perhaps, for the sake of the divine, I shall spare your life. Must we truly escalate to this? I bear you no ill will, and my conflict with the Avalanche is but a minor skirmish. Shall we not treat this as if we have never crossed paths? Haraha. What right do you have to instruct me? Gu Chen was momentarily speechless, taken aback by the audacity of this individual. Uncle Ao, kindly break his legs first and teach him what propriety entails. Yes, young master. A formidable soul master of level 63 stepped forward. With a swift motion, he struck, severing Osro's throat with a single stroke. Clutching his throat in disbelief, Osro gasped, "You lack martial virtue," and collapsed. Osro, paralyzed with shock, could hardly comprehend the swiftness of his demise. How could this be? It's impossible. Nothing is impossible. You too shall join him. With another swift strike, Osro was silenced before he could plead for mercy. Gu Chen had little patience for those who preyed on the weak, and he was disinclined to allow Osro another moment of existence before him. After dealing with the two, Gu Chen and his companions discovered over 20,000 gold soul coins in their possession, along with a variety of odds and ends. Yet, one particular item caught Gu Chen's eye, an aged parchment, its material strikingly similar to the one Xiao Jin had pilfered from Tang San. Gu Chen retrieved a sheepskin scroll from the storage space, and an extraordinary scene unfolded before him. The two previously irregular sheepskin scrolls astonishingly merged into one, creating a new scroll. The newly formed scroll bore clear inscriptions, prominently featuring the words Kanglan Ancient Ruins, with a location circled in red. The area encircled by the Crimson Line was none other than the imperial palace of the Tiando Empire. Gu Chen was equally perplexed as to why this location was marked. Was the Heavenly Do Palace established atop the ancient battlefield? Once this notion took root, Gu Chen found himself engulfed in a profound curiosity regarding the Heavenly Do Palace. It is worth noting that the ghost slave had mentioned that the ancient battlefield was the most opportune place to replenish demonic energy. The frequent bloodshed there accumulated considerable resentment, which, over time, readily transformed into demonic energy. He was at odds with Shui Bong, and the Heavenly Do Palace was home to countless formidable experts. To venture there alone in search of answers could lead to an unfortunate encounter with that ill-fated Shui Bong. He would be courting trouble. And should he inadvertently attract the attention of the palace's powerful practitioners, his quest to investigate the source of the demonic energy would become exceedingly difficult. After carefully stowing the parchment, Gu Chen decisively unleashed a burst of true sunfire, incinerating the two corpses on the ground. He then strode purposefully towards the Soto Great Soul Arena. Upon re-entering the Soto Great Soul Arena, despite wearing a mask, many recognized him at first glance. They willingly cleared a path, chanting, "God of War, God of War, God of War." Gu Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Were it not for the fear of startling the crowd, he would have truly wished to showcase his prowess once more. He realized that not only could one accrue merit by assisting others, but by earning admiration as well, albeit to a far lesser extent. An individual could contribute merely 0.01 points of merit. Even with thousands, the total would only amount to a mere 100 points. It was uncertain when he might again enter the dream realm. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from frequenting it, especially since Master Lu Xiaoran had been in slumber for several days without waking. Clearly, the burden of entering the dream world was quite substantial for her. Instead, he resolved to hone his own abilities and repay her kindness in the future. Speaking of which, he had not ventured into the dream world he previously explored for some time. That area felt so enigmatic. He longed to delve into it again. There were so many desires swirling within him, yet how many could truly be realized? We all strive to live and to treat everyone with kindness. "Gu Chen, over here," a sweet voice called out, prompting Gu Chen to glance toward the source of the greeting with curiosity. Who is this person? Is she delusional? Can't she see that I'm wearing a mask? His lips twitched in annoyance. Turning around, he beheld an exceptionally beautiful girl, smiling and waving at him. "Who are you?" he inquired. "I am Huo Wu. Don't you remember me? Have we met?" Gu Chen asked, intrigued. "Of course. You dare to forget me? Take this." With that, a fiery red fist, engulfed in flames, surged toward Gu Chen as Huo Wu unleashed her strength. Such flamboyant displays of martial prowess. And she still dared to show off in front of me. Gu Chen seized Huo Wu's wrist, exerting force at his waist, and with a subtle pull, drew her into his embrace. His right arm naturally encircled her slender waist, bringing her statuesque form against his chest. Leaning down, he whispered coldly into her ear. "Speak, who sent you?" Upon hearing this, a flicker of alarm darted across Huo Wu's luminous silver-hued eyes. She hurriedly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no one sent me. If you choose not to speak the truth, then do not blame me for being ruthless in my intentions." Gu Chen raised his arm, poised to strike, when a voice suddenly intervened. "Junior Gu Chen, wait a moment." Gu Chen's arm halted in midair as he turned to the newcomer with a puzzled expression. "Yi, is that you?" "Indeed, it is I. What is happening?" "Gu Chen, my junior," you replied, "Huo Wu is my dear friend. She has heard of your remarkable skills and wishes to make your acquaintance. I was merely teasing you moments ago. I hope you do not take offense." Gu Chen offered an awkward smile and released Huo Wu. "If the beautiful fire goddess wishes to become acquainted with me, she need only speak up. Are you aware of how perilous your earlier actions were?" "Perilous?" "I felt an overwhelming sense of security with your arm around mine. This feels like I've been taken advantage of. Well, I shan't tease you any longer. We have indeed come to Shrek Academy today for a specific purpose, and it was merely a coincidence that we encountered you. I hope you don't take it to heart. I noticed they were calling you the god of war. It seems you are quite popular. Would you be interested in a friendly competition? I promise not to employ my fourth soul skill." Huo Wu's tone naturally exuded pride. Although Gu Chen was a few years her senior, her inherent competitive spirit could not resist the urge to engage in a contest. "Isn't that rather inappropriate?" "Not at all. I shall be lenient." "Very well," Gu Chen expressed. "I fear you might weep in defeat." It seems there was a misunderstanding on the other side. Huo Wu and Gu Chen each proceeded to the registration hall to sign up, with their match scheduled for an hour later. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the others also concluded their respective soul battles, undoubtedly achieving total victory in their team competitions, with each individual accumulating approximately 100 points in personal scores. Radiant smiles adorned their faces. In Soto City, at the Soto Great Soul Arena, over 30,000 spectators gathered today. On the arena stage, Huo Wu gazed at Gu Chen with a playful smile, saying, "Dear brother Gu Chen, if you aspire to defeat me, I suggest you abandon that thought." Gu Chen's face revealed a bitter helplessness as he said, "Now that I stand upon this stage, it is certainly not to face defeat." "Haraha, haraha, ha." Upon hearing this, Huo Wu erupted into laughter. "The power I possess cannot be matched by a mere soul sovereign like you. Whether or not it can be matched will only be determined through battle. Sister Huo Wu, please. There is no rush. Let us first engage in some warm-up exercises. Come. 1 big stretch, 2 big stretches, 3 big stretches, twist the waist, 4 big stretches, and sway the hips." Gu Chen was somewhat speechless. The fire dance had indeed earned a pre-battle performance fee of 2,000 gold coins from the authorities, demonstrating an earnest commitment to her craft. Gu Chen also accepted, receiving a sum of 1,000. This exemplifies the disparity in treatment between genders. Chapter 71. The interaction between Fire Dance and Gu Chen. On stage, the two exchanged fierce words, while the audience below was in uproar. What is happening? It has been half an hour. Will they fight or not? Just as everyone was growing increasingly anxious, their patience wearing thin, Fire Dance sprang into action. Like a fierce tiger, swift as a cunning rabbit, she surged forward in a blaze of crimson, exuding an overwhelming aura as she charged towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen's eyes sparkled momentarily as his feet pressed against the ground, his form resembling a specter. A yellow glow emanated from his arms as he lunged forward with a sidelong attack. "Shameless," Huo Wu hissed, her aura surging with intensity. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, radiating from her body. She executed a maximum 180-degree spin, attempting to evade the impending blow. Yet she was unprepared for Gu Chen's prescient maneuver. As he brushed past her, he abruptly halted, executing a swift 90-degree turn, his right shoulder colliding forcefully with Huo Wu's left chest, sending her hurtling several meters away. A chorus of howls erupted from below. Huo Wu, despite her efforts to evade the attack, found herself outpaced by Gu Chen. The proud swell of her chest throbbed with pain from the impact. Enraged and humiliated, she unleashed her first soul skill, Fire Shadow Pursuit, dramatically augmenting her speed and strength. A fiery red silhouette trailed closely behind her as Huo Wu leaped into the air, her right leg raised high, mirrored by the fiery figure behind her. With a powerful downward strike, she executed a fierce blow. A brilliant arc of red flame carving through the air, aimed directly at Gu Chen's head. Gu Chen crossed his arms, and golden light emanated from them as he absorbed the blow. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the arena floor to tremble slightly. The powerful strike from Huo Wu was met with Gu Chen's unwavering stance. Huo Wu, not one to linger in battle, had anticipated that her attempt to topple Gu Chen would be in vain. She leveraged the rebound force from her leg, executing a flawless backflip in midair before landing gracefully. Impressive. The young lad possesses remarkable strength. Sister Huo Wu, your figure is equally stunning. Impertinent. Taste my whirlwind kick. Huo Wu planted one foot on the ground, raising her left leg to a 90-degree angle and spinning counterclockwise to strike at Gu Chen. The skill of Gu Chen's second martial spirit, the mighty diamond bear, was unleashed, releasing 3 spheres of dark energy that obscured the sky. Here it comes, here it comes. Below the arena, Gu Chen's fans erupted in ecstatic screams. Oh dear, where are you touching? A woman's shriek in the darkness provoked a chorus of howls from the crowd, while the woman blushed furiously. Let go of me, that's definitely off limits. Ah, that tickles. A wave of murmurs rose from the audience, their eyes glued to the arena, eager to discern what was transpiring. At last, the effect of the mighty diamond bear subsided, revealing Huo Wu's fiery form pressed against Gu Chen's robust physique. Her face was flushed, and her body trembled slightly, too shy to meet his gaze. So, your sensitive spot is indeed your soul's. Gu Chen whispered teasingly in her ear, steadying Huo Wu. Sister Huo Wu, you must admit it. Huo Wu, bashfully lowering her head to cover her face, hurried off the stage. A collective sigh of awe resonated from the audience once more. Well, that concludes today's match. I trust many of you now know my name, and I shall no longer hide it. Indeed, I am Gu Chen, the newly recruited disciple of Shrek Academy. I welcome all aspiring talents to seek me out for conversation. Gu the battle god! Gu the battle god! Amid the cheers of the audience, Gu Chen descended from the stage. As soon as he stepped down, he was surrounded. Gu the battle god, I'm your fan. Could I please have your autograph? A petite girl in a pink dress pushed her way to the front, holding a small pink notebook and a pen. Of course, Gu Chen replied with a smile, taking the paper and pen. With a flourish, he inscribed his name in an elegant script. The girl, seeing the powerful and graceful characters on her notebook, sparkled with excitement and exclaimed, "Oh yay, I've received the signature of a great one." Countless others clamored for signatures. And due to time constraints, Gu Chen could only accommodate a fraction. In a dim corner of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Tang San and Dai Mubai masked. Watch with jealousy. Dai Mubai, did you manage to meet your cousin? Witnessing Gu Chen's arrogance stirred Tang San's frustration. I want to confront him. I haven't seen Liena and Vivian in a while. My temper is nearing its breaking point. I'm asking you a question. Why are you looking down? What did your cousin say? Dai Mubai hesitated. I went to see her, but she turned me away, claiming I was too ugly for her to bother with. What? Say that again. Calm down. That's what she said, not me. What else did she say? Did you tell her that if she serves me well, I'll guarantee her the level of a soul king within a year? I did. But she said that even reaching the level of a soul saint or a soul Douluo wouldn't catch her interest. She is a looks person and has no regard for those she deems unattractive. What did you say? Dai Mubai seethed. It wasn't my words. Dai Mubai protested. Fine, fine. Tonight, I shall infiltrate the Nolan estate and pin her down to ask if I am impressive enough. 3 Xiao is mighty. Dai Mubai immediately flattered. Humph. A man must stand by his words. If I say I will do it, I shall. Tonight, I want her to call me daddy. Dai Mubai's lips twitched. Why does it seem like you're the one panting? Gu Chen traversed through the throng and entered the private room, where he found Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Yi Lung Long, Huo Wu, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun gathered. Huo Wu lowered her head, unable to meet Gu Chen's gaze, while Xiao Wu rushed to his side, entwining her arm with his in a gesture of possession. Gu Chen, you've returned. I never expected you to defeat Huo Wu's sister as well. Xiao Wu teased, her enchanting eyes twinkling playfully. Ha! It was Huo Wu's sister who let me win. Otherwise, I would have had no chance. Gu Chen replied lightly. Losing is losing. I, Huo Wu, am not one to shy away from defeat. But next time, I will not lose to you. With a gentle smile, Gu Chen chose not to comment further. Gu Chen, Huo Wu just informed us of her intentions for coming here. The Blaze Academy wishes to host a genius exchange conference, inviting elite disciples from various academies to attend. Rongrong and the others think it's a splendid idea and are all set to go. What do you say? Would you join us? Where will it be held? Gu Chen inquired. This exchange conference is being organized by Prince Xueqinghe, and the venue is at the Royal Palace. Huo Wu answered, her gaze towards Gu Chen revealing an unexpected glimmer of anticipation. All right, since the seniors are going, I shall also be part of it, Gu Chen affirmed. Good, I shall await your esteemed presence. Indeed. Chapter 72. Night Visit to the Nolan Manor. Tang San is trapped after parting ways with Gu Chen and Xiao Wu. Yi Lung intimately grasped Huo Wu's arm and asked with a smile, Huo Wu's sister, did you manage to glean anything about Gu Chen? Nothing at all. He is too formidable, utterly flawless. It feels as if my heart has been captured by him, and whenever I see him, my mind drifts to those embarrassing thoughts. Oh dear, how mortifying. This scoundrel is insufferable. He must possess some kind of charm. I must inform Xiao Wu's sister to keep her distance from him. Lung. Don't be so harsh. It might be that my own springtime has arrived. Huo Wu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Her mind momentarily blank as she instinctively defended Gu Chen. Huo Wu's sister, why are you defending him? Surely, you haven't even had contact with Brother Feng? Yi Lung responded indignantly, unaware of her own conflicting emotions towards Gu Chen. Despite acknowledging Gu Chen's handsomeness and fantasizing about romantic scenarios with him, she felt an uncontrollable urge to criticize him. He has no idea how sensitive I am. I can't blame him. For the first time, the usually fiery Huo Wu found herself justifying another's actions after feeling wronged. Huo Wu's sister, why do you still speak on his behalf? You've never even been touched by Brother Feng, yet you let him off so easily. Just wait. He'll be attending the elite genius gathering soon as well. I'll find some beauties to test his character. It will be evident if he is a true gentleman. Very well. I shall devote myself to rigorous training upon returning. Next time we meet, I will surely defeat him. Huo Wu declared, though her heart secretly longed for their next encounter, yearning for the delightful sensations he evoked. Yes, I believe you can do it, Huo Wu's sister. Best of luck. Yi Lung encouraged, while internally pondering that Huo Wu might not have another opportunity. By the next meeting, Gu Chen could have reached an entirely new realm. Night enveloped the city of Nodding at the Nolan residence. Tang San used his purple extreme magic eye to assess the terrain, ensuring no formidable opponents were present, before stealthily infiltrating the courtyard where Nolan Jia resided. From a distance, through his magical vision, Tang San clearly observed a strikingly beautiful woman with flowing hair, an enchanting visage, and a curvaceous figure, adorned in a red dress. Deeply engrossed in a book, her ethereal beauty brought joy to Tang San's heart, igniting a fervent desire within him to rush forward and claim this seemingly pristine woman, fantasizing about indulging in her. Unbeknownst to him, as he lost himself in his thoughts, the beautiful woman suddenly closed her book and murmured, "Those who cannot learn from history are doomed to have no future." Tang San was taken aback by the profundity of her words, sensing an underlying implication. Had he been discovered? But he quickly dismissed the thought. It was impossible. He was far enough away that even with her soul king perception, it should not reach him unless she was not human. It must be mere coincidence. Resolving himself, he steadied his mind, regained focus, and crept closer. Using a large tree as cover while gradually descending, Nolan Jia, still absorbed in her reading, suddenly cast a glance towards the door. A hint of mockery dancing upon her lips. As expected, a cowardly rat, cowering like a mere insect. Frost domain. Nolan Jia quietly unleashed her invisible frosty domain. Within a radius of 200 meters, the temperature plummeted abruptly, and Tang San felt an overwhelming killing intent enveloping him. It was as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a chilling sensation coursing through him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. He realized he had severely underestimated Nolan Jia's strength. She was far from the carefree individual Daimubai had described, lacking in any guile. "Come forth, little rat. Are you not going to reveal yourself?" A clear, cold voice resonated from all directions. The voice, though soft, seemed capable of penetrating stone, stirring the very soul. What immense soul power! It could pierce through the unyielding, affecting the minds of others. Tang San felt a jolt of realization. He had undoubtedly revealed his presence and chose to retreat without hesitation, preparing to use his flying heavenly claw when the chilling voice echoed again. "Since you have come, will you not stay for a while? If you think your speed can surpass that of a phoenix, then do give it a try." Tang San felt a wave of panic. He had been overly presumptuous. The Ice Phoenix Martial Soul was a top-tier combat soul. Although its freezing abilities were less effective against him compared to fire, Ice-type martial souls, whether for single target or area attacks, were not to be underestimated. Tang San activated his external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, preparing to launch a surprise attack against Nolan Jia. "You wish to ambush me? I have long anticipated your arrival. How could I be unprepared? Come forth." As her words fell, figures suddenly soared into the air, surrounding Tang San from all sides. While countless silhouettes darted across the ground, Tang San felt a surge of panic, realizing he had not come to gather flowers, but rather to offer himself as a sacrifice. It was as if he had leapt into an elaborate trap, Though his heart raced with trepidation, he maintained a calm facade, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. Yet, as a mere soul master of over 40 levels, surrounded by soul emperors and soul saints, where could he flee? Even facing a group of soul saints, he would struggle to contend against even a couple, despite his notable talent and several hidden weapons capable of dealing with soul saints. However, those weapons could only handle one or two opponents at most, and only if he could catch them off guard. At that moment, Tang San deeply regretted not bringing Douluo along. Otherwise, these individuals would hardly pose a threat. But considering the purpose of his visit, to disrupt Nolanjia, he knew the fewer who were aware of his intentions, the better. It would be foolish to bring an onlooker along unless he truly had a lapse in judgment. Realizing he was trapped with no way out, Tang San relinquished any thoughts of escape. Since the adversary has not ordered an immediate execution, it suggests that I may still hold some value, and there remains an opportunity for negotiation. First, I shall observe their intentions. Tang San raised his hands above his head and emerged from behind the great tree. Do not take action, fair maiden. I surrender. I should not have had the audacity to covet your beauty and come to spy on you. I, Tang San, am willing to accept any punishment. Humph. You, a cowardly wretch, dare to covet my beauty? Such thoughts are utterly delusional. Nolanjia coldly inquired, Speak. Who sent you? What is your true purpose? She was well aware of Tang San's intentions and could surmise who had disclosed her whereabouts to him. However, Gu Chen had instructed her to spare his life, allowing her to suppress her murderous impulse for the time being and ascertain Tang San's scheme. Damubai, my dear cousin, the next time we meet, I shall express my gratitude. Nolanjia mused, her demeanor as frigid as an iceberg. Perceiving the shift in her expressions, Tang San feared she had changed her mind and would seek to end his life. He hastily exclaimed, Do not act rashly, fair maiden. No one sent me. I came solely out of admiration for you, to observe you without ulterior motives. Nonsense. You refuse to speak the truth, do you? I shall present you with two options. 1. Sever your own tendons. 2. Transform into something neither man nor woman. Choose wisely. Nolanjia declared icily. Chapter 73. Tang San's resolve. Feeling the temperature drop once more, Tang San recognized that Nolanjia's patience had reached its limit. With no other recourse, he decided to implicate another. It is the master. He mentioned that you possess the Ice Phoenix martial soul, and that upon my reaching level 50, our souls could merge, enhancing the quality of my martial soul. That master you speak of, is he the esteemed elder of the martial soul hall, you Xiaojang? Indeed. Very well. Since you are not the instigator, I shall spare your life today. However, you will be detained for a while until I can verify the truth of your claims. Understood. I shall comply with your arrangements. Rather than resorting to underhanded tactics or ambushes, Tang San excelled in patience. He believed that as long as he survived, help would surely come. Once his absence was noted, Dai Mubai, Tai Long, and Tai Nua, among others, would undoubtedly seek to locate him. Although the master lacked formidable strength, his connections were undeniably powerful, and he would surely find a way to rescue him. Thus, Tang San voluntarily sealed his spirit power and was confined within a concealed dungeon. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, having endured numerous battles within a single day, sensed a subtle breakthrough in his own realm. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Xiao Wu eagerly led Gu Chen to her room. With a mischievous glimmer in her eye, she smiled and asked, Gu Chen, have you exhausted yourself after a long day of toil? Not too badly, Gu Chen replied, regarding Xiao Wu with suspicion, sensing that she harbored some ulterior motive. Please, take a seat. Allow me to massage your shoulders. Ah, Xiao Wu, is there something you wish to convey to me? Gu Chen found himself somewhat unaccustomed to Xiao Wu's sudden tenderness, deciding it prudent to clarify matters. Oh, why do you still call me senior? Just call me Xiao Wu. Please sit. I have something important to discuss. Very well. Gu Chen settled down as Xiao Wu gently massaged his shoulders. Gu Chen, would you like to see the new skill I have acquired? Gu Chen's heart sank with a sudden jolt, and he inwardly cursed his misfortune. Resolutely, he shook his head. So be it. Let that senior satisfy you. With that, he seized Gu Chen's arm and sank his teeth into it fiercely. A piercing pain radiated from Gu Chen's arm, causing his spiritual energy to plummet rapidly, dropping from level 48 to level 42 in mere seconds. Accompanying this was an overwhelming sense of dizziness that left him lightheaded and yearning for immediate slumber. After a moment of speechlessness, Gu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of the newly acquired soul skill of Xiao Wu. In a battle against an opponent, if her second skill could mesmerize the enemy, followed by the activation of her fifth skill to deliver a bite, It would result in a significant reduction of the enemy's levels and even induce a state of dizziness. How could one not be at her mercy with such a formidable ability? This skill could truly be deemed divine. However, it did come at the cost of considerable effort. After nearly a minute of dizziness, Gu Chen finally regained his clarity, with his soul energy gradually replenishing. It is worth noting that having cultivated the Xuanqing Gong, his composure and mental fortitude far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Even he had succumbed to dizziness for a whole minute. One can only imagine how long it would take for others to recover. A minute is ample time for even a defensive soul master to be severely weakened. Xiao Wu, why did you suddenly bite me? He inquired. Because I wanted to give you my first time. In an instant, Gu Chen's frustration dissipated significantly. He turned around, embracing Xiao Wu, gently stroking her scorpion braid, and asked with a hint of concern, Xiao Wu, does every attack require you to rush in and bite the opponent to weaken them? Not exactly, she replied. The first person I willingly bite will notice my soul mark. They can inherit half of the characteristics of my soul skill for a duration of 3 days. If you attack an enemy whose levels do not exceed your own by more than 10, there is a 50% chance of reducing their levels by 3 and inducing dizziness for 1 to 2 minutes. If you strive to enhance your strength and protect me, I won't have to bite anyone. Xiao Wu flashed a playful smile. Gu Chen affectionately pinched her delicate nose and gently said, don't worry. If anyone dares to bully my wife, I'll be the one to bite them. Ugh, who is your wife? Kiki, don't you want to be my wife? Eh. It seems I'll be single for life. Pa, shameless. If you can remain single, I'll stand on my head. Stand on your head for what? I'll stand on my head and dance. Haha. Observing the adorable demeanor of Xiao Wu, Gu Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. While Xiao Wu pouted and chose to ignore him, time swiftly passed, and 3 days had gone by in a tranquil routine of cultivation. Gu Chen's strength had smoothly ascended to level 49, just one level shy of reaching level 50, which would grant him the opportunity to acquire his 5th spirit ring. The speed of his advancement was undeniably impressive, as he had consistently concealed his true abilities. Aside from a few close companions, no one was aware of his actual prowess. Meanwhile, the absence of Tang San for 3 consecutive days had piqued the concern of Master and others. Under Master's persistent inquiries, Daimubai eventually divulged Tang San's whereabouts. Little San, he may have been captured by Nora. What happened? Mubai, please explain everything in detail. Master asked anxiously. It's like this. Little San first mentioned Nora to me. Daimubai recounted from the moment Tang San first brought up Nora. Master cursed under his breath. Little San. You fool. Do not disclose this matter to anyone until I return. Understood. Daimubai nodded solemnly, aware that both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San valued their reputations greatly. This information must not be recklessly shared. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, Daimubai, who had been wearing a worried expression, immediately donned a grim visage. He inwardly cursed Tang San for jeopardizing his relationship with Nora. He understood that his cousin, who seemed carefree on the surface, was actually sensitive and would likely suspect that he had betrayed her. He feared that once her strength grew, she might send someone to deal with him. Contemplating whether he should return to the Star Luo Empire, he resolved to do so, thinking Tang San had utterly ruined a good hand of cards. However, before he departed, he intended to take someone with him. That night, beneath the full moon, Zhu Zhuqing of the Shrek girls' dormitory tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. After much inner turmoil, she finally sat up. Dressing herself in high heels and a seductive lace black outfit resembling a catgirl, she admired her reflection in the mirror, ensuring her makeup was flawless before stepping out of her room. Not long after she left, the door of the neighboring room swung open. Ning Rongrong, clad in a blue dress, observed Zhu Zhuqing's retreating figure with an indescribable feeling in her heart. She surmised Zhu Zhuqing's intentions and anticipated the ensuing events. Recently, she had noticed Gu Chen deliberately avoiding her. Even their encounters had become polite and distant, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. She wondered if she had offended Gu Chen or if something had caused a misunderstanding. Chapter 75. Ning Rongrong's inner turmoil. The lack of answers left Ning Rongrong restless. Despite her privileged upbringing, she had always felt a profound sense of loneliness. Although her father, Ning Fingji, and various protectors surrounded her, she sensed an emptiness within. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, she believed she had discovered the missing piece, friendship. Yet today, she realized her greatest deficiency was courage, the courage to confront failure. If she could let go of her indecision between Gu Chen and Oscar, she might find solace. She recognized Oscar's affection for her, transitioning from initial indifference to being touched by his efforts on her behalf, eventually beginning to accept him. She thought she should like Oscar, but one day, a new figure entered her life. At first, she found nothing remarkable about this clean-cut boy, but as they grew closer, she discovered a mischievous streak in him. His charm, despite being slightly roguish, was hard to resist. As she learned of his heroic deeds at Sacred Heart Lake, where he nearly exhausted himself to save others, her concern for him deepened. When she next saw him, he had joined forces with Xiao Wu and others to rescue a host of spirit kings, earning a reputation for his valor. At that moment, she sensed an undeniable brilliance radiating from him. Unconsciously, her heart began to lean toward him. Watching him playfully interact with Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu filled her with a bittersweet pang. Whenever she saw him with other beautiful girls, she couldn't help but eavesdrop, eager to uncover the nature of their conversations. Her dread of encountering Oscar grew, as she feared she would hurt him. Oscar was a good man. While she regarded herself as flawed, they seemed incompatible. She believed the true villain in this tale was not others, but herself. If Gu Chen was a scoundrel, he was a brazen one, unabashedly seeking attention while expecting responsibility. How could anyone blame him for his allure? Yet here she was, deeply enamored with one individual while unable to release her feelings for another, fabricating various justifications for herself, leading to her self-loathing. However, she genuinely wished to avoid hurting anyone. Ning Rongrong was caught in this turmoil, opening and closing her door over a dozen times, stepping out only to retreat repeatedly. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and walked toward Oscar's room. In Gu Chen's room, he leisurely reclined in a rocking chair, savoring the tranquil scene outside the window where the moon shone brightly amidst a sparse scattering of stars, and birds gracefully migrated southward. Gu Chen felt a profound longing for his mother, uncertain of her current state and whether her ailments had improved. Time was not on his side. Merely a decade remained. How could he persuade a martial deity to willingly lift the soul curse? Should he conquer him through sheer force and compel him to assist in removing the curse from his mother? Or perhaps appeal to his emotions and logic to convince him to free her from her affliction? The latter seemed somewhat impractical, while the former required a solid foundation. Who could assist me in contemplating a third alternative? Moreover, regarding my yin-yang borrowing life technique, was it not said that its backlash would manifest today? Yet, on this night of the full moon, there was no sign of its effect. What could be the reason? Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, a series of 3 crisp knocks echoed through the air. Was taken aback. Who could possibly be knocking at this late hour? After a moment of concentration, a stunningly seductive beauty appeared before him, leaving him parched and aflame with desire. He hurried to the door, swiftly ushering Zhu Zhuqing into the room. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily startled, not anticipating Gu Chen's abruptness. Once the door was closed, Gu Chen suddenly seized her waist, capturing her lips with fervor, his hands roaming over her slender waist, shapely hips, and voluptuous curves. Caught off guard by Gu Chen's unexpected advance, Zhu Zhuqing, despite being mentally prepared for surrender, found herself unprepared for his ferocity, her legs tensed and body rigid. Gu Chen seemed to sense something, and the fiery turmoil within him gradually subsided. He slowly released Zhu Zhuqing's delicate form. I apologize, Senior. I acted impulsively just now. Gu Chen, what is wrong with you? Senior, I am fine. Perhaps I encountered a minor setback during my cultivation. I have been preoccupied with my training and rarely see you. I missed you too much and momentarily lost control. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart stir profoundly. Recently, she and Gu Chen had seldom met. He hardly left his room. Whenever she caught a glimpse of him from afar, he would only exchange a few words with Xiao Wu before retreating back indoors. Junior, I do not hold it against you. I understand your feelings. It was just too sudden. I wasn't prepared. Would you like to try again? No, Senior. I am fine now. Did you need something from me? Well, do you remember the spectral dragon's lament flower you gifted me? Yes, I recall. Wasn't it said to be beneficial for your spectral spirit cat clan? Yet, I have not seen you use it. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of embarrassment. The spectral dragon's lament flower had a certain probability of facilitating a transformation in my martial soul, but the inherent dragon essence within it is rather difficult to control. I require someone to safeguard me during the process. As she spoke, a blush unconsciously crept onto Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks, and Gu Chen began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's attire today, it seemed she was inclined to offer herself to him. With a playful glint in his eyes, Gu Chen smiled and said, I can assist you in safeguarding your process, but you cannot absorb it here. If the spectral dragon's lament flower is as remarkable as you claim, the commotion it creates may attract unwanted attention. I shall take you to a place that is utterly tranquil, where no one will notice any disturbances. All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, agreeing with Gu Chen's reasoning. In his room. It would be awkward if someone were to knock on a boy's door at such an hour. Not to mention, interrupting her cultivation would lead to trouble. Then follow me. Gu Chen grasped Zhu Zhuqing's arm, quietly activating the divine weapon Heavenly Net Umbrella, and the two of them leapt out the window, vanishing silently into the night. Outside Gu Chen's room, in a secluded corner, stood Dai Mubai, clad in a black night outfit, holding a package. He witnessed the alluring scene of Zhu Zhuqing, adorned in a seductive black lace ensemble, being pulled into the room by Gu Chen. It resembled the passionate reunion of long-separated lovers, consumed by longing. He felt a sudden numbness, rendered speechless by shock, as his heart was torn apart, causing him excruciating pain. Yet, he found himself helpless. Tang San had been oppressing him severely lately, treating him less than human, hurling insults at him at the slightest provocation. He was nearing the brink of depression from the constant berating. In the past, he would have rushed in without a second thought upon encountering such a situation. But now, he had learned the virtue of restraint. After lingering in the darkness for a considerable time, Dai Mubai quietly approached Gu Chen's door, hoping to discern any sounds from within. If the two were indeed preparing to engage in intimate activities, he would burst in to catch them in the act. However, after straining to listen for a long while, he heard nothing from inside. Pressing his ear against the door proved futile, and he hesitated to push it open. He grappled with indecision at the threshold for an extended period. Dai Mubai's seemingly stealthy actions did not escape the notice of Ning Rongrong and a burly man concealed in the shadows. Unable to restrain himself, the man shook his head and sighed. "Mubai, your disposition is woefully inadequate. A mere woman has ensnared you in such turmoil. You will struggle to achieve greatness in the future." With that, he turned and vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. Observing Dai Mubai's furtive behavior, Ning Rongrong furrowed her brow slightly, murmuring regretfully, "Dai Lauda, you have changed, becoming increasingly less manly." She too slipped away quietly. Only Dai Mubai lingered at the door, alternating between listening intently and hesitating, never daring to enter. In a nearby cave within the Andrew forest, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing had shed all their garments. Zhu Zhuqing, bashful, covered her enticing form, unable to meet Gu Chen's gaze. Gu Chen appeared remarkably composed, quietly admiring Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal beauty, his heart brimming with admiration. "Zhuqing, you may absorb the energy here. This place was once the lair of the dark wolves, but I have transformed it with my formation to accelerate the gathering of nether energy. Absorbing the nether dragon's whisper flower here will surely yield double the results with half the effort. Thank you so much, Gu Chen." "No need for thanks, dear senior. Your beauty inspires me, and I am more than willing to do anything for you." Moved by Gu Chen's heartfelt words, Zhu Zhuqing swiftly planted a kiss on his cheek. Gu Chen chuckled, revealing a sincere and endearing smile. "I am now beginning to absorb this, and you must not peek at me. When it comes to a girl's words, one must listen in reverse. When she says no, it truly means yes." Gu Chen nodded slightly, his gaze unwavering. "You bad guy, I shall ignore you." Zhu Zhuqing cast a playful glare at him, choosing to disregard Gu Chen. She took out the spectral dragon cry flower, preparing to absorb its essence. A deep rumble, akin to a dragon's roar, resonated from this extraordinary blossom. The surrounding murky spectral energy surged wildly into the flower. As Zhu Zhuqing focused her mind, releasing her spectral cat martial spirit, channeling her soul power to draw forth the energy within the spectral dragon cry flower. Tendrils of gray-black gas intertwined, forming a magnificent gray-black divine dragon, confronting Zhu Zhuqing's spectral cat. For approximately 10 seconds, the two held their ground. The petite spectral cat, measuring just over a meter, let out a meow before charging towards the divine dragon. The gray-black dragon responded with a thunderous roar, launching itself at the spectral cat. The first soul skill, spectral thrust, combined with agile footwork, allowed the spectral cat to swiftly attack the divine dragon. In retaliation, the divine dragon executed a powerful tail sweep, sending the spectral cat hurtling away. The spectral cat collided against the stone wall, producing a resounding crash before rebounding once more. With the second soul skill, Spectral White Claw, the cat unleashed a flurry of claw strikes upon the divine dragon. The gray-black dragon attempted another tail sweep, yet numerous wounds marred its body. The third soul skill, Spectral Slash, saw the spectral cat condensing its soul power into a black-purple blade, striking at the divine dragon. A gaping wound was torn into the dragon's chest, eliciting an enraged roar accompanied by a wave of sonic force. Utilizing the fourth soul skill, Spectral Shadow Clone, the spectral cat conjured 6 clones to assist in the battle, each possessing 40 of the original's combat prowess. The gray-black divine dragon was gradually disassembled into wisps of gray-black gas, which then seeped into the spectral cat's form. After emitting a contented mewl, the spectral cat's body began to swell into a spherical shape. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate frame shuddered, her bones cracking like popping beans. As her form began to expand, her height seemingly increasing, her fitted attire grew snug, her skin taking on a reddish hue. In the air, the spectral cat continued to inflate, its size rapidly escalating, 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 7 meters, ultimately reaching a staggering height of 7.5 meters before coming to a halt. Zhu Zhuqing herself grew to nearly 7 meters tall, a dragon-shaped mark appearing on her forehead, exuding an eerie chill. Witnessing this transformation, Gu Chen was utterly astonished. She had become a giant. However, this state did not last long. After a brief incense stick's duration, Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the surrounding spectral energy, retracting her spectral cat martial spirit. Her form gradually reverting to its original size, the mark on her forehead vanishing. Upon returning to her natural state, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly opened her eyes, which now glimmered with a blue light, emitting a resounding meow. The sound waves reverberated throughout the cave, causing it to tremble. Had it not been for the defensive array set by Gu Chen, the cavern would likely have collapsed instantaneously. Gu Chen, quick-witted and alert, sensed the impending danger and deftly evaded the sonic assault propelled by the starry sky. Observing Gu Chen's successful avoidance, Zhu Zhuqing's face betrayed a struggle. It seemed she was temporarily unable to rein in this sudden surge of power. She needed an outlet for her pent-up energy, Gu Chen mused inwardly. At that moment, she was also striving to restrain herself. Earlier, when Zhu Zhuqing had absorbed half of the nether dragon's lament flower, her body underwent a transformation. She felt an increasing heat enveloping her, as if her blood were boiling. Her skin flushed and became scalding hot, while the power coursing through her began to slip from her grasp. He knew that this was the side effect of the yin-yang borrowing life technique manifesting, and he felt an uncontrollable urge to quell the inner turmoil. A certain part of her began to contort grotesquely, just as Zhu Zhuqing regained a measure of clarity. The masculine aura emanating from Gu Chen made her gaze once again turn hazy. Her face lit up with excitement, akin to a cat catching a whiff of fish. Licking her lips, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly lunged towards Gu Chen. Gu Chen instinctively wanted to evade, yet was concerned that Zhu Zhuqing might collide with the stone wall behind her. Retaining the last vestige of rationality, she caught Zhu Zhuqing. Outside the cavern, the full moon hung high in the sky, while inside, intertwining hues of red and blue illuminated the space, causing the ground to tremble. The sound of dragon roars mingled with the enchanting mewls of a cat echoed forth, as two bare figures entwined, seeking each other in an embrace that seemed endless. In Shrek Academy, within Ning Rongrong's chamber, Xiao Wu paced anxiously. It had been a day and a night since Zhu Qing and Gu Chen had vanished. Where could they be? Were they in danger? Ning Rongrong sat at the edge of the bed, her face etched with worry and conflict. Ultimately, she could no longer contain herself and divulged what she knew to Xiao Wu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression shifted to one of surprise and contemplation. After a moment, she murmured to herself, I should have realized that Zhu Qing also harbored feelings for Gu Chen. Gu Chen and Zhu Qing should be fine, Rongrong. I shall return now. If Gu Chen comes looking for you, please inform me. Understood. Ning Rongrong nodded heavily, though a bittersweet sensation lingered in her heart. How could he possibly come looking for her? Chapter 76. Liena's heart stirred at the spirit hall. Outside the grand hall, Yu Xiaojiang had been waiting for a day and a night. Excuse me. Has the Pope returned? He approached a striking young girl with long black hair, a near-perfect figure, and captivating beauty, who had just emerged from the hall. She turned to him with curiosity. Are you looking for my teacher? Indeed. I am a disciple of Bibi Dong, Yu Xiaojiang replied warmly, contemplating that this girl seemed promising. Perhaps Xiao Wu and Tang San would find it challenging to pursue her. Introducing this young lady to him might be beneficial. May I inquire what business you have with my teacher? I seek the Pope's assistance to save someone. Oh, who is it you wish to save? My master appears disinterested in rescuing anyone. She would likely be more willing to take a life. Ha, you are quite humorous. Yu Xiaojiang chuckled awkwardly, diverting his gaze to avoid prolonging the conversation. You are Master Yu Xiaojiang, correct? Ah, you know me. The girl nodded. I have seen you in my teacher's chamber. Ha. It's a pleasure, he smiled, a hint of pride inadvertently crossing his face. However, the girl had not finished her sentence, and once she did, his smile would likely fade. She had indeed seen a portrait of him in Bibi Dong's bedroom, but it was not a flattering depiction. Rather, it was a defaced portrait with the words Wretched Yu Xiaojiang scrawled across it. Curious, she had investigated Yu Xiaojiang and discovered he had once been quite renowned, often mentioned alongside Flinder and Lu Erlong, forming the so-called Golden Triangle. He had authored a theory on martial souls, now largely forgotten, and was referred to as Master. The impression he left on her was that of a man with mediocre strength, an abundance of theories, and a knack for wooing women, a quintessential scoundrel. My teacher has gone to the Stardow Forest to hunt soul beasts. She may not return for a while. If you have matters to discuss, you may share them with me, and I can relay them upon her return. A mischievous glimmer flickered in the girl's bright eyes as she thought, this scoundrel must have ulterior motives in seeking my master. My teacher lacks emotional intelligence in matters of the heart. I cannot allow him to deceive her. I shall inquire about his intentions. Is that so? Did she bring any soul-guiding devices for communication? Please assist me in contacting her. The matter I wish to discuss is quite urgent and cannot be disclosed openly. Of course, Master Yu Xiaojiang would not divulge this to anyone in the spirit hall except Bibi Dong. Moreover, he intended to foster a connection between the girl and Tang San, hoping to secure a comfortable future for himself. By nurturing a rapport with the girl, he would have a valid reason to frequent the spirit hall, leading to more interactions with Bibi Dong and perhaps rekindling their past romance. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's disheveled appearance, the girl felt an instinctive aversion, sensing he was not a trustworthy individual. She pondered, it was rare for anyone to enter the spirit hall without her teacher's consent. Did Yu Xiaojiang know her teacher? Or were they even closer than she imagined? Perhaps former lovers? No, that was impossible. Her teacher's proud physique and mature allure could not possibly be attracted to this ordinary-looking older man. Since it is inconvenient to discuss, I shall take my leave. Please wait patiently, she said, turning to depart, but was halted by Master Yu's voice. Miss, may I ask your name? Why do you wish to know my name? Liena regarded him with suspicion. Do not misunderstand. I have a talented disciple who is quite presentable. Stop. I am not looking for a boyfriend. You misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish for you to befriend my disciple. Given your shared talent, it would be advantageous for both to engage in mutual exchange. Very well, my name is Liena. But I doubt I will have time to meet your disciple in the near future. You are participating in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament, are you not? Yes. Liena nodded, acknowledging it was no secret. I trust you will meet soon enough. Then let us leave it at that. I shall await the Pope's return, while you attend to your matters. Goodbye, Master. As Liena walked away, she mused, Shrek Academy, I must visit one day. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. Cousin. What is it, Meiji? Liena inquired, puzzled. Cousin, I told you previously that I met an extraordinary young man, did I not? Sigh. Are you referring to the same extraordinary as I understand it? No. He's extraordinary in other ways. Haha. I'm not interested in that. Get to the point. Liena urged impatiently. He has gone missing. Missing? Go find him. Why are you asking me? I've searched all his usual haunts and sent people to look in every likely place, but he is nowhere to be found. I suspect he has met with foul play. You mean he is dead? Yes. Then find another. Isn't that your usual style? Enough, cousin. This situation is different. He treats me exceptionally well. And I think I might be pregnant. What? Liena exclaimed, exasperated. Weren't you the one who said that after taking the medicine from that Master Jia, I could interact with 100 men without consequence? How could I end up pregnant? Oh dear, cousin, you must not exaggerate. I didn't say all that. I might have forgotten to take the medicine once, and that could have been the moment. Liena felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Despite being in her 20s, she remained chaste. While her younger sister of the Fox clan had not only swiftly achieved 100 kills, but also successfully planted seeds among the humans. Impressive indeed. What is his name? I shall have the Intelligence Bureau look into it. Ah, he is called Osro, the young patriarch of the Black Panther clan. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Cousin, do not hasten my departure. I have something else to discuss with you. What is it? Have you heard of the Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference? Upon hearing this, Liena shook her head. Allow me to explain. Yes, please do. A hint of curiosity flickered across Liena's face. The Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference is a grand event spearheaded by His Highness Xueqinghe. It is scheduled for 3 days hence, and many talented disciples from the Empire will attend. Cousin, you are the most beautiful girl in our Fox clan, yet you have never had a boyfriend. What a pity. Considering your figure that leaves countless boys drooling. I'm not interested in that. Not interested? I have heard that the Shrek Academy will also participate. Have you not been following that academy for quite some time? Would you not wish to engage with their students? You mean to say that the students from Shrek Academy will be attending? Indeed. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing. These top beauties will be present. And with you, dear cousin, we could form a quartet of exquisite flower maidens, destined to become a tale for the ages. One must admit, Hu Meiji possesses remarkable salesmanship, as her concise words captivated Hu Liena's attention. Very well, I shall go and see for myself. Chapter 77. Zhu Zhuqing has grown. In the Andrew Forest. Within the dark cave once inhabited by the abyssal wolf, sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting patterns upon the ground below. The eyes of two individuals nestled together within the cave slowly opened. Gu Chen stretched lazily and affectionately greeted Zhu Zhuqing with a cheerful good morning. One could only wonder what transpired between them in the past 24 hours. Gu Chen, undeterred by fatigue, while Zhu Zhuqing was drenched in sweat, felt utterly depleted. Zhu Zhuqing, even at this moment, sensed that she could muster no strength whatsoever. Gu Chen was not faring much better. This was indeed his limit. The catgirl outfit that Zhu Zhuqing had worn 2 days prior was now irrevocably torn, stretched beyond its capacity. Consequently, she was left with no choice but to don Gu Chen's clothing. He carried her on his back, not in haste to return to the academy, as such a display would be too ostentatious. While it posed little issue for him, being a man, it would undoubtedly be a source of embarrassment for her. A young lady. They resolved to purchase 2 new outfits before heading back to the academy. The pair arrived at the largest clothing store in Soto City, where Zhu Zhuqing selected a somewhat loose-fitting black evening gown, while Gu Chen opted for a sleek black suit. Additionally, he chose evening dresses for Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar, leaving out Dai Mubai and Tang San from consideration. After all, there could be no amicable relations with rivals. With the upcoming Genius Soul Master Exchange meeting in a couple of days, it was prudent to procure their attire in advance. Just as they prepared to leave the store, Zhu Zhuqing was intercepted by a rather lecherous older man. Beautiful lady, haven't we met somewhere before? He inquired. I do not know you. Step aside. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was icy. Not knowing each other is of no consequence. Now that we're acquainted, what's the harm? The lascivious man persisted, refusing to relent. Furious, Zhu Zhuqing was about to explode when Gu Chen seized her wrist. Zhuqing, allow me, he said. Good sir, why don't we introduce ourselves? Before the man could respond, a spear pierced his throat with a sickening precision. How careless you are, to have survived this long. Gu Chen retracted the spear and pulled Zhu Zhuqing away. Ready to depart, the surrounding crowd was left in shock. Who was this person? A mere disagreement had led to murder. Murder. Someone has been killed. A terrified man shrieked. Gu Chen paid him no mind. The man he had just slain was someone he recognized. He was a teacher from Songhue Academy named Shinian. Though he shared the same name as the renowned soul saint Shinian Kanming, their strengths were worlds apart. Shinian Kanming wielded the powerful martial soul known as Kanming, excelling in the use of illusions to vanquish his foes, boasting a formidable level of 72. In stark contrast, the Shinian he had just dispatched was merely a soul king at level 53, with the martial soul of the Songwolf. Gu Chen was familiar with him due to his notorious reputation. He often abused his strength to harass virtuous women. He had visited the Gu family before, taking Gu as his disciple, and had even insulted her mother, which led Gu Chen to vow that he would one day become powerful enough to exact vengeance. Fate had brought them together, and thus he felt justified in his ruthless actions to rid the world of such a menace. Without casting another glance at the lifeless body on the ground, Gu Chen took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and exited the clothing shop. In his previous life, Gu Chen had taken many lives, emerging from a veritable sea of corpses and blood. Hence, the act of killing was far from unfamiliar to him. On the contrary, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for the sensation. Wait a moment, a sweet voice called out as Gu Chen and his companion had not ventured far. Gu Chen turned around and beheld a girl with flowing red hair and a green dress, whose beauty was as sweet as a spring blossom, approaching him. This enchanting maiden, he inquired, do you seek us for a matter of concern? You are in grave trouble, she exclaimed. The individual you have just slain was a teacher from Songhue Academy. To commit murder in broad daylight, especially against a member of the academy, will surely draw the attention of the Empire's forces. Why are you not fleeing? Why do you stroll leisurely instead? Gu Chen smiled softly. He dared to toy with my girlfriend. He shall pay the price. His voice was not loud, yet each word resonated in the soul like the tolling of morning and evening bells. Alas, why did none of you heed the warning? I appreciate the young lady's good intentions, but even if soldiers arrive, what of it? They would not be able to do anything to me. No sooner had the words left his lips than a mocking laughter echoed from a distance. Is that so? Gu Chen turned around, and beheld a general clad in armor, riding a mighty steed, hastening toward him. Indeed, what audacity grants you the courage to speak thus? The strong reign supreme. I am stronger than he, and any who offend me shall meet their demise. Should you provoke me, your fate will be no different. Is that so? With a swift thrust, a long spear pierced the general's chest. The general gazed at Gu Chen, his eyes filled with indignation. I have not offended. You look down upon me. Those who scorn me deserve death. Another murder, yet another life extinguished. The woman in the green dress stood in shock. Was this person a demon? How could he take a life so swiftly after merely exchanging a few words? Fear not, my lady, for I am not a villain. You should leave at once. Trouble may soon befall this place. Then take care. The woman in green hastily retreated. General, as the armored general fell from his steed, a throng of spearmen rushed toward him. The people from Songhue Academy have arrived. A commotion erupted in the crowd. It is Teacher Yi. Teacher Yi has come. Which Teacher Yi? Teacher Yu Zhiqiu. Never heard of him. Yu Zhiqiu, a teacher at Songhue Academy, director of the Foreign Affairs Department. Possessing the martial soul of the mysterious turtle, a soul king with 5 soul rings. A bespectacled man with a dark complexion, accompanied by several young students, approached swiftly. Teacher Yi, you have finally arrived. Please apprehend this scoundrel. He has just slain our general. A soldier shouted at Yu Zhiqiu. Upon glancing at Gu Chen, Yu Zhiqiu noticed the blood still dripping from the spear's tip in his hand, understanding that this was the man responsible for the general's death. He had already learned that the general had fallen victim to a surprise attack, and the resentment in the general's eyes confirmed his suspicions. Did you kill them? Is that not obvious? Or do you think it was you? Very well, do not blame me for my impoliteness then. You wish to kill me? Aye. With a swift motion, a sharp dagger pierced his chest. No need to respond. I already know your intent. A lithe woman clad in black appeared behind Yu Zhiqiu, her delicate hand slowly withdrawing the dagger from his body. Is there anyone else who wishes to stop me? Silence enveloped the surroundings. What an audacious lad. A man in a black robe soared toward them from a distance. It is a soul sage. The soul sage is here. That fiend is doomed. Seeing the soul sage's arrival, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of anxiety, but Gu Chen remained composed. Do you also wish to impede my progress? Ha ha ha. Such arrogance. With a swift motion, a head was sent soaring, the soul sage slain. An elder bearing 6 swords suddenly appeared at his side, delivering a fatal strike. May I leave now? You cannot depart. A chilling voice echoed from nearby. Yet another? Gu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. Chapter 78. A hammer to crush the ghostly Douluo. A ghostly figure emerged from thin air. At last, you have chosen to reveal yourself? It was an elder from the spirit hall, the ghost Douluo. How could he appear here? This fiend is certainly finished. The ghost? A 95th level agility type titled Douluo of the spirit hall stood frozen, unsure of how to respond. From Shinian to the imperial general to Yu Zhiqiu, and then to the recently slain soul sage, none had survived a single utterance from this harbinger of death. Fear gripped him as he cautiously observed Gu Chen, assessing the atmosphere for any signs of danger. Are you too afraid to respond? Silence equates to acquiescence. Tangshan, eliminate him. Yes, Master Demon. And no. The ghost Douluo attempted to flee but found himself immobilized. It is the Shura domain. Panic coursed through him. Do not kill me. I am an elder of the spirit hall. With a thunderous roar, a colossal hammer descended from the heavens, obliterating the ghost Douluo into mere fragments. Is there anyone else who wishes to impede my path? The surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Without opposition, I shall take my leave. The crowd parted, allowing him passage. Gu Chen gently grasped the still-stunned Zhu Zhuqing's hand, meandering towards the outskirts of Soto City. Zhuqing, you are the woman of Gu Chen. I shall not permit anyone to bully you. Whoever dares to harm you shall face dire consequences. Zhu Zhuqing's heart was suddenly stirred, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness and being cherished by the man before her. Though numerous questions lingered in her mind, she chose to remain silent. If a man is willing to transform into a harbinger of vengeance for you, then even if he is a demon, I, Zhu Zhuqing, shall steadfastly stand by his side. Gu Chen did not offer an explanation to Zhu Zhuqing, for it was not a matter of murder in his eyes. Those he had slain were deserving of their fate. At that time, his hands were stained with the innocent blood of countless lives. The imperial general, Peng Lai, once single-handedly annihilated an entire village. Yu Zhiqiu, driven by avarice and lust, cruelly slaughtered a family of 108, including women and children, for his own selfish desires. Qi Feng, a revered figure in the Tiando Empire, had once decimated a town of over 10,000 souls. Gu Mei, an elder of the spirit hall, had caused the unjust deaths of no fewer than 100,000 individuals. As for my affairs, please refrain from discussing them with anyone for the time being. My strength is still insufficient, and one must learn the virtue of patience. Is this why you insisted on disguising us before our departure? Gu Chen nodded heavily. Gu Chen, now that we have both surpassed level 50, I am at level 53. And you are at level 54. Shouldn't we seek assistance from our teachers to hunt a soul beast and obtain a soul ring? Indeed, acquiring a soul ring is essential. But we need not trouble our teachers. It will suffice if it is just the two of us. That is true. With your formidable subordinates, there is no need to involve teacher Xiao and the others. Bamboo Qing, you misunderstand. I mean it will be just the two of us. Just us? We are both soul kings now, and we require at least a soul ring from a 10,000-year soul beast. Do you think we can defeat a 10,000-year soul beast together? Cannot we defeat a 10,000-year soul beast? What if we employ a martial soul fusion technique? You are the great strength diamond bear, and I am the netherworld demon cat. How can we execute a martial soul fusion technique? Let me tell you this. What if I possessed a second martial soul, the white tiger martial soul? Zhu Zhuqing was left speechless, astonished by this revelation. Gu Chen unleashed his white tiger martial spirit, manifesting 4 dazzling soul rings. 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. Gu Chen, you possess a twin martial spirit? That's truly remarkable. Hiki, it's rather ordinary. Don't you see whose man I am? How obnoxious, so full of yourself. Haha. Joking aside, Zhuqing, quickly release your martial spirit. Let us attempt a fusion. Zhu Zhuqing smiled and nodded, her lovely visage reflecting anticipation. As they initiated the martial spirit fusion, Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, in perfect harmony, simultaneously called out. Merging their martial spirits, a colossal white tiger, adorned with magnificent wings and horns, materialized before them. This imposing creature spanned a length of 10 meters. Its limbs robust as a bull, its eyes radiating an enchanting violet glow, surrounded by crackling lightning. Its tail, akin to that of a dragon, swayed with such force that it shifted the atmosphere, heralding an impending storm. The immense white tiger exuded an overwhelming aura, and both Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of exhilaration. They clearly sensed that the power of their fused super white tiger martial spirit had escalated by at least 10 to 15 levels, a truly formidable enhancement. Having already reached levels exceeding 50, they were on the brink of attaining the Soul Emperor rank. At this level, confronting a 10,000-year soul beast would be quite manageable, especially considering Gu Chen's hidden prowess. With their decision made, the duo disengaged from the martial spirit fusion technique and set forth towards the Stardow Forest. Without pause, they traversed the distance in just over 2 hours until they arrived at the forest's edge. Upon arrival, Gu Chen sensed something amiss. A feeling of being watched sent chills down his spine. Turning to glance behind him, he found nothing but emptiness, which only heightened his unease. He quietly warned Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, something feels off here. I sense we are being monitored by someone whose strength rivals that of Teacher Xiao. Could it be a powerful soul beast? Not quite. It feels different, as if it is not a soul beast at all. Should we find a place to observe before seeking out any soul beasts? Yes. I recall a ravine up ahead where high-level soul beasts seldom appear. Let us head there. All right. Zhu Zhuqing nodded firmly, staying close to Gu Chen as they made their way southeast. After Gu Chen and the others departed, a figure clad in a resplendent yellow palace gown, exuding a sensual allure and possessing a bosom reminiscent of a full moon, emerged at the very spot they had just occupied. She murmured to herself, quite vigilant, aren't they? Yet, you shall never escape the grasp of this empress. Should any significant figure from the spirit hall be present, they would undoubtedly recognize her as the illustrious current pope of the spirit hall, Bibi Dong. Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing arrived at the familiar mountain gorge and entered a cave, immediately activating the divine umbrella domain. Originally, Bibi Dong had been toying with them like a cat with a mouse, but her demeanor shifted abruptly when she realized that Gu Chen and the young girl as presence had suddenly vanished. What force could possibly obscure the perception of a tidal Douluo? What secrets lay hidden within that cave? Although her curiosity was piqued, she firmly restrained herself from entering, sensing that doing so would likely result in an ambush, with a substantial risk of her own demise. In truth, Bibi Dong's intuition was astute. Should she recklessly venture into the enemy's domain while remaining in the shadows, she would have over a 50% chance of being slain. At that moment, within the divine umbrella domain that Gu Chen had unleashed, aside from himself and Zhu Zhuqing, 2 elderly figures were concealed within. One was the heart demon of Tang Chun, at level 99, and the other was the ghost slave. To understand Tang Chen's appearance, one must first recount the events from 3 days prior. Chapter 79, The Pope Bibi Dong. 3 days ago, having just broken through to level 49, Gu Chen suddenly felt a jolt of energy within him, and a small cauldron, about the size of a basketball, manifested in his mind. He sensed a profound connection between this cauldron and his spirit, knowing that with a mere gesture, he could summon or stow it away. Upon further investigation, Gu Chen discovered the miraculous nature of this cauldron. It could seamlessly shift between the realms of reality and illusion. Gu Chen seemed to comprehend Lu Jiaran's words, that it was a treasure worth 1,000 times more than the most extraordinary artifact. For instance, if Gu Chen required demonic energy to fill the devouring demon pearl, he would need to summon the physical form of the small cauldron. By introducing some rare and precious materials, he could transmute them into demonic energy. Through 3 days of relentless research, Gu Chen discovered that regardless of whether it was spiritual pills or treasures of gold and silver, as long as it held some value, it could be cast into the small cauldron to refine the desired substance. Gu Chen experimented and found that, aside from the inability to refine living beings, he could essentially transmute anything he could conceive. However, he noted that a portion would be consumed during the process, a fact he could comprehend. After all, its very existence was sustained by a form of energy, one that was far beyond his current understanding. Gu Chen pondered this in his mind. As for the amount consumed, he estimated it to be around 20%. He had conducted experiments, inserting 5 copper soul coins, and upon silently reciting the incantation for refining, a flash of brilliance emerged, resulting in the disappearance of the 5 coins and the appearance of 4 identical copper soul coins. He then tried with 3 coins, resulting in 2, with 4 coins. 3 emerged, with 6 coins, 5 appeared, and with 10 coins, 8 were yielded. When he tried with 100 coins, sometimes 80 would come forth, other times 81, 82, 79, or 78. There was no fixed outcome, leading Gu Chen to speculate that a fee of approximately 20% was being taken. This treasure was a means of urgent relief, not a steady solution. In his quest to refine the demonic energy, he nearly exhausted all his savings, even stripping the celestial herbs from the Dark Wolf's cave. The infused demonic energy barely allowed him to summon Tang Chen's inner demon, enabling 3 strikes on his behalf. Regrettably, during the encounter with the ghostly entity, Tang Chen exerted too much force, obliterating both the specter and his soul guide, leaving him with nothing to gain. Thus, Tang Chen only had 2 opportunities to assist him. The sword slave had 1 remaining, having intervened once against the avatar of Yiling Tian and once in the battle against the specter in Guo village. Regardless of the circumstances, even if only 1 chance remained, Gu Chen would not hesitate to utilize it, for the pressure from his adversary was overwhelmingly formidable. A moment's inattention could cost him his life. Therefore, he had to exercise caution. However, it seemed the heavens delighted in playing tricks on him. Just as he was quietly waiting for the fish to bite, the ground beneath him and Zhu Zhuqing began to tremble, causing the entire cavern to sway like a quaking bed. Loose stones from the walls cascaded down, and a long, sharp spike descended from above Gu Chen's head. "Be careful," Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, her cat's spirit instantly activated, attempting to push Gu Chen aside. Gu Chen took 2 steps forward, embracing Zhu Zhuqing as she sidestepped the area where the sharp spikes fell. A tremendous roar emanated from below, its sound reminiscent of rolling thunder, reverberating through the surroundings. Gu Chen felt the ground beneath him and Zhu Zhuqing rising. This was the aura of a nearly 100,000-year soul beast. Lu Jiaran's long-absent voice suddenly echoed in Gu Chen's mind. "Ah, Master, you're awake." Gu Chen's face lit up with excitement. "Gu Chen, what's wrong?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. "Yu Qing, it's nothing. The soul beast below might be close to 100,000 years. It's incredibly powerful. We should retreat for now." "Ah," Zhu Zhuqing gasped, both startled by the soul beast's immense strength and impressed by Gu Chen's keen perception. "Don't panic, Zhuqing. That soul beast isn't targeting us," Gu Chen reassured her. Through his spiritual senses, he had clearly detected that the mysterious presence approaching had drawn the beast's attention. Just as he predicted. The moment he finished speaking, a streak of rainbow light shot into the sky. A massive crimson dragon, dozens of meters long, soared into the air and unleashed a torrent of scorching flames upon the dense black forest below. The inferno raged, incinerating swathes of trees in its wake. A graceful figure then shot upward, her 9 soul rings glowing simultaneously, 1 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 1 blood red. Her aura erupted as her upper body became encased in violet armor, her face concealed behind a segmented visor. Beneath her eyes, two smaller pairs gleamed with an eerie blue light. Her legs had vanished, replaced by a massive spherical abdomen from which sprouted 8 thick, green-furred limbs, dripping with a nauseating, corrosive slime. Wherever they touched the ground, sizzling sounds erupted, yellow fumes rising from the scorched earth. For several breaths, the two opponents hovered in the air, locked in a tense standoff before simultaneously launching their attacks. Death Spider Emperor, third soul skill, Death Web Bind. The armored woman cried. A deep violet web shot forth, shrouded in a mist of toxic purple gas, ensnaring the crimson dragon. As the web expanded mid-flight, the dragon coiled in the air, spewing blazing flames that twisted the surrounding atmosphere, crackling with heat. One might have expected the web to withstand the flames. But what happened next left Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing stunned. The scarlet fire dimmed upon contact with the violet strands, then flickered out entirely. In that single exchange, the victor was clear. This dragon stood little chance against the woman. A sharp, collective inhale echoed through the air. Gu Chen was inwardly astonished, realizing he had underestimated the woman before him. He had thought lurking in the shadows and ambushing her would suffice. But now it seemed even a surprise attack might not guarantee victory. Abandoning any thought of observation, Gu Chen decisively led Zhu Zhuqing in a strategic retreat. The spider web extinguished the scorching flames and continued to entangle the crimson fire dragon. Seeing its flames quenched, the dragon roared in fury, condensing blazing fireballs in its claws. The fireball grew larger, igniting black flames that scorched the air, molten lava swirling upon its surface. With a thunderous explosion, the dragon hurled the fireball before swiftly turning, lashing its tail to send the projectile spinning through the air like a falling meteor. The Death Spider Empress's silk was violently severed. Sensing the fireball's extraordinary power, the woman unleashed her fourth soul skill. Death Spider Empress fourth soul skill, Thorn Spider Armor, a single target defensive ability, covering her body with meter-long violet-black spikes. Her purple carapace thickened without hindering her speed, while the venomous barbs provided formidable defense. The fire dragon repeated its tactic, hurling one devastating fireball after another. Much to the woman's irritation, she activated her fifth soul skill, Death Spider Empress fifth soul skill, 1,000 blades, 10,000 shields. A purple vortex swirled beneath her as countless spider legs emerged from her chest, splitting and encircling her to form a protective barrier, surpassing the thorn spider armor in resilience. Chapter 80. Bibi Dong versus the flame dragon. Enraged by the repeated thwarting of its attacks, the dragon slowly raised its right claw, summoning a crimson spear of fire before hurling it mercilessly at the woman. Death Spider Empress sixth soul skill, Blood-sucking spider spikes, a group attack skill, summoning thousands of venomous spikes to pierce the dragon, draining its blood to replenish her energy. She then unleashed her seventh soul skill, Death Spider Empress seventh soul skill, Death Spider Empress true form, transforming into the Death Spider Empress. Her legs vanished, replaced by a spherical abdomen supported by 8 thick purple limbs. Her power surged by 150, defense and speed doubled, and all previous soul skills amplified by 100. She charged at the dragon, who retaliated with a swing of its tail and a swipe of its claws. The two clashed midair in a fierce battle, both sustaining injuries. Though the dragon's straightforward attacks paled against the spider's cunning, outmatched by 8 limbs against 4, the dragon soon faltered. Death Spider Empress 8th soul skill, Spider Empress Doppelganger, a single target cloning ability, creating a perfect replica with 100 of her power, though lacking intelligence and requiring control. Realizing his inevitable demise, the dragon let out a furious roar, spitting out a fiery dragon pearl, intending to detonate it and perish alongside her. With a disdainful smile, the woman activated her 9th soul skill, Death Spider Empress 9th soul skill, Immortal Body, a life-preserving ability derived from a 100,000, your soul beast. It granted 2 effects, reassembling her body even if shattered, and converting her form into pure energy. As long as her opponent wasn't divine, she could never truly die. The dragon pearl exploded violently, tearing both combatants apart. Yet moments later, the woman's shattered form slowly reassembled, restoring her to her original state. No sooner had she reformed than an overwhelming force struck her from behind, obliterating her body once more, this time more thoroughly than before. The dragon's corpse vanished without a trace. Despicable, she snarled upon reforming, furious yet helpless. She hadn't even glimpsed her assailant, and even her vaunted immortal body had been damaged. A few more such strikes, and she might truly perish without resorting to her final trump card. Played the hunter, only to be hunted, she seethed. To ambush despite such strength. How vile, how shameless. Otherwise what, my dear Empress Bibi Dong? Who? She startled, realizing someone had appeared beside her undetected. Who I am matters not. Answer my questions, and I shall grant you liberation, a mesmerizing, feminine voice whispered, sending tingles down her spine. Who are you? Bibi Dong whirled around, finding only emptiness. Laughter like silver bells echoed. Fret not, you won't find me. Defiance brings death. The voice was light, yet eerie. What do you want? Bibi Dong demanded, hating this loss of control, reminiscent of when Qian Renxue had trapped her in that chamber, leaving her powerless. Me? Ah, it's me you should ask. The voice crooned. Who endured your helpless torment when you were bound? I did. Who gave you the courage to slay Qian Renxue after his injury? Still me. Who sustained your will to live when death loomed? Always me. Now, the sacred emperor's body has emerged. You must claim it at all costs. No, you're not me. I love Xiaojiang. I still have light within me. I bow to no one. Bibi Dong's face twisted in agony. You're wrong. Yu Xiaojiang loves Liu Erlong. Always has. Why else did he never ask what happened when you left him? Why did he move on so swiftly? Why has he pined for her for 20 years? While greeting you with empty praise of your beauty, he coveted your looks, but his heart was always Liu Erlong's. No, that's not true. It's not. Moments later, Yu Xiaojiang, you bastard. I'll kill you. Now, surrender your mind. Allow me to merge with you, and I shall bestow upon you divine glory. You shall no longer feel pain. Can you truly make me stronger? Indeed. Do you see that towering mountain ahead? Bibi Dong's gaze fixed upon a peak soaring 10,000 meters high. With a word, the entire mountain trembled not, it was uprooted by an invisible force. With another utterance, the mountain surged tenfold. With a single command, the peak was reduced to mere powder. With yet another, it reformed into its majestic shape. Bibi Dong stood in astonishment, rendered speechless. Do you desire to possess such power? Yes. Bibi Dong answered without hesitation. With such strength, who needs Yuxiagang? Who needs a bicycle? All shall prostrate before me. Then, release your spirit. Bibi Dong opened her heart, and a torrent of dark gas surged into her being from all directions. Her surroundings transformed into a black cocoon, enveloping her completely. A pained expression graced her face, as if she were confronting unpleasant memories. Yet, her realm continuously ascended. Level 95, 96, 97, 98. Her aura grew increasingly fierce. The black cocoon began to crack, and a figure, radiant as jade, emerged. In her eyes, a fleeting azure light sparkled. With a flick of her finger, a beam of yellow light shot forth, shattering a mountain peak in an instant. Chapter 81. The nine-dimensional soul ring. At the periphery of the Stardow Forest, in a valley, stood a man and a woman before a battered fire dragon. Alongside two elders. Old dragon, do you have any final words? The fire dragon emitted a reluctant roar, filled with resentment. In a world where the weak are devoured by the strong, you cannot blame others. You willingly made a sacrifice. I can fulfill one of your wishes, and perhaps even aid in your resurrection. On what grounds should I trust you? Simply because I can bring you from her grasp to this place. I also know you still hold concern for your concubine and child. I can assure you they will not be hunted by humans henceforth. Rest assured. If I fail to uphold my promise, you may haunt me as a ghost. However, I cannot guarantee that. If she truly commits heinous acts, I will vanquish her myself. This is my principle as a person. A low, rumbling dragon's growl resonated as a circle of black and red soul rings emerged around the fire dragon. Zhu Zhuqing, quickly sit cross-legged and absorb it. Ah. Zhu Zhuqing's face displayed astonishment, staring at Gu Chen in disbelief. This is a soul ring nearly 100,000 years old. Though this soul ring is extremely compatible with her dragon cat martial spirit, she knows that absorbing it would bestow upon her an extraordinarily powerful skill. She was indeed tempted. Yet she felt unworthy of claiming a power not earned through her own strength. What do you mean? This fire dragon's soul ring aligns perfectly with your dragon cat martial spirit. If you do not absorb it, who else will? Am I to take it? Do not look at me like that. I know what you're thinking. Indeed, such a soul ring over 90,000 years is rare. But it does not hold the same allure for me. I am a man destined to conquer the world. My fifth soul ring must begin at a minimum of 100,000 years. Gu Chen spoke lightly, yet Zhu Zhuqing was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. 100,000-year soul beast represented a force comparable to a limit title Douluo. Few title Douluos could hope to subdue such a creature without significant collaboration. and the likelihood of casualties was alarmingly high. Zhu Zhuqing understood that Gu Chen's reassurances were intended to help her find peace in absorbing the soul ring. Silently, she vowed to remember Gu Chen's kindness and promised herself that if ever there came a day when someone sought to harm him, and she found herself unable to oppose them, they would have to step over her lifeless body first. Gu Chen, whose heart was as clear as a mirror, sensed Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts. However, his own situation was far from simple. Had he not witnessed the fierce battle between the woman clad in yellow and the fire dragon, he would have been fervently yearning for a soul ring exceeding 50,000 years. Yet, after observing such terrifying strength between one individual and one beast, he had come to a profound realization of his own insignificance. Initially, he had deemed a soul ring of approximately 50,000 years to be his goal. But now he felt inclined to wait, hoping to fortuitously encounter a 100,000-year soul beast for sacrifice. Recently, he had absorbed quite a bit of the misfortune of malevolent individuals, contributing in his own way to the welfare of the citizens of Dawn. He sensed that it would not be long before he obtained a soul ring particularly suited to him. As Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Gu Chen with eyes full of tenderness, he urged her, "Now is not the time for sentimentality. If you truly wish to provoke me, then hasten and absorb this crimson ring. The situation may soon become perilous." "Thank you, Gu Chen," Zhu Zhuqing replied. She then sat cross-legged to begin the absorption of the soul ring. 2 hours later, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, peculiar purple light radiated from her being. Her eyes sparkled as dragon energy enveloped her, and flames soared around her, rendering her akin to a divine entity. A formidable dragon might emanated from within her, sweeping through the surroundings, causing lesser soul beasts to tremble uncontrollably and kneel in submission. Gu Chen also felt the oppressive force, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "It seems you have absorbed quite well." "Indeed, Gu Chen, I have acquired an extraordinarily formidable skill, along with a soul bone from my back. Congratulations. What skill did you obtain?" "The 5th soul skill is called Ethereal Shadow Connection. Utilizing this skill, my body can transform into a series of 9 interconnected phantoms, each possessing an attack power that increases by 10% compared to the last. Once my true form strikes the opponent, the subsequent phantom attacks become unavoidable. Furthermore, upon activation, a fire domain with a radius of 50 meters will automatically manifest, allowing each phantom to accumulate 20% of fire energy within 1 minute, culminating in an explosive release. This is incredibly overpowered. Does this mean that if an enemy is within your attack range, they will not only endure your 9 successive strikes but also suffer an additional 9 instances of 20% fire energy damage from your true form? The concentrated explosion results in an immediate 180% burst damage, compounded by continuous bleeding. Thus, it is certain that if struck by your true form, even a defensive soul sage would be left severely weakened." "Indeed. And what about the soulbone skill?" "The soulbone skill is rather simple. It is called Dragon Ascendance." "That seems rather insignificant. But what if I told you it grants the flight speed of a 90,000-year soul beast for 1 minute?" "This, senior, I wish to cling to your greatness." "Haha. Come on." "Hiki." Gu Chen Fei lunged forward, but Zhu Zhuqing nimbly evaded his advance. Undeterred, Gu Chen made another attempt, only for Zhu Zhuqing to deftly sidestep once more. "Come on, my junior. Catch up with me, and I shall be yours this evening," warned the senior. "Beware," she exclaimed, as she charged forward with wild determination, employing the starry sky step. Gu Chen suddenly accelerated, his speed astonishingly rivaling that of a level 60 soul emperor. Of course, this was still due to his lack of a 5th soul ring. Had he possessed one, his velocity could have increased significantly. Currently, he could only enhance his barbaric charge by 30 and gain an additional 100 speed boost from his starry step. However, in this state of full exertion, with his current soul power, he could only sustain it for a maximum of 10 minutes, rendering it unsuitable for prolonged combat. Zhu Zhuqing darted left and right, while Gu Chen shadowed her every move, both radiating brilliance as they continuously shifted positions. The afterimages they created stretched long behind them, a testament to their incredible speed at this moment. "I'm almost there, my dear little treasure," Gu Chen exclaimed with a grin reminiscent of a cunning rogue. "Go for it, Junior Gu Chen. You can pose however you like when you catch me," she teased. "Hey, watch out, senior," he replied, starry step, extreme charge. Gu Chen propelled his stellar steps to their zenith, his speed surging by an astonishing 50%, akin to a bolt of lightning cleaving through the tranquil night sky. Racing towards Zhu Zhuqing, sensing that the opportune moment had arrived and recognizing that her own speed had reached its limits, Zhu Zhuqing resolved to test the newly acquired soulbone skill. Just as she was poised to act, she caught sight of Gu Chen, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she thought to herself, "This is not good." Suddenly, a wave of dizziness enveloped her. The powerful golden bear martial soul unleashed its fourth soul skill, Earthquake. Gu Chen leaped several meters into the air, then landed forcefully, striking the ground with his arms, causing a violent tremor that reverberated across a 100-meter radius. Zhu Zhuqing accelerated her ordinary form, suddenly becoming rigid, her mind racing. Oh no. Why can't I use my skills? The tremor of the earth had a 20% chance to silence the enemy for 3 to 5 seconds. 3 to 5 seconds would be ample time for the dashing Gu Chen to embrace his beloved. Just as Gu Chen was about to touch Zhu Zhuqing's delicate waist, a resounding roar echoed from the sky nearby, accompanied by a tremendous noise as the earth shook, sending birds and beasts fleeing in all directions. Beneath the heavens, streaks of brilliant rainbows rushed forth at an astonishing speed. Gu Chen inwardly exclaimed his dismay, suppressing the playful thoughts he had about Zhu Zhuqing. In a hurry, he embraced Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist and activated the divine weapon Heavenly Net Umbrella Domain. As soon as it unfolded, a colossal gorilla came into view, racing through the forest, accompanied by an even larger soul beast bearing the head of an ox and the body of a serpent. Following closely behind them in the void were at least 5 tidal Douluos. Among them, Gu Chen recognized 4. One of whom was a woman clad in a yellow palace dress, and another was a specter he believed should not exist. Wasn't this specter the one slain by Tang San not long ago? Why was it here again? Had it somehow survived that day? Gu Chen's speculation proved accurate. The elusive specter had indeed survived that fateful day. When faced with the certainty of his demise, he activated the soul bone ability of his head, invoking a temporal reversal. This allowed him to exchange himself with a version of himself from a specific moment in time, the past incarnation that Tang San had slain. However, such a formidable skill, while astonishing, bore a significant drawback. It strictly permitted only a singular opportunity for resurrection. By swapping with his past self, he would forfeit a portion of his memories. Conversely, should he exchange with his future self, the death of that future self would inevitably lead to his own untimely demise, as if he had preemptively faced judgment. In addition to the specter and the moonlit maiden, 3 others emerged. Shilong, an elder from the spirit hall, wielding the soul armament serpent spear. A formidable tidal Douluo of levels 92 to 93, known as the serpent spear. His martial spirit, a mutation, possessed the fortitude of a weapon spirit combined with the tenacity of a beast spirit. Then there was Xiao Shui, another elder from the spirit hall. A tidal Douluo of the same level, known as the poison pufferfish, whose martial spirit was imbued with venomous qualities, armored strength, and the ability to unleash toxic barbs. Lastly, Gu Chen encountered a name that resonated with significance. Yu Guan, an elder of the spirit hall, a tidal Douluo of level 95, known as Chrysanthemum. The emblem of the chrysanthemum on the Pope's decree of the spirit hall symbolized Yu Guan. He had been a companion to the ghost Douluo for over 60 years. Their bond surpassing that of blood brothers. These 5 individuals were not to be trifled with. Flee. Gu Chen resolved to bide his time, retreating alongside Zhu Zhuqing. However, the speed of the tidal Douluo was exceedingly swift. Just as he and Tang San had flown a short distance, he suddenly felt the space around him solidify. Unable to move? What was happening? At that moment, he noticed a fleeing gorilla and a serpent also suspended in midair. A soft, sinister voice echoed, "Titan Great Ape. Azure Bull Python, you cannot escape. Surrender and meet your demise to spare yourselves from suffering." The speaker was Yu Guan, one of the demon Douluo. The Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python revealed expressions of deep resentment. Stubborn and unyielding, the Moonlit Maiden declared. Martial Soul Avatar, Serpent Spear Avatar. Martial Soul Avatar, Spike Porcupine Avatar. Martial Soul Avatar, Spider Emperor Avatar. In unison, the other 3 Douluo unleashed their attacks, while Yu Guan and the ghost Douluo, Gu Mei, remained poised. Ordinarily, Gu Chen would refrain from intervening in such matters, but their assault encompassed the very space occupied by him and Zhu Zhuqing. The situation was dire. If they could not break free from this immobilized state, both he and Zhu Zhuqing would meet their end. To forcibly extricate himself would undoubtedly attract the attention of the spirit hall, complicating his escape. After a rapid contemplation, Gu Chen initiated a mental dialogue with the Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python. Noble kings of the forest, I am Gu Chen. I can liberate you from this stasis, but you must take me and my friend with you when you flee. Faced with this unexpected voice, the 2 forest monarchs hesitated momentarily before consenting. Very well. Good. I trust you will honor your word. Heavenly Divine Umbrella, Level 2, Unlock. As Gu Chen's power surged, the three magical spirits within the Heavenly Divine Umbrella also experienced a corresponding enhancement. Gu Chen can briefly harness their power to temporarily lift the seal, but the effect lasts only 10 seconds. Do not underestimate this fleeting moment. It is ample time for the Titan Great Ape and the Azure Bull Python to launch a surprise attack and then retreat to a safe distance. They harbor a deep-seated animosity towards the Chrysanthemum Douluo and the Ghost Douluo. Thus, the instant the seal is lifted, both the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Great Ape simultaneously assault the unsuspecting Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Caught off guard, both sustain grievous injuries, while the Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python fulfill their promise, leading Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing away from the encirclement into the depths of the Douluo forest. Upon witnessing their injuries, Bibi Dong realizes that without their martial soul fusion technique, capturing the Titan Great Ape and Azure Bull Python will prove exceedingly difficult. In her frustration, she commands a return to the Spirit Hall, vowing to remember the appearances of Gu Chen and Zhu Zhuqing, and upon her return, she will initiate a continent-wide search for the two. Little does she know that the man before her possesses the sacred physique of the Saint Emperor. Had she known, one wonders what her reaction would have been. Gu Chen's unwavering trust in these two spirit beasts stems from the similar aura he perceives in them, akin to that of Xiao Wu. All right, we should be safe now. You may set me down. Human, why do you choose to help us? To protect animals is a universal responsibility. You are precious spirit beasts and must not be treated carelessly. This rationale may sound somewhat implausible, yet it is a heartfelt sentiment from Gu Chen. You are a good person. I consider you a friend. My name is Daming, and this is Erming. Should you encounter any difficulties in the Douluo forest, do not hesitate to reach out. Esteemed ones, I indeed have a request for your assistance. I have reached level 54 but have yet to acquire a spirit ring. This is my girlfriend. She is currently at level 56. Surpassing my own level, you wish for us to assist you in obtaining a spirit ring? Indeed, you are both astute. However, I shall not take without giving. As a physician, one might even call me a divine healer. I can discern that you both harbor hidden ailments, injuries from the past. I possess the means to alleviate your afflictions. Once healed, you will no longer need to fear the pursuit of the Spirit Hall. Very well, I accept. After a moment of contemplation, the Azure Bull Python decisively agrees. He and Erming have indeed suffered injuries. When Xiao Wu's mother ventured deep into the Douluo forest in search of her father, she fell victim to a three-headed serpent over 200,000 years old. Although they desperately attempted to save her, the serpent's power was overwhelming, far beyond their capability to combat, leaving them severely wounded and with lingering serpent venom within. Over the years, despite consuming numerous rare herbs and treasures, which have significantly healed their wounds, the serpent venom has remained, restricting their full power to merely 4 or 5/10 of their potential. How many years of spirit beasts do you require? Gu Chen extended a finger. Only 10,000 years. This is simple. I require 100,000 years, and the quantity must be 2. Can your body withstand it? Why not let them volunteer for the sacrifice? How is that possible? They would only do so if they were out of their minds. Deming believed this to be infeasible. Deming speaks with reason. I too do not believe any soul beast would willingly offer itself as a sacrifice. Do not fret about this. The mountain man possesses his own clever strategy. You merely need to severely injure them and bring them before me. All right, we brothers promise you. Chapter 83. Brother, you are formidable. Sister-in-law, I have something for you below. Splendid. Gu Chen smiled and gave them a thumbs up. In the Douluo forest, there are 2 crocodile brothers, both 100,000-year-old soul beasts. They are exceedingly ferocious, having slain many of our subordinates. Tonight, we shall confront them with all our might. You need not seek them out for battle, just lead me to them. For I have a method to incite them to turn against one another. What? Deming's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression filled with incredulity. The sky blue bull python also stared wide-eyed, a look of confusion etched upon its face. I intend to. Gu Chen shared his plans with the Ming and Erming. Upon hearing them, they couldn't help but give Gu Chen a thumbs up. In the vast Douluo forest, within the treacherous death swamp, numerous swamp crocodiles thrived. 2 colossal crocodiles, resembling small hills, basked in the sun by the pond, enjoying massages from their 2 concubines. One, slightly smaller, addressed the larger. Elder brother, recently we have both made breakthroughs in our cultivation and our appetites have increased. The food within this death swamp no longer suffices to meet our needs. Should we not venture out to hunt? Hunting, you say? That is indeed a commendable idea, worthy of consideration. However, we cannot both venture forth. One must remain to guard the home. Second brother, your wit and agility are commendable. Why not venture out to seek sustenance while I remain to safeguard our abode? Elder brother, your words are too flattering. It is well known that your might far surpasses mine. Your combat prowess is leagues ahead. I believe it would be more prudent for me to stay and watch over the household while you seek food. I shall take good care of the sisters-in-law. You cannot. The sister-in-law is with child, and I must remain by her side. You go instead. No, you should go? The two engaged in a playful push-and-pull, each desiring to stay home, reluctant to venture out into the perilous hunt. The thought of facing death in the wild was daunting. Staying home was far more appealing, basking in the sun and enjoying massages from their concubines. Interacting with their wives might also deepen familial bonds and promote harmony at home. Just as they were playfully debating, a smaller green crocodile approached. Elder brothers, we have just discovered a dragon corpse outside the swamp and are uncertain how to proceed. We seek your guidance. What manner of dragon corpse? Ming inquired. A very large dragon corpse, with 9 black marks upon its forehead. A corpse of a 90,000 year old soul beast, no less. Could we be striking it rich? Ming exclaimed, beaming at Ming. Lead us to it. Yes, esteemed sirs, please follow me. The 2 colossal crocodiles followed the small green crocodile out of their territory. They traversed a peach blossom forest, past a sacrificial altar, and continued for some distance until they arrived at the site indicated by the green crocodile. Upon seeing the purebred fire dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, the eyes of both large crocodiles gleamed with avarice. They inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from the dragon's body, unable to resist the urge to charge forward and feast. However, their rationality soon prevailed. This was still part of the central Star Doe forest. Feeding here was perilous. It was wiser to drag the dragon corpse back home first. As they began to haul the immense dragon carcass back, they remained oblivious to a segment of black lotus blooming quietly within the dragon's body. An imperceptible, colorless, and odorless quintessence emanated from the black lotus. As the crocodiles inhaled this essence, those with slightly lesser cultivation found their eyes turning blood red, perceiving their companions as delectable morsels. One crocodile stealthily approached another, and before it could react, it severed its throat. Initially, the 2 larger crocodiles noticed nothing amiss, for the death swamp allowed for such internal conflicts. Instances of conturning against one another were not unheard of, and they had grown accustomed to it. However, as they observed that more and more crocodiles were succumbing to this frenzy, their own emotions began to spiral out of control. The smaller crocodile gazed at the larger one with malicious intent, recalling how the elder had sent him out to forage while neglecting his own kin. Meanwhile, the larger crocodile regarded the smaller one with a mixture of disdain and envy, each time hearing the smaller one's concubine praise him for his prowess. Elder brother, you are so impressive. You always bring me to the brink of ecstasy, far surpassing my deceased mate. I wish you would simply perish outside, so I could serve you directly. Do not say such things. I merely have a slight advantage in endurance and experience. He replied modestly. You are indeed a bewitching creature. No wonder second brother cannot tame you. Unbeknownst to the elder crocodile, whenever he was absent, his concubine was soothing the smaller crocodile with equal fervor. Second brother, do visit often. I shall prepare dumplings or noodles for you. Perhaps it was due to the multitude of visitors, but the ample concubine's attention to her brother-in-law had taken on a rather mundane tone. Dear sister-in-law, your culinary skills are exquisite. I relish both your noodles and dumplings. I wish to feast thrice a day. You are incorrigible. I must inform you that I am with child, and it might well be your doing. It is up to you to decide how to handle this. Of course, we shall ensure it is born. Let elder brother provide for it. Once that old man passes, we shall recognize our true lineage. Should anyone have overheard this, they would surely have been astonished. These were no mere crocodiles conversing. They were individuals cloaked in the guise of crocodiles. What many do not realize is that the world of soul beasts is not vastly different from that of humans. They are often more candid, acting on their desires without the convoluted hesitation that humans exhibit. Just as a man might harbor affection for a woman yet feign indifference, standing as a protective brother while taking advantage of her vulnerability. One day, he might push her down, later apologizing with fervor. I'm sorry, dear sister. You are simply too beautiful. I could not resist. I am no better than a beast, unworthy to face you again. Let us not meet henceforth. To which the woman might think, what is done is done. Regret serves no purpose. Besides, he has always treated me well. Thus, the two would naturally find themselves entwined. And if the man has any sense of honor, he would take responsibility. However, if he is a rogue, he would employ this ruse to deceive one naive girl after another. Chapter 84, leaving Deming and Erming in a daze. As they neared home, only 100 meters away, a dispute arose. The elder brother insisted that due to their larger family size, they should receive a greater share of the dragon's bounty. The younger brother countered, asserting that the elder consistently took advantage of the situation. Moreover, they exerted little effort, believing that a larger share of the dragon corpse should rightfully belong to them. Both individuals were unwilling to yield, each desiring to claim the entirety of the dragon carcass for themselves. Gradually, their discourse shifted from the division of the dragon corpse to mutual grievances about their actions over the years. Brother, do you have any idea how much I have sacrificed for our family while you were off gallivanting? Elder brother, you should not constantly glorify your own contributions. During your absence, I toiled tirelessly alongside sister-in-law. Are you even aware of that? You insolent wretch, I am the elder brother. What is wrong with me taking a larger portion? I ask you, what is wrong with that? You must remember, our parents departed early. If it weren't for my protection, you would have perished in this treacherous swamp long ago. If you insist on speaking this way, then I shall have words with you. Indeed, you are correct. Our parents' early demise was a tragedy, and you have indeed helped me considerably. However, I have not been idle either. I have always undertaken the most arduous tasks, venturing out to procure food while you remained at home. Tell me, aside from the few years before our parents' passing, have you even hunted more than 10 times in total these past years? You little brat, are you feeling aggrieved? After all these years, you finally voiced your true feelings. Humph. Brother, what can you do? Am I not allowed to speak? All right. Now that you have achieved some success, you dare challenge me. It seems a lesson is in order. Remember, there is a hierarchy in our kinship. Very well. Come forth. Let us see what use this old body of yours has. Apart from being formidable in bed, the younger sibling, harboring grievances for some time, seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations on his elder brother. With a mighty claw, the younger brother initiated the attack, youthful vigor granting him swiftness. With a second claw, the elder brother responded, showcasing his seasoned experience. The younger brother evaded to the side, simultaneously launching a powerful whip of his tail. The elder brother leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding the younger sibling's strike. As the elder brother prepared to pounce, the younger brother, seeing him airborne, extended his claws to the ground and opened his massive jaws, lunging forward fiercely. In the shadows, Gu Chen and his companions observed the battle between the two combatants, akin to a dance of crocodiles, nearly succumbing to laughter. The blood moon hung like a crimson arc, and the chilling winds howled. Though their fighting appeared chaotic, it was imbued with formidable soul techniques. Any soul master below the rank of title Douluo would likely struggle to withstand even a single strike from them. It is time. Now, Gu Chen, noticing the two combatants grappling fiercely and sustaining injuries, revealed a smile. Eight-armed demon child, drain them. Gu Chen summoned the octopus spirit, wielding the divine umbrella of heavenly net, cloaking their presence. Erming, apply gravitational suppression. Deming, unleash your full power. Zhu Zhuqing, you shall harvest while ensuring your safety. Starry ancient sword, emerge. Spirit fusion. Deming and Erming were inherently stronger than the two crocodiles, but due to their hidden ailments, they could only match their opponents. However, the circumstances had changed. With Gu Chen's spirit army joining the fray and both crocodiles wounded, they now had the opportunity to exhibit their true strength. One applied gravitational suppression while the other slowed their foes, rendering the numerous 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts present utterly immobilized. After merging with the demon spirit, Gu Chen's power surged to the soul saint level. Coupled with the sharpness of the starry ancient sword, soul beasts under 50,000 years of age were essentially no match for him. Embodying the Azura, he relentlessly reaped the lives of these soul beasts. The rust on the starry ancient sword diminished by approximately 1%, further enhancing his strength by an additional 10%. With these trump cards in hand, he was confident that future ambushes would yield unexpectedly profound results. An hour later, when two divine crocodiles were brought before Gu Chen by Deming and Erming, Gu Chen uttered merely 3 words, "Make the sacrifice." To everyone's astonishment, the two soul beasts willingly offered themselves. Deming, Erming, and Zhu Zhuqing, present at the scene, were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting profound surprise and an insatiable curiosity. Do not ask anything further. Serve as my guardians. Once I have absorbed the soul rings and eradicated your afflictions, I shall provide you with a detailed explanation. Deming and Erming nodded earnestly, their intrigue towards Gu Chen intensifying beyond measure. Gu Chen did not keep them waiting for long. 2 soul rings were affixed to the golden silk silver needle martial soul and the chameleon disguise of the white tiger martial soul, respectively. They acquired the Wanli diamond pendant and the white tiger diamond Hal soul bones, each bestowing 2 unique skills. The first skill, Armor of the Crocodile, upon activation, formed a robust armor akin to crocodile skin, capable of withstanding immense force and reducing physical damage by 30%. The second skill, Death Quagmire, ensnared enemies within a 1,000-meter radius in a mire from which they could not escape, proving to be a formidable crowd control ability. Few at the same level could break free from its grasp. The second soul bone was a leg bone, also accompanied by 2 skills. The first skill, Diamond Whirlwind Kick, allowed for 7 consecutive strikes in one direction, each inflicting an additional 10 to 15% damage, stacking with a 15% chance of critical hits that double the damage. The 7th kick alone could potentially deal 400% damage to an opponent. In essence, an enemy that might typically require 4 kicks to defeat could now be vanquished with just 1. Given the potential for breaking defenses, it was conceivable that even a half-hearted kick could suffice. The second skill, Leap, enhanced 1's jumping ability by 300 to 500% while also increasing evasion by 20%. The description of these skills was straightforward, yet their practicality was undeniable. Zhu Zhuqing initially desired Gu Chen to absorb the soul bone immediately. However, he declined, as his path leaned more towards that of a warrior. This agility-focused soul bone was more suitable for Xiao Wu, and he resolved to gift it to her. His cultivation level also surged after absorbing the 2 soul rings and 1 soul bone, successfully breaking through 5 levels to reach the impressive height of level 59, surpassing Zhu Zhuqing by 3 levels. After eliminating the crocodiles of the Death Quagmire, Gu Chen and his companions acquired a wealth of rare treasures, and Deming and Erming tamed over 100 soul beasts aged over 10,000 years. Once all preparations were complete, Gu Chen began to gather the necessary items to alleviate the Jiao poison afflicting Deming and Erming. Chapter 85. The injustice from Zhu Zhuqing. Upon arriving in the territory of Deming and Erming, Gu Chen did not immediately attend to their detoxification. Instead, he requested a spacious cave and led Zhu Zhuqing inside. Once within the cave, Gu Chen suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gu Chen, what is wrong? Zhu Zhuqing inquired anxiously. Zhuqing, I'm fine. Quickly, take off your clothes, Gu Chen urged. Here? Zhu Zhuqing blushed slightly. Yes. Gu Chen licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with an otherworldly red light. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic as she noticed her companion frozen in place. Gu Chen, visibly displeased, reached out and removed her upper garment, commanding in a low voice. Kneel down. Zhu Zhuqing, taken aback and somewhat indignant, felt a chill run through her heart upon meeting Gu Chen's gaze, compelling her to reluctantly succumb to the act of kneeling. Gu Chen approached her, slicing his finger and commanding, drink. Ah. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Gu Chen in astonishment, her face adorned with a lingering expression of shock. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Chen's resolute demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing ultimately opened her small mouth, tears brimming in her eyes. After a long pause, Gu Chen's gaze gradually became lucid, while Zhu Zhuqing sat there, hugging her legs, her tears cascading down. Gu Chen approached him with a countenance full of remorse, draping a garment over his shoulders, and said apologetically, I am truly sorry. Zhuqing has caused you distress. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Zhuqing wept even more fervently, burying her face in Gu Chen's shoulder as she sobbed loudly. You wicked villain. How could you treat me this way? This is the first time I have ever engaged in such an act with a boy. Wu. Zhuqing, I apologize. I assure you I shall never behave like this again. Zhuqing nodded through her tears. Gu Chen, what on earth happened to you just now? It seemed as if you had transformed into an entirely different person. When I was taming the twin crocodiles, I utilized divine power, and just now, I was affected by that very force. My mental state was somewhat unstable, resulting in my extreme actions. I hope this does not leave a lingering shadow in your heart. But dear husband, why did you make me drink your blood? Cats possess an inherent nature of being tamed, and though Gu Chen's actions were domineering, they also awakened another facet of her nature. In that moment, she resembled a docile kitten, exuding a mixture of obedience and a pitiable charm that evoked an irresistible urge to cherish her. During my moment of confusion, I subconsciously perceived this as a gift. You should check if there are any changes within your body. Zhu Zhuqing obediently nodded, channeling her soul power to investigate thoroughly. After a brief moment, she exclaimed in astonishment, Husband, all my soul rings have advanced by 10,000 years. The soul ring that was at 90,000 years has broken through to 100,000 years, and I have gained a new skill. What did you say? Gu Chen looked at Zhu Zhuqing in disbelief. I said I have acquired a new skill. Huh. Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing. What new skill have you obtained? Gu Chen, astonished yet delighted for Zhu Zhuqing, displayed a face full of joy. Flame armor, which condenses my soul power to form a layer of fire-red dragon-scale armor approximately 3 centimeters thick. It grants immunity to 50% of fire attribute damage and enhances my defense by 2,000 points, equivalent to the defense of a top-tier Soul Emperor. Additionally, it includes a 30-meter intermediate fire domain. Within this domain, it reduces the enemy's fire attribute resistance by 15% and increases my allies' fire defense by 30%. Upon hearing the words, Gu Chen was rendered speechless, struck by astonishment. Was this truly a skill derived from a 100,000-year soul ring? Surely, even a 200,000-year soul ring skill would not be so extraordinary. This is divine magic. Zhu Zhuqing, your ability defies the heavens. Surely this domain cannot be sustained indefinitely? Well, my current soul power is limited. I estimate I can maintain it for no more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes. That is already remarkable. As your level increases, the duration should extend. Are there any other changes? Yes, my soul power level has ascended by 2 ranks. I am now at level 58. Just 1 rank shy of you. Hiki. It seems my wife possesses remarkable talent. Hiki. Zhu Zhuqing giggled, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Hee. Gu Chen smiled indulgently, ruffling her hair. We have been here for quite some time. Deming and Erming may be growing anxious. Zhu Zhuqing, could you step outside and keep an eye on things for me? I need to concoct some elixirs, requiring a tranquil environment. Please inform Deming and Erming to keep soul beasts at bay in this vicinity. All right. Additionally, the elixirs I am preparing are rather peculiar and may affect the surrounding environment, so they should not panic. Understood. I shall inform them at once. Zhu Zhuqing had complete faith in Gu Chen's words, for the astonishment he had bestowed upon her during this time was overwhelming, leaving her heart racing. She yearned for something more to unfold between them. After Zhu Zhuqing exited the cave, Gu Chen summoned the Ziwulian Suding and began to add various celestial herbs into it. Some of these divine herbs were collected by Deming and Erming over the years, while others were procured from the treasure trove of the twin crocodiles. Given the uniqueness of the elixirs he was crafting, the process took considerable time, and soon a day and a night had passed. Throughout this time, fierce winds occasionally howled outside, and sudden downpours accompanied by flashes of lightning and rolling thunder seemed relentless, causing lower-tier soul beasts to tremble in fear. Fortunately, Gu Chen had previously instructed Zhu Zhuqing to inform Deming and Erming, who had warned their subordinates about the potential for extraordinary phenomena, thus preventing the soul beast in their territory from panicking and fleeing the forest. On the 3rd morning, as the sun began to rise, the sky above the distant mountains was painted with a rosy hue. A brilliant beam of light shot skyward from the cave where Gu Chen resided. A resounding dragon's roar echoed from within, and a handsome young man, somewhat haggard in appearance, emerged from the cave, dragging a palm-sized golden box. His weariness stemmed from the meticulous care he had taken during each step of the elixir-making process. The elixir he was concocting bore a resounding name in the world of his previous life, the Ancient Dragon Pill. It is a genuine celestial-grade elixir, capable of not only extending a person's lifespan by a century, but also enabling them to undergo a profound transformation, acquiring the blood of a dragon. Gu Chen was uncertain whether he could completely cure Deming and Erming's injuries. However, he was certain of one thing. Once they consumed this elixir, their power would undoubtedly soar to unprecedented heights. Furthermore, due to the properties of the Ancient Dragon Pill, even if it could not eradicate the serpentine poison coursing through their veins, it could suppress it for several decades. In that span of time, he could seek out a more effective remedy to restore their former glory, which was not a deception. As Gu Chen emerged from the cave, Deming and Erming had been anxiously waiting outside, their eyes filled with anticipation. Zhu Zhuqing hurried toward Gu Chen, her concern evident as she inquired about his well-being, worried he might have sustained injuries. After all, the commotion had been tremendous, the sound of the dragon's roar echoing for miles around. Gu Chen, how are you? Why does your face look so pale? Zhu Zhuqing asked with genuine concern upon noticing his pallor. I am fine, just a bit fatigued. I will feel better after a short rest, Gu Chen replied with a faint smile, offering her reassurance. Deming, Erming, please step forward. I have concocted 2 ancient dragon pills. While I cannot guarantee a complete recovery, there is a 90% chance that you will be healed. I advise you to find a place abundant in water to consume this pill, as your bodies may undergo certain transformations afterwards. I personally recommend that you have a few companions by your side during this time. As Gu Chen's words fell, Deming and Erming exchanged knowing smiles. A silent camaraderie understood by men. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she envisioned a chaotic battle between an orangutan and a horde of its kind. Alongside a colossal serpent amidst a throng of its brethren, a scene too beautiful to fathom, Deming and Erming departed with their elixirs, leaving Gu Chen to await their return, fully aware that it would be a lengthy endeavor. They agreed to reconvene in a month, after which he and Zhu Zhuqing made their way back to Shrek Academy, for today marked their rendezvous with Xiao Wu to attend the Talented Soul Master Exchange Conference. Gu Chen surmised that Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong would be anxiously awaiting their arrival. After traversing a considerable distance through the Stardow Forest, Zhu Zhuqing, with Gu Chen in tow, utilized the Fire Dragon Soulbone skill, soaring swiftly for a minute until they reached the vicinity of the village where Shrek Academy resided. Upon entering the academy, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were the first to spot them, rushing over, followed by Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai's expression was as grim as if he had just consumed a batch of pickled flies. Gu Chen, Ching, where have you been these past few days? We were worried sick, Xiao Wu exclaimed, hands clasped behind her back, leaning forward with genuine concern, her worried visage oddly endearing. Indeed, Gu Chen, Ching, where have you been? We couldn't find you, and for the past 2 days, Xiao Wu couldn't eat or sleep properly. She has lost weight. Ning Rongrong chimed in, her cerulean eyes filled with curiosity. Well, Gu Chen, do confess, did you and Zhu Qing venture into the wilderness for some unspeakable escapades? Oscar teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief, wearing a rather lascivious grin. Exactly, Gu Chen, could it be that you truly did engage in a clandestine rendezvous as Oscar suggested? Ma Hongjun speculated, having observed the peculiar expression on Gu Chen's face, suspecting Oscar might be closer to the truth than he realized. Dai Mubai remained silent, his gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes betraying a sense of longing as if to convey, do not forget, I am still your fiancé. Shouldn't you explain your silence after spending days away with another man? Zhu Zhuqing chose to disregard Dai Mubai's forlorn gaze, taking Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong by the arms, and with a sweet smile, declared, it's a secret, the boys have their discussions. Come with me. I have delightful gifts for you. Xiao Wu glanced back at Gu Chen multiple times as Zhu Zhuqing led her away, while Ning Rongrong lowered her gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a twinge of envy as she noticed how certain parts of Zhu Zhuqing seemed enhanced. We should return to the academy. I'll tell you all about it later. Dai Mubai, you needn't follow. I fear you might not handle the revelations well. Gu Chen chuckled, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Gu Chen. Dai Mubai could no longer restrain himself, his aura bursting forth as he unleashed his evil white tiger martial soul, exuding an imposing presence. Oscar and Ma Hongjun, lacking loyalty, swiftly distanced themselves, eager to witness the clash between the recently vanished Gu Chen and the formidable Dai Mubai. They understood that Gu Chen's audacity in provoking Dai Mubai surely stemmed from some hidden confidence. As Oscar and Ma Hongjun had surmised, Gu Chen felt no trepidation towards Dai Mubai. In fact, he could effortlessly overpower him, yet he preferred to remain inconspicuous. To flaunt one's prowess before achieving peak strength could be unwise. With the White Tiger martial soul activated, Dai Mubai summoned his first soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. A radiant glow enveloped him, heightening his stature. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he coiled his arm and thrust forward, propelling a powerful strike straight towards Gu Chen's face. His movements were simplistic, devoid of any embellishments. He aimed to deliver a decisive blow before Zhu Zhuqing, demonstrating who was truly worthy of protecting her. Observing Dai Mubai's almost foolish approach, Gu Chen smirked coldly, executing a swift leg kick that struck Dai Mubai's abdomen, sending him flying several meters to the ground, embracing the earth in a rather intimate manner. Ah! Dai Mubai let out a theatrical shout, springing back to his feet, bellowing. Second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A milky white orb of light coalesced in his palm and was thrust towards Gu Chen with ferocity, embodying immense energy reminiscent of a Kamehameha wave. You think you're the only one capable of long-range attacks? Gu Chen sneered. Death Arc. A jet of black-purple flames surged towards the white orb, cleaving it in twain before crashing into Dai Mubai. Puff! Dai Mubai spat out a mouthful of blood. The Death Arc was an evolved skill derived from absorbing the Death Crocodile's soul ring, enhancing the Dark Soul Wolf's innate abilities for long-range assaults. dealing 270 of the user's damage along with an additional 30 dark attribute damage. While the 30 dark attribute damage seemed modest, it was, in truth, far more formidable than the base damage, as it ignored standard defenses and inflicted 10 seconds of lingering harm. In Daimubai's case, unless he activated his third soul skill, he would surely succumb within 10 seconds. Third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. After being struck by the death arc, Daimubai felt his insides racked with agony. His soul power plummeting while a sensation akin to being skinned alive overwhelmed him. In desperation, he activated his third soul skill, which doubled his resilience against abnormal states, as well as enhancing his attack, defense, and strength for half an hour. Even after activating the third soul skill, the feeling of his soul power being drained persisted, albeit diminished to a bearable level. Daimubai glared at Gu Chen, realizing that 3 days apart had rendered him a force to be reckoned with. When had this boy acquired such a bizarre attack skill? Had it not been for his third soul skill mitigating the effects of that peculiar energy, he might have already fallen. No longer could he hold back. With a fierce growl, Daimubai unleashed his fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor Shower. 1,000 or so luminous orbs locked on to Gu Chen, ready to erupt. Stop, Mubai! A robust figure interposed itself before Gu Chen, releasing the first soul skill. Immovable king body, deflecting the barrage of light spheres. Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Daimubai. Mubai, this is a friendly spar. What are you attempting? Do you wish to kill him? Upon hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of emotion. Although he was confident he would be safe without Xiao Wu's assistance, the latter's unwavering support bestowed upon him a subtle sense of happiness. Teacher Xiao, I was wrong. Daimubai felt incredibly aggrieved. In the past, he might have retorted a few words, but he had genuinely contemplated killing Gu Chen just moments ago. Now, reflecting calmly, had he truly taken Gu Chen's life at Shrek, not only would Zhu Zhuqing resent him for eternity, but Xiao Wu and Xiao Wu would likely never forgive him either. Xiao Wu might even hold a grudge against him for it. He realized he had acted too impulsively. Unbeknownst to Daimubai, at that very moment, Tang San was enduring inhumane torment. He was allowed only 1 meal a day and was forced to bark like a dog for an hour each day. Otherwise, he would go hungry the next day. For a soul master whose soul power was temporarily sealed, enduring hunger for 3 days and nights was bearable. What compelled him to submit was the fact that Nolan Jia had imprisoned him in an ice cellar, where a group of elderly women over 80 years old stripped him of his clothes, leaving only his undergarments. They made him stand barefoot on eternal ice, deprived of sleep and food. Only after he humiliated himself by barking to Nolan Jia's satisfaction was he tossed a few articles of clothing and some leftover scraps. Tears of humiliation streamed down Tang San's face as he vowed that if he ever escaped, he would ensure this woman experienced a fate worse than death. He silently recorded all her actions against him. At Shrek Academy, due to Xiao Wu's sudden appearance, Gu Chen could not boast about his combat prowess to Oscar and Ma Hongjun and was instead taken to the office for a lesson. Gu Chen, you are still young. Your mind should not dwell on trivial matters all day. When it's time to study, you must study. When it's time to cultivate, you must cultivate. Only by becoming stronger can you truly be considered powerful. Tell me, you have been running around here and there. Haven't you fallen behind in your cultivation? Xiao Wu continued. Use these materials to purchase some nourishing herbs and work hard these days to enhance your strength. Once you reach level 35, I will speak with Dean Flinder about possibly securing you a substitute position in the upcoming Advanced Soul Master competition. It would be beneficial for your growth to experience the arena. Thank you for your concern, teacher. I have just successfully broken through to level 36. What? Xiao Wu's expression turned to one of astonishment, his honest and robust face displaying an indescribable peculiarity. His eyes widened as if they could encompass an entire world. His mouth agape enough to swallow several aircraft carriers, his square face contorting into a zombie-like visage from a biochemical horror. I said I have broken through to level 36. Does that mean I can have a few days off? Today, we are attending the Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference hosted by His Highness Shuiqing. Of course. To tell me how you managed to break through to level 36 so swiftly. I owe it all to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. They accompanied me in exercise, awakening the potential within me, allowing my strength to surge across several realms, leading to my breakthrough. Good lad. As expected of my disciple, your progress is remarkable. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing are both excellent young ladies. It would benefit you to interact with them. This way, you can boost your enthusiasm. In the past, I motivated you and pushed you because I feared you would progress too swiftly. However, it seems you have not disappointed me at all. With Master not present, I grant you 3 days off. Go wherever you wish to enjoy yourselves. If funds are insufficient, let me know. I have some. That is more than enough. Recently, I have befriended a wealthy heiress. She is exceedingly affluent and wishes to support me. Ah, you must exercise restraint, young man. Isn't there is saying? Youth is unaware of the value of restraint. In old age, one laments in vain. Rest assured, teacher, I understand. When faced with two long and one short, choose the shortest. When faced with two shorts and one long, opt for the longest. What do you mean by that? It reflects the philosophy of life, signifying that one must know when to advance and retreat, and comprehend the balance of length. Well said. As long as you understand how to make choices, that suffices. Since you don't need these items for now, I shall keep them for you. When you marry, I will present them to you. Thank you, master. There is no need for such formality. Go on and have fun with your friends. All right. Outside the Hall of Spirits, a stunning woman clad in silver armor, with cascading black hair, stepped out of the spirit hall. Ah, master, why have you come again? I told you my teacher has been in a bad mood these past few days. I asked you to wait a couple of days before returning. Why won't you heed my advice? Child, I understand the temperament of your esteemed pope. He is not one to lose his temper easily. I shall remain here, for I believe that sincerity can move mountains. He will surely meet with me. Seeing you dressed so beautifully today, are you attending a banquet? Yes. Liena replied with a smile, her delicate face breathtakingly lovely. For a fleeting moment, Yu Xiaojing found himself mistaking her for a younger Bibi Dong. You are as stunning as ever. What did you say, master? Suddenly realizing his slip, Yu Xiaojing awkwardly chuckled. Nothing, nothing. If you have things to attend to, do hurry. It would be unwise to be late. I shall wait here for your pope. Her anger should have subsided by now. Yu Xiaojing understood Bibi Dong's feelings for him and knew how to leverage that affection. He believed that if he continued to wait at the spirit hall, Bibi Dong would inevitably be moved by his resolute spirit. Very well, I shall take my leave. Take care, master. Seeing Yu Xiaojing's persistence, she chose not to dissuade him any further. Today, she had dressed so formally to attend the Genius Soul Master Exchange Conference and hoped to meet the legendary Shrek 7 monsters. As she watched Liena depart, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but murmur in admiration. What a remarkable child. In a couple of days when Tang San is released, I must ensure he establishes a connection with her. On the second floor of the Blaze Academy, within a small attic, a girl in a red dress with flowing red hair gazed dreamily towards the horizon, occasionally letting out melodious laughter. Just as her thoughts drifted far away, a voice called out, Fire Dance, are you there? Upon hearing the voice, Fire Dance furrowed her brows and stormed to the edge of the second-floor bed, peering down. In her fury, she inadvertently knocked over a drying rack, sending it crashing to the ground. Below, a young man resembling a wealthy heir swiftly performed a wind wolf step. Catching the rack with ease and grinning, Fire Dance, is this a token of my affection? It's just a bit clumsy and long. I'm not accustomed to this weapon, so I'll return it to you. With a gentle toss, he sent the rack soaring back to its original position with perfect precision. Feng Xiaodian, what are you doing? Why are you howling so early in the morning? Speak, what do you want with me? Fire Dance, I came to find you because I missed you. Observe my lips. G. U. N. I am blind, utterly blind. You invite me up for a visit, and I shall serve you splendidly. For I have a monumental piece of news to share. Feng Xiaodian, have you been itching for trouble lately? 3 days without a beating, and you think you're invincible? Ha. Huo Wu, you stand no chance against me. My Gale double-headed demon wolf spirit counters yours. Unless I love you to the core. Unwilling to suffer injury myself, you won't even get close enough to attack me. Haraha. Feng Xiaodian. Huo Wu leaped gracefully from the second floor, her crimson skirt swirling in the air as she landed lightly. Alas, what a pity that you missed it. Feng Xiaodian wore a perplexed expression. Feng Xiaodian. Huo Wu prepared to unleash a flurry of kicks towards him, suddenly recalling the moment when Gu Chen seized her ankle. Her raised leg slowly descended. Let us not argue today. What business do you have with me? I have heard whispers of a legendary herb, the fire lingqi, said to enhance one's soul power immensely, possibly even evolve your martial spirit. However, the location is quite distant. Should I venture to procure it for you? I would need to leave the Tiando Empire for several months. Before I depart, I wanted to bid you farewell. What Feng Xiaodian left unspoken was that this place was not only far, but perilously dangerous. Where's this place? Is it truly hazardous? Huo Wu, momentarily shedding her bravado, asked with a hint of concern. There is no danger. I won't disclose the location just yet. I will reveal it upon my return. Were you just showing concern for me? No, You are not someone important to me, so why would I care? Haraha. Denial. With my striking looks. A sight to behold, you must have developed feelings for me. Repugnant. In an instant, Huo Wu's rage peaked, and she delivered a swift kick to Feng Xiaodian's abdomen. Chapter 88. Huo Wu, do you like me? Feng Xiaodian nimbly dodged, raising an eyebrow at Huo Wu. Sister Huo Wu, am I to be shattered for you, and you treat me thus? What is wrong with treating you this way? If you dislike it, you are free to leave. Of course I like it. I admire your fierce spirit, Huo Wu. If you were to become my wife, I would hope you maintain that fierceness during intimate moments. Feng Xiaodian, if you continue to be so shameless and speak of such crude matters, I shall not hold back. All right, no more of that. I'm leaving. Try not to miss me too much. Feng Xiaodian waved his hand, leaving behind a somewhat lonely silhouette. Huo Wu sensed something amiss about Feng Xiaodian today. He seemed different, more talkative and brazen than usual. Yet, she dismissed such thoughts, for she had numerous tasks to attend to today, leaving no room for contemplation. At this hour, all the prodigies should have arrived. It is time for us to depart. Huo Wu murmured to herself. A gentle breeze swept across the land, and her red skirt appeared even more enchanting in the sunlight. Huo Wu, with her long skirt trailing behind, moved gracefully towards the training grounds of the Blazing Fire Academy. Her alluring figure, illuminated by the sun, was simply captivating, radiant in golden hues. Upon arriving at the training grounds, a strikingly handsome young man approached her. He was well-built, clad in yellow armor with red sleeves, and his golden short hair radiated charm. Most notably, his 8 perfectly sculpted abdominal muscles gleamed with strength, akin to bronze castings. This was Huo Wu, the son of the Blazing Fire Academy's principal and Huo Wu's elder brother, with the martial spirit of the horned fire Tyrannosaurus. He was accompanied by several other young men of remarkable bearing. Seeing Huo Wu, they all gathered around her. Sister, you've arrived. Huo Wu greeted her with a beaming smile. Sister Huo Wu. Sister Huo Wu. The others enthusiastically chimed in. In terms of actual age, Huo Wu was not necessarily older than them, yet her strength surpassed all but Huo Wu among their group. With a single utterance of Sister Huo Wu, she truly earned that title. Huo Lai, Huo Yu, Huo Jun, Huo Chui. You all look splendid today. When we reach the Imperial Palace, perform well and showcase the brilliance of our Blazing Fire Academy's talents. Rest assured, Sister Huo Wu, my soul power has advanced recently. I shall demonstrate my newly acquired skills. Huo Chui, with his red short hair and armor, emanated his soul power, boasting a formidable level 39, evoking envy from his companions. Do not envy me, brothers. I am merely a legend. Sister Huo Wu, with my excellence, might I inquire if you are in need of a boyfriend? Indeed, I am in need, but only you can match my strength. After all, Sister Huo Wu would gladly warm your bed at night. Then, how about after this exchange conference? You let me experience your resisting fire ring? Certainly. If you desire it, I can fulfill that wish right now. Let us not. You look too beautiful today. If by chance your attire were to tear, I could not afford to recompense. Ha ha. The gathered company, including Huo Wu, erupted into laughter. Huo Chui, if you truly wish to showcase your prowess, then at the talent exchange conference, assist me in teaching someone a lesson. If you defeat him, I, Sister Huo Wu, promise you a chance to pursue me. Sister Huo Wu, is that a genuine promise? Excitement sparkled in Huo Chui's eyes. Indeed. Sister Huo Wu, who is this opponent? I shall ensure he is unrecognizable. Huo Chui declared with pride, flames of determination igniting within him. Gu Chen from Shrek Academy. Never heard of him. Is he new? What level is his soul power? A level 30 soul master. Ha ha ha, Sister Huo Wu, I suspect you have taken a liking to me. Huo Chui smoothed his hair confidently. Confidence is commendable, but blind confidence can lead to trouble. You shall understand when you meet him. Ha ha. I eagerly await our encounter. At Shrek Academy's training grounds, all the students, except for Tang San, had gathered. Ma Hongjun and Oscar inquired about Tang San's whereabouts, receiving the answer that he had gone out to train and would return after some time. With no further information to glean, they lost interest in questioning, though Xiao Wu pondered asking, as Tang San was still her nominal brother. However, Gu Chen was nearby, ever curious. Gu Chen discerned his thoughts and comforted him, saying, Do not worry, my dear brother-in-law is not a man destined for an early demise. In his absence, I shall take good care of his sister. Listen to what I say. Does that not sound reasonable? If you truly know him, you might have misjudged Gu Chen's intentions. Just moments ago, Gu Chen had sent Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others away, dedicating an entire hour to attend to Xiao Wu. who still bore a lingering metallic taste upon her lips. Moreover, her demeanor and aura had undergone a significant transformation, as everyone gathered a luxurious carriage adorned with countless diamonds, agate, and crystals arrived at Shrek Academy. Behold, this is the most opulent carriage from our seven-treasure glazed tile sect. Isn't it splendid? Indeed, it is breathtaking. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in admiration. Ning Rongrong was the first to board the carriage, calling out to Xiao Wu and Zhuqing, "Hurry up, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing." Inside, there are cushions made from the fur of the Millennium Soul Beast, the snow weasel, extremely comfortable. Indeed, Rongrong, your father truly cherishes you. You may choose whatever treasures you desire. Humph, not at all. This was undoubtedly sent by Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Bone. My father wouldn't even think of such things. He only urges me to study diligently. Haha. As long as someone cares, that is enough. Sister Xiao Wu, since Rongrong has such splendid treasures, let us board. Yes. Xiao Wu blinked her adorable eyes, equally enamored with the carriage, and followed Zhu Zhuqing aboard. Dai Mubai attempted to join them, but was stopped by Ning Rongrong. Dai. This is a lady's carriage. You boys cannot enter. But there is only one carriage. How shall we go? You will have to figure it out yourselves. Dai Mubai awkwardly scratched his head, realizing he had taken things for granted. Rongrong, have you changed? Ma Hongjun feigned a pitiful expression, gazing at Ning Rongrong. Have you not become even more beautiful? Ning Rongrong playfully blinked her large, captivating eyes. No, it is that you have become unrecognizable. I am your fourth brother. How can you bear to let me walk alone? Indeed, I am your second brother. I too wish to accompany you. Oscar's peach blossom eyes shimmered with a rosy glow as he clenched his small fists beneath his chin, looking at Ning Rongrong with an expression that seemed to plead for affection. Gu Chen appeared rather composed, standing there quietly without uttering a word. No. You two seem far too lewd to accompany us. If anyone were to join, it would be Junior Gu Chen, as he is decidedly more handsome. Gu Chen smiled awkwardly, neither confirming nor denying. I shall let it go. With all of you ladies present, should any of you harbor ulterior motives, my innocence would be at stake. Bah! Is there still innocence to salvage? Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, what say you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu and Zhuqing lowered their heads, their cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 89. The selection of beauties by Xiao Gui. With a crisp crack of the whip, the carriage moved forward slowly. This left Dai Mubai with a face full of frustration, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar looked on with envy, and Gu Chen maintained an air of calm. Gu Chen, do you not wish to be in that carriage just now? Ma Hongjun inquired, intrigued by Gu Chen's composed demeanor. Gu Chen shook his head. I do not believe it. Are we really going to walk directly to the imperial city of the Tiando Empire? Certainly not. Then how shall we get there? We shall ride upon the back of a soul beast. As Gu Chen unfurled his notebook, a palm-sized golden mouse appeared before the assembly. Is this not your pet? The crimson flame golden mouse? What purpose do you have for it? Can it guide us to a destination? Ma Hongjun inquired with an expression of great curiosity. Certainly. Little Jean has come to showcase a remarkable talent for all of you esteemed individuals. Squeak! Little Jean called out twice into the air, and a colossal flying soul beast descended from above. What is this? Oscar and Ma Hongjun's eyes widened in astonishment. This is the Rainbow Phoenix, the legendary auspicious divine beast. Has he summoned it? What other explanation could there be? Gu Chen replied with a gentle smile, addressing Oscar and Ma Hongjun. Please, feel free to ascend. Dai Mubai also wished to join, yet he understood that Gu Chen would not permit him the opportunity, thus he refrained from making a fool of himself. Gu Chen glanced at Dai Mubai but did not extend an invitation to him, despite Dai Mubai's repeated attempts to provoke him. Gu Chen was not inclined to repay malice with kindness. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing was his woman, and it was impossible for him and Dai Mubai to coexist harmoniously. A conflict between them was inevitable, the timing of which remained uncertain. Within the opulent palace of the Tiando Empire, Shui Bang stood with arms crossed. Observing the influx of handsome men and beautiful women, his spirits lifted. Turning to a subordinate named Xiao Gui, he remarked, I never imagined my brother's charisma could summon such a multitude of exquisite guests to this grand event. Go mingle. If you spot a charming girl, let me know, and I shall make an introduction. I assure you, few prodigies in the Tiando Empire are unfamiliar to me. As he spoke, a breathtaking woman of ethereal grace entered their view. Her delicate features resembled a porcelain doll, adorned with fluffy ears and a slender tail that swayed enticingly, captivating the attention of numerous young men. Your Highness Shui Bang, I must have her, exclaimed Xiao Gui. A hefty fellow over 300 pounds and barely 5 feet tall, licking his lips and gazing dreamily. Xuebing was taken aback and admonished, "Have you lost your mind? Do you even know who she is? Merely catching a glimpse of her is a stroke of fortune. And you wish to be acquainted? Aside from my brother. Who here could possibly be worthy of her? Who is she, your highness?" Xiao Gui inquired, his curiosity piqued. "She is Liena, the direct disciple of the Spirit Hall's Pope, the most gifted individual in the Spirit Hall, the holy maiden of the Spirit Hall, the core of the golden generations, and the primary heir to the next pope," Xuebing explained. "Do you still wish to meet her?" Xiao Gui remained entranced, his gaze fixated upon Liena. His desire palpable. "I could die happy if I could just have her once. Such an opportunity will never come your way," Xuebing warned. "She possesses an innate charm. Those lacking self-control should refrain from staring too long, lest they succumb to infatuation and meet their demise." Xiao Gui, momentarily shaken by Xuebing's warning, reluctantly averted his gaze. "Let us continue watching. There are many more beauties to behold." Just then, Xiao Gui gasped, "Wow, so beautiful, so fair, and so dazzling. Your Highness Xuebing. I want her." He pointed excitedly at a woman around 5 feet 5 inches tall, perfectly proportioned, with striking blue hair cascading down her back and a fair complexion adorned with exquisite features. Xuebing's brow furrowed. "That is her. Who is she, your highness?" Xiao Gui asked, intrigued. "She is Xue Binger, the captain of the Tianxue Academy's battle team, with over 1 million admirers. She wields the rare Ice Phoenix martial soul and is extraordinarily powerful. Her demeanor is calm and composed, adept at concealing her emotions. This is a woman best left undisturbed. I advise you not to provoke her. Indeed, it would be challenging to win over such a frosty beauty. I shall continue my search," Xiao Gui mused, gazing around. "Take your time. The event has only just begun. Your Highness, look. That one is stunning, so alluring, and perfectly rounded. I must have her. I'll take her to a hotel tonight." Xiao Gui pointed eagerly at a striking woman in a radiant red dress. Xuebing grimaced, regretting his earlier encouragement. However, realizing he could not retract his words without losing face, he introduced, "Her name is Huo Wu, the daughter of the president of the Qihua Academy. Her fiery personality matches her appearance, and she excels in fire manipulation. If you are unafraid of enduring daily domestic disputes, I can introduce you. Not interested? I prefer the 3 beautiful sisters who arrived in the carriage," Xiao Gui replied, licking his lips, dismissing the notion of Huo Wu. Xuebing smirked inwardly, acknowledging Xiao Gui's discerning taste as he pointed out, "You may wish to meet those 3, but I advise you to maintain a low profile." "Absolutely. Rest assured. Your Highness Xuebing. Just give me a chance to meet them, and I promise to make this night unforgettable. Very well, let me take you to meet them," Xuebing said, preparing to guide him. "Where are you headed?" A cold voice interrupted, causing Xuebing to retract his foot mid-step. Turning around, he encountered a voluptuous woman striding toward him. "Lu Ruyan, what brings you here?" he asked sheepishly. "Naturally, it is Prince Xueqing, he who invited me," she replied. "Oh, your brother. When did you become so close?" "We've always been close. Your engagement to me was arranged by your brother." Xuebing frowned. "We are not married. You cannot dictate my freedom." I care not for your affairs, but I am Lu's future heir, and I would prefer to avoid scandal. Should you dare to stray, I will ensure you remember the consequences." A chill ran down Xuebing's spine, but he quickly regained his composure and retorted, "Lu Ruyan, do not be too arrogant. Even if we marry, I will be the one in charge. You will merely receive the joys I choose to bestow upon you." "Huh. How amusing. You think marriage grants you authority? Even in marriage, I will dictate the terms. Fail to meet my expectations, and your position will be of no use." "Vicious woman, do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" Xuebing challenged. "Do not forget, I have the support of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and am a level 47 Battle Spirit Master. You are merely a level 31 Spirit Master. What can you do against me? Cunning as you are, I remain wary of your aunt. But heed my warning, I will not be intimidated," Xuebing declared as he exited the conversation, leaving Lu Ruyan to mutter in disdain, "Pathetic. Did you find the man I asked you to look for?" Lu Ruyan inquired of a timid, young woman in a light green dress. "Apologies, Mississippi. I sought him as instructed, but I discovered the girl hesitated." "Discovered what? Speak up. Are you not one of my trusted confidants?" Lu Ruyan pressed. "Yet, she discovered." Xiao Chui whispered a few words in her ear. Lu Ruyan's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, a wave of heat spreading across her cheeks, her delicate body involuntarily trembling. A profusion of sweat appeared in the misty region of her bosom, reminiscent of the scene next door after Jean Lian kneaded the dough. Could he be so ferocious? If I were alone, I would undoubtedly be no match for him. I must summon my aunt to subdue this fierce beast, Lu Ruyin murmured to herself. Hearing this, Xiao Chui felt a pang of heartache. Upon hearing the first half of her mistress's words about being unable to stand alone, she thought Lu Ruyin would consider her. Instead, the first person Lu Ruyin thought of was her aunt. Xiao Chui felt as though her years of service had been in vain. At the Imperial Palace's martial arts arena, soul masters began to arrive one after another. Look, His Highness Xueqing, he has arrived. An excited shout from a man in the crowd caused the bustling throng to fall silent. Adorned with a crown and clad in golden armor, the tall and fair-skinned Xueqing he, with his extraordinary appearance and transcendent aura, naturally became the focal point of the gathering. Greetings, His Highness Xueqing he. Instantly, some began to bow in reverence. You need not be overly formal. Take this opportunity to get acquainted with one another. We shall commence our first event, the raucous clash. In 1 hour, cheers erupted from below. Many participants, unfamiliar with the game's rules, quietly inquired about the raucous clash. Those in the know began to explain that. As its name implies, it is a contest of physical strength. 2 soul masters put forth their most prized possessions without employing soul power. They then battle in a physical contest to determine the victor, who claims all spoils, while the loser is permitted 2 opportunities to seek assistance from friends. Victory grants all, while defeat results in losing everything. This seems somewhat unfair to the business-minded parties. You may not be aware, but the victor can choose to accept or decline the challenge. If they believe they are outmatched, they can refuse, and the challenger has no grounds to oppose. The martial arts platform erupted with excitement at Xueqing He's words. Following his lead, Xiao Gui approached Xiao Wu and her companions. Ladies, it is a pleasure to meet you again. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and her friends, Xue Beng tempered some of his previous arrogance, tossing his stylish red hair and striking a pose he deemed impressive as he approached the trio. Behind him, Xiao Gui continuously gulped, also moving closer. It's you, the Prince of Bloodshed. Ning Rongrong narrowed her large, captivating eyes, a playful expression dawning on her face. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shared similar expressions, watching Xue Beng and his lecherous companion with keen interest.